Chapter 1. The journey begins with a small turtle. Chen Mo elongated his neck, gazing into the distance. The vast ocean lay before him, boundless and infinite. He was perched upon the back of a turtle. Indeed, a turtle. This turtle boasted broad, leaf-like limbs, and its skin was not the usual slick and slimy texture of ordinary turtles, but rather adorned with a layer of sky-blue, waterproof fuzz. With a curled tail, a long neck, gently curved eyelashes, and large, expressive eye snow, the more he described it, the more it seemed wrong. Was this truly a turtle? Chen Mo rubbed his face in bewilderment. He found himself perplexed. Just moments ago, he had been surrounded by the tightly packed cubicles of a call center, akin to a beehive, during a lunch break. How could it be that, in the brief span of him closing his eyes, the company had been submerged by the sea? As Chen Mo grappled with his confusion, a cold, mechanical, synthesized voice abruptly erupted within the depths of his mind. Universal announcement. Welcome to Endless Voyage. From this moment forth, all humans aged over 18 and under 60 are compelled to participate in a survival competition. Survival is the sole objective. Behind you lies a tsunami that will relentlessly advance. Never tiring to halt is to perish. Vehicles have been assigned based on competitors' life experiences and are bound to them. Exchanges are prohibited. By merely contemplating, you may summon the system panel. Floating in the ocean are supply crates, essential for survival. Unlocking more advanced technology is crucial to endure in this competition. Each contestant has been allocated an initial fishing rod to ensure a source of food in the early stages. Beware, for the ocean conceals lethal sea beasts and unknown dangers. Exercise caution while fishing at night. The initial sea area is relatively safe. Adapt swiftly and move forward. The tsunami has been initiated. The announcement ceased, and silence enveloped him once more, leaving only the thunderous rhythm of his own heartbeat. Having perused countless survival novels, Chen Mo quickly deduced the reality had been thrust into a nationwide survival game. In the distance, various debris began to drift upon the sea's surface. There were plastics, waterlogged wood, large, palm-like leaves, and rotting ropes, presumably the supplies the system had mentioned. Chen Mo attempted to summon the game panel. In the next moment, a translucent, pale blue screen materialized before his eyes. The first page displayed the weather. Regional weather report time. Standard time 9 o'clock. Temperature 28. Sea wave height 0.1 meters. Today's recommendation: calm winds, suitable for navigation, salvage, and fishing. Take precautions against heat and sun exposure. The second page detailed the character panel. Survivor: Chen Mo ID CN734821. Status: relatively healthy. Stamina: 90,100. Naturally depletes by 10 points per hour during work. Heavy labor accelerates depletion. Mental state: 80,100. Below a certain threshold, labor becomes impossible. Energy: 90,100. Naturally depletes by 10 points per hour. Heavy labor accelerates depletion. Replenished through food. Hydration level: 85,100. Naturally depletes by 15 points per hour. Replenished through fresh water and food. The third page displayed character status and skills. Buff list: Universal Novice Reward. From today onward, you officially become the unheralded captain of this maritime domain. Effect: daily acquisition of a novice supply from floating debris. Duration: 3 days. Skill endurance LV max. Subjected to long-term oppression from the company, family of origin, and clients, your capacity for endurance now surpasses that of a tortoise. Effect: permanent reduction of the rate at which attributes decline by 50, and a permanent enhancement of 50 in stamina recovery during sleep. Upon reading this, Chen Mo could not help but click his tongue in astonishment. A permanent reduction in the rate of attribute decline? What does this signify? It implies that his 4 attributes are effectively doubled compared to others. For instance, while others can only work for 8 hours a day, he can labor for 16 hours. Whereas others require 8 hours of sleep, he only needs 4. Moreover, he possesses an additional 4 hours of free time. Truly, he is exceptional. Born with the physique of a celestial beast, Chen Mo found himself both amused and perplexed, and continued to peruse the text. The fourth page is dedicated to vehicles. Vehicle function introduction. Found vehicle: Xuanwu juvenile stage. Quality: mythical unique. Current speed, 10 knots. The initial speed of the destruction tsunami is 9 knots, equivalent to 16.65 kilometers per hour. Upon seeing the quality, Chen Mo could not help but exclaim in disbelief. Mythical quality. It signifies an extraordinarily rare existence. Could it be that his historically poor luck has finally turned? Yet, upon reading the last line, Chen Mo nearly spat blood in frustration. 10 knots. A mere single knot faster than the destruction tsunami. Instinctively, Chen Mo turned to glance backward toward the distant horizon. A terrifying white line, stretching across his entire field of vision, advanced at what appeared to be a slow pace, yet bore an unstoppable momentum of destruction. The speed of 9 knots was more imposing than he had imagined. Chen Mo averted his gaze and swiftly skimmed through the subsequent system functions. The 5th page presented the technology interface of the system. As he currently possessed no materials, the manufacturing page was filled with question marks, prompting Chen Mo to skip it entirely. The final page contained the chat channel, featuring 4 selectable windows. Cross-server chat unlocked. Server-wide chat unlocked. Regional chat daily limit of 20 messages. Private chat unlocked. Among these windows, only the regional chat was available for communication, and the scrolling speed was remarkably swift. Help! I'm at sea. Where's the boat? What happened to the promised vessel? Why is it merely a broken piece of wood? Be grateful. My friend, at least you have a plank. I'm left with only a swimming ring, accompanied by a photo of a swimming ring around the neck, floating on the ocean. What are you all complaining about? Let me show you my luxurious foot bath. It even has massage beads, though it's a bit cramped. What position should I adopt to paddle gracefully? I'm awaiting your advice. It's quite urgent. Accompanied by a close-up of the foot bath, clearly displaying the words foot bath health on the bottom. Why panic? With water and a rod, survival is possible. Let's first try casting a line. Everyone, based on the sun's angle and initial assessment of the ocean currents, we may have been randomly cast into tropical or subtropical waters. Remember to protect against sun exposure and seek fresh water. Fresh water and food are crucial at sea. Ha ha ha, everyone, step aside. Golden legend. I've been allocated a luxurious yacht. It comes with a mini refrigerator, an ice-cold cola. Brothers, don't panic. Once I strike it rich, I'll come back for you. Accompanied by a selfie on the yacht's deck, one hand proudly holding a glass of ice-cold cola, garnished with a slice of lemon. Immediately, a flurry of envious and sour exclamations erupted, until someone remarked, "Do you really think starting off with a yacht is a blessing? Have you considered the fuel consumption of your vehicle? Whether it consumes light or heavy oil, are you certain you can afford it? When the energy runs out and the yacht is immobile, you'll be left clutching your little cola as you're swept away by a tsunami." This remark served as a wake-up call, silencing the complaints of those assigned to inferior vehicles. Even those with luxurious vessels ceased their boasting. Speaking of fuel consumption, what is the consumption rate for the Xuanwu? Chen Mo attempted to locate this information in the system interface. At that moment, the little turtle suddenly raised its neck and let out a long cry. Ow! Perhaps due to their symbiotic connection, Chen Mo could discern the meaning behind the sound. The little turtle was hungry. Warning: Xuanwu juvenile stage hunger level has reached a critical point. Immediate biomass supplementation required. The fish caught through sea fishing is the best option, with a daily basic requirement of 1,000 pounds. Juvenile Xuanwu cannot hunt. Autonomously failure to supplement in time will result in a significant decline in vehicle vitality and speed, ultimately leading to a dormant state, unable to be propelled by external forces. The glaring crimson numbers flashed wildly on the suddenly appearing screen. Just as Chen Mo had regained his spirits, darkness enveloped his vision. 1,000 pounds? You mean 1,000 pounds a day? Is this raising a turtle or a whale? After a brief shock, Chen Mo sprang into action. Fishing. He needed to fish immediately, right? Didn't the system provide a beginner's fishing rod? Chen Mo rummaged around the turtle shell and quickly found the fishing rod wedged in the edge of the shell. Bronze fishing rod common. Indestructible. Fish catch probability unknown. No bait required, though it would be better with it. Seeing the words "no bait required," Chen Mo didn't hesitate and exerted all his strength, casting the rod forcefully into the sea. Splash! The hook plunged into the water. Hurry up! Hurry up! Chen Mo silently prayed, gripping the cold fishing rod tightly. Time dragged on in anticipation. Each second felt like a century. Just as Chen Mo began to feel his arms growing numb, the rod tip suddenly dipped sharply. Got one. Chen Mo stood up, his feet firmly wedged in the crevices of the shell, pulling the rod upward with all his might. Splash! A struggling sea fish was yanked from the water, arcing through the air before crashing down heavily beside Chen Mo on the turtle shell. The fish was substantial, though its species remained unknown, but it appeared to weigh at least 10 pounds. Chen Mo paid no heed to the frantic tail slaps of the fish and hurriedly unhooked it. The little turtle seemed to have waited for this moment for a long time. As soon as Chen Mo unhooked the fish, it stretched its neck and gulped it down in one swift motion. Gululu. The sound of swallowing was deep and prolonged, imbued with a primitive sense of satisfaction. The little turtle stretched its neck and nuzzled against Chen Mo. He could sense the profound affection and dependence the turtle had for him. The velvety texture of its skin felt even more delightful than he had anticipated, prompting an involuntary smile reminiscent of a proud father. However, this smile shattered upon glancing at the numbers displayed on the screen. Xuanwu juvenile hunger level, 99.999.8. The crimson warning on the screen faded, yet the progress bar remained alarmingly vivid. Indeed, 10 pounds was hardly sufficient. This creature required a staggering 1,000 pounds of sustenance daily, and this need was relentless. Chen Mo stared at the screen, feeling as though all his strength had been siphoned away. A top-tier vessel? Mythical quality? This was nothing more than a colossal glutton. Chapter 2. Aside from fish, the fisherman can catch anything. Chen Mo, a senior in college, was a call center operator for a sales company. His daily routine consisted of making calls, being hung up on, followed by more calls, only to be hung up on again. The monotony of his job was so palpable that he felt he could see the end in sight. He always believed that if he worked diligently and saved enough money, his life would eventually transform. Now, his life had indeed taken a turn. He had been thrust into a nationwide maritime survival endeavor. Yet, he never anticipated that even in this scenario, his work would remain unchanged. Cast a line, reel it in, cast again, and reel it in once more. Xuanwu juvenile hunger level, 98.6, 98.4. Xuanwu juvenile hunger level, 98.4, 98.3. Xuanwu juvenile hunger level, 98.3, 97.9. The numbers on the screen dwindled with each reeling in, and Chen Mo's fishing motions became robotic in their precision, honed through the monotonous repetition. In this drudgery, the only source of amusement lay in the screen's content. Regional channel Xuanwu Marine Area 101. Anonymous mode, haha. I just took down a sea snake. I harvested its meat and skin. What a thrill. The speedboat is what a real man should be driving. Attached photo of the speedboat. Oh, esteemed player above, please take me along. My little raft is about to fall apart. Sob, sob, sob. Is anyone forming a team? Collecting trash alone is exceedingly slow. The coordinate system hasn't even been unlocked. Who are you teaming up with? Everyone, after gathering materials, prioritize making solar engines, especially for those vessels without automatic navigation capabilities. I repeat, prioritize making solar engines. I've calculated that if your initial vessel's foundation doesn't exceed 4 units, then with just 2 solar engines, you can ensure normal navigation at night and maintain a speed on par with a tsunami, preventing any pursuit. Thank you for the guidance. I shall craft the engines immediately. By the way, have you all found any beginner supply crates? I found the first wooden box, which contained a bottle of water, an apple, and 3 small loaves of bread. Attached photo of the food. I also found the first wooden box, but I only received a bottle of water and a baguette. Attached photo of a baguette gnawed into the shape of a long sword. Where did you all find such treasures? Why am I only able to salvage broken wood and tattered rags? Is it the fault of my vessel? Accompanied by a photo of a garbage collection boat. Haha, you're already on a garbage collection boat. What more do you expect to fish out? This is hilarious. If you wish to catch supply crates, you must first dive into the sea to gather ropes and palm leaves to craft a net. Only with a net can you hope to discover wooden boxes. Chen Mo gazed enviously at the chat scrolling slowly in the region. He longed to join them in merrily scavenging the ocean. Alas, circumstances did not permit. Chen Mo continued casting his line, awaiting a bite. At that moment, the chat in the regional channel suddenly accelerated. He scrolled up a few lines and saw, "Help. A shark is gnawing at my rubber boat. Someone, please rescue me." Accompanied by a photo, presumably taken in a state of extreme panic. The image was blurry, revealing only a faint outline of a black shark. Even as a shark bites you, you still have time to snap a photo? Truly impressive. Goodness, are there sharks in these waters? I thought the starting sea area was relatively safe. Do you understand what relatively safe means? It means this shark is the safest creature in this region. Hurry, use the rotten wood you've collected to fashion a spear and stab it. When the shark is munching on the boat, it won't move. Aim for its eyes, and you'll hit it true. 3 strikes should be enough to scare it away. Thanks for sharing, esteemed contributor. I've learned something valuable. Although I haven't encountered a shark yet, I must quickly gather wood to make a spear. A wooden spear is indeed effective against sharks. I encountered one just now, but I didn't stab its eyes. I struck its head, and it took several hits before it retreated. It even damaged a section of my boat. Repairing it will require a considerable amount of materials, accompanied by a screenshot of the damaged boat. Oh my, thank you for sharing. Thank you for sharing. A shark that bites boats? Chen Mo felt a pang of anxiety. Would it also bite turtles? His apprehension was justified, for he was currently unable to spare a hand to salvage wood for a spear. However, he was soon to discover the answer. In the not-too-distant waters, 3 sleek black triangles broke the surface, rushing towards him at an alarming speed. Black-finned sharks. 3 of them. Yet, before Chen Mo could succumb to fear, the little turtle suddenly lifted its head. Roar. Unlike its previously delicate and high-pitched sounds, a deep, resonant roar akin to a whale's bellow erupted from the turtle's mouth, sending ripples through the surrounding water. The 3 shark fins visibly quivered, then abruptly veered away, disappearing from Chen Mo's sight with even greater speed than they had approached. The little turtle turned and affectionately nuzzled Chen Mo's neck, its long eyelashes fluttering expectantly. Chen Mo instantly understood. He raised a thumb in admiration. Incredible little turtle. Is this the power of the Xuanwu bloodline? Truly remarkable. I hereby declare you the mightiest little turtle upon these vast seas. The little turtle responded with joyous squeaks, enthusiastically flapping its limbs, even momentarily increasing its speed by 0.1 knots. If only it were a tad less gluttonous, Chen Mo mused inwardly, before resuming his fishing endeavor. Chen Mo lost track of how long he had been fishing, only aware that the sun had traversed from the eastern horizon to the west. At last, the notification appeared. Xuanwu juvenile stage hunger level, 91.991.8. He was merely 1.8 away from fulfilling today's quota. It was quite astonishing to contemplate catching half a ton of fish in a single day seemed utterly implausible in the real world. Yet, given the circumstances of a collective maritime survival, who cared for plausibility? 7 hours had elapsed since he began. The regional channel buzzed with conversation, shifting topics in rapid succession. Has anyone found any food? The supplies from the novice crate seem insufficient. No, I suspect there's no food to be found at sea. I've salvaged a dozen wooden crates, and, aside from some planks and plastic ropes, there's nothing. Same here, it's all basic materials, but I did find 2 rotting batteries. I caught something in an entire pile of dung. Attached image. My eyes. My eyes. What kind of lunatic posts such images in public channels? Blocked. By the way, has no one tried fishing? I've been lurking for ages, hoping to compare the yields of nets and rods. Yet not a single discussion has arisen. Are all the fishermen merely idle? Idle fishermen are a myth. Behold the new catch I just landed. A pair of rotten socks. What's that compare to my glow-in-the-dark fascikinis? Seriously, what kind of nonsense is this? Where are the fish? Attention. Attention. The fishing rod is a trap. Fishing is a ruse. There are no fish in the sea, not even materials. I fished for half an hour and caught nothing but stinky socks and rotten vegetable leaves. Not only have I wasted time, but also my strength system. Do you hear me? I'm a seasoned angler, and I concur with the sentiments expressed above. I too am a seasoned angler, and I echo the sentiments of the previous 2. Competitor numbered CN8745632 has been muted for 1 day due to abusive language towards the system. The system's intervention was akin to cold water splashed into hot oil, igniting fervor among the participants, though most reveled in the misfortune of others. The atmosphere above the sea was suddenly imbued with a sense of merriment. The earlier discussion regarding fishing culminated in the conclusion that fishing in the early stages of the ocean is a waste of time. It would be wiser to salvage more debris for steady development. However, this conclusion seemed not to apply to Chen Mo. To this point, he had lost count of how many fish he had caught. Perhaps it had something to do with the little turtle's need for fish to replenish its energy. Chen Mo was uncertain that it was merely a relentless pursuit of fishing. He glanced at the status bar. Survivor, Chen Mo, status, dehydrated mild, fatigue mild, finger abrasion stamina, 55100 mental state, 80100 energy, 55100 hydration, 40100. In these 7 hours, Chen Mo had only diminished his stamina by 35 points, energy by 35 points, and hydration by 45 points. It must be said that the core skill of endurance proved to be exceptionally beneficial in such an environment. With a novice supply crate as a safety net, Chen Mo felt no urgency to seek sustenance. As twilight descended, the system had warned against fishing at night, and Chen Mo was unwilling to take any risks. After all, the system did not prohibit scavenging during the night. Thus, weighing the two evils, Chen Mo resolved to first elevate the little turtle's hunger to 90. After another hour passed, he achieved his goal. Xuanwu juvenile hunger level, 90.390 at last. He had satiated it. Chen Mo exhaled deeply, a weight lifted from his heart. He cast a glance at the sun, which was about to sink below the horizon. It's time to scavenge. He stretched languidly after remaining in the same position for an extended period. He could hear the creaking of his bones. Just as Chen Mo prepared to rise, a sound suddenly reached his ears. Xuanwu feels it has had enough to eat today. It joyfully flaps its fins. No sooner had the words left than the little turtle let out a joyful cry and began to swim exuberantly. The surrounding waters were splashed vigorously, startling the local fish into a swift retreat. Chen Mo observed the turtle's flailing limbs. Wait a moment, my friend. You call it a fin? How precise. The surrounding fish have been disturbed and momentarily fled the area. Beneath the fish school, something unknown seems to be concealed. You have acquired a limited time buff, golden miner. Chen Mo immediately abandoned his thoughts of sarcasm, checking the character panel, where he indeed spotted a flashing buff at the very bottom of the status list. Golden miner, 1,000 reduction in the probability of catching sea fish, 100 increase in the probability of catching treasure chests and special items. Apart from fish, a fisherman can catch anything. Duration, 30 minutes. Without hesitation, Chen Mo discarded the tattered rope, which was tied with fish bones, the remnants of the little turtle's meal, intended for scavenging. Scavenge? What rubbish to scavenge? The most important thing in life is to remain true to one's origins. Fish. Fish indeed. Chapter 3. Powerful turtle feed. Chen Mo, almost instinctively, exerted all his strength to cast the fishing line forcefully into the sea, which was bathed in the crimson light of the setting sun. Plop! The fish hook plunged into the water. In less than 3 seconds, the rod tip suddenly dipped sharply. It was not the struggle of a fish, but rather the weighty pull of something solid and heavy. So soon, startled, Chen Mo swiftly reeled in the line. Splash! A round, porcelain-like object burst forth from the water, gleaming with an eerie sheen under the sunset. Upon closer inspection, it revealed itself to be a pristine toilet seat. Acquired, exquisite toilet seat, white quality, X1 description. Perhaps it could serve a purpose in a future maritime fortress? For now, it merely functions as an uncomfortable cushion, albeit with a sturdy structure. Chen Mo's lips twitched in disbelief. What on earth is this? Is this what the golden miner has me fishing for? There was no time for complaints as the next item emerged. Acquired. Jelly brand super sucker, white quality, excellent description, large quantity, side leakage. Worry not. Your super sucker has arrived. Plop. Acquired. Eerie plastic human head, gray quality, excellent description. Aside from giving oneself a fright at midnight, it seems rather useless. Perhaps it could serve as bait, but what one might catch remains uncertain. Plop. Acquired. Glowing yo-yo, green quality, X1. Description, a fluorescent green plastic yo-yo that emits a faint green glow in darkness. Comes with a manual, 108 advanced yo-yo techniques. Plop. Acquired, tattered seaweed, gray quality. X1. Description: are you competing with krill for a meal? Chen Mo felt his blood pressure rising. Gritting his teeth, he cast the line once more for the nth time. Plop. 3 seconds later, the fishing rod sank again. This time, the pull was exceptionally heavy, and Chen Mo nearly exerted every ounce of his strength to haul it in. Splash! A white metal box emblazoned with a red cross landed on his turtle shell. Acquired, basic medical kit, blue quality, X1. Contents: disinfectant bandages X10, antibiotics X5, pain relief injections X3, basic suturing kit X1. Description: a treasure that can save lives in critical moments. This is good. Chen Mo's eyes lit up as he promptly stowed the medical kit into his pack. Although it was not immediately needed, there was no doubt that medical supplies in this forsaken place represented a second chance at life. Energized, Chen Mo moved with greater haste. He cast the line once more. Plop. After an indeterminate number of casts, acquired, basic food supply box, green quality, X1. Contents: military-grade compressed biscuits X5, assorted fruit canned goods X5, energizing mint gum X3, bottled purified water X1, herring in a can X1. Description: high in calories, abundant in carbohydrates, rich in vitamins, with protein content 7 times that of beef. Food at last. Chen Mo beamed as he picked up the metal box, contemplating whether to open it now, but ultimately decided against it, opting instead to secure it in his pack. Due to the endurance buff, his energy and hydration levels could still hold out for a while longer, and his stamina had yet to reach its limit. The buff from the golden miner would last for another 10 minutes. He had to act swiftly. Chen Mo cast his line once more. Gained, tattered seaweed gray item, X1. Gained, fashionable grandpa's sweatshirt, white quality, X1. Gained, stylish beach outfit, green quality, X1. Gained, tattered seaweed gray item, X1. Gained, premium marine lubricant, blue quality, X1. Description: ensures your mechanical components operate smoothly. Reduces wear. Capable of supplying 20 knots of ship speed for equipment used for over 2 months. Wait a moment. Does a turtle have bearings? Chen Mo gazed at the bucket of oil, then at the turtle shell beneath him, rendered speechless. Nevertheless, it was blue quality. He decided to keep it for now. Time slipped by, and soon, Chen Mo's relatively small bag was brimming with an array of peculiar catches. Useful items were scarce, overshadowed by a plethora of utterly useless gray items and a few beautiful trinkets, such as a singing music box out of batteries, a pink pet collar with a bell, and a pink little bow, wearable anywhere. Chen Mo felt utterly numb. After over 8 continuous hours of toil, his arms ached to the point of near immobility. With only half a minute left of the buff, Chen Mo gritted his teeth, squeezing out the last remnants of his strength, casting his line towards the sun that was nearly sinking below the horizon, exerting every ounce of his energy for one final throw. Plop! 3 seconds later, the fishing rod bent sharply. This time, the sensation transmitted through the rod was entirely different. Chen Mo's immediate reaction was that it was heavy, the kind of weight that signified a live catch. The fishing line was taut, and the rod was bent to an unprecedented degree. It was becoming unbearable. "Little turtle," Chen Montauk instinctively shouted. The little turtle immediately understood, biting onto the fishing rod and pulling in the direction of Chen Mo's exertion. With the assistance of the juvenile tortoise, the pulling force diminished significantly. Buzz! As the hook drew closer to the water's surface, the fishing rod continued to bend downward, quivering violently. Just as the rod was on the verge of snapping, splash! The object burst through the surface, landing with a thud on the turtle's back. Chen Mo focused his gaze. It was a bag of pink crystalline substances, encased in a transparent plastic bag, adorned with 6 bold characters. Powerful turtle feed. What was this? Chen Mo felt a bit bewildered. His first instinct was to think he had reeled in yet another piece of trash, a gray item. But he couldn't quite reconcile the tremendous pull he had just experienced with the notion of it being a gray item. Just as he was about to inspect the item description, the little turtle beneath him, which had been moving slowly, suddenly emitted an unintelligible cry, seemingly filled with surprise and an indescribable yearning. The little turtle then turned its head, and before Chen Mo could fully read the words on the label, it eagerly gulped down the powerful turtle feed. 2 seconds later, with a sound of puff, he expelled the empty plastic bag. Burp! Chen Mo, what on earth just happened? In his bewilderment, a vehicle interface suddenly appeared before him. Mythical vehicle Xuanwu, juvenile stage, has consumed high-dimensional divine matter, resulting in a slight replenishment of the life source. Mythical bloodline has been initially activated. Ability awakening. Loading. High-dimensional divine matter? What could that possibly refer to? Powerful turtle feed? Chapter 4. The innate saintly body of cattle and horses. The sky had fully darkened. On this windless and tranquil night, the surroundings were engulfed in an endless expanse of darkness, accompanied only by the ceaseless whispers of the wind. Upon the surface of the sea, a sizable turtle slowly made its way, carrying a young man clad in a wrinkled suit. The gentle waves caressed the turtle's shell, while atop its head dangled a glowing yo-yo, casting an eerie green light that illuminated the area in a fluorescent hue. Seated in the center of the turtle's smooth back was Chen Mo, the weary master who had labored throughout the day, finally ready to indulge in his evening repast. He opened a military green box before him. Neatly arranged within were 5 blocks of deep brown vacuum-packed compressed biscuits, 5 hefty tin cans, 3 silver-wrapped mint chewing gums, and a standard blue water container. As Chen Mo unwrapped a biscuit and took a bite, he found its texture hard yet crumbly, reminiscent of chewing on a brick infused with wood shavings, rather difficult to swallow, and he could only wash it down with the mineral water. Despite its unpalatable nature, the long-forgotten sensation of fullness and the gradual warmth of restored energy stirred a comfortable sigh from him. At that moment, the joy of delayed gratification was vividly embodied. Leaning against the curled-up tail of the little turtle, which resembled a giant Swiss roll, he munched on the compressed biscuit while stealing glances at his screen. Regional channel, Huaguasi Area 101, all anonymity mode. The night sea is terrifying, utterly pitch black. What if a sea monster snatches me away in the middle of my sleep? I know you're scared, but don't be afraid just yet, for I share your fear. What to fear? As long as the tsunami doesn't catch up. Tomorrow will be another day of treasure hunting. Go, go, go. Oh no, no one warned me that there would be sharks at night. I'm terrified. Me too. I had just fallen asleep when I was jolted awake. Thankfully, it was just a shark. I thought it was a ghost. Hanging torches at the bow of the ship effectively wards off sharks. I just discovered that. This wretched system fails to inform you about many crucial items. You must rely on your own exploration. Then it's over for me. I didn't manage to find a lighter during the day. Is it too late to start a fire by friction? That's useless. The flint I found only works during the day. At night, it has a debuff, rendering it ineffective. That's not barbecuing anymore. No worries. I can responsibly inform everyone that I have observed closely. Sharks appear approximately every 3 to 4 hours, each time gnawing away at 1 unit of your ship's floor. Theoretically, as long as your ship exceeds 4 units, you can sleep soundly until dawn. Then you wake up to find your ship has turned into a wooden plank, and everyone is sailing on makeshift rafts? Ha ha ha. What a ridiculous notion. You speak so amusingly. Ha ha. Oh, are you curious why I laugh? Because I was born on a piece of wood. Indeed, the sensation of satisfaction is derived from comparison. Observing the humorous remarks in the regional chat channel, Chen Mo felt that his vessel, apart from its modest consumption, seemed devoid of any flaws. In fact, one could argue that beyond this aspect, it was replete with virtues. It boasted an appealing aesthetic, emotional stability, navigational steadiness, all while accommodating companionship. In addressing the pervasive shark dilemma that troubled all, he found solace in the backing of the divine beast Xuanwu, which had allowed him to evade even a glimpse of the sharks. He had merely caught sight of their fleeing fins. After consuming a piece of compressed biscuit and sipping some water, Chen Mo switched off the chat channel. It was time to commence his scavenging. Due to the constraints of stamina, most competitors could only labor for 8 hours. Once their endurance dwindled to 20, they would enter a state of severe fatigue, rendering further work nearly impossible, leaving them reliant on sleep for gradual recuperation. However, Chen Mo was an exception. He could toil for 16 hours, working for 16 hours, engaging in leisure for 4, and resting for another 4, This constituted a flawless work cycle. This was the remarkable power of the innate ox-horse sacred body. He felt fortunate to have drawn this vessel. Otherwise, who could muster the energy to fish for 8 hours by day and scavenge for another 8 by night? Chen Mo brimmed with pride. Sensing his elation, the little turtle raised its head with a sense of pride. With a determined spirit, Chen Mo began to repack the items on the turtle's shell, eyeing his nearly full personal backpack, and determined the 3 tasks he would undertake that evening. First, he would craft a fishing net, as this was essential for retrieving novice supplies. Although he was not currently lacking in sustenance, one could never have too many resources. Next, he planned to construct a sleeping area. Though sleeping directly on the turtle's back was feasible, there was a risk that failing to rest on a proper bed would prevent him from recovering stamina, leaving him bewildered the following day. Lastly, he resolved to create a storage box. Otherwise, the refuse, or rather, the fish he would catch the following evening, would have no place to be stored. Chen Mo accessed the technology panel to conduct his research. A floating wooden platform required 4 units of plastic and 8 wooden planks, while a storage box demanded 10 wooden planks and 4 strands of rope. Each plank required 3 pieces of scrap wood, and each rope needed 4 palm leaves. This was no trivial matter. Chen Mo gazed out at the sea. The illumination radius of the buoy was larger than he had anticipated, approximately 3 meters in diameter. And every so often, a few items would drift by, allowing for a modest, albeit less efficient scavenging process than during daylight. Without further hesitation, Chen Mo plunged into action, retrieving materials that floated close to the turtle's back, using his fishing rod for those slightly more distant. Once he had gathered a sufficient amount of materials, he crafted his first fishing net within his maritime career. The net measured 1.5 meters in length, perfectly spanning the entirety of the illumination zone. Thus, for the next 8 hours, Chen Mo transformed into an unyielding garbage collection machine. Scrap wood, retrieve. Palm leaves, collect. Rotted knots of rope, fetch. A waterlogged wooden box, that's the one. Effortlessly, Chen Mo lifted a marked wooden box weighing 30 kilograms. In addition to the various materials yielded from the box's decomposition, he also acquired a novice supply crate for the day. Inside, he discovered a loaf of fresh milk bread, an apple, and a bottle of mineral water. Compared to the seafaring companions in the region, his fortune was indeed favorable. However, in comparison to the meager provisions stored within his backpack, it could only be deemed a trifling advantage. At that moment, the little turtle turned its head, its eyes sparkling as it gazed at the apple in Chen Mo's hand. "Would you like this?" he inquired. "Oh, without a moment's hesitation, Chen Mo tossed the apple to the little turtle. It opened its mouth wide and expertly caught the apple, producing a delightful crunch as it chewed. The expression of enjoyment transformed from a neutral 0v0 to a joyful. Chen Mo understood well that the little turtle was a steadfast ally on this vast ocean, as long as it did not harbor intentions to devour him. Anything it chose to eat would be entirely acceptable. After quenching his thirst with a few sips of water, Chen Mo resumed his labor. He continued to gather resources until his stamina was nearly depleted, ultimately amassing all the necessary materials. In addition, he retrieved several soaked wires, 2 corroded batteries, a few stones, a dozen rusted nails, and several pieces of dilapidated furniture. He accessed the technology panel and selected the most basic wooden platform, initiating its construction. With a flash of white light, a standard square buoy appeared behind the little turtle. The buoy was approximately the size of a 3-wheeled motorcycle's cargo bed, seemingly polished to a sheen, and was tethered to the turtle's shell by 4 thick hemp ropes. When Chen Mo took a few steps on it, he found it even more stable than simply sitting atop the turtle's back. Next, he selected a simple sleeping bag and a storage box, clicking to create them. In an instant, a bed fashioned from palm leaves and a rudimentary, elongated wooden storage box appeared in the most suitable spot on the buoy. The buoy featured a half-height railing, alleviating any concerns about items slipping into the sea. Chen Mo surveyed his newly created haven, nodding in satisfaction. With a sense of ritual, he donned the makeshift beachwear he had temporarily appropriated as pajamas. To prevent starvation during his sleep, he opened a can of fruit, ensuring his hunger and thirst levels remained within a safe range before reclining on the cool palm leaf bed. The sea breeze remained biting and frigid. Yet with food in his belly, fresh water, and a medical kit in the storage box, and more importantly, the ominous white tsunami line appearing to recede slightly, he felt a measure of relief. Fatigue washed over him like a tide, and he quickly succumbed to a profound slumber. The following day, as the first pale rays of dawn broke over the horizon, Chen Mo abruptly opened his eyes. He sprang upright, startled. "I'm going to be late." His gaze instinctively darted towards the clock's position, only to be met with the vast expanse of the sea, and it dawned on him, oh, right. The company was submerged. He no longer had to report to work. With the tension that had gripped him now released, Chen Mo stretched, his joints cracking in response. "Good morning, little turtle." "Awu," he replied cheerfully as he stepped off the platform and settled back on the turtle's prominent shell. Summoning the system interface, he noted the weather forecast. Regional weather report, time. Standard time, 8 o'clock temperature. 22 sea wave height. 0.2 meters recommendation for today. Calm winds and seas, suitable for navigation. Salvage and fishing. Survivor. Chen Mo, status, relatively healthy. Stamina, 100 mental state. 8100 energy. 2100 hydration. 1500 ah. He wondered why he felt a bit dizzy upon waking. Chen Mo calmly donned the sunglasses from his stylish beach set, then retrieved the food box and began to consume compressed biscuits with water. After finishing, noticing that both his hunger and thirst levels were still satisfactory, he opened a can of fruit. To clarify, it was not out of gluttony. The sweet syrup enveloping the soft fruit pieces brought a long-lost sweetness that invigorated Chen Mo. The little turtle, catching the delightful aroma of the fruit, turned its head, its eyes sparkling with excitement. Chen Montak, consequently. Most of the canned fruit found its way into the little turtle's belly, leaving it satiated. However, witnessing the turtle's joyful bobbing, Chen Mo couldn't help but wear a paternal smile. All right, he wondered how the bloodline upgrade fared yesterday. Chen Mo opened the vehicle panel to take a look. The first thing that appeared was a line of bold text. Mythical bloodline activation successful. Core skills unlocked. He raised an eyebrow and continued reading. Vehicle, Xuanwu, juvenile stage. Quality, mythical, unique. Status, hungry. Current speed, 15 knots. Skills new, abyssal submersion, LV. 1. Active, consumes 5 of current hunger, allowing descent into shallow waters while deploying a shield to isolate seawater and ensure oxygen supply. Duration, 5 minutes. New, protective barrier, LV. 1. Passive, increases shell's basic defense by 100, effectively resisting impact from small sea creatures, harsh weather, and standard physical attacks. Active, consumes 10 of current hunger, instantly generating an energy shield that envelopes the entire vehicle for 10 minutes, capable of completely withstanding a single powerful impact, such as bites from large sea creatures, storm waves, or heavy ranged attacks. Upon successful defense, the shield dissipates. Cooldown none. Description. The protective power derived from the essence of Xuanwu's shell has begun to awaken. As solid as a rock. Upon seeing this panel, Chen Mo sat up straight, his heart racing with excitement. Chapter 5. Acquiring the dagger and the oversized storage box. Speed 15 knots, an increase of a full 5 knots. This signifies that the distance between him and the cataclysmic tsunami has been significantly widened, providing him ample breathing space. Furthermore, he has unlocked a new skill, void submersion and protective barrier. The exact function of void submersion remains unclear to Chen Mo. He can only experiment with it once the food supply for the little turtle becomes abundant. As for the protective barrier, its description alone suggests high practicality. After all, navigating the seas poses the greatest threat from inclement weather and unknown sea creatures. The passive enhancement of defense greatly augments their survival capacity, while the active shield serves as a life-saving technique in critical moments. Though the consumption of 10 hunger value is considerable, it is merely a concern during the initial stages. Provided that the onslaught is not incessant, Chen Mo can easily bear it. Moreover, with the unlocking of technology, more efficient fishing methods may emerge. By then, Activating this skill will be almost cost-free. There is no cooldown. Chen Mo is quite satisfied, reaching out to playfully ruffle the little turtle's head. The little turtle seems to relish Chen Mo's affection, continuously nudging its head into his palm. After their brief frolic, Chen Mo resumes his fishing endeavors. Currently, he has yet to unlock advanced fishing technology, so today he must resort to laborious manual fishing. Notably, yesterday he discovered several diminutive krill among the tattered seaweed he caught, which he now utilizes as bait. He wonders if it will be effective. With this thought, Chen Mo threads the krill onto the hook and adeptly casts his line. Within a few breaths, the fishing rod suddenly plunges down. Effective! Chen Mo's heart leaps with joy as he lifts the rod, pulling a slender fish from the water. As the little turtle devours it in one gulp, a familiar progress bar reappears. Xuanwu, juvenile, hunger level, 98-97. 8 goodness, it has surged by 8 upon waking. It's almost as if he has reverted to pre-liberation days. Chen Mo chuckles to himself, yet his mindset has stabilized considerably compared to the first day. After all, the daily food requirement remains constant. Let the hunger level fluctuate as it may, for he cannot expect the little turtle to remain sated indefinitely. So long as it does not plummet beyond 100, all will be well. Moreover, with the assistance of krill today, the time spent fishing will only decrease compared to yesterday. Chen Mo, brimming with enthusiasm, casts, waits, reels in, and feeds, executing each action with the fluidity of a well-oiled fishing machine. At the same time, he summons the interface and opens the regional chat channel. Today, the scrolling speed among the participants remains brisk. Regional channel, Huaguisi area, Zone 101, anonymous mode, brothers. Major discovery. I processed that ugly porcupine fish I caught after 3 hours of fishing this morning. After removing the venom glands and spines, the fish meat was boiled. Ugh, it smelled so foul it could send my great-great-grandfather away. But, in a moment of inspiration, I used the thin wooden sticks obtained from dismantling crates as skewers, grilling it on the salvaged rusty metal. Once cooked, the taste was simply, incredibly unpalatable. I can't continue this any longer. Accompanied by a photograph of a charred yet slightly tender grilled fish. Set against the backdrop of a modest cabin and a rudimentary stove, a voice exclaims, "Impressive." I beg for a detailed guide on how to detoxify. I stumbled upon one while foraging through trash, but I dared not consume it. Its appearance was utterly repulsive, resembling a spiky maggot. Yet, I loathed the thought of waste. Finding food beyond the meager provisions for novices is a daunting task. Speaking of maggots, I am reminded of that photo from yesterday. Ugh, please, spare me the details. I didn't catch it at first glance and had to zoom in. Ugh. Why do you possess a stove and pot? I yearn for such luxuries. My novice rations today consist of herring in a tin, and I feel nauseous from the smell. Ugh. Haha, this is quite the challenge to teach. I was formerly a head chef in a hotel, hence I possess considerable experience in food preparation, perhaps due to my profession. My vessel is equipped with a small kitchen that allows for cooking. Just yesterday, I seared a steak from my novice supplies, and the flavor was unparalleled, more tender and juicy than even the finest Matsusaka beef, accompanied by a dinner photograph, showcasing a brown piece of beef in a skillet, with white fat rendered and adorned with a few peppercorns and a sprig of rosemary. I must blacklist you. Quickly, tempt me with your culinary delights. Return to the rural channel. I wish to observe the feeding of chickens. The chat was momentarily filled with criticisms of this chef, even bestowing upon him the moniker of Seal Chef, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Chen Mo, captivated by the scene, suddenly felt his fishing rod plunge downward. Chen Montak. The unexpected force nearly threw him off balance. Had he not clutched the neck of a small turtle in time, he might have been yanked into the ocean. Steadying himself, he engaged in a battle of strength with the fishing rod. Yet ultimately, nature's brute force prevailed. The rod shot upward, splash. A plump, irate pufferfish, adorned with vibrant spines, was flung onto the turtle's shell. The pufferfish, seemingly enraged, swelled into a spiky orb, on the verge of exploding. The little turtle, with a wide-open mouth, consumed the pufferfish whole, much to the astonishment of the toxic creature, and soon an eerie crunching sound emanated from its mouth, as if it were chewing multiple dishes simultaneously. Moments later, the turtle swallowed the pufferfish, then began to expel its spines back into the sea. Hunger level of Xuanwu, juvenile 96. 594, 5 goodness. A drop of 2 hunger? Chen Mo was astonished. That pufferfish appeared no larger than a fist, yet it seemed to possess the energy equivalent to that of a 200-pound sea fish. In his amazement, he caught a glimpse of something glimmering ominously on the surface of the water. Focusing intently, he noticed among the spines expelled by the turtle, there lay an exceptionally thick and sinisterly gleaming venomous spine. Without hesitation, Chen Mo retrieved his net and scooped it up. Acquired. Toxic Touch, blue quality, X1 type, one-handed weapon, short blade dagger. Description: inflicts a modest amount of physical damage to the target, with a 30% chance to apply the nerve paralysis effect upon hitting, lasting for 5 seconds. The effect diminishes progressively according to the enemy's level. A blue weapon? And it's poisoned? Chen Mo gazed at the light dagger in his hand. Though termed a dagger, it resembled a fish spine, entirely a deep azure, with its edge shimmering with an eerie blue luminescence. It was a delightful surprise. Chen Mo had not anticipated that fishing could yield equipment. He joyfully sheathed the dagger at his waist and affectionately patted the head of the little turtle. Well done, little turtle. Chen Mo did not squander much time on this unexpected event, yet his motivation for fishing surged. He vigorously threaded 2 more shrimp onto the hook and continued casting and reeling. This monotonous task persisted until his arms grew weary and the sun began to set. Although no extraordinary items reappeared, with the aid of the shrimp, he completed his quota in merely 6.5 hours. Xuanwu, juvenile, hunger level, 88. 288. Xuanwu feels satisfied today. It joyfully flapped its fins. You have gained a temporary buff, Gold Miner. The Gold Miner buff is available every day. Chen Mo felt invigorated and unhesitatingly cast his line again. Gold Miner, activate. Splash, acquired. Fresh storage box, large. Blue quality, X1. Description, greater capacity. Smaller size. The accompanying preservation function is essential for sailing and home use. Effect, extends food spoilage period by 7 to 14 days. Chen Mo was somewhat bewildered by the consecutive surprises he encountered. Pray tell, which scavenger would refuse an oversized storage box, especially one with a built-in preservation feature? With his storage box, he could stow away numerous fish, ensuring that even in the face of inclement weather that might hinder fishing, the little turtle would not go hungry. Chen Mo excitedly placed the box into his backpack and cast his line once more. As a gold miner, the duration of the buff equated to life itself. Splash, Chapter 6. The fierce battle with the bull shark, acquired. Giant inflatable rubber duck, white quality, X1, acquired. Stylish grandpa sweatshirt, white quality, X1, acquired. Stylish grandma tank top, white quality, X1, acquired. Big Eagle brand men's swim trunks, gray quality, X1, acquired. Tattered water bucket, gray quality, X1. Uncertain whether the first cast had exhausted all luck for the day, the subsequent catches were predominantly gray items, with only a few white and green ones interspersed. Mere beautiful trinkets. Half an hour passed, and Chen Mo took a cursory glance at his backpack. The only useful items were 2 bottles of 500 milliliters mineral water and a box of instant noodles devoid of seasoning packets, along with a collection of ordinary herbs. Common herbs found everywhere, white quality, X36, description. Common herbs that can be casually plucked from green belts, yielding 2 or 3 leaves with ease. This was the result of Chen Mo's continuous fishing over a dozen casts, uncertain if some unscrupulous angler had baited the spot with herbs. With the golden miner buff dwindling to its last 20 seconds, Chen Mo rolled up his sleeves and prepared himself. He cast his line with great force for the final time. Chen Mo harbored immense hopes for this cast. Yesterday, his last line had yielded potent turtle feed. Although he had not seen the precise color of the item, it was undoubtedly of high quality, capable of upgrading mythical vessels. What would today bring? With anticipation, he waited silently, praying inwardly. As time ticked away, finally in the last second of the buff, the tip of the rod abruptly plunged. The force was wild and ferocious, far exceeding anything he had caught before. Had he truly hooked something? Chen Mo felt a rush of excitement, adrenaline surging as his arm muscles tensed. Struggling against the underwater behemoth, the little turtle also bit onto the fishing line, assisting in the upward pull. After a prolonged struggle lasting 10 minutes, the colossal creature seemed to falter momentarily, and with a powerful heave, Chen Mo pulled it from the depths. Splash! A massive, gray-black silhouette burst forth from the ocean, sending towering sprays of water into the air. However, upon recognizing what had emerged, Chen Mo was momentarily stunned. He had indeed struck gold, a bull shark. Not the commonly encountered 6-gill or 7-gill species, but a true bull shark, adorned with 2 horn-like spines protruding from its forehead, stretching over 4 meters long. The fearsome bull shark was snagged by the hook at the corner of its mouth, pain and fury sending it into a frenzy. Roar! The bull shark's crimson eyes locked onto Chen Mo, who was sheltered beneath the turtle's shell. Its massive tail lashed violently against the water's surface, propelling its enormous body like a torpedo, wide maw agape, lunging fiercely towards Chen Mo. Of course, it could not reach him. Instead, it clamped down on the turtle's front limb. Clang! The sharp, triangular teeth of the bull shark collided with the seemingly soft, furry limb of the turtle, producing a sound that sent shivers down the spine. The bull shark released its grip, momentarily dazed, for Chen Mo clearly observed a section of the turtle's limb missing, trapped within the shark's intricate teeth. Chen Mo promptly examined the area where the little turtle had been bitten. There were no signs of injury, only its soft fur matted into clumps by saliva. Upon witnessing this scene, Chen Mo felt the tension in his hard ease. What could the ferocious bull shark, the ruler of the shallow seas, do? A mere small marine creature could not even breach the defenses of my divine beast, the Xuanwu. However, the little turtle evidently held a different opinion. Seeing its meticulously groomed fur in disarray, smeared with a foul-smelling saliva, the little turtle's mouth drooped in dismay as it gazed at Chen Mo, its large eyes filled with accusation, as if to say, "Brother, it bullied me. Je must en afflat." He drew forth the venomous stinger from his waist. How dare it lay a claw on my little turtle? The bull shark, too, felt indignant. As the mighty sovereign of the sea, when had it ever suffered such indignity? Do not underestimate the power of the bull shark, you scoundrel. With a furious roar, the bull shark's eyes turned crimson as it exhaled forcefully through its nostrils, its tail fin slapping the water with a resounding crack. Moving with such speed, it seemed to transform into a propeller. The bull shark reared back slightly, arching its body, then opened its massive jaws once more, lunging towards Chen Mo with an even swifter velocity than before. It was too fast. Chen Mo could scarcely discern the movements of the bull shark, and its gaping maw had already appeared behind him. Clang buzz! The shark's bite landed squarely upon the little turtle's shell. The bull shark's head shook violently, akin to a struck bell, vibrating with low amplitude yet high frequency. Both man and turtle could not contain their laughter. The bull shark, enraged, flushed with indignation, twisted its body and charged again. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Mo gripped the venomous stinger and thrust his arm forward. He missed. It was too short. In such circumstances, even if his arm were extended by a meter, it would not reach the shark. The spear capable of striking the shark would be ineffective against the bull shark. Wait a moment. How long was the spear? A spark of insight flashed in Chen Mo's eyes. He retrieved the spear and retrieved a sturdy fishing line, binding the venomous stinger firmly to the spear's tip before grasping both the fishing rod handle and the spear simultaneously. A handcrafted, venomous spear was instantly formed. A smirk graced Chen Mo's lips. Taking advantage of the moment, while the bull shark was dazed by the turtle's shell, he exerted all his strength, forcefully thrusting the self-made poison spear. With a splatter, the sharp tip, enveloped in venom, penetrated the relatively soft side of the shark's gills. In an instant, deep blue toxic blood gushed forth from the wound. Roar! The bull shark bellowed in agony, thrashing wildly, its movements becoming noticeably stiff and sluggish. while its tiny fish eyes revealed the immense suffering of nerve paralysis. Remarkably, the first strike had triggered nerve paralysis. Chen Mo withdrew the spear and, without wasting a moment, continued to inflict new wounds upon the shark. He jabbed at its eyes, pierced its nostrils, and prodded its gills. After the paralysis wore off, the shark thrashed violently, briefly creating distance before charging again with ferocity. Thus, for over an hour that followed, the rugged and resilient bull shark, unyielding in its nature, repeatedly engaged in a relentless cycle, biting the tortoise shell until dazed, being pierced by daggers, regaining its wits only to launch another fierce assault, triggering nerve paralysis, then being stabbed again and again, and once more biting the tortoise shell only to be stabbed again. Ultimately, as the sun vanished entirely beneath the horizon, the bull shark lay in vain, its massive jaws opening and closing futilely, floating upon the surface of the sea, riddled with wounds, belly up, utterly motionless. Chen Mo exhaled a sigh of relief, his arms numb and nearly devoid of sensation. Exhausted, he slumped onto the tortoise shell, gasping for breath. If this world were to possess a health bar, he imagined the bull sharks would likely resemble a barcode. After regaining a semblance of strength, and at the fervent insistence of the little tortoise, Chen Mo first retrieved a deck brush he had caught while fishing, scrubbing the foul, slimy saliva from the little creature's shell. Only then did he direct the tortoise to the side of the overturned bull shark. He poked the shark disdainfully with a spear, pondering how to handle the carcass, when, unexpectedly, the bull shark's body transformed into a beam of white light and entered his backpack. What followed was a cascading tide of reward notifications. Successful kill. Rampaging bull shark elite. Acquired. Bull shark meat green quality X50. Description: large, firm, deep red steaks, exuding the wild essence of the ocean. Consuming it restores 240 energy points and grants temporary shark power. Slight increase in strength. Acquired. Shark teeth blue quality X35. Description: triangular, deadly works of art. Usable for vehicle enhancements. Increasing intimidation value. Reducing daily minor sea monster attacks. Embedding 5 shark teeth at once will prevent minor sea monster attacks. Minor sea monsters include sea snakes, polluted large fish, wolf eels, sharks, etc. Acquired. Bull shark skin, purple quality, X1. Description: this piece of skin has endured countless battles, its texture undulating like waves, with toughness rivaling steel. Usable for crafting top-tier armor. Acquired. Warrior's bull shark helmet, purple quality, X1. Description: do not doubt it. It is made from the very head that bit you. A perfect replica of the bull shark's fearsome maw. Wearing it makes you the fiercest being in the entire sea. Defense 10. Underwater vision 20. Special skill. Absolute defense, passive, immune to the first critical headshot damage. Cooldown, 24 hours. As Chen Mo beheld the rewards flashing across the system panel, he finally experienced the sensation of sudden wealth. This haul was nothing short of a windfall. Not only was his future sustenance assured, but he had also acquired materials for armor. Although he currently lacked the knowledge to craft any, with materials in hand, how far could the creation of armor be? Most importantly, he had obtained a helmet with an extraordinary effect. Immunity to the first critical headshot damage meant that, barring being obliterated by cannon fire, it was akin to having an extra life each day. With a sense of reverence, Chen Mo took out the helmet, caressing it fondly before placing it upon his head. The black bull shark horns glimmered with a chilling, sharp brilliance under the soft, green light of the yo-yo. The helmet obscured much of Chen Mo's face, leaving only his eyes visible from the shark's maw. He retrieved a mirror from his catch to take a glance. It was quite a fitting size, and he looked rather dashing. With the bull shark head firmly in place, Chen Mo instantly adopted an air of arrogance, letting out a couple of mischievous chuckles. He lowered his head and struck a pose reminiscent of a ninja, dashing forward. "Is it you, the divine beast Xuanwu? Feast upon my bull shark charge." The little turtle responded with a pained cry, followed by a playful headbutt to Chen Mo's face. "Dare to retaliate. Today, allow Shark Grandpa to show you who reigns supreme over these waters." Together, they engaged in an utterly juvenile game, frolicking atop the ocean's surface. Once fatigue set in, Chen Mo removed the shark helmet and began to sort through his spoils from the day. His preservation storage box boasted a remarkable 60 compartments, 3 times the capacity of a standard wooden box. Upon opening it, a refreshing chill enveloped him, the temperature even colder than that of a refrigerator's preservation section. He transferred the shark meat, food, fresh water, and shrimp bait into the preservation compartments, while non-perishable items were placed in the ordinary wooden boxes. The wooden box was already filled to the brim with today's catch, prompting him to craft 2 additional wooden boxes. After meticulously organizing everything, Chen Mo casually munched on some compressed biscuits and sipped water. He sprawled out, limbs akimbo, on the wooden plank, gazing into the abyss-like sea as night fell. Though his body felt weary, his spirit was exceptionally fulfilled. As he continued to gaze, his eyelids grew heavy, just as he decided to indulge in a brief nap. The system notification unexpectedly erupted in his ear. Server announcement. Congratulations to the novice captains for safely enduring another day. There remain 30 standard hours until the novice period concludes. In 30 hours, the server will randomly initiate the first seasonal cycle. The seasonal cycle comprises 4 phases: peace season, storm season, deluge season, and drought season. Regardless of the season, fortifying vessels and stockpiling resources shall forever remain the captain's primary objective. Successfully navigating through 4 seasonal cycles will lead to the first server merger. The trading system will be activated in 12 standard hours. Captains are urged to enhance their strength and assess the value of the items collected over the past days. The weak shall be eliminated, while the strong shall advance. Best of luck to you all. Chen Montag was instantly alert. As the announcement concluded, the regional chat channel erupted in chaos. Chapter 7, Trading Post and Daily Quest. The rainy season. The stormy season. Oh, not this. I am still soaking in my foot basin. System, you must be jesting with me. Is Foot Basin's sister truly still lounging in her basin? Haven't you collected materials to expand in these past few days? How do you know that her vehicle expansion isn't just a larger foot basin? Stay calm. The yacht comes equipped with a sealed cabin. It's a trivial matter against wind and rain. The only issue is that the lubricant for the main engine has nearly oxidized. Does anyone have any spare marine lubricant? Once the trading post opens, I shall exchange it for chilled cola. Is that so? Trading cola for lubricant? What a ridiculous exchange. Ladies and gentlemen, the cyclical season may bring extreme temperature fluctuations. As you stockpile supplies, do not neglect items for warmth, cooling, and most importantly, fresh water. Fresh water is eternally paramount. I have serious doubts that you possess some form of freshwater filtration device, which is why you are here sowing anxiety in an attempt to inflate freshwater prices. What device is required for freshwater filtration? Once I acquire a fire source or a lighter, I can easily craft a rudimentary one. Regrettably, I must inform you that manually filtered freshwater comes with various detrimental debuffs. The mildest might only cause stomach aches, while worse outcomes could lead to diarrhea and dehydration. I need not elaborate on the consequences of dehydration at sea. In fact, any manually crafted technological item comes with inherent debuffs. I have constructed a fire using wilderness survival techniques in the past without incident. Yet this time, I nearly burned the ship. Is it truly that disastrous? If so, will the price of fresh water not skyrocket once the trading post opens? Is this for real? Surely, you are not conspiring to deceive us honest folk? Ha ha ha. The time for the chosen one has arrived. Today, I vanquished another sea snake, and it dropped a piece of coral, unlocking the technology for freshwater filtration. Tomorrow, I shall produce copious amounts of fresh water and strike it rich. Wait a moment. Charge brother, we were all unaware of this before, but now that you've mentioned it, everyone knows that coral unlocks the freshwater filtration device. Who will buy your freshwater now? Did the item description for coral not state that it is only found in coral reefs? How could a sea snake drop it? My spawn point is right in the coral reef area. It is vast. My ship has been sailing for nearly 2 days, and I have yet to see the end. I thought it was abundant and didn't want to waste energy digging, not realizing it would indeed be something valuable. Brothers, wait for me. Tomorrow I shall provide each of you with a piece. Hooray! Long live Coral Brother! Long live Coral Brother! Coral Brother is magnificent. Voice breaks. The discussions in the regional channel were not as frantic or mournful as one might expect. Rather, the fears surrounding the uncertainties of the future were greatly alleviated by the contributions of individuals in the chat. When it comes to resilience, optimism, and indomitable spirit, few nations can rival that of Hua country. Following Charge Brother and Coral Brother, others in the chat began to share a wealth of information. Although none compared to the groundbreaking revelation of the freshwater filter, Chen Mo diligently noted down the most useful tidbits. He did not squander the evening, vigorously wielding his net to collect refuse from the sea. Today's fortune was mediocre. The novice supply box yielded merely 3 expired bread rolls and a bottle of somewhat unclean mineral water, which he had no intention of consuming even in the presence of ample food. Once his stamina waned, he returned to his palm leaf bed on the driftwood platform and fell into a deep slumber. As the sun rose and light broke forth, the regional weather report announced, time, standard time 6 o'clock, temperature 20 C, waves 0, 2 M. Today's recommendation, calm winds, suitable for navigation, salvage, and fishing. With thoughts of the trading post opening at 8 o'clock, Chen Mo arose at dawn to allow ample time for fishing. The little turtle continued its steady swim, playfully nudging the yellow rubber duck before it with its front limbs, thoroughly enjoying itself. "Good morning, little turtle," he called out, munching on a last piece of tasteless yet life-sustaining compressed biscuit while summoning the system interface. The chat area scrolled leisurely, clearly indicating that most individuals were still asleep. Upon further inspection, the system interface, which originally displayed only 5 pages, now revealed a 6th and 7th page. The 6th page was still loading, presumably corresponding to the trading post feature set to open at 8. The 7th page unveiled a newly available function. Task module, daily tasks. 1. Clean the deck, reward, 10 activity points, refresh costs 1 shell coin. 2. Accumulate 5 messages in the regional channel, reward, 10 activity points, refresh costs 1 shell coin. 3. Accumulate 30 salvage attempts, reward, 20 activity points, refresh costs 2 shell coins. 4. Accumulate 10 fishing attempts, reward, 20 activity points, refresh costs 2 shell coins. 5. Special task, retrieve marine debris located at a depth of 30 to 150 meters. Protecting the marine environment is a collective responsibility. Reward, 80 activity points, 100 shell coins. Refresh costs 20 shell coins. Daily activity, 30, reward. 1 coin, 60, reward. 2 coins, 80, reward. 3 coins, 100, reward. For coins, daily tasks, activity rewards? Is this not a typical strategy employed by domestic mobile games to maintain daily engagement? As for shell coins, they presumably serve as the universal currency in this realm. Chen Mo glanced at the regional chat. What on earth? If you don't want us to reach full activity, just say so. What is the meaning of that special task? Do you want me to dive with a wooden plank? Does anyone know what shell coins are? Ugh, oh. Damn it. Are the planners this stingy? Completing daily activity rewards only yields 10 coins? At this stage, is there anyone capable of diving? Don't even mention it. My vehicle can unlock the diving function, but the required materials are utterly unattainable at this point. I suspect that this special task can only be accomplished in the mid to late stages of the game. Asachi, here, MMM. Not you task chasers. Could you at least share something of substance? Continuously flooding the chat with gibberish severely disrupts normal communication. Nourishing sustenance. I am truly astounded. Chen Mo briefly glanced over the interface before promptly shutting it down. Almost immediately, a grin spread across his face and sheer elation washed over him. He was uncertain how many individuals could embark on the ruin submersion at this stage, but the little turtle could. Just yesterday, he had been pondering the purpose of the ruin submersion, and now, here it was. The little turtle's hunger level had been at 88 yesterday. By now, it had likely risen to 96. With a bit more fishing today and another ruin submersion, the hunger level should return to at most 99 by tomorrow. That would suffice. If necessary, he could catch additional fish today to feed the bull shark meat. While most could only earn 8 coins in a day, he could amass a staggering 110 coins. He was far ahead, surpassing others by more than tenfold. Chen Mo wasted no time. He swiftly consumed his compressed biscuits, retrieved his fishing rod, and began to fish. Thankfully, he had prepared in advance by going to bed 2 hours early yesterday. Otherwise, he would have awakened to a mountain of tasks, making it quite challenging to manage. Ignoring the chat area, he focused intently on the fishing line, fearing the miss of any bite. The krill he had caught on the first day were now thriving in a 750 milliliters empty fruit can, and he still had a dozen or so shabby seaweeds in the preservation box that had not yet been shaken for krill. He was in no shortage of bait, stringing 3 krill onto a single hook. The speed of catching fish had increased compared to yesterday. On the 10th cast, he even reeled in a fish as large as the little turtle-esque shell. Acquired, flipped fish, green quality. Description: it may appear rather unsightly, but its meat yield is assured. However, the texture is said to resemble mucus. The little turtle expressed considerable disdain for this grotesque fish. Yet in the face of hunger, taste had to take a back seat. It extended its front limbs, revealing hidden sharp claws, and swiftly devoured the flipped fish, leaving only the bones behind, all in a few bites without even chewing, just swallowing whole. After finishing, it seemed to relish the experience for a moment. Chen Mo watched with a twinge of sympathy and hurriedly retrieved a can of herring from his food box to offer the little turtle a flavor enhancer. The little turtle leaned in to sniff it. Ah, murdering the turtle! Chen Mo chuckled so hard he nearly dropped his fishing rod. Just teasing you. How could I possibly feed you something so dreadful? He reeled in his line once more. Next, an apple-shaped fish arced gracefully through the air, landing securely in the little turtle's mouth. Ah, black tortoise, juvenile, hunger level. 90, 290, that's about right. Chen Mo reeled in his line and glanced at the time. 7:50. He removed the sunglasses resting on his nose and donned the bull shark helmet that had dropped from the bull shark. With a net in one hand, he initiated the ruins submersion. Chapter 8. The Descent into the Abyss. A plea from the clownfish family with a resounding roar, unlike any heard before. The little turtle emitted a deep sound, seemingly echoing from a primordial titan, and then plunged headlong into the sea. Instantly, a pale blue energy shield enveloped its entire form, including the floating wooden platform it towed behind, gently parting the water and providing enough oxygen for both a person and a turtle to breathe for 5 minutes. Chen Mo instinctively glanced at the wooden platform behind him, seeing that the 3 pieces of furniture were firmly affixed to the board. He felt a wave of relief wash over him. In the next moment, a tremendous force erupted from the turtle's shell, shattering the pale blue shield and sending waves crashing around it, as the massive creature began to dive gracefully and steadily at an astonishing speed. The splendid panorama of the shallow sea unfolded before his eyes. The enhanced underwater visibility provided by the bull shark helmet, boasting a 20 increase, allowed Chen Mo to see more clearly beneath the water than on the surface. "Look at that," he exclaimed. The rocky outcroppings emerged like islands submerged beneath the waves, adorned with vibrant coral reefs that undulated in a kaleidoscope of colors. Fiery red antler corals stood tall in the center, resembling colossal trees ablaze. Countless small fish, shimmering with a pearlescent glow, darted among the antler corals, forming silvery spheres at times and dispersing like a sky full of stars at others. Sunlight filtered through the water, creating a mosaic of shapes, casting glints of golden light. It was a celebration of life that Chen Mo had never before witnessed. Now, as he experienced the wonders of the shallow sea firsthand, a deep sense of awe filled his eyes. The little turtle, equally captivated by the breathtaking scenery, widened its eyes in astonishment. Is this what they call the Darwin effect? Chen Mo swiftly recalled the purpose of their journey after the initial shock. There were only 5 minutes to spare. Time was of the essence. The little turtle immediately swam toward the deeper rocky areas, carefully choosing a path that avoided the corals. Occasionally, it would collide with a few corals that lay in its way, shattering them effortlessly. Chen Mo, equipped with his net, skillfully collected the scattered coral fragments into his backpack. Perhaps due to a shared kinship, the turtle's presence did not incite panic among the fish, even those significantly smaller in size. Even the most timid garden eel approached curiously, pecking at the flowing blue light of the shield. Some small, social fish even took the initiative to follow the turtle, seemingly acknowledging it as their leader. Observing the countless fish in the coral area, Chen Mo could not help but inquire, "Can you eat these fish?" The little turtle nodded before shaking its head. "Ah, so you can eat them, but it's unnecessary? Why?" The turtle responded with a series of sounds. "Oh, I see." Chen Mo gazed wistfully at the abundant hunger points scattered around, yet he did not dwell on it too long. The special mission remained paramount. As the little turtle continued its descent, the objects in the rocky area became increasingly clear before his eyes. With barely any effort, Chen Mo quickly pinpointed a rusted industrial-grade chemical barrel half buried in the gravel. The barrel's body was severely deformed, its label indistinguishable, while a viscous, eerie green liquid oozed from the edges of its lid. This liquid slowly spread through the seawater, rendering the coral and sea anemones it touched a ghastly pale. A few small fish floated belly up nearby, clearly having succumbed to poisoning. Pollutant detected, leaking nuclear waste. Please expedite the salvage operation. Chen Mo patted the turtle shell, and the little turtle immediately understood, extending its claws to dig through the gravel. In no time, the waste barrel was unearthed. Seizing the moment, Chen Mo stretched out his arm and scooped the metal barrel into his net, subsequently bringing it inside the energy shield. Once inside the shield, the contents ceased to leak. Chen Mo touched the barrel-esque surface with one hand and effortlessly stowed it in his backpack. Salvage operation completed. Please remove the pollutant from the surface as soon as possible. Chen Mo glanced at the display. There were still over 3 minutes remaining in the return voyage. Time was ample and should not be squandered. This represented a 5 hunger value. He directed the little turtle to swim forward, intending to gather more coral stones while also searching for any hidden treasures within the reef. At that moment, a cold, mechanical electronic voice echoed in his ears. Ding! Side quest triggered. Help the clownfish, automatically accepted. Taken aback, Chen Mo looked around. Not far from the chemical barrel, several vividly colored clownfish anxiously circled near the pollution source. Upon noticing the turtle and Chen Mo, their eyes sparked with a plea for help. They called out and swam towards them. Beep, beep, beep. Beep, 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 beep. Wait, do clownfish really make such sounds? Chen Mo couldn't help but scoff. Opening the system panel, he indeed found a new entry under daily tasks. Side quest. Help the clownfish. Description. Observe carefully. The clownfish need assistance. Chen Montak. What difference does this description make? The clownfish continued to anxiously call. Beep, beep. Beep, 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 beep. Chen Mo could not speak fish language. So he turned to the little turtle. Little turtle, a woo. Clownfish, beep, beep. Beep, 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 beep. Little turtle, a woo, woo. Chen Mo. After a round of exchanges, the little turtle seemed to grasp the clownfish's intent. It turned to Chen Mo and extended its forelimb, pointing at its mouth. Are you saying the hunger value is insufficient? The little turtle nodded. Ow. Chen Mo promptly retrieved a piece of shark meat, which the little turtle swallowed. After a brief digestion, the little turtle opened its mouth, and a profound vortex immediately formed before it. It then effortlessly inhaled the surrounding polluted seawater, gravel, and several small fish carcasses, much like a whale. A low, muffled swallowing sound emanated from the little turtle's esophagus, followed by a triumphant "U." Absorbing pollutants, hunger level 6. Xuanwu juvenile, hunger level 9.3. 599. 5. Warning, Xuanwu juvenile, hunger level has reached a critical point. Chen Mo observed the plummeting hunger level, his scalp prickling with alarm. He swiftly retrieved 3 pieces of shark meat for the little turtle to consume, feeling a sense of relief only when the hunger level decreased from 99.5 to 95. Thank goodness his turtle was a clever one. Had it been devoid of intellect, that single gulp could have resulted in calamity for both man and turtle alike. The entire contaminated area had been purified, the sea once again shimmering with vibrant azure vitality. The corals revived, and the sea anemones gracefully unfurled their limbs. The clownfish joyfully circled around the duo. Side quest completed. Rewards being distributed. Obtained. Fragmented treasure map. Purple. X1. Obtained. Shell coins X50. Due to your benevolent intervention, aiding the clownfish family in returning to their home, your affinity with the ocean has increased. A purple item and 50 shell coins. Worth it. The rewards significantly exceeded Chen Mo's expectations. However, considering the nature of the task, dive into the depths and purify pollutants, it was evident that such endeavors were beyond the reach of most individuals in the early stages. Just the pollution management alone, given his current technological capabilities, left Chen Mo utterly perplexed. It was likely a task that would only become feasible in the later stages. As for what ocean affinity entailed, it was clearly not the moment for exploration. Time was running short for the abyssal descent. Chen Mo patted the turtle's shell, prompting it to raise its head. With a powerful kick of its hind limbs, it swiftly ascended towards the surface. Behind them, four clownfish stood upright, waving their fins enthusiastically in farewell as they called out, "Take care, Great One. Long live the Great One. Tonight, I can sleep beside my favorite coral again. Do visit often, Great One. Farewell, Great One." Chen Mo. It seemed he might, perhaps, have an inkling of what ocean affinity entailed. Chapter 9. Farewell to the powerful turtle feed. Standard time. 7:55 with a splash, a person, a turtle, and a wooden plank burst forth from the water, creating a cascade of waves. Once settled, Chen Mo wasted no time. He first collected his daily tasks and activity rewards, then retrieved the treasure map he had just acquired for examination. The map appeared to be a scroll crafted from the hide of a colossal sea creature, adorned with intricate routes and indistinct islands sketched in a dark crimson hue, reminiscent of congealed blood. At its center, a formidable skull marked a location, accompanied by a line of twisted script, "Eye of the Storm." The remainder of the text was rendered illegible by a torn edge. Fragmented treasure map, purple. Description. Even the system's item description yielded no discernible information. Finding no insights, Chen Mo returned it to his pack, resolving to keep a watchful eye on it in the future. He glanced at the system. Only a few minutes remained until the marketplace would open. He had already contemplated the items he intended to sell and purchase the previous night. Chen Mo decided against selling the shark meat, as it was currently fresh, and with his preservation storage box, he could store it for future use, even as a reserve for his little turtle. The contents of the medical kit were non-negotiable unless he had extras, as they were tantamount to his second life at sea. He could sell all the shark teeth. Given that the black turtle was unperturbed by small marine beasts, the teeth were of little use to him. The remaining stockpile of fish catches could wait, as initial high-demand items would likely focus on essential resources such as food and water, along with vital materials like coral stone. He could afford to be patient with other items. As for purchases, he had casually gathered a few pieces of coral stone on his return journey, rendering them unnecessary for the time being. He needed a piece of flint to unlock the campfire, which would transform grilled fish into a reliable food source. Copper and iron ores could facilitate the unlocking of new weapons and tools, so acquiring them in moderation would be wise. Additionally, he would keep an eye on whether anyone at the marketplace might possess the other half of the treasure map he had recently obtained. The little turtle had already met 10 of its hunger threshold for the day. However, with its current 95 hunger level, it would not suffice to last through the night. Thus, he needed to allocate at least 3 to 4 hours during daylight for fishing. With these thoughts in mind, Chen Mo focused intently. Moments swiftly transformed into a countdown of seconds. 59, 58, 3, 2, 1. The marketplace function is officially open. Participants are urged to strictly adhere to the regulations of the trading hall. Firstly, the trading hall recognizes only one currency, shell coins. Secondly, the selling price of items must not fall below the trading hall as minimum pricing. Furthermore, the minimum listing duration for items is 72 hours, and once listed, they cannot be retracted. Regardless of the outcome of each transaction, a fee of 10 will be deducted by the system in the form of shell coins. Thirdly, the current trading area supports only local transactions. To unlock the full trading panel across the entire server, captains must strive to elevate their captain levels. It is important to note that the trading hall does not support bartering. If physical exchanges are necessary, captains should add friends for private trades, assuming all associated risks themselves. As the trading hall opens, an avalanche of items floods in. Wood, dirty freshwater, 500 milliliters, damaged fishing net, rusty nails, X3. Mostly basic yet scarce items. Since the function has just been initiated, the market dynamics are unknown, leading to ludicrous pricing. Even a few rusty nails are listed anywhere from several to dozens of coins. The chatter in the regional chat channel moves at an unprecedented speed. Are you all out of your minds? Can you not see the recommended price for each item? The recommended price for nails is 1 coin for 3. Do you think your single nail is a magical artifact priced at 30 coins? Listing items at inflated prices in the early stages is tantamount to self-sabotage. No one has that many coins. The wisest choice is to sell at lower prices to quickly recover losses and then convert those into superior combat power before others do. Those fishing for high prices must awaken to reality. Fish cannot be consumed raw and require a heat source for preparation. In a scenario where everyone lacks a campfire, gambling on your sashimi, not incurring bizarre debuffs, is unwise. It would be far better to consume a few untainted, moldy loaves of bread. To exchange all your assets for a fish on the first day? Only a fool would do that. Where's Coral Brother? Awaiting your coral stones. Is he? Does he intend to list his coral at an exorbitant price to fleece you? Are there truly individuals who come forward to be exploited? Chinese do not exploit fellow Chinese. Brothers, do not be anxious. I am still mining coral stones. This task is exceedingly arduous. I rose at 6 this morning and have only managed to extract 10 pieces thus far. Once I exhaust my stamina, I will list them all at the minimum recommended price. These are life-saving items, and they are abundant, not intended to swindle everyone. Long live Coral Brother. Esteemed participants, in a situation of extreme scarcity of initial capital, food undoubtedly stands as the most reliable currency. In summary, during the first 3 days, food prices should hover slightly above the median of recommended prices, while basic materials will be at their lowest. Core production materials will undoubtedly be severely overpriced, often with little to no market availability. If not urgently needed, it would be prudent to wait until food acquisition channels are more established before considering sale or purchase. Seated on a turtle shell, Chen Mo, adorned with sunglasses, rests his chin on one hand, resembling a sagacious economist. The remarks of those in the chat area are not without merit. The plethora of goods, rapidly increasing in quantity, is ultimately a mere facade of prosperity. On the first day, everyone lacks sufficient coins. Furthermore, with the stipulation that items can only be actively delisted 3 days after being listed, inflating prices essentially results in being ensnared, leading to a scenario where funds cannot be retrieved and goods remain unsold. While others vigorously enhance their capabilities with currency, one is left merely to watch in dismay. This explains why, despite having caught numerous valuable items recently, Chen Mo refrains from listing them immediately. As he pondered this, Chen Mo's gaze was drawn to a small circular icon resembling a user avatar in the upper right corner of the trading hall. The background of this circle blended seamlessly with that of the trading hall, making it easily confounding. Upon clicking it, a small window promptly appeared. Keepa Chen Montak, CN 734821. Vehicle, Divine Beast Xuanwu, level, LV. 1 upgrade by consuming or earning 1,000 shell coins through the trading hall. Current unlocked trading level. Note Huagua 101 District Trading Hall, gazing at the minuscule note following the trading level. Chen Mo clicked on it once more. A new window materialized on the light screen. Upgrading the trading level will sequentially unlock the following trading modules. Note Huagua 101 District Trading, System Mall Trading Hall, Huagua General District Trading Hall, Global All-Server Trading Hall, current shell coins earned, 160, another note, yet again. Chen Mo briefly surveyed the mechanics displayed on the page and clicked on the annotation again. On the first day of the trading hall's opening, to stimulate consumption, the first contestant to unlock the System Mall Trading Hall will receive an extraordinary item selection package. According to the system's classification of item grades, extraordinary corresponds to golden items, followed by legendary, purple, rare, blue, fine, green, ordinary, white, and trash gray. Goodness, such a discreet initial day event? Are they so afraid others will discover it? Chen Mo casually clicked on the description of the selection package. Extraordinary item selection package. Description: acquire one designated extraordinary grade item, excluding vehicles. Available items include Siren Core, Powerful Whale Net, Ocean Environment Purifier, Contract of the Storm Lord, Tidal Remains. Starry Sniper Rifle, Eye of the Celestial Rift, Abyssal Form, Powerful Parrot Feed, Powerful Loach Feed, Powerful White Cat Feed, Powerful Sea Turtle Feed. Powerful Sea Turtle Feed? Chen Mo's eyes widened, and he was utterly agitated. He glanced at the selection package, then back at the trading hall, then at his warehouse, and once again at the selection package. All thoughts of market analysis, careful observation, and seizing opportunities faded into insignificance in the face of the powerful sea turtle feed. In that moment, he was wholly consumed by excitement. Bull shark meat, bull shark teeth, powerful lighter, no fuel version, portable solar panel, glowing yo-yo, starfish for catching jellyfish, life-size rabbit pillow, lifelike poop plushie have all been listed. Don't miss out as you pass by. Everything is available for cash. Instantaneously, the regional chat channel erupted once more. Chapter 10. Some brothers indeed. Shark meat is simply shark meat. How can it be called bull shark meat? Can one truly boast about oneself in such a manner? Come on. Are we not participating in the same competition? Why is it that all I catch are worn-out socks and foul-smelling shoes? Well, you seem to haul in nothing but white or green items, and even rare finds. Goodness, can something so formidable truly deter sharks? I waste considerable materials repairing floors bitten by sharks daily. Just give me one. I'll pay up to 8 coins without hesitation. Nothing is more useful than this. You think you could buy it for 8 coins? Have you not seen that the recommended minimum price is already 20 coins each? I want to buy it, my friend. Can you lower the price a bit? I genuinely need this. Where did you even get 20 coins? Have you been cheating? You must be selling items. I had a stroke of luck yesterday and gathered plenty of food, but as soon as I listed it, it was snatched up instantly. Brother, you should list yours too, but not at too high a price. In the early stages, everyone is short on coins. It's not worth it to hold on to items for 3 days just to make a few extra coins. Metal barrels have a chance to yield shell coins. I just got a 10 value one. I now have 18 coins. Ha ha ha, delightful. Friends, if you see a metal barrel, do not miss the opportunity. Dive in vigorously. I don't believe it unless you show me the shell coins you've gathered. Oh my, should I save my coins for shark teeth or coral stones? I desire both. What should I do? Why are you all dawdling here? Others have already listed their items. Just 5. The recommended price is the lowest. 2 have already sold. Goodness. Friends, I have urgent matters. I must take my leave. Before the luminous screen, Chen Mo watched as the shark teeth sold out in an instant, his expression growing more somber rather than relaxed. For this group of competitors, although they speak of having no coins, their purchasing power is far greater than he had anticipated. It is worth noting that only half an hour has passed since the trading house opened. The recommended price for shark teeth is between 20 to 30 coins. Given their current rarity, listing them at 40 could still attract buyers. Nevertheless, Chen Mo's primary objective is to sell as much as possible. Are there more individuals with 20 coins or those with 40 coins? The answer is evident. Listing at a lower price is at least a safeguard. Risking having goods trapped in the trading house for the sake of earning an additional 20 coins, thus failing to convert them into extraordinary selections, is akin to picking up sesame seeds while discarding watermelons. He is determined to secure the powerful sea turtle feed. Yet no one knows if this region will host some chosen one or favored child of fortune, though he appears to have a significant advantage. In a situation where one is blindly groping, the quicker items are sold, the more secure his position will be. If he can sell all 35 shark teeth at the price of 20, he will be essentially assured. With this thought in mind, Chen Mo listed the remaining shark teeth at the price of 20 coins. However, this time, the speed of their sale was considerably slower than the previous round. Meanwhile, the bull shark meat, also listed at the lowest price of 10 coins, has not sold a single piece. Though the 240 energy value and brief special effect are undeniably appealing, as someone previously remarked, without a campfire and with everyone low on coins, they would rather opt for the expired black bread at 3 coins. Chen Mo did not remain idle. His eyes were fixed intently on the chat window, searching for potential clients. Indeed, Aside from those indulging in playful banter, he managed to uncover a few genuine leads. Do you have any light clothing? I happened to be in Antarctica observing emperor penguins when I was sent here, clad in a thick down jacket, and I haven't even donned autumn attire. I've been adrift at sea for 2 days, stark naked, accompanied by 2 photos of bonds. You scare me to death. I thought you were showing off your backside. Are there any fashionable beach shorts or stylish tank tops available? Yes, we have them. Do you have any lamps or candles? A torch indoors is far too warm, and without light, the darkness at night is quite frightening. Yes, we have them. Glowing yo-yo goodness. This brother is truly generous. A new outfit for just 5 coins? You are exceedingly kind. I've longed to replace this tattered attire, but alas, I missed out. Please restock soon. Accompanied by a selfie in a clown costume, with a clown hat discarded nearby. By the way, do you have any sanitary pads? Seriously, you are so extravagant. In a survival game, do you really care about comfort? Just go shirtless if your clothes smell. When the time comes with no coins or food, you'll be the first to suffer. Believe it or not. Indeed, one might think you all live in luxury. Once the novice phase is over, you won't even know how you perished. Haha, quite true. Not necessarily pampered young masters. It could also be college students. I earn 8 coins a day. Is it wrong to spend 5 to enhance my quality of life? Just buy it. Just buy it. Are college students eating your rice? What's the dog barking about? Yes, sisters, we have them. Super absorbent jelly, sanitary pads. Wait, how do you have everything? Do you run a hardware store? Haha, after the likes of Charge Brother, Basin Sister, Fishing Sister, Yacht Brother, Freshwater Brother, and Coral Brother, we now have another. Grocery Brother. Grocery Brother has new clothing. Hurry, grab it. Oh no, don't price it 5 coins. I genuinely have 5 coins, Grocery Brother. You must be doing this on purpose. Do you have any marine-grade lubricant? Yes, we have it. High-grade marine lubricant, good heavens. Suggested minimum price of 500 coins? Is this oil made from petroleum? Goodness gracious. It has sold out. Yacht Brother, I bow to you. On the vast expanse of the sea, a private yacht equipped with 12 solar engines, making a noise akin to a tractor, glided across the water. Within the yacht's cabin sat a young man, stylishly dressed with a head of ash-gray hair. He was none other than the audacious Yacht Brother, Xuanwu, who had been quite the presence in the chat channel these past few days. Despite his outward bravado, Xuanwu had been deeply troubled lately. Initially, his worries stemmed from the engine issues, but after tirelessly scavenging for resources and investing everything into the engines, he finally managed to assemble 12 solar engines within 2 days, sufficient to meet the yacht's daily consumption. Yet, just as he began to relax and savor the life of a captain, another piece of ominous news struck the yacht. The oxidation level of the marine lubricant has reached an alarming 98. Before being transported, Xuanwu already possessed his own private yacht. Although he rarely had to personally manage its maintenance, he was acutely aware of the critical importance of marine lubricants to a vessel's performance. While a ship might still operate with oxidized lubricant, the risks are exceedingly high. Forcing the vessel to navigate under such conditions could lead to abnormal wear on metal components, blockages in the oil pathways, overheating, or even melting of parts, an ominous scenario akin to the sword of Damocles hanging over one's head, poised to fall at any moment with potentially fatal consequences. Thus, despite Xuanwu's daily bravado in the chat channels, he was secretly losing hair in distress. He initially hoped that opening a trading post might provide him with a lifeline, but after scouring the market, he found not even a plastic bottle of lubricant. Just then, a vendor selling assorted goods appeared in the chat. With a spirit of experimentation, Xuanwu inquired, "Do you have marine lubricant?" "Indeed, my friend, I do." High-grade marine lubricant. Acquired. High-grade marine lubricant, blue quality, X1, description, ensures your mechanical components operate seamlessly. Reduces wear. Suitable for vessels with speeds of 20 knots or less. Usable for over 2 months. Wow, Xuanwu exclaimed, nearly leaping from his chair. He immediately opened the search bar and, to his delight, found the product information for that high-grade marine lubricant. It was indeed of blue quality. However, his excitement quickly dissipated upon seeing the price. 500 coins. Was this a joke? Surely this system couldn't possibly know he had precisely 500 coins on hand? Indeed, he did possess that amount. In the entertainment area of his luxury yacht, there was an old slot machine. Anything that could fit into the machine's intake could be activated. If the same symbol appeared on all 3 windows of the machine screen, he would win double the amount invested. Should the symbols match in color, a tenfold jackpot would ensue. Over the past couple of days, Xuanwu, succumbing to temptation, had already fed the machine 3 bottles of cola, 1 bag of cookies, and various other materials and junk, but had never won a prize. He felt that the slot machine was a complete scam and vowed never to play again. Yet, after some time, a peculiar confidence would arise within him, as if he were the chosen one. That morning, he had discovered a shell coin on the deck. Upon awakening, he noticed a flock of red macaws had gathered, one of which sported a miniature black captain's hat, clearly no ordinary parrot. Xuanwu attempted to catch it but failed. The startled flock took flight, leaving behind a shell coin. At that time, he had no knowledge of what the shell coin was, but its size was just right, so he decided to try his luck with the slot machine. Unbeknownst to him, perhaps due to previous investments, the moment he inserted the coin, a jackpot was triggered. His 25 coins instantly transformed into 500 coins. The subsequent events are well known to all. Although 500 coins hold significance, they pale in comparison to the yacht. Xuanwu gritted his teeth and proceeded with the purchase. Transaction successful. Congratulations on acquiring. High-grade marine lubricant, blue quality, X1, has been automatically infused into your yacht. Usage duration, 1,531 hours. A knowing smile graced Xuanwu's face, tears welling in the corners of his eyes. He slumped onto the luxurious massage chair that came with the yacht, as if his very essence had been instantaneously drained from his body. Chapter 11. The Trading Guild's Shopping Spree. Captain's wallet credited. 5 coins. Captain's wallet credited. 18 coins. Captain's wallet credited. 9 coins. Captain's wallet credited. 450 coins. As the numbers surged abruptly, surpassing the threshold of 1,000 shell coins, Chen Mo was momentarily taken aback. Upon regaining his composure, he could not suppress an exclamation of astonishment. Had that barrel of lubricating oil truly sold? And so swiftly at that. To think that on the very first day of the Trading Guild's opening, someone could produce 500 coins in one go. Indeed, there are always greater talents beyond one's own. Thankfully, he managed to extract those 500 coins. Otherwise, this individual would undoubtedly have been one of Chen Mo's fiercest competitors in this endeavor. Without wasting any time, Chen Mo decisively navigated back to the previous interface and clicked to unlock the system's marketplace. District announcement. The inaugural event of the Trading Guild has concluded successfully, and self-selected rewards have been distributed. We extend our gratitude to the participants for their support of the system. Upon the release of this announcement, the chat channel erupted once again. Wow, who is this remarkable figure? They amassed 1,000 coins in merely 4 hours since the Trading Guild opened. What? There was an event? How was I not aware? Not knowing one. I feel like I've missed out on a fortune. Stop feeling sorry for yourself. Check the event requirements. Don't even talk about 1,000. Can you even gather 100 coins first? I'm not envious at all. I just want to be taken along. I bet 5 coins it's that grocery brother. He just sold a barrel of lubricating oil for 500 coins. Moreover, I compared the last 3 digits of Shark Tooth's anonymous ID, and it matches grocery brother. Well, that's a fair point. How can I, a mere scavenger, compare to someone running a hardware store? What is the best way to converse with grocery brother? He is currently quite wealthy. Grocery brother, take me with you. I excel at scavenging. I have a feeling Coral Brother is a stronger contender. Has anyone counted how many coral stones he has listed? It seems futile. Stamina is limited. And how much can one truly mine? Regardless, I'm casting my vote for Grocery Brother. I too cast my vote for Grocery Brother. I also vote for Grocery Brother. If I were to express no envy for those who might win in this district, it would certainly be for Coral Brother and Grocery Brother. They are undoubtedly benevolent individuals, consistently offering recommendations at the lowest prices, with no intention to exploit our compatriots in Xuanwu. They are here to uplift us. Unbeknownst to Chen Mo, he had become a focal point of discussion in Xuanwu's District 101. At this moment, he was seated ceremoniously atop a turtle shell. Before him lay a small table adorned with a white tablecloth, upon which stood a vintage candlestick and an intricately patterned Gothic plate. On the plate, a mound of potent turtle feed was artfully arranged, complemented by several neatly diced pieces of deep red shark meat. Chen Mo had not forgotten to tie a triangular napkin around the little turtle's neck. When it came to ceremonial flair, he had mastered it effortlessly. He raised a goblet, filled with mineral water, and proclaimed, "Cheers, little turtle. Everything is for the magnificent and powerful turtle feed." The response came from the sound of the little turtle, Hululu, munching on the turtle feed. Mythical vehicle Xuanwu juvenile stage. Ingest high-dimensional divine substance. Life essence receives a slight replenishment. Mythical bloodline further activated. Ability awakening. Loading. Upon seeing the familiar interface once more, Chen Mo finally felt a sense of relief. He set aside the burdensome sense of ritual and took out his fishing rod. It was precisely 12 o'clock p.m. The time to complete the task was much earlier than he had anticipated, so he decided to fish until dusk. He wished to reduce his hunger level as much as possible, having no desire to experience the life and death crisis he had faced earlier. While fishing, Chen Mo opened the newly unlocked system store. The threshold for unlocking the store was merely 1,000 coins, not the amount required to unlock it. Thus, he not only acquired the powerful turtle feed, but also maintained a balance of over 1,000 coins. To put it simply, it was akin to Ing Zheng discovering electricity, an exhilarating stroke of luck. However, his current captain, or rather breeder, level was rather low, only at LV2. Consequently, the modules unlocked in the system store were limited, and the items available for purchase were primarily of fine, green quality or below. The prices varied when compared to the trading market. Take, for instance, the most common materials. The base material prices in the trading market had plummeted to 3 coins for 1 plank and 5 coins for 1 rope, while the system store offered planks at 1 coin each and ropes at 2 for 1 coin, albeit with purchase limits. Nevertheless, since base materials were the easiest to acquire in the early stages, coupled with the fact that most players had small ships and limited technology unlocked, the demand for these materials was not substantial, leading to an oversaturation of supply. Many players, eager to earn 2 coins to buy coral stones or other necessities, would inevitably trigger a selling frenzy. After all, Coral Brothers' physical capacity was limited, and the coral stones he could mine each day could only satisfy a small portion of players. Those who failed to secure them would strive to accumulate more coins for another attempt the following day. As for rare ores, the system store proved to be more cost-effective. All green ores in the system store were uniformly priced at 15 coins, whereas iron ore in the trading market had been inflated to 30 coins. With copper and flint prices remaining high, the price of coral stones remained stable around 15 coins, thanks to sponsorship from Coral Brother. However, there were purchase limits in the system store. After browsing for a while, Chen Mo emptied the limited purchase of 5 flints, copper ores, and iron ores, confirming he had no further needs before closing the store. Next, he began to shop in the trading market. He first collected 3 sets, 99 pieces per set, of planks and 2 sets of ropes, followed by several sets of other basic materials. He also bought a few reasonably priced apples and pears. After these purchases, he still had 300 coins left in his backpack, but found no further items to buy. The highest quality goods in the trading market were blue, comprising items like powerful windproof lighters that appeared impressive, but were rather lackluster in functionality. The only green equipment available was a screaming chicken shuriken, which, aside from producing a screeching sound upon striking a monster, had no special effects and was priced at 188 coins. In summary, do not even compare the current supplies and equipment of Chen Mo to those meager possessions. They scarcely rival the higher quality catches in his warehouse. Is it that his progress is too swift, or are these individuals concealing something? As I ponder, the fishing rod suddenly dips again. Chen Mo exerts himself to reel it in. With a splash, a water drop fish is yanked from the depths, landing with a thud upon the turtle's shell. No sooner had he unhooked the fish than it began to screech. "Cursed human, release me at once." Do you have any idea what? Chen Mo had no desire to listen. He seized the fish's tail and tossed it into the turtle's mouth. It was far too unsightly. Just a glance diminished his mental vitality. Chapter 12. The initial construction of a home. As twilight descended, Chen Mo stowed away his fishing rod. The hunger level of the little turtle, bolstered by 2 cans of shrimp bait, stabilized at 90. However, The buff on the gold miner did not activate today. Chen Mo speculated that this was due to the turtle having satisfied 10 of its hunger underwater, which consequently hindered the buff's activation. Although it was somewhat regrettable, what had transpired could not be altered, and he could only be mindful in the future. Chen Mo was quite pleased with today's haul. With 4 types of rare ores acquired, the technology panel unlocked no less than 20 new technologies. Finally, he could enhance his living environment. Chen Mo first crafted the crucial freshwater filter. To his surprise, the filter was larger than anticipated, occupying at least a quarter of a wooden plank. The bottom layer comprised a funnel-shaped plastic barrel, beneath which lay finely crushed coral stones, while the middle layer contained cleaned fine sand, and the top was covered with clean cloth fragments. The efficiency was rather low, as it took nearly an entire day to collect 500 milliliters of water. To fully meet daily needs, at least 2 to 3 units would be required, but space was limited. Surveying the moderately sized rear compartment, Chen Mo realized it was time for an expansion. He retrieved a small tabletop and, while munching on compressed biscuits to regain energy, began sketching a blueprint in the sand. He intended to expand by 4 wooden planks, designating areas for living, working, storage, and planting, ensuring aesthetic appeal without hindering movement. "What do you think, little turtle?" he inquired, knowing this would be their future home and recognizing the turtle as the sole driving force. However, the turtle was oblivious to the intricacies and merely expressed agreement. "Owl, owl. Indeed, I find it quite perfect as well." Chen Mo refined the sketch further, confirming the materials in his backpack before commencing the work. He first added wooden planks to either side of the existing structure, then shifted all items to these new planks before removing the central one, using horizontal wooden walls to create a connecting passage. Subsequently, he affixed additional wooden planks behind each existing plank, and assembled triangular wooden planks at the front and rear to simulate the bow and stern of a vessel. With the foundation laid, he proceeded to the decoration phase, employing double the amount of wood to construct a half-height hardwood fence, encircling the planks and transforming the 4 areas into the shape of 2 small boats. Each boat was fitted with wooden walls, leaving door frames at the bow, stern, and opposing sections of both vessels, though only the living area featured a distinct door. Lastly, he topped it off with a rudimentary roof made of palm leaves. With sufficient space now available, Chen Mo constructed an additional freshwater filter, placing it alongside the original in the working area. He then set up a campfire and a grill opposite the filters, ensuring that each side had its own door frame, alleviating any concerns regarding ventilation. Storage boxes were positioned in the back section of the storage area, and on top of the existing storage box and preservation box. Chen Mo crafted 4 additional storage boxes. After completing everything, Chen Mo hung a shimmering yo-yo from the palm leaf roof situated between 2 wooden planks. The ethereal blue light instantly illuminated the entire room. Satisfied, Chen Mo nodded and proceeded to the living area on the left. Given that it was a sleeping space, he adorned it with greater care. Hanging from the ceiling was the sole yo-yo equipped with a switch, emitting a warm, incandescent glow reminiscent of soft yellow light. Chen Mo also expended a piece of iron to craft a square iron bed. He adorned the bed with a layer of palm leaves, covering them with several pure cotton undershirts. Lying down, he felt a delightful softness and was greeted by the unique fragrance of palm leaves. It was akin to a custom-made mattress. In addition to the bed, Chen Mo fashioned a bathing basin and a wooden weapon rack. Currently, without a stable and abundant source of fresh water, the basin served merely as a decorative piece. The weapon rack was affixed to the wooden wall, displaying 4 iron implements: an iron wood spear, an iron wood pickaxe, an iron axe, and a versatile sickle and hammer, all arranged neatly. The deadly touch was still secured at his waist for protection. The planting area was left open to the sky, lacking walls and a roof. As he had yet to unlock the planting module, Chen Mo could only place a few potted plants he had caught, alongside some oddly shaped dolls, creating an initial viewing area. Finally, Chen Mo retrieved a wooden plank, inscribing it with charcoal from the campfire, Chen Mo and Little Turtle's home, and nailed it to the doorframe of the living area with the versatile hammer. The masterpiece was complete. Chen Mo nodded in satisfaction. To celebrate his new abode, he went to the work area and grilled 2 pieces of shark meat. Once cooked, the shark meat's surface turned a crisp brown, sizzling with oil. Taking a bite, he first encountered the crunchy skin, followed by an explosion of flavor from the juicy, fatty fish in his mouth. It was piping hot. Chen Mo, overwhelmed by the delicious juices, raised another piece of shark meat towards Little Turtle. Quick, try it. It's delectable. Little Turtle, seemingly unaccustomed to cooked food, hesitated before inching closer to sniff it. Observing Chen Mo devouring the meat with grease dripping from his mouth, Little Turtle opened its mouth and bit into a piece of fish. Initially stunned by the texture of the grilled fish, Little Turtle was soon conquered by the crispy skin and the sweet, succulent flesh. The duo indulged in a bountiful feast sponsored by the mighty shark. After satiating their hunger, Chen Mo reclined on the turtle shell, enjoying some post-meal fruit while reflecting. This is the essence of life, Little Turtle. Little Turtle swallowed a refreshing apple, exclaiming, Chen Mo, admiring the 2 newly constructed boats, felt increasingly pleased and nudged Little Turtle with his elbow. Look at the sign I hung. That will be our emblem from now on. All right, you can't read. Chen Mo rose and approached the front of the living area, retrieving the charcoal pencil to mark the characters for Chen Mo on the wooden sign. This represents me. He then sketched a stick figure beneath the name. He pointed at the characters for Little Turtle and added a simple drawing of a turtle below. The essence of this passage is that this is our shared abode. Although I am the only one residing here, I cannot help but feel a sense of nostalgia. Over these past few days, I am grateful for your companionship, Little Turtle. The Little Turtle, momentarily taken aback by my words, suddenly stretched its neck and let out a joyful cry, splashing water all around. The simplicity of its mind seems unable to grasp such complex emotions, yet it exuberantly flails its limbs in delight, creating a splash that even reaches me. Hey, I exclaimed. Instead of calming down, the Little Turtle energetically swiped its flippers, sending a cascade of water splashing onto my knees, dampening my beach shorts significantly. Fortunately, I was wearing flip-flops. All right, so you wish to play, do you? I declared, retrieving a water gun I had caught and filling it with water, aiming it at the turtle's neck. Take that. As we engaged in a spirited water fight, the chat channel buzzed with activity. Hey, grocery brother, are you still there? I want clothes too. Why does everyone want clothes? Is there some special effect? Indeed, there is. I had spent 2 days shirtless, and my stamina plummeted. However, after donning a shirt, not only did my stamina stabilize, but it also began to rise. Wait, are you just trying to promote something? I was shirtless too, and it wasn't as dramatic as you claim. Everyone, after 3 days of observation, I've concluded that the increase in stamina is determined by each individual's capacity to accept it. When one feels happy and comfortable, stamina rises. Conversely, sadness and fear lead to a decline. Thus, maintaining a positive and optimistic mindset at sea is of utmost importance. Don't share that, okay? If you do, how will I snatch clothes tomorrow? Seriously, does no one care about tomorrow's cycle season, right? The cycle season is about to commence. So isn't stamina even more critical? Hey, grocery brother, are you still there? Hey, Chapter 13. The charge of Gorei, the final night of the novice period, passed slowly, amidst the laughter and jesting of the participants. Regardless of whether they felt fear, anxiety, anticipation, or excitement, the endless voyage would not cease for any reason. On the following morning, an announcement echoed worldwide. Attention all captains. The familiar system voice chimed at precisely 8 o'clock a.m., rousing many from their slumber. Meanwhile, Chen Mo had already been fishing atop his turtle for 2 hours. Here it comes. Upon hearing the announcement, Chen Mo perked up his ears. The novice buffer period had officially ended, and the protective mechanisms of the initial sea area were lifted. The first seasonal cycle, the peace season, had been activated and would last for 30 standard days. Now, let's present the seasonal characteristics. With the arrival of the peace season, the fluctuations in the weather system would stabilize, significantly reducing the likelihood of storms and extreme temperatures. Ocean currents would become relatively stable, and the chances of tsunamis and terrifying whirlpools would diminish. The monsoon would not bring harmful substances. The efficiency of resource acquisition for captains had increased, During the peace season, the refresh rate of marine resource points would slightly rise, enhancing the probability of rare items appearing. Fish populations in shallow waters would be more active, and treasures would be washed ashore, awaiting discovery by the captains. As all captains would officially depart from the initial sea area and enter the main expanse of the endless voyage, anonymity would be lifted, team formation would commence, and private trading among friends would be permitted. Gather your trusted companions, and together explore the vast ocean's endless resources and opportunities. You shall witness resource-rich islands, dormant ancient relics, lost treasures of civilizations, and the wise tribes of the sea. Please be aware that opportunity is always accompanied by danger. The peace season's boss, the pirate leader, has now spawned. Defeating the pirate will yield exceedingly generous rewards, but the power of the pirate leader surpasses your imagination. If you lack absolute certainty in the early stages, refrain from recklessly challenging them to avoid total annihilation. The pirate profession has been unlocked, and you may also choose to join the pirates, turning your cannons upon your fellow captains. Perhaps traitors have already emerged among you. Lastly, I bring forth exhilarating news for the captains. At the conclusion of this peace season, you will face the first inter-region confrontation match of your captaincy. The system will assess the comprehensive strength of each region and initiate matching for the confrontational zones. The inaugural match will be a 5v5 skirmish, with participants selected based on rankings of vehicle strength, resource reserves, and personal combat prowess. The specifics of the selected individuals will be announced at the season's end. The overall rankings have been updated, and the first round of regional matching has been completed. Captains may check the panel for details. The outcome of the inter-region battle concerns the honor of the entire region, along with substantial collective rewards or penalties. All captains are urged to seize the peace season and strive to enhance their rankings and strength. The endless voyage has officially set sail. Wishing you all fair winds and following seas. The announcement concluded, and the room erupted in excitement. Brothers, let us team up and take down the boss. Didn't the system advise against challenges in the early stages? If you're intent on courting disaster, don't drag your friends into it. What is all this about uplifting news? Am I to be invigorated enough to engage in a water battle with a basin? The basin lady performs consistently every day. Moreover, is it true that the basin lady's name is Lu Ranran? Goodness, how did I let that slip? Haven't you noticed? When the system announcement concluded, anonymity was lifted for everyone. Now, by clicking on your avatar, you can access your personal information. Alas, with real name registration online, we can no longer speak freely. Brothers, hurry and check our battle server. Go, quickly. What the heck? The Xuanwu 101 server is battling against the Yinghua 14 server? Damn it. Brothers, wake up. We're fighting the enemy. Goodness, the system has finally done something commendable. The matchmaking is splendid. My ancestral fish-slicing knife has long been itching for action. A leaderboard, you say? Just wait. I'm off to slay everything that moves in the sea to boost my battle points. Don't you dare steal my kills. I intend to smash the enemy's heads with my yacht. We're fighting the enemy. The Golden Basin requests to engage. Though I wield but a modest 10-meter-foot basin, I possess an indomitable spirit. For the glory of the 101 server, a tattered raincoat sails proudly in the wind, with a makeshift 5-star red flag at the bow. But seriously, with all your fervor, have you checked the leaderboard? Is your name up there? The leaderboard? What is that? Has a new feature been unlocked? Hurry and check the leaderboard, go. Everyone go. I returned after checking, and I can only say, I can't squeeze in. Whoever wants to can go ahead. 1. The 3 days of the big shot seem quite different from my 3 days. Goodness, what do my eyes behold? The divine beast Xuanwu? Oh my gosh! On the calm sea, a speedboat cleaves through the waves at a remarkable pace, pursuing a tiger-striped shark, wounded and desperately fleeing. On the speedboat stands a tall man with a buzz cut. His sharp features and eagle-like gaze complement his bare upper body, sculpted to perfection like Michelangelo's David. At this moment, one hand grips a spear tethered by a rope, while the other extends forward, eyes blinking in a precise throwing stance, fixated on the retreating shark. Just as the injured shark's stamina wanes and its speed finally diminishes, The man hurls the spear with great force. Hit! The spear flies straight for the shark's vulnerable spot, seemingly destined to strike true. Suddenly, a wave rises, causing the shark to veer slightly, and the spear misses, plunging into the sea. Seizing the opportunity, the tiger-striped shark vanishes from sight. Damn it! The man curses vehemently. After finally spotting a shark bold enough to attack the speedboat, it has now escaped. In a fury, he reels in the rope, transforming his anger into hunger, and sits at the bow, viciously gnawing on a dry piece of bread. In the meantime, he glances at the newly released feature. Xuanwu 101 District Leaderboard. Vehicle Leaderboard No. 1. Chen Mo. Vehicle. Divine Beast Xuanwu. Mythical Quality. Unique. Number 2. Lei Chuang. Vehicle. Level 2 Small Assault Boat. Extraordinary Quality. Number 3. Su Izhou. Vehicle. Level 2 Small Exploration Ship. Extraordinary Quality. Number 4. Lung Xiao. Vehicle. Level 2 Target Ship. Extraordinary Quality. Divine Beast Xuanwu. Lei Chuang Muzed. Stroking his chin and narrowing his eyes. Quite intriguing. He opened the chat interface, selecting the private messaging option. A conversation caught his attention. Sister Chio. You finally added me as a friend. Are you there, Sister Chio? Sister, are you fighting the enemies? Have you been shocked? Damn. Sister Chio, you finally replied. Did you see the cross-regional battle information? I did. I'm so excited. I always knew that in my lifetime, I would have this opportunity. I want to fight 100 of them. Sister Chio, you're on the leaderboard too. You will participate, right? I will. Why isn't it today? Why do we have to wait a month? Ah! The conversation ended there. Once again, Lei Chuang typed in the chat box, Sister Chio, Sister Chio, Sister. Finally, a response came from the other side. Sister, did you see the leaderboard? I did. Don't you have anything to say? Nothing. Oh. Lei Chuang displayed a helpless smile. Sister Chio was still as she had always been, speaking only when necessary. However, he felt exceedingly exhilarated to be in the same district as a familiar face, especially since they had been comrades for quite some time. Noticing that Lung Xiao had no intention of replying further, Lei Chuang closed the chat window. His gaze returned to the leaderboard interface. Vehicle Leaderboard, Number 1, Chen Mo. Vehicle, Divine Beast Xuanwu. Mythical Quality, Unique. Resource Leaderboard, Number 1, Chen Mo. Current Resource Total Points, 25,988. Wealth Leaderboard, Number 1, Chen Mo. Accumulated Shell Coins, 1455. Combat Power Leaderboard, Number 1, Chen Mo. Highest Level C Beast Killed, Bull Shark, Elite Level. Damn, this guy has some real skill. If it weren't for that striped shark that just escaped, I would definitely be at the top of the Combat Power Leaderboard. Lei Chuang muttered under his breath, his eyes reflecting not envy for the first place, but admiration for his opponent and an indomitable fighting spirit. Meanwhile, Chen Mo, having finally completed a special task, was busy unlocking vitality chests one by one. Although he was quite curious about the newly released features, he chose to methodically finish his daily tasks first. Daily tasks 1. Clean the deck. Reward 10 activity points. Refresh requires 1 shell coin. 2. Fish a total of 5 times. Reward 10 activity points. Refresh requires 1 shell coin. 3. Collect supplies 30 times. Reward 20 activity points. Refresh requires 2 shell coins. 4. Cook meat once. Reward 20 activity points. Refresh requires 2 shell coins. 5. Special task. Maintaining good sleep is paramount for navigation. Enhance your dwelling with some furnishings. Only when the comfort level of your abode meets the standard can you sustain a positive mood. Reward 80 activity points, 100 shell coins. Refresh requires 20 shell coins. In pursuit of today, as special task, Chen Mo adorned his living space with every piece of furniture he could muster. Presently, his resting area was cluttered with an exquisite toilet seat, an eerie skull, a water droplet fish statue, a makeup mirror, a comb, and an oversized rubber duck, an assemblage devoid of aesthetic appeal, solely a proliferation of numerical values. Upon completing the task, Chen Mo swiftly cleared the furniture, restoring his resting area to its original pristine state, with 110 shell coins credited to his account. He returned to the turtle shell and commenced the day as second significant endeavor, fishing. He summoned the interface, perusing each section in turn. The character panel appeared normal. The status panel was also normal. The vehicle panel was still loading. In the regional chat channel, 99, Chen Mo was taken aback. He gazed at the glaring red 99 in the private chat channel. What was happening? In the brief interlude of a daily task, had he become the target of online harassment? Chapter 14. The gratitude of the blue whale mother and child. The reawakening of the Xuanwu bloodline. As Chen Mo gazed at the incessantly rolling influx of friend requests, he found himself in a state of bewilderment. After perusing a dozen or so requests, he discerned from the accompanying notes that most of these individuals had added him through the leaderboard. A leaderboard? Is this a newly unveiled feature? Summoning the light curtain. Chen Mo, indeed, discovered that 2 additional pages had been appended beyond the 7th page. The 8th page displayed the cross-region battle list, prominently featuring Hua Country Zone 101 versus Sakura Country Zone 14. A skirmish with the enemy. Chen Mo felt a surge of excitement. However, since the competition was not set to commence for another month, the page offered no further details, prompting him to flip the page. The 9th page revealed the leaderboard. After sequentially reviewing all the rankings, Chen Mo came to an understanding. It was not a case of online harassment. He was, in fact, being revered. Perched upon his turtle shell, he casually swept aside his non-existent bangs with a single hand. "O little turtle, how I yearn for subtlety, yet my prowess does not permit such discretion." Without explaining to the puzzled little turtle, Chen Mo proceeded to open the regional chat channel. As the initial shock of the cross-region battle and leaderboard began to wane, the majority of participants shifted their discussions toward the endless sea, intermittently laced with complaints. 10 coins to acquire resource island coordinates. The system has proven true. There truly are myriad peculiarities upon the sea. I just spotted a kayak drifting by and daringly climbed aboard to investigate. To my astonishment, I found a corpse clad in a life jacket and a box, which contained canned goods. Sardine canned food, inferior orange canned food, selfie with a corpse in a life jacket in the background, and an empty box. Oh, my mental vitality. What have you done to my mental vitality? Mental vitality -5. Good heavens, scavenging the sea extends even to the deceased, does it? Mental vitality -2, bro. Don't just loot the corpses. Take the entire kayak. It would save us the swim next time we encounter one. 15 coins to acquire resource island coordinates. Has the abundance of resources in this sea truly increased? Why am I still catching smelly socks today when I caught them yesterday as well? Is there a benefactor willing to guide me? I am so frightened. I would do anything for a morsel of food. Lidaniu, male, 24 years old, height 169 centimeters, weight 179 kilograms. Are you really calling yourself little sister? Great one, I seek a team. I excel at scavenging. By the way, has anyone successfully formed a team? Share some experiences. What are the advantages of team formation? For instance, if a boat capsizes, do 2 people drown? Team mode is merely a means for the weaker to huddle together for warmth. The strong have no need to travel with others. I extended friend and team requests to everyone on the leaderboard. Yet, unsurprisingly, none have been accepted. What do you think you are to align with the leaderboard? The esteemed are inherently aloof. Chen Mo remarked. It is not that he is cold, but rather that he simply cannot respond. Thus, he chooses not to reply at all. He suffers from social anxiety and currently yearns for tranquil voyages alongside his little turtle, wishing to avoid contact beyond the confines of regional chat channels. As for the team function, Chen Mo has no intention of forming teams, at least not at this stage. He is perfectly self-sufficient on his own. Forming a team inevitably leads to conflicts of interest. A common man bears no guilt for possessing riches. It is not the scarcity of people that troubles him, but rather the inequity among them. He had no plans to team up prior to the leaderboard's launch, and even less so afterward. Though he seems to dominate the leaderboard, he is acutely aware of how he attained this position, more than anyone else. His awareness keeps him humble. He knows that should he part ways with the little turtle, he would possess no means of self-defense, and his combat capabilities would be virtually non-existent. Despite wielding a venomous touch without offensive skills, even the bear in his hands is merely a toy. In such circumstances, with a wealth of resources at his disposal, he appears strikingly like a plump lamb, ready for the slaughter. For the sake of self-preservation and the impending inter-regional battle in a month, he must swiftly enhance his personal strength. Chen Mo opened his skill panel. Currently, he possesses 2 skills. One is patience, his most fundamental and exclusive skill. The other is oceanic affinity. Oceanic affinity, LV, one possessing the essence of the ocean. It naturally attracts the intelligent sea creatures. This is your first step towards hearing the whispers of the sea. Effect significantly reduces initial hostility from intelligent sea creatures, facilitating the establishment of communication. Enables dialogue with sea beasts of level equal to or below the skill level. The Oceanic Affinity skill was acquired after assisting a family of clownfish, affirming to Chen Mo that new skills can indeed be unlocked through various means. How splendid it would be to unlock offensive skills, he mused, as he steadily cast and reeled in his line. Meanwhile, the little turtle was joyfully batting at its enormous rubber yellow duck, its favorite toy, which it played with daily. At that moment, a deep rumble emanated from the depths behind them. Both man and turtle paused, turning towards the source of the sound. Suddenly, the once tranquil surface of the sea began to roil as if it were boiling. Beneath the waves lay a dense mass of countless fish, a furious tide of marine life surging towards them. Chen Mo froze for a moment, his scalp prickling. Alarm bells rang in his mind. Anyone caught in such a deluge of creatures would feel an overwhelming sense of impending doom. Chen Mo's muscles tensed, and he promptly donned his bull shark helmet, gripping his venomous touch, ready to activate his protective barrier at a moment's notice. Yet, the anticipated clash did not ensue. As the densely packed marine creatures of the ocean approached the hull of Chen Mo's vessel, they parted effortlessly like the waters of the Red Sea, only to converge once more after vacating the vicinity of the little turtle. It was a truly magnificent sight. A massive dugong mingled among the fish, extending its flippers in a friendly wave to the 2 individuals as it passed by. Could this be the power of marine affinity? Chen Mo's taut nerves relaxed significantly. The dugong, appearing fatigued, wrapped its flippers around Chen Mo's boat, taking a moment to rest, and, out of courtesy, emitted a series of friendly sounds. Chen Montak, unable to comprehend, recognized that this dugong was likely a highly intelligent marine being. Nonetheless, this did not hinder the dugong from communicating with the little turtle. The turtle lowered its head and responded with a curious ow. The dugong replied with a series of playful sounds. Lulu, lulu. The little turtle nodded solemnly, responding with the ow, 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 ow. The dugong, having presumably rested enough, flicked its crescent-shaped tail and swiftly rejoined the larger group. Only then did the little turtle turn to Chen Mo and exclaim, ow, 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 ow. Are you suggesting that their mass migration is to escape a devastating tsunami? Ow! Chen Mo propped his chin on his hand, lost in contemplation. Even they are fleeing. During the migration of the fish, Chen Mo refrained from fishing or collecting debris. Despite his affinity for the sea, he did not wish to take unnecessary risks. Should he inadvertently hook a fierce fish or a shark pup, even the turtle shell might not suffice for protection. However, he did not squander this time. He accessed the trading post. Entering the new marine zone, the availability of materials in the trading post surged dramatically. The variety of food surpassed that of the initial sea area by more than a dozen types. Chen Mo glanced through the offerings, mostly a collection of extravagant fish and canned goods, overall yielding a lower cost-performance ratio than a bag of small bread. He purchased a few types of fish that the little turtle might find intriguing at a low price, and then acquired basic materials at the minimum cost. Next, he bought out the limited stock of copper, iron, and flint from the marketplace, subsequently listing the excess flint and coral stones for sale. The flint was priced at 5 coins each in the store, while the trading post had inflated it to over 30 coins. Observing the quantity, the amount of flint listed had tripled since yesterday, indicating that many had found stable means of acquiring flint after entering the endless sea. The rise in price was likely due to market manipulation. Chen Mo disregarded the absurdly high prices, setting his flint at 30 coins each, only to have them sell out in an instant. Clearly, someone was speculating. Chen Mo chuckled to himself. Life and death are predestined, and wealth lies in the hands of fate. Let them speculate if they wish. The coral stones remained listed at 10 coins each. Checking the consignment section, he noticed that clothing was selling steadily. Half of the previously listed shark meat was gone, and surprisingly, several of the exquisite but otherwise useless items had also found buyers. Wait, are there genuinely people interested in a finely crafted toilet seat? Chen Mo could only laugh in disbelief. He replenished his fish catch and, after sweeping through the trading post, found that his shell coins had not only remained stable, but had surpassed the 1,000-coin mark once again, while others perused the trading post. Their fortunes dwindled with each passing moment. Chen Mo wandered through the trading hall and ascended to the top of the rankings. Little turtle, catch. He tossed a recently acquired low-priced round mackerel to the little turtle, which happily caught it and began to chew. Xuanwu, juvenile, hunger level, 9-4, 593. 6. Chen Mo had come to understand the little turtle's dietary preferences. The more it chewed, the more it seemed to enjoy the food, leading to a greater reduction in hunger levels. In contrast, fish such as the sunfish and the water droplet fish were swallowed whole, resulting in only the most basic decrease in hunger. At this moment, the migration of the fish schools was nearing its conclusion. Bringing up the rear were a mother and baby blue whale. The immense blue whale resembled a gentle guardian, moving at a steady pace yet making no sound. Its half-open eyes bore the wisdom unique to mammals, infused with the weight of time. An involuntary sense of mystery and solitude from the deep sea enveloped those who beheld it. Accompanying the massive blue whale was a lively little blue whale, brimming with curiosity about everything around it. As it swam past Chen Mo and the turtle, it cast inquisitive glances at them with its whale eyes. Chen Mo smiled and waved at the little blue whale. Sensing the goodwill emanating from him, the little whale swam even more joyfully. It gently nudged the larger whale, seemingly sharing with its mother about its newfound strange two-legged friend. The great blue whale glanced at Chen Mo, and then a hauntingly ethereal whale song resonated across the ocean, striking deep within the soul. Chen Mo was momentarily stunned. The sensation pierced through the stagnation of his spirit, reaching the very depths of his soul and causing him to lose himself in the moment, as if his body and mind had merged with nature. The whale song has purified your soul. Your maximum spirit level has increased. Current spirit level, 95-120. A disembodied electronic sound echoed in his ears. Chen Mo snapped back to reality, displaying a look of surprise. Had a simple greeting to the little blue whale yielded such substantial benefits? While he was uncertain of the exact utility of the spirit level, it was undoubtedly better to have it than not. The best part was that he had contributed nothing. Unable to contain his excitement, Chen Mo stood and waved his hands at the retreating whales, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. Safe travels. In response, a towering column of water erupted from the whale's back, spraying into the sky and leaving a vibrant rainbow in its wake. Chen Mo couldn't help but exclaim, "Is this the endless ocean?" Once again, the disembodied electronic sound rang in his ears. The whale song has purified Xuanwu Juvenile's soul, accelerating Xuanwu's leveling speed. Mythical bloodline enhancement successful. Core skills upgraded. New skills unlocked. Had the little turtle also gained enlightenment? Chen Mo eagerly opened the vehicle interface. What skills would be unlocked this time? As he focused his gaze, the first sight nearly made him spit blood. Chapter 15. Skill unlocked. Dual symbiosis. Vehicle, Xuanwu Juvenile Stage. Quality, mythical, unique. Status, hungry. Current speed, 20 knots. Current bloodline activation level, 20. Special note. The further activation of the bloodline enhances Xuanwu's appetite. Daily food intake, 2,000 gene. 2,000 gene, a full ton. Chen Mo's hand trembled as he gripped the fishing rod. He continued to read on. Although the food consumption had increased, the skills might hold great surprises. Skill, Returning to the Abyss, LV. 2. Active. Consumes 10 of existing hunger value, allowing descent into shallow waters while actively deploying a shield to isolate seawater and ensure oxygen supply. Duration, 15 minutes. Defensive Barrier, LV. 2. Passive. increases the basic defense of the shell by 300, effectively resisting harsh weather and all physical attacks, except those from large sea creatures. Active, consumes 20 of existing hunger value, instantly generating an energy shield covering the entire vehicle, lasting for 10 minutes, capable of completely withstanding 2 powerful impacts. The shield dissipates after successful defense. Cooldown, no cooldown. Description: the protective power derived from the essence of Xuanwu's shell awakens once more, as steadfast as a mountain. What an astonishing surprise! Is this consumption not excessively outrageous, dear turtle bro? It seems that elevating the vehicle's level excessively, without a significant enhancement in one's own strength, is not entirely beneficial. Chen Mo was on the verge of tears just as he contemplated closing the interface. He suddenly noticed a small horizontal triangle appearing next to the vehicle's skills. Can be flipped? Chen Mo reached out to click, and indeed, the skills page turned a page. Skill: new skill, dual symbiosis, LV, max. Description: unlocked after the caretaker's favor reaches a certain threshold. Effect: shares its attributes and all skills, excluding passive skills, with the caretaker. Chen Mo gazed at the skill description. His heart skipped a beat. Could it be as he thought? He immediately returned to the character page. Survivor: Chen Mo ID, Cyan, 734821 status, relatively healthy. Stamina: 75 100 mental value, 95 120 energy, 35 100 hydration, 85 100. Next to the original 4-dimensional attributes, there was a small triangle. Upon clicking it, Survivor: Chen Mo profession, Xuanwu caretaker status, radiant HP, 102 9500, in good condition. Slowly increasing, strength, 14 intelligence, 1 defense, 950. Due to the influence of Xuanwu, you inherit its defense. 1 defense, 10 HP, agility, 5. Seeing the health panel, Chen Mo could not help but exclaim in astonishment. On the very first day of the endless voyage, he had nearly 10,000 health and close to 1,000 defense. Is this correct? Could it be that he had unlocked it? Although Chen Mo was unclear about the exact strength these health and defense points would manifest, they certainly appeared remarkably formidable. However, what was the matter with having an intelligence of 1? He pondered over his own cleverness. Chen Mo did not dwell on this matter. He possessed unwavering confidence in his intellect and felt no need for external validation. He proceeded to click on the skills page, swiftly gliding past the first 2 skills as he continued his exploration. Skill: Abyssal Dive, LV, 2, active, consumes 30 of energy, allowing descent into shallow waters while activating a shield to isolate from seawater and ensure oxygen supply. Duration: 15 minutes. Daily limit: 3 times protective barrier, LV. 2, active, consumes 30 of energy, instantly generating a layer of energy shield that envelopes the entire body, lasting 10 minutes and capable of fully withstanding a single powerful impact. The shield dissipates upon successful defense. Daily limit: unlimited. What an exhilarating revelation. Chen Mo leapt to his feet. He could dive, he could create a shield, and, with no limitation on usage, this meant that as long as he kept his stomach empty and continued to eat, the shield could remain active indefinitely, until he was completely satiated. Moreover, his energy levels and the little turtle's hunger were not even comparable. For him, 30 energy was akin to purchasing a small loaf of bread for just 1 coin. This was simply extraordinary, truly extraordinary. Overwhelmed with excitement, Chen Mo immediately wished to share his joy with the little turtle. His method of sharing was rather direct. He opened his backpack and tossed an assortment of shark meat, skipjack tuna, apples, and pears into the turtle's mouth. Turtle, you've not suffered in vain. The little turtle, oblivious to the reason for the sudden bounty, could only perceive that a delightful rain of snacks, courtesy of Chen Mo, had fallen from the sky. Anything left uneaten would be foolish. The little turtle promptly opened its mouth and began devouring voraciously. Henceforth, I declare, Chen Mo proclaimed with grandiosity, the little turtle is my true brother, my dear companion. From this day onward, whatever I, Chen Mo, have to eat, the little turtle shall also partake in. Anyone who dares to bully my little turtle must first step over my lifeless body. No one stands a chance. Inspired by Chen Mo's fervor, the little turtle chomped and chewed with enthusiasm. After the exhilaration subsided, Chen Mo began to contemplate. Moments later, a plan formed in his mind. He first opened the regional chat and sent a message. Chen Mo, seeking to purchase live fish and fish meat in large quantities. Long-term cooperation available at reasonable prices. The moment the message was sent, the regional channel erupted once more. Wow, it's Brother Xuanwu, the living Brother Xuanwu. First on the leaderboard. Let us take a group photo in the front row. Offering to sell screenshots with the first on the leaderboard for 5 coins each. A big shot has come to assist us. Who just said that no one would buy fish? Step forward, and I shall give you a taste of reality. Fish are up for sale, great one. Please make a purchase. Wow, I just caught 2 pounds of small fish and shrimp. Do you find them worthy of your attention? A meal would suffice. Great one, I just caught a water droplet fish. Let's be friends for 5 coins. You're selling a water droplet fish for 5 coins? Do you take me for a fool? This sea is overflowing with fish. In a few days, the prices will plummet to the level of wooden planks. Do you believe it? I'll list it for 3 coins just to make friends. The private chat channel was once again inundated with friend requests. Chen Mo's gaze traversed the myriad of remarks, opening the profiles of those he deemed suitable to ascertain their authenticity. After filtering out a plethora of mere onlookers, he focused his attention on 2 particular friend requests. Friend request from Xuanwu. Remark: my yacht comes equipped with a fishing net, live fish guaranteed. Friend request from Lei Chuang. Remark: hey buddy, are you interested in shark meat? Upon accepting the requests, Chen Mo replied succinctly, how much? The 2 responded promptly. Xuanwu, name your price. As long as it's reasonable, I'm willing to sell. I've tested it. In the endless sea, I can fill a net in an hour. And with 1 net, I can fish twice a day. I have 4 nets. Lei Chuang, don't rush, I'm still pursuing it. We can discuss details after the catch. Attached is a photo of a fleeing tiger shark from a speedboat. Chen Mo, are you selling it fresh? That sounds quite appealing. Chapter 16. The Return to the Abyss, Reinitiated. Chen Mo turned to Xuanwu and inquired, how many pounds can you catch in 1 net? Xuanwu's screen indicated that he was typing. After a moment, he replied, I have a small hand net, and I've only just learned to use it. It states that the maximum catch is 100 pounds, although half of what I haul intends to be unusable gray refuse. The minimum fish yield is 50 pounds. But with some luck, it could be a bit more. Small hand net? So, that's a guaranteed 400 pounds daily? Chen Mo mused, calculating in his mind. If the channels remain stable, it would indeed alleviate a significant amount of pressure. He tentatively responded, go ahead and quote me a price, if it's reasonable. I'll take the lot. This time, Xuanwu did not respond swiftly, as he seemed to be deliberating over how to set his price. Chen Montag unfazit casually opened the trading hall and glanced at the food section. At that moment, the allure of the top-ranking items was vividly apparent, as a trading hall showcased a plethora of peculiar fish species, with prices varying widely. The system recommended a baseline price of 2 pounds per coin for an unprocessed fish, while processed fish fillets were priced at 1 pound per coin, with grilled varieties fetching even higher, as not everyone possessed the means for a campfire. Upon entering the endless seas, the fish yield had noticeably increased, leading to a dramatic plummet in fish prices within half a day. Yet, even with prices significantly reduced, the cost of 2,000 pounds of fish was still beyond Chen Mo's current financial reach. It seemed he would have to rely primarily on sea fishing for the foreseeable future. Ideally, he hoped to unlock methods for large-scale fishing like the yacht captain. However, that was a consideration for another time. Now, it was 3 in the afternoon, and it was evidently too late for impromptu fishing. Chen Mo clenched his teeth and purchased all the low-priced fish available. Money could always be earned again. He simply could not allow the little turtle to go hungry. After all, a starving Xuanwu could be fatal. Once he finished buying the low-priced fish, Xuanwu finally replied, 100 pounds for 25 coins. What do you think, boss? 100 pounds for 25 coins? That's 4 pounds per coin. This price is exceedingly generous. Chen Mo was taken aback, wondering if Xuanwu had misunderstood him. He replied, I only want fish. The response came swiftly, I understand, and it will be entirely fish. No water or refuse mixed in. I wouldn't dare to deceive you and risk my standing. Chen Mo was rishuat. Please proceed with the listing. Sure thing, boss. In the next moment, a private trading request popped up on the trading hall interface. Hanyu listed 400 pounds of fish and locked the transaction box. Chen Mo entered 100 coins and locked his end of the deal. The transaction was completed. Hanyu exclaimed, the top-ranking boss is quite generous. A pleasure to collaborate. Chen Mo replied, a pleasure indeed. On the small yacht, Hanyu stowed away his net, grinning broadly. While this transaction appeared to be a loss for him, in reality, he had profited immensely. Not only had he discovered a reliable daily income channel of 100 coins, but he had also added the top-ranking boss as a friend. This opportunity was not something one could simply buy. If one were to inquire in the regional chat channel, they would find no more than 5, no, certainly not more than 3, who had the top-ranking boss as a friend. Initially, he contemplated offering the first day for free, a gesture to demonstrate his sincerity for long-term cooperation. However, he feared that the esteemed figure might perceive ulterior motives and outright reject the offer. Thus, after much deliberation, he finally decided to quote a price that was merely half of the trading hall's minimum. Hanyu, though lacking in notable skills or talents, was not alone in his mediocrity. His father shared the same fate, and his grandfather even more so. Yet, what enabled the Han family to remain steadfast in Wangjing City? It was connections, and yet more connections. The ancestral teaching of the Han family was simple: align with the right elder brother, and life's necessities will be effortlessly provided. Reclining on a beach chair with a shell coin nestled in his arms, Hanyu envisioned a future unimpeded by obstacles, basking in the favor of the top brother. Occasionally, he emitted a sinister chuckle. Meanwhile, Chen Mo was equally satisfied. Regardless of the hidden motives of a yacht enthusiast, Chen Mo had tangibly reaped benefits. The finest transactions between individuals are those in which both parties feel they have gained. With 400 pounds of fish delivered, Chen Mo quickly calculated his expenditures, 442 coins spent, leaving him with 600 coins in his possession. At this moment, he had amassed nearly 900 pounds of fish. He retrieved a giant rubber duck, utilizing the space between the duck's upright wings as a feeding trough, and began to pour fish into his preservation storage box with a resounding clatter. The little turtle let out a sharp cry, eagerly diving into its meal. While the turtle feasted, Chen Mo reflected inwardly. Earlier that day, he had caught fish that reduced his hunger value by 4, equating to 440 pounds. Adding the current 900 pounds brought him closer to his target of 660 pounds for the day. The journey ahead remained arduous. He sighed, casting his line to continue fishing. At that moment, Lei Chuang finally replied. Lei Chuang, damn it, I lost it. Sorry, brother, this shark is truly elusive. Every time I get close, something always intervenes at the last moment. Those familiar with the leaderboard would not find Lei Chuang's name unfamiliar. He typically ranked just behind Chen Mo and was quite active in the comments, sharing tales of his sea creature hunts, a true combat enthusiast. Unsure of how to respond, Chen Mo opted for a courteous reply. Keep it up. Lei Chuang, absolutely. I'm off to hunt sharks. Wait for me to surpass you on the combat leaderboard. Farewell, brother. Chen Mo. Farewell. He closed the chat window and returned to his fishing endeavors. The rate at which fish appeared and their sizes in the boundless ocean were significantly superior to those in the initial waters. Chen Mo continued his relentless pursuit, scouring the trading hall for low-priced fish. After more than an hour, he finally gathered the remaining 660 pounds. Black tortoise, juvenile, hunger value, 78 for 78. 1. Noticing he was a mere 0. 1 away from unlocking today as golden miner, Chen Mo refrained from further feeding. Before satiating the creature, he needed to conduct an experiment. He turned to his storage box and retrieved a pair of green-striped swim trunks. Without hesitation, he discarded his shirt and donned the trunks, adjusting them snugly around his lower region. Though slightly tight, it was of little consequence. Subsequently, Chen Mo produced a length of coarse hemp rope, meticulously crafted from 5 palm fronds, renowned for its remarkable strength, with each strand measuring at least 5 meters. With utmost seriousness, he interconnected the ropes, securing both ends with 2 firm knots. Upon completion, an extraordinarily long hemp rope, exceeding 200 meters, was born. He affixed one end around the neck of the small turtle, while the other end was intricately tied to his waist using a 3-point safety knot. After dedicating another half-hour to this task, everything was set. Chen Mo equipped himself with a versatile sickle, which he secured at his waist, donned a bull shark helmet, and turned to the small turtle, saying, "Little turtle, when I call for you, you must pull me up with utmost speed. Do you understand?" The turtle responded with a cheerful owl. Chen Mo solemnly patted the turtle's neck, declaring, "My life is entrusted to you." The turtle replied with an enthusiastic owl. The time read, 17:20. Chen Mo lowered his gaze towards the depths of the sea. Return to the Abyss, People S Education Edition. Initiate. Chapter 17, Advanced Energy Materials. Transforming into an endless cleaner. Buzz. In the instant Chen Mo activated the void diving technique, a familiar pale blue energy shield enveloped his entire body like a bubble. No longer hesitating, he took a deep breath and leaped into the sea. Splash! The surface erupted in a cascade of water, and after a brief moment of disorientation, the scenery before him had transformed entirely. It was as if he had instantaneously arrived in an otherworldly space, distinct from the ocean's surface. This realm was a vibrant and almost dreamlike shallow sea filled with green algae. Sunlight cascaded down from above, illuminating the thick, forest-like clusters of massive algae. Each strand was 100 meters long, with dark green leaves as broad as sails, unfurling and swaying gently in the slow currents. Previously, Chen Mo had no diving experience, which was why he wished to familiarize himself with the operation beforehand. However, upon entering the water, he discovered that void diving required no complex maneuvers. The pale blue bubble surrounding him was more intelligent than he had anticipated. He simply needed to swim, moving his limbs and shifting his direction, while issuing mental commands to advance or accelerate. The bubble would automatically carry him in the designated direction, and at a speed rivaling that of a small turtle. Quickly adapting to this mode of movement, Chen Mo began to plunge deeper into the shallow waters. As he descended, sunlight was obscured by the dense algae, casting the surrounding waters in a soft green hue. Amidst the algae, he occasionally spotted clusters of yellow fruits nestled between the leaves. Each fruit was the size of a palm, resembling a lantern pepper with a cold, slick surface that exuded a gentle yet radiant glow. From a distance, the entire expanse of algae resembled an oversized ribbon of lights. Naturally, Chen Mo did not overlook these fruits. He drew forth his universal sickle and began to harvest them. Though unaware of their potential uses, he felt compelled to collect them. Acquired. Thick kelp leaf, white item, X1. Description, a premium source of iodine and dietary fiber. Its raw taste is mediocre, but perhaps it would be delightful when roasted. Acquired. Fluorescent algae fruit, green item, X5. Description, can be used to synthesize silicone rubber. An essential component of diving tools. Diving tools. Chen Mo's spirits soared, and he hastened his collection. The fruits came in clusters of 20, and though he refrained from being greedy, he gathered for clusters before resuming his descent. With the illumination provided by the algae fruits, even the areas untouched by sunlight glimmered as brightly as day. Before long, Chen Mo reached the shallow seabed. The richness of resources beneath the surface was beyond imagination, difficult to fathom without witnessing it firsthand. A cursory glance revealed an array of materials whose names he did not recognize. Within the crevices beneath his feet lay large formations of crystalline structures resembling ice. These crystals were pure and transparent, reflecting a pale blue halo under the glow of his shield. Chen Mo carefully scraped off a small fragment with his universal sickle and placed it into his backpack. Acquired. Pure sea salt crystal, green quality, X1. Description, one of the vital materials for producing hydrochloric acid. Chen Mo was uncertain of the role hydrochloric acid played in the endless voyage, but that did not deter his scavenging efforts. Swiftly gathering a full set of 20, he gazed toward a distant cluster of vividly colored rock formations. As he maneuvered closer with the bubble, Chen Mo discovered that these were not mere rocks. but rather a heap of coral remnants composed of several fractured, hollow coral tubes, their surfaces adorned with a myriad of splendid hues. The walls of these coral tubes were as delicate as gossamer, with what appeared to be a shimmering liquid flowing within, emitting a faint luminescence. On the walls of the tubes grew 3 clusters of disc-like organisms resembling reishi mushrooms, which Chen Mo carefully severed with his scythe. Acquired, fluorescent coral tube sample, purple quality, X3. Description: often seen in the manufacturing materials of high-end energy propulsion devices. To his astonishment, these were materials of purple quality. Moreover, according to the description, they were a type of energy material, although the quantity was somewhat limited. Chen Mo circled around the coral heap, discovering no additional samples beyond these 3, and thus he adjusted his course towards the next target. He slowly approached a massive black reef, exposed atop the seafloor sediment. The surface of the deep black reef was embedded with scattered specks of ore, glistening with a cold, silvery gray metallic sheen, densely arranged to the point of inducing a mild case of trypophobia. Chen Mo tentatively struck the back of his versatile scythe against the reef, and to his surprise, a large chunk broke free. Acquired, titanium ore, blue quality, X10 description, one of the most in-demand ores for cutting-edge technology. Just collect it without hesitation. Its demand surpasses your imagination. It was a blue quality ore. As the ores were added to his inventory, the familiar sound of technological unlocks chimed in his ears. Chen Mo had no time to be distracted. With a swift flick of his scythe, titanium ores fell like raindrops around him. He had anticipated the richness of resources at the ocean floor, but he had not expected such abundance in the shallow waters. Before long, every last piece of titanium ore from the reef had been stored in Chen Mo's backpack. During this process, he even inadvertently collected a clump of soil that had been stirred up beneath his feet. To his further surprise, even this ubiquitous seabed soil was a material. Acquired, seabed silt, white quality, X1, description, can be processed into a furnace after drying. Chen Mo scooped up a generous handful of silt and stuffed it into his backpack. At this moment, only 1 minute remained of the time allotted for his exploration. Not wishing to cut it too close, he glanced at his backpack, noting a few available slots. He hastily gathered some common seaweed and a few luminescent fruits, then shouted, "Little turtle!" Immediately, the rope beneath him tugged with force. Chen Mo grasped the rope and activated the bubble's acceleration. In less than half a minute, with a splash of turbulent waves, he was pulled out of the water, soaring through the air in a perfect parabolic arc, before landing gently upon the soft, conjoined forelimbs of the little turtle. From a distance, it appeared as though he had been cradled by a turtle princess. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Chen Mo spat out the salty seawater, and once the brief sensation of weightlessness faded, he stood up and promptly patted the little turtle's neck. "Well done, little turtle." With a fervent eagerness, Chen Mo ascended onto the turtle's shell, promptly retrieving a small loaf of bread and devouring it in swift bites, followed by generous gulps of fresh water, swiftly replenishing his energy and hydration levels. He glanced at his character panel. Astonishingly, 15 minutes of diving had cost him 5 points of stamina. The absence of explicit stamina consumption guidelines in the abyssal diving skill suggested that this 5 points likely represented the standard expenditure for diving. This was under the condition of a stamina boost, where his stamina consumption was halved. This revelation indicated that an ordinary individual lacking a stamina buff would only recover a mere 100 points of stamina in a day, barely sufficient for less than 2 hours of diving. Of course, for competitors at this stage who lacked any equipment, sourcing resources through diving was akin to a fanciful dream. Chen Mo cast all the materials he had just salvaged into his storage box, and then retrieved a beloved apple fish of the little turtle. Having fully acquainted himself with the abyssal diving skill, he was now ready for the main event of the day. This thought had immediately sprung to mind upon unlocking the educational version of the abyssal diving skill. In the past, when triggering the gold miner, he had solely relied on fishing for those elusive rewards, often reeling in nothing but refuse. However, with the amalgamation of gold miner and abyssal diving, the nature of the entire buff transformed entirely. He could now exert control over the quality of his catch to the fullest extent. In simpler terms, he was poised to once again achieve remarkable success. "Little turtle, go," he commanded as he tossed the apple fish, which arced gracefully through the air before landing securely in the turtle's mouth. Young Xuanwu's hunger level, 78, 177, 7. Observing the luminous screen, Chen Mo smirked. "Come forth, gold miner." The young Xuanwu feels satisfied today. It joyfully flaps its fins. The surrounding fish school was disturbed, promptly fleeing the area. Beneath the fish school, something unknown seemed to be concealed. Ah, it is refuse. A plethora of refuse. You have acquired a limited-time buff, Endless Cleaner. What kind of buff is this? Chen Mo was momentarily taken aback before swiftly accessing the buff list. Endless Cleaner. Protecting the marine environment is everyone's responsibility. Please collect as much oceanic waste as possible in any form within half an hour. Rewards will be calculated based on the quantity and quality of refuse in your backpack at the end of the time limit. Not what I expected, my friend. Where's my gold miner? Why diverge from a script? Chapter 18. Unlocking the extraordinary vessel. The manta ray. There was no alternative. Unable to contend with the system, Chen Mo resigned himself to the gameplay. Gritting his teeth, he hurried back to the living area to retrieve the net, then leaped into the sea. Splash. This time, the water splashed less than before. Having previously engaged in waste collection, Chen Mo had refrained from bringing a rope, as his intent was singularly focused. He maximized his speed, plunging straight towards a shallow seabed. However, upon reaching his target location, ready to wield the net and collect refuse, Chen Mo was taken aback to find the area near the algae remarkably clean. In his earlier descent, he had been preoccupied with searching for resources and had not paid heed to the presence of garbage. Now, as he meticulously scoured the crevices, he found only pristine sands and swaying seaweed, with merely a few scattered soda cans and discarded metal scraps. What was happening? The last time, there had been an abundance of refuse to collect. Now, when he sought to gather a multitude of waste, the area was so immaculate. Was the system conspiring against him? Reluctantly, Chen Mo slowed his pace to search more thoroughly. His movements were swift, but the results were scant. Time ticked away, and as he anxiously continued his search for debris, he noticed, not far off, a dozen pairs of eyes hidden among the seaweed, tracking his every move. One pair with crossed eyes exclaimed, "Beep beep." The other, with strabismus, responded, "Beep beep, beep beep beep." It seemed they had caught wind of something significant, as the other pairs of eyes soon began to dart about excitedly. In unison, they swam towards Chen Mo. Thus, while he was still grappling with the task of collecting refuse, he lifted his gaze to find a clownfish adorned with a black bow tie and a top hat suddenly appearing in his field of vision. The clownfish removed its top hat and bowed gracefully to Chen Mo. "So elegant, truly elegant. Esteemed garbage king, allow me to introduce myself." Before the top-hatted clownfish could finish, it was interrupted by two other clownfish that collided into it. "Forget his nonsense, great king. Let me take you to the mountain of trash." "Yes, yes, great king. We shall lead you to the refuse." The two clownfish halted before Chen Mo, swiftly flapping their tails. He recognized them as two of the four clownfish he had encountered previously. The reason was unmistakable. One had crossed eyes, and the other had strabismus, making them quite distinctive. Had they migrated alongside the school of fish from earlier? Chen Mo was unsure and had no time to ponder. The efficacy of collecting garbage was woefully inadequate. He could only gamble on a desperate measure. Lead the way. At your command. Follow us, great king. The two clownfish swam at remarkable speed, deftly weaving through the towering kelp and rocks, with Chen Mo in close pursuit, his shield parting the currents and leaving a trail of frothy bubbles in his wake. After approximately a minute of swimming, he and the clownfish entered an extraordinarily long coral tunnel. As they emerged from the tunnel, his surroundings expanded dramatically. Before him lay a vast underwater plain, where the mud was adorned with vibrant red seaweed, interspersed with a plethora of fragmented plastic and rusted metal remnants. At the heart of the metallic wreckage lies a technological artifact, an abandoned submarine, partially submerged in the silt. The submarine's design resembles that of a UFO, its surface marred by numerous dents and patches of rust. The front features a glass hemisphere serving as a cockpit, while the rear boasts twin propellers reminiscent of a moth's wings, though the blades are severely deformed, rendering the entire vessel grotesquely twisted. The streamlined titanium alloy shell reflects a chilling light in the dim surroundings, emanating an aura of decay and mystery. Chen Mo stands before this scene, profoundly shaken, yet quickly seizes a net and rushes forward, devoid of any lament for the advanced technology. His sole desire is to complete the task at hand. The king remains the king, looking remarkably dashing while scavenging. Go king! In the enthusiastic cheers of the two clownfish cheerleaders, Chen Mo wastes not a second, fervently collecting the fragments and debris surrounding the sunken vessel. As time draws near, he swims back to the surface, grasping the hemp rope attached to the turtle's shell, and initiates the return dive, propelling himself in the direction he originally came from. Upon returning to the wreck site, Chen Mo hesitates not a moment, swiftly wrapping the tail wing of the submarine with several tight loops of rope. He then calls out, "Little turtle, pull upwards." Indeed, upon first sighting the submarine, it became his target. The scattered debris was merely a trifling addition. What other refuse could be grander than an entire, dilapidated submarine? The little turtle receives the command and begins to tug the hemp rope forcefully. The previously undulating rope suddenly goes taut. The quality of the rope produced by the system is unquestionable, and with a series of excruciating creaks, the entire submarine is gradually pulled from the muck, beginning its ascent. The two observing clownfish embrace in excitement. Such power! This is the might of the garbage king. Oh my, it's simply miraculous. I think I might faint. Chen Mo pushes the submarine upwards, confirming its stability before diving back into the red algae zone to continue his cleanup. As the second round of return diving nears completion, Chen Mo swiftly resurfaces, clearing the nearly overflowing metal fragments from his pack. With 10 minutes remaining on the endless cleaner buff, he wastes no time mounting the turtle's back. And to avoid hindering the little turtle's passage through the green algae zone, he unties the rope connecting the two vessels. Return dive, activate. With a resounding whoosh, the light blue shield breaks the ocean's surface, emanating an irresistible force, and settles firmly in the red algae zone, creating ripples in the water. The clownfish congregation, already gathered, erupts in jubilation. Hooray! It's Lord Xuanwu. We are saved, they exclaim. By the way, that pile of garbage didn't seem to hinder us much, did it? Perhaps not. Whatever. Trash should be eradicated by the garbage king. Go king! Go king! Chen Mo, unfazed by the frenzy of the dozen or so clownfish twisting in excitement, diligently continues to clean the battlefield alongside the turtle. The once scattered metal debris now lay nearly cleared, with Chen Mo's backpack completely filled. Glancing at the remaining time, he hesitated not, giving a gentle pat to his turtle shell. Let's return. The little turtle raised its head high, departing the red algae zone under the cheerful send-off of the clownfish. With a splash, the duo surfaced. Once stable, Chen Mo's first action was to seize a bottle of water and drink deeply. Perhaps it was merely his imagination, but although he bore no additional debuffs after entering the water, the decline of his thirst seemed to accelerate beyond the norm. At that moment, the system's settlement sound finally resonated in his ears. Mission completed. Reward settlement in progress. Participant: Chen Mo, San 734821. Recycle materials collected. Damaged mothership X1. Mothership cabin fragments X22. Damaged power batteries X4, glass shards X17, contaminated marine lubricant X2, rusty metal X57. Final rating, S level. Reward distribution, 1. Shell coins, 1,000. 2. Current supply package, contains smoked shark meat X10, canned tuna X10, energy drinks X20, wooden planks X99, hemp rope X99, plastic X99-3. Permanent title, Undersea Cleanliness King. Effect: Initial Goodwill with Neutral Friendly Marine Creatures 10, Underwater Vision 5. Automatically equipped for Special S Rating Reward. Mothership Complete Blueprint. Description: In recognition of your exceptional contribution to ocean cleanliness by fully salvaging the entire set of mothership damaged equipment, this reward is granted as a mark of commendation. Description: the blueprint contains detailed manufacturing processes and material lists for all structural modules of the mothership. As a cutting-edge, small submersible, the mothership boasts multiple functionalities, including high-speed maneuverability, modular deployment, medium-depth submersion, and an independent sustenance system, serving as an excellent aid for your deep-sea explorations and efficient collection. All debris fully recycled. Reward distribution complete. The endless voyage, cleanliness, and exploration in tandem. Your contributions have been immortalized by the ocean. Listening to the series of significant announcements from the system, Chen Mo found himself momentarily dazed. He was already quite pleased with the 1,000 coins and the exclusive title. To his astonishment, the fourth reward proved to be the most monumental. The mothership? Could he be mistaken? While most still relied on primitive boats to collect debris, here was a submarine presented before him. It felt akin to witnessing someone next to you still watching the news on a bulky antenna television while you were already immersed in a VR game. Without delay, Chen Mo opened his backpack, and indeed, nestled within was a blueprint for the mothership. At that moment, he could scarcely comprehend what expression ought to grace his face. Could it be? Had he truly unlocked this? Chapter 19. The respected leader has joined the group. On this particular night, a small turtle glided serenely across the ocean's surface, its two front limbs cradling a little yellow duck while its head rested gently upon the duck's crown, occasionally emitting soft, snoring sounds. In stark contrast to the tranquil existence of the turtle, Chen Mo was engulfed in a whirlwind of activity. The materials and rewards he amassed throughout the day could be likened to several times the sum of the previous 3 days combined. However, this windfall was accompanied by a surge in workload. Foremost in Chen Mo's mind was the Heghao. After utilizing the blueprints for the Heghao, a new category labeled Azure Genesis Technology emerged in the manufacturing list. Upon opening this list, the first statement read, "Cutting-edge technology can only be unlocked via blueprints." Azure Genesis Technology appreciates your remarkable contributions to the deep sea. Chen Mo raised an eyebrow, pondering whether these new technologies would no longer be automatically unlocked simply by gathering materials, unlike the freshwater filters and campfires. Such a stipulation seemed quite reasonable. If materials alone could unlock advanced technology, it would inevitably lead to an overwhelming proliferation, thus negating its status as cutting-edge. Continuing to peruse the list, he found only one manufacturable item, Heghao, a compact, multifunctional submarine. The required materials were as follows: titanium ingots X10, power batteries X4, computer chips X1, glazed glass X8, composite lubricant X1, lead or X20. After reviewing the materials needed, Chen Mo promptly dismissed the idea of crafting the Heghao. Not only could he currently produce only a single titanium ingot, but he also lacked the knowledge of how to obtain the other materials. It seemed he would have to gradually seek out clues in the future. Undeterred, Chen Mo remained optimistic. As long as the journey continued, the materials would eventually be gathered. For the foreseeable future, crafting the Heghao would become his primary objective on this boundless voyage. Closing the Azure Genesis Technology panel, he began to methodically organize the unfamiliar materials in his backpack. Sea bottom silt, white quality. Description: can be used to create a furnace after drying. Following the description, Chen Mo carefully shaped the sea bottom silt into 4 neatly formed bricks, arranging them next to the campfire. He then ignited the campfire with a windproof lighter. In an instant, as the flames erupted, the sea bottom silt transformed into sea bottom silt baking. While waiting for it to dry, Chen Mo opened the technology panel once more. With the acquisition of titanium ore, he unlocked titanium ingots, fire extinguishers, waterproof storage cabinets, beacons, radios, and some rather useless furniture technologies. Each titanium ingot required 10 pieces of titanium ore, but it seemed that direct production was not feasible. He surmised that smelting in a furnace would likely be necessary. The remaining technologies held little utility for Chen Mo at this moment. So he utilized 4 titanium ores to craft 2 waterproof storage boxes to replace the existing wooden ones, and fashioned a fire extinguisher from 1 titanium ore. The seaweed fruit, however, brought Chen Mo a delightful surprise. One seaweed fruit could be combined with one plastic to produce a bottle of seaweed juice, replenishing thirst equivalent to that of a 250 milliliters bottle of fresh water. Two seaweed fruits can be crafted into a fiber net. A fiber net combined with a portion of herbs can yield 3 ordinary bandages. In a previously overlooked corner, the 30-odd portions of ubiquitous ordinary herbs finally found their purpose. Chen Mo utilized half of the seaweed fruits to produce 30 ordinary bandages. He intended to put all these bandages up for sale. For medical supplies, he deemed it sufficient to retain just one basic medical kit. His current defense was formidable, making it exceedingly difficult for him to sustain injuries. Thus, there was no need to stockpile bandages. With this thought in mind, Chen Mo checked the price of bandages in the marketplace. The recommended price for bandages ranged between 10 to 20 coins. However, the cheapest bandage available on the trading post was 200 coins. Chen Montag was astounded. Did he misread a zero? Rubbing his eyes, he looked again. Indeed, it was 200 coins, and this was the lowest price of 200. The highest had soared to 230. Were these people insane? Chen Mo was utterly shocked and proceeded to search for the prices of the item materials. The herds were priced at a maximum of 13 coins and a minimum of 8 coins. As for the seaweed fruits, both the highest and lowest price stood at 100 coins. The mystery was unveiled. The price of bandages was influenced by the seaweed fruits. Indeed, there were only 2 seaweed fruits available in the entire trading post, each marked at 100 coins. The recommended price for seaweed fruits was merely between 2 to 4 coins. On the very first day of the endless voyage, what did 200 coins signify? It was known that in the wealth rankings of the entire region, Chen Mo was distinctly ahead. Even the second place had accumulated less than half of Chen Mo's shell coins. A price of 200 coins already placed one in the top 500. For the first time, Chen Mo felt the terrifying disparity of information. Clearly, these fruits were abundant in the shallow waters below 50 meters, comparable in number to krill. Chen Mo opened the chat window. The regional channel was in utter chaos at this moment. Are you all out of your minds? Get a grip. This is not a game. Lives are at stake. How can unscrupulous merchants sleep at night? Do you understand the concept of survival of the fittest? It is survival of the fittest, nature selection. To hell with your survival of the fittest. In just one afternoon, the price of bandages surged from 40 to 200. Are you telling me this is natural selection? A bunch of heartless scoundrels. They must have conspired. It was not this expensive during the day. They deliberately waited for nightfall, when the sharks were active, knowing we wouldn't dare to gather supplies, then cleared the stock and sold at exorbitant prices. They are preying on the vulnerable. Help me. I was bitten by a shark while trying to evade it, and the wound is deep. The system warns that if I do not use a bandage, I will succumb to excessive blood loss within 6 hours. Is there a kind soul willing to give me a bandage? My sister was bitten by a shark too. I implore you. I can write an IO. I promise to repay double in the future. A bunch of brutes, degenerates. How dare you call yourselves citizens of Xuanwu? Although I too find the prices somewhat exorbitant. How others price their goods is their prerogative, is it not? You cannot demand that everyone act selflessly on your behalf. While you may choose not to offer assistance in times of need, you must not take advantage of others' misfortune. Indeed, the year of the compassionate has arrived once more. Yet this year seems particularly abundant in such sentiments. If you feel such empathy for them, why not contribute funds to assist them? Through the remarks of these individuals, Chen Mo pieced together the sequence of events with remarkable accuracy. He instinctively furrowed his brow. At that moment, a message that dominated nearly a third of the screen captured Chen Mo's attention. Attention, all those who are severely injured, please heed this message. Capture a photograph of your wounds along with the system's injury notification and send it to the chat channel. If you cannot endure until tonight, the second-ranked Lei Chuang, the fourth-ranked Lung Xiao, and Sister Jiao Pan will add you as friends and sell you bandages for 20 coins. They have exhausted their chat limits for today, so I'm conveying this on their behalf. Do not add them as friends. It is futile. Their friend list is already full. Please ensure the photo format includes both the wound and the system's injury notification. Attention, all those who are severely injured. Please take note. Exceeds word limit. As soon as the message was broadcast, a flurry of injury photos immediately inundated the comment section. Upon recognizing familiar IDs, Chen Mo paused momentarily. He opened his friend list, and among his two friends, one was Lei Chuang. After contemplating for a brief moment, he sent a message. "How many bandages do you have left?" Lei Chuang replied swiftly. "What is up, brother? Are you injured too?" Just as Chen Mo was about to respond with a couple of words, another message arrived. "Brother, if you have enough coins, it's better to buy from the trading hall. I need to reserve these for those in greater need." Very well. Given that Chen Mo held the title of the top rank, it was indeed improbable that he couldn't procure even 200 coins. Perhaps Lei Chuang had encountered many individuals seeking to exploit the situation, thus forming a preconceived notion. Chen Mo felt no anger. "I see quite a few injured people in the channel. Can you assist them?" Lei Chuang continued to respond promptly, seemingly employing a formulaic style of reply. "Alas, please do not persuade me. Even if I cannot help, I must try. If I can save one, it is worth it. Otherwise, my conscience would not allow it." Such fervor and authenticity left a positive impression on Chen Mo regarding Lei Chuang. Although in survival novels or films, such characters often meet untimely ends. "I have 100 bandages at your price. Would you like to help?" Lei Chuang's response came in an instant. "What? Are you serious? Where did you acquire so many bandages?" Chen Mo replied, "I crafted them." The next moment, Chen Mo found himself added to a new group. Xuanwu 101 District Mutual Aid Association, 7 members. The group buzzed with lively conversation. Lu Ran. "I've already instructed the members of the wellness group to compile a list. He will send me the first batch of names shortly. How many bandages do you all have?" Lung Xiu, 16. Su Yizhou, "I have only 9 left." Wu Yu, "I still possess 11. Lu Ran, "I have 7 remaining. It feels insufficient. Why are there so many injured tonight?" Su Yizhou, "The sharks in the endless seas are unperturbed by torches, and they are significantly more ferocious than those in the initial waters. I had conjectured about this in the chat area this morning, urging them to procure flint to craft fish-repelling lights. But they accused me of maliciously inflating the price of flint. Wen Kai, do you think that band of merchants seized upon your information, which is why they suddenly hoarded a large quantity by evening?" Su Yizhou, "It is quite possible." Wu Yu, "Those scoundrels." Wen Kai, "Wait a moment. Why is there an extra person in the group?" Lu Ran, "What the heck? Am I seeing this correctly?" Chen Mo, "Is it the Chen Mo I think it is?" Lu Ran, "The top-tier player is in our group?" Chapter 20. The top leader added me as a friend. Chen Mo's sudden appearance served as a spark, igniting a flurry of activity in the group chat. Lu Ran, "Am I seeing this correctly? Have I been so busy these past few days that my eyes are deceiving me?" The notoriously aloof top leader, who never adds anyone, is truly in our group. Wen Kai, "Indeed, you are not mistaken. He is among us. To clarify, he doesn't add just anyone. He has added Chuang Ge." Wu Yu, "Have you not seen Chuang Ge boasting in the group for an entire afternoon?" Lei Chuang, "Ahem. Quiet. Allow me to introduce everyone. The top leader, my friend, Chen Mo. Lei Chuang. He is here to assist us. He possesses 100 bandages." A brief silence enveloped the group before. Lu Ran, "What? 100? Wu Yu, goodness." Wen Kai, sit down. This is basic etiquette. How else could he be the top leader, far ahead of all the rankings?" Lu Ran, welcome. A warm welcome to our esteemed top leader in the Xuanwu 101 Mutual Assistance Association. Flowers. JPG. Banners. JPG. Heart. JPG. To be honest, the last time Chen Mo joined a small group like this was during his freshman year in the dormitory meal-sharing group. Thankfully, the screen provided a buffer against any awkward, ice-breaking moments. The members of the group were quite enthusiastic, already beginning to introduce themselves spontaneously. Lu Ran, "Hello, top leader. I am the captain of Fleet 98, Captain Jean Pen. They call me Sister Foot Basin." Wen Kai, "Greetings, top leader. I am the captain of Fleet 101, Chef." Wu Yu, "Hello, top leader. I am the captain of Coral Fleet. They refer to me as Brother Coral." Lu Ran, "Actually, it's Sister Coral, and she is a super secure muscle sister, the champion of the DMS bodybuilding competition." Lung Xiu, "Welcome." Lu Ran, "Sister Qiu is the captain of Fleet 4, the target ship." Su Yizhou, "Welcome. I am the captain of the survey ship." Lu Ran, Dr. Su is Fleet 3, known as Freshwater Brother. Su Tho. Lei Chuang. Haha, I'll skip the self-introduction. We're already quite familiar. At this moment, the pace of messages slowed as everyone seemed to await Chen Mo's response. Chen Mo, feeling socially anxious, could only muster a simple reply. Hello, everyone. Lu Ranran. The top leader is so aloof. I absolutely adore him. Wen Kai. The top leader is so aloof. I absolutely adore him. Wu Yu. The top leader is so aloof. I absolutely adore him. Lei Chuang. Stop copying each other. Let us get to the point. Top leader, since you have 100 bandages, when will the assistance list be available? Lei Chuang. Oh, by the way, I forgot to ask, is the prize for you also 20 coins like us? Seemingly anxious about creating a sense of moral obligation in front of the top leader, they hurried to clarify. Lu Ranran. The price of 20 coins is actually lower than our cost price. In the evening, when Dr. Su discovered someone was maliciously purchasing seaweed fruit, he informed us in the group. However, given our limited manpower and resources, our purchasing speed cannot keep pace with their price hikes. Top leader, if your cost is higher, feel free to mark it up, considering your larger quantity. Su Ijo, well, I do not advocate emptying one's savings to lend money in order to assist others, as Lei Chuang did. Lei Chuang, did you not say, given the concept of cross-region battles, larger-scale regional conflicts are bound to occur in the future? Thus, the overall development of a major region is of utmost importance. Su Ijo, my statement was predicated on the condition that it does not hinder personal development. Do not only consider half of what someone says, or it will reflect poorly on your intellect. Lei Chuang, Su Ijo Yu, Wu Yu, the top spot should not hesitate to set a price. When Kai initially intended to sell for 50 coins. When Kai, I was joking. Why undermine my position? Chen Mo, you may simply call me Chen Mo Lu Ranran. Alright, Mo, go. Wen Kai, Allericht, Montag Ge. Lai Shuang, Allericht, Montag Ge. Wu Yu, Allericht, Huang Ye. Wen Kai, Allericht, Huang Ye. Su Tho. Let us discuss serious matters. After pondering for a moment, Chen Mo typed on the screen, my costs are not high either, just like you all, 20 coins per item. How shall we proceed with the transaction? Lei Chuang, buddy, you are truly a person of great integrity. Lu Ranran, the list has been released. Wen Kai, work has come in, everyone. Subsequently, Lu Ranran shared a lengthy list in the group, detailing those severely injured who would succumb to infection within 8 hours if not treated with bandages. The chatter in the group ceased, and they swiftly organized the personnel assignments, with Chen Mo allocated the most bandages, receiving 25 slots. Following their instructions, Chen Mo added friends one by one and initiated transactions. These injured individuals appeared to have been instructed beforehand, as they refrained from private conversations with Chen Mo during the transaction and, dutifully, deleted him from their friend list post-transaction. This indeed alleviated many of Chen Mo's troubles. However, refraining from private chats did not prevent them from boasting in the regional channel. Regional channel, Huagua Region 101. Guess what? I've struck gold. The top-tier boss personally added me as a friend. I acquired the special bandages for 20 coins. Those unscrupulous merchants can keep their 200 coin bandages for their own use. Attached, bandage photo, friend list screenshot, mother. I've made it. The top-tier boss added me as a friend and gifted me bandages. That shark bite was worth it. Everyone abides by the rules of the Health Preservation Association. After trading, we proactively delete friends. Those short on coins willingly sign system IOUs, and during transactions, we refrain from private messaging the boss. After all, they're kindly helping us, and we must not impose upon them. Top-ranked Chen Mo, second-ranked Lei Chuang, third-ranked Su Ijo, fourth-ranked Long Xiao, along with Sister Foot Basin, Brother Coral, and Chef Seal. The benevolence of these 7 titans shall not be forgotten by our invincible group. When we achieve success, we shall repay them 100-fold. I have also noted down the IDs of those unscrupulous merchants. Let us not overlook any villain. Attached, screenshot of merchant IDs. We, Northwind Group, share the same sentiment. Without the support of the boss's bandages, our captain would meet his demise tonight. We bow to the great ones. Have the unscrupulous merchants taken notice? This exemplifies the true landscape. The captain of the non-lucky group, representing the aided members, sincerely expresses gratitude to the esteemed brother Chen Mo for his assistance. I am but an ordinary individual. I cannot provide low-cost bandages like the magnates do. I merely followed the trend and stockpiled some in the evening, and I can offer them at cost price to those in need. I have stocked up as well, initially intending to use them myself, but I was taken aback by how high the merchants inflated the prices. Indeed, one can profit handsomely when devoid of conscience. Is there anyone else in need of bandages? I'm offering them at cost price. Good evening to the families of Baibo Ran. Long live the top supporter. Long live the magnates. Long live unity. Chen Mo, too busy to glance at the rapidly scrolling regional chat, focused solely on adding friends and transacting bandages. During this time, nothing untoward occurred. Most individuals were prepared with 20 coins, while those who could not gather the amount proactively issued a system promissory note. The promissory note was a feature Chen Mo had just discovered. Upon signing the note, the buyer's funds were initially covered by the system, after which the buyer's shell coins would turn negative. Any shell coins acquired through any means would be prioritized by the system for repayment, effectively transferring the risk onto the system itself, eliminating any possibility of default. Furthermore, the system also offers labor contracts and group betting, rendering the entire trading hub an unequivocally fair platform endorsed by the system. In summary, after 2 hours, the list of injured individuals did not increase further. 100 bandages were successfully sold, and Chen Mo's coins soared past the 4,000 mark. Just as he intended to close the regional chat, a message suddenly caught his eye. Top supporter, I know you see this. You hypocrites, pretending to do good while still selling to us at the highest recommended price. With your abundant resources, you should be giving away bandages, not selling them at 10 coins each on the trading hub. You refuse to sell at a low price while posing as altruists. Playing both sides is quite the act. Chen Mo, as if by design, following that message, several similar remarks surfaced. Is this the top supporter? The resources of the endless sea are communal. You take so many resources, and not only should the bandages be given away, they should be sold at the lowest price of 10 coins. You neither wish to sell at a low price nor abandon the facade of a benevolent figure. How can you claim to be virtuous while reaping profits? I support the above sentiments. The top supporter should lead by selling at the lowest price. There is no fundamental difference between 20 coins and 200 coins. Those who cannot produce the amount will still be unable to do so. It's all blood money. Indeed, does the magnate really need these coins? Take a lesson from Brother Coral. For newcomers, 20 coins is a substantial sum. Will you? Chapter 21. Protecting the best of the silent ones under the instigation of those with ulterior motives. Public opinion was ignited in an instant, directing its ire towards 7 individuals. Some even began to entertain conspiracy theories. I now suspect that this is a scheme orchestrated by those few at the top of the rankings. First, they maliciously inflated prices, then conveniently offloaded their goods. It's a classic case of the black hat and the white hat. Not only did they profit, but they also garnered fame. Just wait and see. Tomorrow's wealth leaderboard will undoubtedly show their accumulated fortunes doubling. In the end, the only ones left deceived are us ordinary citizens who paid exorbitantly for bandages, sold out, and left to pay others. Oh my, what despicable tactics. It's truly impossible to defend against such schemes. Hilarious. Some individuals have egos larger than even the most inflated of egos. Free? Do you think the top rank is the system's favorite? 20 coins expensive? When the profiteers charged 200 coins, did you dare to utter a word? The big players push it down to 20 coins, and you emerge like a proud wolf? Foolish and wicked. Top rank. Come out and explain. And you, the one with the inflated ego. We trusted you, and you cannot treat us like mere pawns. The regional channel swiftly divided into 3 factions. The anti-silent faction and the pro-silent faction engaged in a fierce verbal battle, while a group of self-proclaimed neutral parties called for explanations from the involved individuals. Chen Mo had not anticipated that as a mere participant in the event, he would be thrust into the eye of the storm. It must be said, the title of top rank indeed carries significant weight. However, he felt no anger, merely a sense of exasperation. Meanwhile, Lei Chuang was livid. As the second-ranked individual constrained by the chat limit, he could only furiously type in the group. Are these people out of their minds? Are they foolish? Lacking independent thought? Wu Yu. Chuang, don't let the foolish ones upset you. Lu Ran. Chuang, stay calm. Didn't Dr. Su say before that our pricing would surely provoke some backlash? It could well be that those profiteers are masquerading as victims. Wen Kai. But shouldn't we really explain ourselves? We're not even making a profit. And now we're being criticized. How frustrating. Su Izhou. Only the weak require explanations. Su Izhou, just watch. Moments later, a system notification echoed in the ears of all players in the region, now announcing a region-wide communique from Captain Su Izhou. Subsequently, a luminous screen appeared above everyone's line of sight, displaying in bold crimson letters. Think it's expensive? The next batch of bandages starts at 500. The entire regional chat paused momentarily due to this announcement. Then, another system message followed, now announcing a region-wide communique from Captain Leng Qiu. Don't be used as pawns. Two incisive announcements struck with resounding clarity. The combined impact lent a momentary calm to the chaos. And Leng Qiu's screenshots finally made it apparent that many of the loudest critics were previously suspected profiteers. Public sentiment shifted dramatically. Those who had been harshly criticized for defending the top rank finally regained their voices. Chen Mo observed the rapidly scrolling regional channel. Since chaos had already ensued, he thought to himself, why not add to the disorder? Thus, the trading hall's pharmaceutical section, already under scrutiny, saw the bandage's price skyrocket to the pinnacle without any anonymity. The asking price, 500 coins. Seller, Chen Mo. The top listing truly displayed a bandage priced at 500 coins. Oh dear lord, we would wholeheartedly accept a price of 20 coins. It's merely a few scoundrels stirring discord. We are law-abiding citizens. Does it feel gratifying to don the mantle of hypocrisy? Now, this has genuinely irked people. Are you satisfied? Those self-righteous individuals upstairs, come forth. If you wish to rant, do not represent me. Do not speak for District 101. 20 coins is a fair price for salvation. If you're so capable, why not sell it for 10 coins? It's easy to speak without bearing the burden, demanding that the strong endlessly sacrifice to satiate the greed of the weak. You are no different from those unscrupulous merchants. Let us protect the esteemed Chen Mo. 20 coins is a price devoid of deceit. If you find it exorbitant, go purchase from those merchants at 200 coins. If you continue to disparage the top listing, your ID will be posted across the entire channel. Those who intended to occupy the moral high ground while seeking personal advantage, alongside those merchants, instantly became the public enemy of the entire channel. Huaguo 101 Mutual Aid Association, Lei Chuang, awesome. Shen Ting Boxing, JPG, Lu Ran. Brother Mo truly listed a bandage for 500 coins. Chen Mo, after all, I have faced criticism. Lu Ran. And you've been criticized the harshest. Wu Yu, the taller the tree, the more it attracts the wind. Brother Mo and Kai, wait. You two spent 50 coins to speak across districts, and one spent 50 coins in fees to list a bandage. Has everyone else spending power swords so high? Su Izhou, remember, we engage in these actions not to please anyone, but solely to remain true to our conscience, lest we fall into the trap of self-justification. Lei Chuang, silence. Dr. Su's lecture is commencing. Su Izhou, since the endless voyage involves the concept of cross-district battles, it inherently necessitates a few to lead the many. Su Izhou, with these individuals, there is no need to debate motives. Merely proclaim results, for demonstrating strength is the simplest and most effective approach. Their understanding is inconsequential. What matters is obedience. Frankly, it is most convincing for the top listing to undertake this. Su Izhou, what do you think, top listing? Chen Mo. Just call me Chen Mo Lu Ran. All right, Brother Mo. Wu Yu. All right, Brother Mo. Lei Chuang. All right, Brother Mo. Wen Kai. All right, Brother Chuang. Chen Mo. All right, Brother Chuang. Ultimately, this farce concluded with a resounding victory for the supporters of Mo. The regional channel gradually regained its tranquility. Those who, in a moment of heated impulse, had joined a fray of verbal conflict, began to feel a creeping sense of dread. This evening, they They repeatedly opened the trading interface, gazing at the bandage listed at the top for 500 coins, alongside the name Chen Mo, tossing and turning in sleeplessness. That bandage, perched atop the price list, served as the final ultimatum delivered by the strong. In this moment, they came to a stark realization. This is no longer a society governed by law. Those who ascend the rankings cannot be easily swayed or diminished by mere words. Here, no one speaks of human rights. They can only pray in the darkness, hoping that their identities remain unseen by those in power. Chapter 22. Little Turtle, we are about to strike it rich. The first day of the endless voyage came to a close amidst this farce. The following morning, Chen Mo awoke promptly, his eyes fluttering open to greet the day. He rose from his slumber, performed a brief morning ritual, and stepped out of his chamber. "Good morning, little turtle," he exclaimed, the sea breeze caressing his face with its refreshing and damp embrace. Weather report: season, peaceful season, day 2, time, standard time, 6 o'clock, temperature, 22 sea waves, 0. 2M. Today's recommendations: ideal for navigation, salvaging, and fishing. Chen Mo perused other pages briefly, confirming that all was well, before entering the work area. He pondered the state of the seabed silt he had placed yesterday. He retrieved 2 pieces of shark meat and a substantial sheet of thick seaweed. Placing them upon the grill, while they cooked, he rummaged through the mud blocks he had set beside the campfire the day before. They were hard and clearly dried. As he stored the mud block in his bag, a delightful chime of technological unlocking resonated in his ears. Opening the technology panel, he found a new addition in the toolbar: furnace, materials, dried seabed silt X1, copper or X1, iron or X1, stone X30. Description: an essential device for smelting high-tech materials. Having all the necessary materials, Chen Mo decisively clicked to craft it. In an instant, a half-man-high circular platform appeared beside the campfire. The surface of the platform was constructed from stone bricks, resembling a chimney, with a metallic cap recess at the top, seemingly designated for placing raw materials. Chen Mo examined the furnace's description. Furnace LV. 1 upgradable. Fuel remaining time: 000000. Current tasks: none can be upgraded? Curiosity piqued. Chen Mo clicked the upgrade option, and a luminous interface materialized before him. Upgrade requires copper or X5, iron or X5. Upgrade effects: increased item smelting capacity, enhanced simultaneous smelting quantity, extended fuel duration. Would you like to upgrade? Chen Mo selected yes, and the furnace shimmered with a brilliant light. Its hue transformed from earthy gray to a sleek metallic black, with a recess above now boasting 2 slots instead of 1. Furnace LV. 2. Check upgrade materials. Fuel remaining time: 000000. Current task 1. None. Current task 2. None. To reach level 3, he would require 30 copper, 30 iron, and 5 titanium ores, clearly beyond his current capabilities. Closing the upgrade panel, he turned his attention to understanding the furnace's operation. Using the furnace proved straightforward. Place the materials to be smelted in the recess, then insert an equal amount of wood into the central arch compartment to commence the process. With a spirit of experimentation, Chen Mo placed a piece of titanium ore and a piece of iron ore on the platform, followed by 10 pieces of wood. Fuel remaining time: 0:10. 00. Each piece of wood would burn for only 1 minute. It appeared that his consumption of wood would significantly increase in the future. Chen Mo continued to read on. Current task 1. Titanium ingot, 2359. 59. Click to cancel. Current task 2. Iron ingot, 959. 59. Click to cancel. A duration of 24 hours and 10 hours? The smelting process is astonishingly lengthy. Chen Mo surveyed the 2 ongoing tasks, ultimately deciding to retain the titanium ingot task while canceling the iron ingot. He then tentatively cast various materials into the second slot. After a series of experiments, he arrived at the following conclusions: flint, coral stone, fluorescent coral tube samples, seabed silt, pure sea salt crystals, and all basic crafting materials are incompatible with the smelting process. Copper ore requires 5 hours to smelt, while seaweed fruit only takes 1 minute. Indeed, seaweed fruit can be smelted. Moreover, The secondary furnace can smelt 10 items at once. After testing all available materials, Chen Mo resolved to smelt 10 pieces of seaweed fruit first, as this would yield the quickest results. As for the titanium ingot, he opted to smelt just one piece. Given the lengthy duration of metal ingot smelting, producing a single piece would be crucial for unlocking technology. With this in mind, Chen Mo promptly placed 10 pieces of seaweed fruit into the furnace. The shark meat was now ready. Chen Mo took 2 pieces of shark meat and a strip of roasted kelp to the turtle's back, sharing a piece with the little turtle. After finishing, he savored a strip of kelp, its outer layer salty and crispy, while the inside remained tender and juicy. Burp. Chen Mo patted his stomach, took a few sips of fresh water, and returned to his workspace. The smelting of the seaweed fruit was complete, and lying quietly in the slot were 10 pale, yellow, gelatinous items. Acquired silicone rubber X10. Chen Mo picked one up and squeezed it. It was delightfully elastic. The moment it was stowed in his backpack, the familiar sound of technology unlocking chimed at his ears. Upon discovering that acquiring silicone rubber had unlocked not just one, but multiple technologies, Chen Mo immediately glanced at the technology panel. His expression transformed into one of delight upon seeing what had been unlocked. Basic diving suit, durability, 100 materials, silicone rubber X3, plastic X10, description, reduces underwater pressure. Maximum depth not exceeding 50 meters, slightly decreases stamina and mental consumption while diving. Standard oxygen tank, 8L, o materials, titanium ore X3. Silicone rubber X1, description, can be used for 30 minutes at depths not exceeding 50 meters. Fins, durability, 100 materials, silicone rubber X2, description, when worn, allows for effortless swimming in the sea. Speed, 5 ms. The seaweed fruit truly is a treasure. Not only can it be fashioned into bandages, but it can also yield an entire set of diving gear. Just yesterday, Chen Mo pondered whether there were alternative methods for diving beyond the 4 daily excursions. As the cumulative duration of those excursions barely amounted to 1 hour, segmented in nature, thus limiting his exploration. And now here it is. It's as if a pillow has been presented to a weary individual. Yet, he remained uncertain about its effectiveness. Chen Mo gazed at the 3 pieces of equipment on the ground, hesitating for merely a second before swiftly shedding his clothing. Merely contemplating is futile. Action is what bears fruit. Without delay, Chen Mo donned his diving suit, slipped on his flippers, and secured the oxygen tank upon his back, preparing to plunge into the depths of the sea. Of course, before his departure, he did not squander the time at the furnace and placed 10 seaweed fruits within. Little turtle, stay here and do not wander. I shall return shortly. With a deep breath, he donned the oxygen mask and plunged into the water. Splash. The water erupted around him as he swiftly descended into the depths. Should a professional diving instructor witness Chen Mo's swimming posture, he would likely award him a score of 0 and be astounded that such an unorthodox style could enable such rapid descent, defying all scientific norms. However, in a world where nautical exploration has become ubiquitous, who speaks of science? Chen Mo felt the pressure of the surrounding water. Although the oxygen mask allowed him to breathe, he still felt a slight constriction. His flippers propelled him at an astonishing speed, approximately 2 to 3 times that of a freestyle stroke. Yet overall, he was still considerably slower than during his previous void dive. Moreover, the sharks, previously wary of the little turtle, no longer sensed the terrifying aura of the black tortoise emanating from Chen Mo. After lurking for a while, they finally seized their opportunity and swam towards him with tails swaying. Chen Mo slightly bent forward, gripping the venomous appendage with one hand. With the oxygen mask in place, he could not wear the bull shark helmet, which left him feeling somewhat insecure, despite possessing a formidable defense of 950. Observing the approaching sharks, he prepared to activate both the void dive and his defensive shield at any moment. Yet, when the sharks reached a certain distance, they abruptly halted, their bloodthirsty eyes fixated not on Chen Mo, but rather on the space behind him, and moments later, they turned and swam away. What would this mean? Chen Mo was taken aback. At that moment, he suddenly noticed a string of blood-red digits floating above him. -0, what is this? Had he lost health? Instinctively, Chen Mo examined his body and ultimately discovered a silver and red piranha clamped onto his ankle. The triangular fish bore a ferocious gaze, comparable to that of the earlier sharks. At that moment, its row of razor-sharp teeth, gleaming in the underwater light, was firmly biting into Chen Mo's ankle, attempting to tear away a piece of flesh. However, it could not succeed, akin to an edentulous old lady gnawing on a pig bone. Chen Mo summoned his panel and opened the character tab. His health remained steadfast at 9,500, with not a single fluctuation. Just then, a shadow suddenly obscured the light above him. Chen Mo looked up to find an entire swarm of piranhas. Piranhas are known for their pack mentality. Chen Mo could surmise the reason behind the shark's retreat. As he beheld the densely packed, writhing mass of fish rushing towards him, a shiver ran down his spine. Yet he did not flee. Instead, he allowed the leading elite piranhas to bite him. Chen Mo was not without his trump cards. Aside from his 3 void dives and defensive passports today, in a critical situation, he could unleash the black tortoise version of the void dive to intimidate these piranhas. Thus, he remained remarkably composed, and, as it turned out, he indeed had every reason to maintain his calm demeanor. Although it is said that an army of ants can bring down an elephant, a more scientific assertion would be that multiplying 0 still results in 0. The formidable defense of 950 was indeed terrifying. The piranhas, in a frenzy, launched an assault on Chen Mo, but his limited body surface area was quickly overwhelmed, and in the blink of an eye, he was besieged. The subsequent attackers, unable to halt their advance, found themselves biting the tail of the fish in front. The scene descended into chaos. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Mo collected several piranhas that had been inadvertently injured by their companions. And after confirming that no number of piranhas could inflict harm upon him, he continued his descent, adorned with piranha braids trailing from his body. Before long, Chen Mo arrived at the familiar algae zone. Upon entering, he noticed a significant decrease in the number of piranhas, likely due to their realization that they could not gnaw through his armored defense. Only a few resilient ones persisted in clinging to him. Chen Mo did not disappoint them, swiftly extracting his venomous touch to dispatch them, adding their remains to his backpack. He then ventured deeper into the algae zone. It was only when he began to feel a noticeable sluggishness in his movements and found the oxygen tank's breathing becoming labored that he decided to pause. It seemed he had reached the limits of his equipment. Indeed, even with his extraordinary defensive capabilities, he could not surpass the predetermined depth. Not wishing to waste any more time, he retrieved his multifunctional sickle and commenced harvesting. The 5 underwater vision enhancement granted by his exclusive title may have seemed trivial, but in this murky, pale green environment, it proved to be remarkably advantageous. Chen Mo could clearly see the algae laden with heavy fruit. Each stroke of his sickle yielded 3 to 5 fruits. These fruit-bearing algae were abundant as far as the eye could see. For a moment, the entire pale green algae zone was filled with the shimmering traces of silver sickles. The remainder of the time slipped by in a mechanical yet joyous repetition of labor. Timing the last 30 seconds of his oxygen tank perfectly, Chen Mo surged upward. With a splash, he broke through the water's surface. A thick piece of kelp perched atop his head. His hair, drenched by the sea, clung to his forehead like a water spirit. Despite his disheveled appearance, Chen Mo's expression radiated excitement as he gazed at his fully laden backpack of algae fruits. "Little turtle, we are about to strike it rich." The little turtle tilted its head in confusion. Chen Mo rephrased, "You will soon have an endless supply of apples and fish." The little turtle responded with wide-eyed enthusiasm. 0v0. Hooray! Chapter 23. Brother Mo, you cannot use this to test the cadres. It is known that Chen Mo expends 20 units of stamina for an hour of diving, and his available stamina for this endeavor is 65. The quantity of seaweed fruits harvested per minute ranges between 45 and 60. The solution: Chen Mo is capable of collecting a total of 335 seaweed fruits in a day. Indeed, it is a resounding total of 335 seaweed fruits. Exhausted, Chen Mo sat in the work area, and after tallying his harvest over the past 3 hours, only 2 words remained in his mind. Worth it. Behind him, a secondary smelting furnace and a newly crafted primary smelting furnace operated fervently, sparks nearly flying from their edges. Among the 3 workstations of the furnace, one was dedicated to smelting titanium ingots, while the others tirelessly produced silicone rubber. The trading market recommended prices for flippers ranged from 50 to 80 coins, while the basic diving suit was priced between 70 and 120 coins. The oxygen tank, primarily composed of blue ore, commanded a staggering price ranging from 200 to 450 coins. By calculation, the minimum cost for a complete diving apparatus is 320 coins. Of course, the initial return on investment is undeniably favorable. However, once diving equipment becomes widespread, the price of seaweed fruits is bound to face significant pressure. Such an abundant resource harvested from the seabed cannot maintain its value for long. And Chen Mo is unperturbed by the prospect of declining prices. It is important to remember that most individuals have yet to construct their furnaces. Thus, even if there's a surge of diving equipment and seaweed fruits in the market, the first item to experience a price drop will solely be one: bandages. Chen Mo earned profits by selling equipment, while the buyers profited from selling bandages, which in turn would drastically decrease in price. Ultimately, everyone would benefit from the availability of affordable bandages. A threefold victory. As the foremost player in this trading chain, Chen Mo stands to gain immensely. Nevertheless, the refinement of materials requires time, and Chen Mo remained industrious during this period. He opened a private chat window with Lei Chuang. Chen Mo, hey, are you there? I'd like to discuss something. As usual, Lei Chuang replied instantaneously, his speed so remarkable that it prompted suspicion he was residing in the chat channel. Lei Chuang, Brother Mo, no need for formality. What is it you wish to discuss? Chen Mo, I would like you to keep an eye out for these materials: lead or glazed glass, computer chips, power batteries, composite lubricants. Chen Mo had contemplated seeking Lei Chuang's assistance regarding this matter previously. Advanced technology can only be unlocked with blueprints, so disclosing the materials is of little consequence. The top 4 in the vehicle rankings are in this group, essentially gathering the foremost powers of maritime exploration in District 101. Rather than searching alone, it is far more advantageous to enlist the help of others. Moreover, after their interactions last night, he held a favorable impression of Lei Chuang and his companions. In terms of both capability and character, there are likely no more suitable collaborators in the vast ocean than they. Lei Chuang, rest assured, my friend, I will handle this matter for you without fail. In the next moment, a new message appeared in the group chat. Mutual Aid Association of Xuanwu District 101, 7 members, Lei Chuang, brothers. Attention, a new task has been posted by Brother Mo. In the future, when everyone is collecting garbage, please be mindful of the following materials: lead or ceramic glass, computer chips, power batteries, and composite lubricants. Do you all understand? Chen Montak. Kai. I completely understand. Lu Ranran. Wow, computer chips? Power batteries? They sound so advanced. Aside from composite lubricants, I have never even heard of the others. Lung Xiao, Wen Su Ezhou. Judging by the composition of the materials, they must belong to some kind of vehicle. Truly impressive being the top ranked. To unlock such high-level technology on just the second day of the recycling season. Since it was already posted in the group chat, Chen Mo no longer communicated privately. Chen Mo, thank you all. As a reward, I will provide each of you with a set of equipment. Lei Chuang, what are you saying, Mo? Go. Why be so polite? Wu Yu, no need. Mo Go. We just want to help a bit. Wen Kai, exactly. Mo Go is being too courteous. We are all brothers here. What equipment? Lu Ranran, no. Mo Go. I have short hands. Flies rubbing hands. JPG, Chen Mo. Fins, oxygen tanks, basic diving suits. 7 oxygen tanks only cost 21 titanium ores, which is trivial given his reserve of over 200 titanium ores. However, this set of equipment represents a significant upgrade for most people who are still using nets to collect garbage. The speed of the group chat momentarily halted, followed by Lei Chuang, what? We what? Lu Ranran, what? Wen Kai, what? This is entirely hand-typed. not copied. Reflecting my current shock from the top-ranked brother. Lei Chuang. No. Mo Gu. This feels too generous. Wen Kai. Chuang Gu, keep it together. You are at least second-ranked. And your hand is nearly in your pocket. Lu Ran. Oh no. How can I refuse this without seeming overly eager? Vuyu. Montake. You cannot use this to test our integrity. Lei Chuang. Mo Gu. You cannot use this to test our integrity. Lu Ran. Mo Gu. You cannot use this to test our integrity. Chen Mo. It's all right. This is a reward for your assistance. I will trade the items to Chuang Gu shortly, and he will distribute them. Lei Chuang, yes, sir. Su Ijo. A 1T refuse. I truly need this equipment for underwater research. Chen Mo. You can rest assured that I will keep an eye out for what you need. Lu Ran. Mo Gu. Don't you worry. From now on, your affairs will be my top priority. Will you? Same here. Wen Kai. I will head out to see if I can find the items Mo Gu needs. Chen Mo promptly submitted a trade request to Lei Chuang, who accepted it without hesitation. This generous attitude made Chen Mo feel at ease. He still hoped that during the cross-regional battles at the end of the peaceful season, he could team up with Lei Chuang and the others. Although they had not known each other long, they seemed more reliable than the merchants further down the rankings, who hoarded goods. Nonetheless, that is a matter for a month hence. It is uncertain whether there will be any shifts in the rankings. As for whether Chen Mo can maintain his position at the top, he has never doubted it. Chen Mo brushed aside the non-existent bangs from his forehead. Invincibility is a rather lonely endeavor. Wouldn't you agree, little turtle? The little turtle has grown accustomed to Chen Mo's sporadic eccentricities when they are alone. It lazily raised its neck in agreement, letting out a sound of acknowledgement. Before long, amidst the vigorous operation of 2 furnaces, a new batch of diving equipment was officially produced. 30 fins, 20 basic wetsuits, and 15 oxygen tanks. Chen Mo did not intend to place this diving gear directly on the trading market, for he already had a specific buyer in mind. He opened the saved list from yesterday, compiled by the Invincible Group, featuring the names of unscrupulous merchants. A smirk crept across Chen Mo's face. So, it was you few scoundrels who mocked me yesterday, was it? Returning kindness from malice has never been his style. His approach is, those who harbor grudges are merely fools. However, he realized it would not be wise for him to confront them directly. Rubbing his chin, he pondered who could assist him. Just then, a private chat window popped up. Hanyu, boss, fortune smiled upon me today. I caught 700 pounds of fish. Chen Mo's eyes brightened. This is exactly what I need. Chapter 24. An unavenged grudge is a sign of cowardice on the second day of the peace season. Hanyu, in an effort to leave a favorable impression on the big boss, made an exception and rose at 9 o'clock. Casting his hand net, Hanyu began to navigate the yacht in a serpentine manner across the sea. Today, he approached his work with far greater diligence than the day before. For the fish he caught represented a source of income. For someone like him, devoid of any useful skills, a stable income was of paramount importance. Indeed, Hanyu regarded his abilities as rather trivial, or at least, that was his own sentiment. Schrodinger's luck, LV. Max, you have been fortunate since birth. Yet no one can remain perpetually lucky. When your luck peaks, misfortune is bound to follow. Conversely, no one remains eternally unlucky, for when you are at your lowest, fortune is sure to arrive. In simpler terms, it means that with great fortune comes great misfortune. Thus, he began his day by drawing the yacht. However, the boat's lubricant was depleted by 98. There was an impressive slot machine aboard, yet had never once yielded a reward. After a long wait, it finally awarded him 500 coins, but in the blink of an eye, they were spent. As the lubricant was on the verge of running out, fate took a turn as he stumbled upon the top-ranked player. Such is life. Hanyu squinted against the sun, his eyes filled with a feigned weariness. Soon, he alternated through 4 nets, completing his fishing task, collecting everything he had caught, and, after a brief sorting, he calculated the weight of the fish. To his astonishment, it totaled a hefty 700 pounds. Was fortune turning in his favor? Hanyu wasted no time and immediately opened a private chat with the top-ranked player on his friends list. Boss, fortune smiled upon me today. I caught 700 pounds of fish. No sooner had he sent the message than he received a transaction request from Chen Mo. The boss was indeed efficient. Hanyu gleefully accepted today's 175 coins and, after showering the top-ranked player with flattery, began contemplating what to purchase for lunch at the trading post. Just then, the top-ranked player sent him another message. Chen Mo, fins, basic diving suit, oxygen tank, a set of equipment for you. Are you interested? Having relied on others for support, Hanyu may lack other abilities, but he certainly possessed the discernment to recognize the value of this offer. He promptly replied, "Boss, I am at your service." After sending the message, he clicked on the descriptions of the 3 items. Upon reading, his mind was consumed by 2 words. Holy moly! What had he just seen? At a stage where everyone else could only acquire resources through nets, the top-ranked player had presented him with a set of diving equipment, akin to unveiling a powered exoskeleton before caveman. Moreover, prior to encountering this equipment, Hanyu had never even contemplated the possibility of diving in this endless sea adventure. Indeed, the flotsam scattered across the ocean was a readily available basic resource, while islands and unique maritime events were rare and elusive. Up until now, Hanyu had yet to witness any chosen ones in the regional channel encounter anything beyond small skiffs or dilapidated boats. In the latter stages of the competition, the gameplay is undoubtedly focused on underwater exploration. The resources beneath the sea are far more abundant than the debris floating on the surface. Are they not? The more Hanyu pondered, the heavier his breathing became. Chen Mo's subsequent words solidified Hanyu's conjecture. Chen Mo stated, "The abundance of materials in the ocean far surpasses anything found on the surface. Take, for instance, the seaweed fruits that have recently skyrocketed in price. They are plentiful in the depths." Hanyu gasped, but Chen Mo's next statement brought him back to a state of calm. However, the ocean is fraught with peril. The mere presence of sharks and piranhas poses challenges that you are not yet equipped to handle. Without sufficient fish-repelling lights, I advise against venturing into the sea. Hanyu promptly replied, "So, what exactly do you wish for me to do?" Chen Mo responded, "I have already briefed you on the situation. I require your assistance with a minor task." On the tranquil surface of the sea, a dark red cargo ship glided slowly. Inside the ship's hold sat 3 carefree tattooed youths, one with red hair intently observing the leaderboard displayed on a screen. Wealth leaderboard, number 1, Chen Mo. Total shell coins acquired, 1455. Number 2, Qin Kun. Total shell coins acquired, 693. The red-haired youth remarked, "How strange. Yesterday, the boss had at least 10,000 in liquid funds. Yet Chen Mo still holds the top position?" The blonde-haired youth replied lazily, "That's likely because the shell coins obtained through the system loan don't count towards the wealth leaderboard. Otherwise, if I borrowed 10,000 from you, wouldn't I instantly soar to the top? With your dismal trading level, you'd struggle to borrow even 100 coins, let alone 10,000. The red-haired youth pondered for a moment, but still felt something was amiss. That shouldn't be the case. I distinctly remember the leaderboard displaying those figures when it first appeared. The previously silent blue-haired youth finally interjected with impatience. "Haven't you bothered to read the rules? The first rule of the leaderboard states that it refreshes once a week." The red-haired youth cursed under his breath. "So, does that mean the top position will remain unchanged? And Qin Kun, that old thief, is still in second place. It's utterly infuriating." The blonde-haired youth concurred. "Indeed, is frustrating. We could have made a significant profit yesterday, but then a few idiots came along to disrupt the market. What did the boss say?" The leader didn't elaborate, merely instructing us not to hoard bandages for the time being. Not hoarding? That's unlike the boss. I refuse to believe that the top 2 on the leaderboard have no stock left. Surely, with our maneuvering, prices could still rise. I agree. Yet, if the boss has spoken, would you dare to act? Direct confrontation is unwise, but perhaps a more covert approach, suddenly interrupted by the blue-haired youth who stood abruptly. The red and blonde-haired youth questioned, "What's the matter with you? So startled?" The blue-haired youth turned the screen before him towards them, his voice filled with excitement. "Someone just claimed to have a stable channel for obtaining seaweed fruits." Chapter 25. Imoga, you've struck gold. The response from Hanyu was surprisingly swift, leaving Chen Mo somewhat astonished. Even more surprising was the subsequent statement. "One set for 2,000 coins. What? You're saying one set for 2,000 coins?" Chen Mo had ultimately priced this batch of diving equipment at 950 coins per set, as his target clientele comprised shrewd merchants, and he was unyielding in his pricing. However, he did not anticipate that Xuanwu would be even more ruthless in exploiting these merchants. Your commercial collaboration with Xuanwu has been established. Due to both parties fulfilling their contractual obligations, your backing credit rating has improved. As Chen Mo gazed at the luminous screen presented by the system, he realized that this transaction involved a significant sum, and it was Xuanwu who had proactively suggested signing the contract with him. Although the yacht enthusiast appeared rather carefree, he proved to be surprisingly reliable when it came to business dealings. It wasn't until Xuanwu successfully transferred the entire 500 coins that Chen Mo began to feel a sense of reality. How did you manage to convince them? Yugoslavia, sin alanti screenshot. Within the screenshot, Xuanwu's chat records in a group named Temporary Group Chat of the Cloud Falcon Business Association were displayed. Xuanwu brother. Selling one set for 4,000 coins is already a bargain. There are only 15 sets in total. You can inquire in the regional channel. Who else is selling this? Only I have it. It's exclusive. Xuanwu, you have no idea. The sea is truly a treasure trove, and you could easily recoup your investment by merely picking up a treasure chest. Xiu Dahong, you really know how to boast. If there are treasures everywhere, why aren't you out there collecting them? Han Iyu, Iem incredibly lucky, bruter. I'm not lying. Look at my skills, attached skill screenshot. I just unlocked the blueprint after a stroke of luck in gathering materials. You want me to dive into the sea? I would even know how I perish. Chen Huang, if you haven't dived, how can you claim the sea is full of treasures? Xuanwu, why would I deceive you, brother? I definitely sell to others as well. To be honest, I just sold one set to the top seller for 4,000 coins yesterday. Xuanwu, I must tell you, the top seller pays more promptly than you lot. Without hesitation, they signed the IOU and generously shared what treasures lie beneath the sea. Otherwise, do you think I'd have gotten so many bandages from the top seller yesterday? Attached screenshot of Chen Mo describing the underwater scene. Xuanwu, the seaweed fruits in the ocean outnumber the fish. Certified by the top seller, with their endorsement. Do you still not believe? Moreover, the top seller mentioned I should hold off on selling for now. They are gathering funds, and soon the second, third, and fourth top sellers, along with Sisterfoot Basin, will each take a set. There will still be room for your profit. Xuanwu, I understand it's hard for you to believe just my word. How about this? I'll sell you a set at half price first, and you can try it out before coming back to me. Xuanwu, but you must act quickly. Every minute you hesitate is money lost. 10 minutes later, a reply came. Wang Sanlin, I just asked our leader, and he is genuinely interested. Please provide your lowest price. Xuanwu, 3,700, that's the lowest. You must purchase more than 10 sets to receive this price. Xiu Dahong, no, that is still too expensive. Following the previous negotiations, Xuanwu successfully acquired 15 sets of diving equipment at the price of 2,000 coins each, and sold all the diving suits at prices of 200 and 300 coins respectively. The merchants felt they had struck a good deal, and their tone toward Xuanwu became notably more amiable. The remaining fins and diving suits were accepted without further haggling, at the same prices of 200 and 300 coins. This yachtsman's persuasive prowess was simply remarkable. Chen Mo, thumbs up. Yipitan Iyu, here. Chen Mo kept his word and decisively traded a set of diving suits. And given Xuanwu's exceptional performance, he even received 2 additional oxygen tanks. Xuanwu, thank you. Boss. Chen Mo, just call me Chen Mo Xuanwu, all right, boss. Chen Mo. Xuanwu, by the way, boss, can I sell this equipment to those merchants as well? Chen Mo, too lazy to correct him, was slightly surprised. Aren't you planning to use them yourself? Although the equipment held value, the seaweed fruit was currently far more precious. Moreover, Chen Mo suspected not everyone's waters were abundant in green algae. There might be other surprises awaiting. Regardless, it was undoubtedly more economical to venture into the sea initially. Xuanwu, to be honest, boss, my skills are quite peculiar. I truly hesitate to engage in anything risky. It's far more practical to convert everything into coins. Chen Mo, the items are yours. You may handle them as you wish. However, it would be wise to sell them promptly. Xuanwu astutely discerned the implication behind this statement. Haha, boss. You're quite mischievous. Chen Mo said no more, closing the chat window and glancing at the leaderboard. Fortunately, the leaderboard refreshed weekly. Otherwise, the sudden influx of 35,500 coins would surely alert the merchants. It was important to note that following the bandage incident, the top 4 on the leaderboard had subtly become adversarial towards those merchants. With the sale of equipment concluded, Chen Mo exited the chat channel and returned to his own affairs. The 2-hour dive had cost him 65 points of stamina, leaving him with 35 points, 15 reserved for the gold miner and 20 as an emergency reserve. Sleeping during the day would not restore stamina, a design that severely limited the efficacy of endurance skills. Engaging in labor with stamina below 20 would exponentially increase the rate of decline in 1S attributes. If stamina dropped too low, the consequences could range from fainting to severe exhaustion. Thus, maintaining a reserve of 20 stamina points had become one of the unspoken rules of the endless voyage. Fortunately, the system's criteria for labor only applied to resource acquisition, while smelting and crafting items were deemed resource consolidation, not consuming stamina. Otherwise, many would find themselves without even the time to build a ship. Chen Mo accessed the trading market and began a vigorous acquisition of low-priced fish. He also recalled his conversation with the little turtle and, with a sweeping gesture, proceeded to purchase all reasonably priced fruits, excluding those exorbitantly priced fish and fruits listed at 3-digit prices, awaiting the fortunate fool willing to indulge. After purchasing a total of 2,000 pounds of fish, Chen Mo reflected that it was rather impractical for the little turtle to continue dining from the small yellow duck. In a display of extravagant consumerism, he boldly crafted a large bathtub from coral stone. The size was just right for the little turtle to hold its meals aloft with its 2 front limbs, exemplifying the essence of indulgent consumption. Subsequently, after acquiring the limited release ores from the store, Chen Mo also procured a batch of reasonably priced copper and iron ores, elevating the number of furnaces to the maximum limit of 4 for a level 2 vehicle, all upgraded to level 2. 2 furnaces were dedicated to the intensive production of silicone rubber, while the remaining 2 were allocated for smelting titanium ore, copper ore, and iron ore. Having accomplished these tasks, Chen Montag was drenched in sweat. The intensified power of the 4 furnaces raised the temperature of the entire workspace, akin to a sauna. It was only after he constructed large windows on the remaining 2 walls that the air circulation brought the temperature down. Wiping his brow, he realized he hadn't bathed in several days. Upon wiping, his hands were covered in grime. Unable to endure any longer, he promptly accessed the trading hall and purchased 120 bottles of fresh water, pouring it all into the bathtub. The bathtub featured a built-in coral stone groove capable of heating the water. Chen Mo then utilized a piece of silicone rubber as a scrubbing cloth. At last, he indulged in his first hot bath on the endless voyage, leaning back in the tub and feeling his pores open in bliss. While scrubbing away the dirt, he mused that this was the essence of life. He only rose after the water had turned somewhat murky. At that moment, a private message flashed on his screen. It was from Xuanwu. Boss, do you have any surplus equipment? Yes, why? The Kunping Chamber of Commerce wishes to order 20 sets. The Kunping Chamber of Commerce? Both the Kunping and the Cloud Hawk chambers were established after the Friend system opened yesterday, and it was said that they had filled several groups, with many people desperately trying to gain entry. The 2 chamber leaders were reportedly flooded with membership fees. By the way, boss, it seems that the bandages from yesterday were inflated by the Kunping Chamber of Commerce. I know a few people in that chamber. They were quite harsh in their criticisms of you during the reverse casting. Chen Mo decisively replied with 2 words, wait for it. He donned his clothing and headed straight to the workspace. After smelting a sufficient quantity of silicone rubber, Chen Mo traded 20 sets of equipment. Xuanwu did not disappoint his trust. Half an hour later, he transferred 50,000 coins. Ha. These big fools are much easier to deceive than those from the Cloud Hawk Chamber. They're throwing money around to compete with the Cloud Hawk Chamber. Xuanwu continued, I calculated that this wave nearly drained the entrance fees of both chambers. Boss, you made a fortune. Chen Mo gazed at the balance of 86. 523 coins in the marketplace, shell currency. This time, he had truly struck gold. Chapter 26. The injured manatee boss, we've struck gold. I just plunged into the sea. The ocean is truly teeming with seaweed fruits. The yacht operator was not deceiving us. In just half an hour, I gathered over 500 seaweed fruits. After deducting the cost of the shark repellent lights, I've recouped all the expenses for the equipment on this trip. The azure sea stretched out before them, with 3 boats sailing side by side. The 2 vessels flanking were slender ships, while the one in the middle was a massive deck boat. As the crew donned their tight-fitting diving suits and scurried onto the deck with a flurry, Chen Mo was seated beneath a sunshade, enjoying his lunch. "Well done," he remarked. The crew, faces alight with flattery, approached eagerly. "Boss, how should we handle this batch of seaweed fruits? Let us wait for news from the others." "Understood." The diver paused momentarily, then added, "However, boss, I overheard the seller mention that the Yunshao Chamber of Commerce seems interested in purchasing the equipment outright." Chen Mo let out a scoff. "The youth lack experience. It's understandable. Unlike me, I have always advocated for collective prosperity. With the advent of a new batch of equipment, the trading waters had become tumultuous once again. The instigator of all this commotion was at that very moment atop a turtle. Our motto is, Ayu Ayu. Our goal is, Ayu 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 Ayu. Chen Mo stood with one foot on the edge of the turtle's shell and the other on its raised surface, leaning forward in a bow-like stance, rhythmically clapping his hands. The little turtle, akin to a hapless recruit in a pyramid scheme, strained its neck, echoing Chen Mo's cadence with cries of enthusiasm. Once the motivation reached a crescendo, Chen Mo pulled out an apple fish and tossed it into the air. The little turtle gulped it down in one swift motion. Black tortoise, juvenile, hunger level, 76. 376. Come forth, endless cleaner. The sea remained unresponsive, and no corresponding notifications appeared from the system. Chen Mo paused, bewildered, and opened his character panel. The buff list was barren save for a single entry. Underwater Cleaning King. What is going on? Am I a gold miner? Is there a bug? Or have I activated it incorrectly? Chen Mo scrutinized the vehicle panel, perusing its details. At last, he spotted a minuscule icon at the bottom of the vehicle page. Upon clicking the icon, he discovered deep sea dormancy. While your eagerness to grow stronger is palpable, the depths of the endless sea are not suited for daily disturbance. Countdown to next activity, 182, 243, WTF? Chen Mo stared at the buff description. Did it mean that once he entered the endless sea, the gold mining would no longer occur daily, but rather every 7 days? How frustrating. Chen Mo felt a twinge of disappointment, but it lasted but a moment. No worries, little turtle. A positive mindset is like the sun, illuminating wherever it shines. A negative outlook is akin to the moon, varying from new to full. Only 6 days. We can wait. The little turtle responded with enthusiastic cries. Oh. Chen Mo, no longer entangled in his thoughts, played with the little turtle for a while before embarking on today's descent into the abyss. To mitigate any unforeseen circumstances in the absence of the gold miner's disturbance effect, he fed the turtle once more, stabilizing its hunger level at 69, ensuring that he would still have the opportunity to activate a protective barrier if needed. With everything in place, Chen Mo donned the bull shark helmet and plunged into the depths of the ocean. The sole advantage of not having the buff from the gold miner was the elimination of the need for frequent ascents and descents. This time, Chen Mo could focus entirely on gathering materials. As for exploration, it would merely accompany his material collection rather than serve as a primary objective. Given that his position on the sea was constantly shifting, rendering the purpose of exploration somewhat moot. Passing through the green algae zone, he entered the deeper red algae area. The finger-length red algae blanketed the expanse of white gravel like the most vigorous wild grass on land. The only distinction from the previously explored red algae zone was that this area was more extensive and surrounded by narrow ravines. Beneath these ravines lay the deeper seabed, devoid of light, as dark as an abyss. Their elongated shapes resembled an eye set within the red algae, imbued with the primordial mystery and terror of the ocean floor. as if a mere glance into them would cause one to lose oneself temporarily in this remote underwater realm. Thus, Chen Mo chose to avert his gaze. He fervently wielded his scythe, harvesting every visible resource. Sea salt crystals, copper ore, iron ore, titanium ore, oceanoplastics, and bioluminescent coral tube samples. What was that? Chen Mo swam to a prominent grayish-white coral reef, approximately 5 to 6 meters in height. The coral had undergone lithification, and its top formed an irregular circular platform, resembling a colossal mushroom carved from stone, riddled with holes. Atop this platform grew a dozen nameless bioluminescent mushrooms, clustered centrally, surrounded by sparse red algae and uneven crystalline formations. Without hesitation, he collected everything. Acquired. Acidic mushroom, blue quality, X15, description, an essential material for the production of hydrochloric acid. Acquired. Acidic mushroom spores, green quality, X25. Description, perhaps they could be cultivated in a spore medium. Acquired. Quartz X10, description, a shimmering decorative piece from the ocean floor. As the items were added to his inventory, the familiar sound of technological unlock resounded in his ears. Chen Mo wasted no time inspecting his haul. After ensuring the mushrooms and quartz were thoroughly collected, he turned to gather other materials. The ocean floor was teeming with resources, and within just 20 minutes, his initial backpack was completely filled. Instead of returning to the surface, Chen Mo retrieved a large, pre-prepared plastic barrel, tossing the collected materials into the wide-bottom container. Once it was full, he left it in place, took out a new barrel, and continued his gathering. Thus, he made his way to the edge of the ravine, having nearly exhausted the time for 3 dives into the abyss, and called out, "Little turtle." The symbiotic bond between man and turtle, separated by a mere 200 meters of ocean floor, still allowed for mutual awareness. Swiftly, a small turtle, adorned with a round blue shield, dragged its rudimentary wooden boat behind it and swiftly descended to the location of Chen Mo. Chen Mo seized the opportunity to swim into the turtle's shelter, simultaneously depositing the props he had collected from the plastic barrel into a box in the storage area. This innovative method of resource collection was devised by Chen Mo after the previous round of underwater exploration, extending his exploration time while addressing the issue of insufficient backpack space during solo ventures, a true case of killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Subsequently, Chen Mo rode atop the turtle's shell, embarking on a plowing-style resource collection in the new area. His original plan was to allocate 10 minutes to roughly explore this patch of red algae, hoping to uncover treasures or shipwreck materials. However, before he could utter a word, the turtle suddenly spoke a whoa. "Do you sense something over there?" Chen Mo turned his gaze toward the direction indicated by the turtle, which led to the largest chasm within the expanse of red algae. "Let us investigate," he declared, and the turtle promptly swam toward the edge of the chasm. The deeper they ventured, the more Chen Mo felt an unsettling sensation. Schools of fish and marine plants began to vanish, until only pale gravel surrounded them. The turtle halted at the chasm's brink, and Chen Mo instinctively glanced into the abyss below. The vast chasm resembled an oceanic void, shrouded in darkness and silence, instilling an indescribable sense of being watched. It felt as though something lurked within the depths, its gaze as cold and slippery as a serpent's. Just a fleeting glimpse sent an involuntary shiver down his spine. At that moment, the turtle emitted a sound, prompting Chen Mo to quickly avert his gaze and follow the direction indicated by the turtle's forelimb. There, near the chasm's edge, lay an enormous creature, its body stained with blood. The crimson liquid spread across the seabed, attracting the most ferocious piranhas. Yet, those piranhas seemed hesitant to approach, lingering several meters away while angrily gnashing their teeth at the drifting bloodline. The creature possessed a flattened mouth, reminiscent of a sea lion, but was significantly larger than one. 2 black, button-like eyes were embedded in its head, wide open yet devoid of focus. Its crescent-shaped tail fin hung limply, with visible injuries and cracks at its rear. Upon discerning the creature's identity, Chen Mo was taken aback. Was that not the manatee he had encountered just 2 days prior? Chapter 27. The Reaper Leviathan, the moment Chen Mo laid eyes on the manatee, he comprehended the little turtle's intentions. "You wish to save him?" he inquired. "Aye," came the eager response. "Then let us proceed." Chen Mo had always held the opinions of the little turtle in high regard, despite an innate aversion to approaching the ominous. Gaping chasm. A cerulean energy shield hovered above the manatee, and with utmost urgency, Chen Mo secured the ropes around its head and tail. Collaborating with the little turtle, they successfully hoisted the manatee onto the turtle's shell. Once the rescue was accomplished, Chen Mo dared not linger, although there remained a portion of the voyage through the abyss. An inexplicable sense of foreboding had gripped his heart since nearing this location. "Let's depart." The little turtle responded promptly, surging upward. At that very moment, a profound and oppressive vibration emanated from the depths of the abyss below. It was not merely a sound, but rather a low-frequency tremor that seemed to resonate deep within the soul. This vibration felt like an invisible hand, tightening its grip around Chen Mo's heart, engulfing him in terror, causing his very blood to run cold. With instinctive urgency, he shouted, "Protective barrier." Instantly, a yellow, multifaceted shield unfurled around the little turtle, enveloping the blue energy shield above it. At the instant the barrier expanded, boom! A violent force struck the yellow shield, which immediately began to fracture, its hue fading to near transparency. There was but one chance left. "Hurry," Chen Mo urged. The little turtle swam with all its might. In the blink of an eye, a colossal shadow surged from the rear. With a violent tremor, the protective barrier shattered into fragments. But that was not the end. Following this, Chen Mo saw a flash of crimson light in his periphery, akin to a death ray piercing through the back of his head to his brow. Crash! The sharp protrusions of his bull shark helmet suddenly snapped. The helmet activated its absolute defense mechanism, shielding him from the first fatal blow. In less than a second, 3 lethal strikes followed in quick succession. Yet, thanks to the momentum from the second impact, the little turtle hastily escaped into the algae zone. No further assaults ensued, and at last, the pair had safely vacated the perilous red algae region. Only then did Chen Mo dare to glance back. Just a fleeting glance, and it sent chills down his spine. Emerging from the depths was a colossal silhouette, instilling a sense of despair. This form was merely the head of the abyssal creature. Its elongated and massive head was adorned with layers of deep brown patterns, flanked by 4 extraordinarily long and sharp bony protrusions. Beneath these, a gargantuan maw, lined with rows of enormous fangs, slowly opened and closed, each fang nearly twice Chen Mo's height. Yet this was not the most terrifying aspect. The true horror lay in its eyes. Within the sunken eye sockets, 2 points of scarlet light glimmered like the gaze of death, cold, indifferent, the epitome of a primordial predator's stare. That gaze pierced through the murky waters, locking onto the juvenile Xuanwu and the diminutive Chen Mo with unwavering intensity. A mere glance bestowed upon Chen Mo an unparalleled sense of oppression. Even as he resurfaced, he remained entranced, unable to gather his thoughts. The man and the turtle exchanged a fleeting gaze, both discerning palpable fear and trepidation in each other's eyes. What was that? With a sigh, Chen Mo wiped away the cold sweat from his forehead and gently patted the turtle's neck in a soothing manner. Now is not the time for fear. We must distance ourselves from this place without delay. The little turtle emitted a sound of agreement, its limbs transforming almost into propellers, propelling it beyond the maximum speed of 20 knots, reaching an astonishing 21 knots. Only when they had completely vacated the menacing waters did both the frightened man and the anxious turtle allow themselves to relax, with hunger beginning to overshadow their fear, reclaiming dominion over their reason. Warning: juvenile Xuanwu's hunger level has reached a critical point. It is about to enter a state of dormancy. Warning: contestant's energy level has reached a critical point. Immediate sustenance is required. Without hesitation, Chen Mo retrieved a long-preserved creamy bread and devoured it voraciously, while his other hand incessantly fed the little turtle the piranhas they had previously hunted. Once their energy level stabilized, Chen Mo opened the trading interface and procured a substantial quantity of sea fish, disregarding cost-effectiveness. Anything reasonably priced was purchased in bulk. Chen Mo found himself lacking in many resources, yet he was not short on funds. He placed the coral stone bathtub down again, filling it to the brim with fish. Next, he took a wooden bowl and opened cans of smoked fish and tuna, pouring the contents in with nonchalance. The man and the turtle, one cradling the bathtub and the other holding the bowl, synchronized their motions, bowing their heads to feast with fervor, akin to famished souls reborn. Upon finishing, they simultaneously raised their heads, exclaiming in delight. What a relief! The exhilaration of surviving this ordeal surged through Chen Mo's veins, causing his heart to race. Fortunate you were to flee quickly. Otherwise, we both might have met our end there. In the future, any perilous endeavors must be approached with careful contemplation, ensuring a well-thought-out escape route. The little turtle felt remorseful. Ah, it was not your fault. It was chiefly my negligence. Should a similar situation arise, I must ensure your hunger level is fed to at least 59, no, 39. If we cannot defeat them, we shall flee. There is no shame in survival. As long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear the absence of firewood. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. When you transform into a Xuanwu and I pilot a submarine, we shall avenge today's humiliation and strike at their lair. In that moment, we shall force them to kneel and beg for mercy, and we will take them as our subordinates. I shall ride upon you, and you shall ride upon them, dominating the boundless seas with ease. The last rays of the setting sun vanished completely beneath the horizon, swallowed by the vast ocean, while the man and the turtle indulged in their boundless daydreams. As darkness enveloped the sky, Chen Mo suddenly recalled that manatee. The manatee was gravely injured. Chen Mo took out the brightest, glowing yo-yo, its pale light illuminating each wound upon the manatee with clarity. The scratches and bite wounds, each one bleached and curling from the seawater, left the manatee in a state of distress. It was evident that the creature was now breathing heavily, struggling for air. Chen Mo felt a pang of uncertainty, primarily due to his lack of experience in treating marine life. What should he do? The little turtle let out a hesitant sound, prompting Chen Mo to ponder, can this be done? With a resigned sigh, he realized he had no other options. He opened the trading interface and purchased some coral stones to construct an oversized bathtub. After filling it with seawater, he exerted all his strength to lift the manatee. But to no avail. Eventually, with the assistance of the little turtle, they managed to maneuver the manatee into the bathtub. Chen Mo retrieved a medical kit he had not previously utilized, gritting his teeth as he crushed 2 antibiotics and dissolved them in the water. He then took out sterilized bandages and wrapped them tightly around the most severe wound on the manatee's head, finishing with a bow atop its slick cranium. Together with the turtle, they pushed the bathtub to a relatively spacious area in the warehouse. After completing these tasks, Chen Mo was utterly exhausted. He collapsed onto the bed and glanced at his character interface. His stamina was sufficient, but his mental state had plummeted to a mere 30. Previously, it had consistently been at a full 120. Had that creature merely gazed at him, causing a loss of 90 mental points? If a regular person, with a maximum mental capacity of 100, were to encounter such a monster, would a single roar not be enough to frighten them to death? Feeling a chill of trepidation, Chen Mo opened his status panel. Indeed, a new debuff appeared in his buff list. Gaze of the Death Leviathan. Danger may recede, but fear lingers. Being intimidated by the Death Leviathan, you acutely sense the disparity of power between humanity and the deep-sea monsters, leading to a growing sense of apathy. Effect: unable to enter a working state. Duration: 23/12/59. Death: Leviathan? Was that the name of the creature? One roar could potentially claim a life, and a mere glance could render one incapable of work for an entire day. The name was fitting, indeed, as the oppressive atmosphere was suffocating. Chen Mo turned off the light screen, ceasing to ponder further, and wearily closed his eyes. The side effects of his low mental state weighed heavily on his mind. He was unaware of when he drifted into slumber, only to be awakened the next day by the relentless beeping of private messages flooding in like a tempest. Chapter 28. Unlocking the Power Battery. Private Chat Channel. Lei Chuang, Brother Mo. Brother Mo, Brother Mo, Brother Mo. Lei Chuang, Brother Mo, he. Chen Mo. Chen Mo felt as if his head was about to explode. He glanced at the time. Standard time, 12 o'clock. Had he really slept for over 10 hours? Chen Mo was somewhat taken aback and opened his character panel. Stamina, 100 mental value, 50 120 energy value, 49 100 hydration value, 35 100. After such an extensive slumber, he had only replenished 20 points of mental value. Chen Mo unsteadily rose to his feet, feeling utterly drained, his mind clouded, lacking the motivation to engage in any activity. He had not anticipated the severe side effects of such a drastic drop in mental value. Despite having a limit of 20 points of mental value bestowed by the blue whale, along with a stamina buff that allowed for double recovery during sleep, he still felt this feeble. One could only imagine the dire consequences for an ordinary contestant facing the Grim Reaper Leviathan. Chen Mo approached the turtle shell, weakly greeting. "Good morning, little turtle." The little turtle, equally lethargic, replied, "Awo." Chen Mo rubbed his face and pulled out his breakfast, consuming it without much enthusiasm. After finishing, he felt a slight bitterness in his mouth and rummaged through his pack. He found the chewing gum he had caught on the first day, unwrapped it, and popped it into his mouth. A wave of invigorating mint flavor surged through his mind, and in an instant his foggy vision cleared somewhat. En consuming mint flavored chewing gum. Mental value, 5 points. Did chewing gum possess such an effect? Chen Mo regarded the gum in his hand once more. There was no description, and the item name was simply refreshing mint chewing gum. Perhaps items with the prefix refreshing were all capable of enhancing mental value? It seemed prudent to pay closer attention to the collection of such items in the future. Contemplating this, Chen Mo carefully stowed away the 2 pieces of gum in his pack. This little item could very well save his life someday. After finishing his breakfast and chewing gum, the throbbing in his head subsided somewhat. Chen Mo reopened the private chat channel with Lei Chuang. "Lei Chuang, wow. Brother Mo, you finally replied. You didn't respond all night and this morning. I thought something had happened to you. I was really worried about you, man." Chen Mo felt warmth in his heart. "Thank you, I'm fine." After replying, he opened the group chat, which had 99 unread messages, and briefly scanned through it. As expected, the Kunping Chamber of Commerce had attempted to inflate the price of bandages again last night. But several members had already prepared and had large quantities of bandages on hand to counteract the price surge. Ultimately, the price of bandages is stabilized at 40 coins, still double the recommended price, but at least within the acceptable range for most. Those merchants were likely grinding their teeth in frustration now. Chen Mo clicked on Han Yu's chat window. "Good morning." Han Yu, living up to his reputation as a third-generation powerhouse, deciphered the underlying intent behind that simple greeting. "Morning, boss. Both chambers reached out to me today. They know the seaweed fruit is abundant and seem to have given up on inflating the price of bandages. The current situation is that both sides are eager to acquire the formula, which may lead to clandestine research on the equipment's formula materials. The diving suit I initially provided for their trial has already begun to emit smoke." Chen Mo, observing Han Yu, responded directly. "Tell them that the materials for the equipment are located in the red algae zone, 200 meters beneath the sea. Unless they can dive to the ocean floor, it is impossible for them to conduct any research." What does the boss mean? Even though his head still ached, Chen Mo could not suppress the smirk at the corner of his mouth. "Sell. Everything can be sold." After discussing the finer details with Han Yu for over 10 minutes, Chen Mo confidently entrusted the entire matter to him. Once Han Yu had secured the fish, Chen Mo turned off the group chat and the light screen. The busy Master Chen was finally set to commence his work for the day. He rose and made his way to the warehouse area. Perhaps the antibiotics from yesterday had taken effect, as the manatee's condition had significantly improved today. Although still unconscious, it could now be heard snoring. After tossing another antibiotic into the bathtub, Chen Mo turned toward the work area. Despite the debuff preventing him from laboring today, there remained numerous tasks to attend to. New materials required organization, new technologies needed implementation, resource utilization demanded planning, and the cabin was nearing a second expansion. The little turtle's hunger gauge was still not filled. The daily tasks remained uncompleted, and most importantly, the silicone in the furnace needed to be replaced every 10 minutes. Chen Mo felt a bit overwhelmed. He could currently manage the 4 furnaces, but if this continued to develop, he might genuinely require some assistance. With that thought in mind, Chen Mo raised his hand to gather the materials from the furnace. After a night of calcination, 3 of the furnaces had completed their work, except for the one melting 10 pieces of titanium ore. Chen Mo reaped a reward of 20 pieces of silicone, along with 1 piece each of titanium ingot, copper ingot, and iron ingot. The familiar sound of technological advancements echoed in his ears. He placed 70 seaweed fruits into the remaining empty slots of the furnaces, then opened the technology panel. First, he examined the new technologies unlocked by the 2 materials collected yesterday. To his astonishment, this glance brought him a delightful surprise. Quartz could be used to produce glass, while the acidic mushroom could be synthesized into batteries. 4 acidic mushrooms and 1 copper ingot could yield 1 battery. 2 batteries combined with 1 piece of silicone could create a power battery. The power battery is one of the essential components for crafting the sea moth. Moreover, unlocking the battery introduced a plethora of useful items through the synergy of batteries and glass. 1 battery and 1 piece of glass could be transformed into a powerful flashlight. 1 battery, 1 piece of glass, and 1 titanium ore could create a floodlight, which not only illuminated a vast area, but also enhanced crop yields. A single battery, 4 blocks of seabed silt, 4 pieces of glass, and 1 iron ingot can be utilized to construct an automated temperature-controlled spore cultivation chamber. By sowing spores and harvesting every 10 days, based on Chen Mo's previous experiences with acidic mushrooms, each harvest yields 1 to 2 cultivable spores, coupled with the cultivation chamber. This ensures a continuous supply of acidic mushrooms, effectively addressing the substantial demand for them. As for the hydrochloric acid produced from acidic mushrooms and quartz, akin to the purple material fluorescent coral museum samples, its purpose remains uncharted. Nevertheless, Chen Mo feels quite satisfied, having taken a significant step closer to creating the sea moth. Considering the enormous future consumption of acidic mushrooms, he intends to prioritize the construction of the automated temperature-controlled spore cultivation chamber. This chamber can cultivate 10 spores at once, while 15 mushrooms yield merely 3 batteries. After some contemplation, Chen Mo utilized 3 batteries to create 2 cultivation chambers and a floodlight. He chose a shaded area for planting and positioned the 2 cultivation chambers in a corner. Though referred to as cultivation chambers, they resemble aquariums, with 4 glass panels atop a half-human height metal platform, allowing a clear view of the soil within. After sowing the spores, Chen Mo activated the floodlight, illuminating the entire planting area as bright as day. Initially, he had planned to cultivate fruits and vegetables in this space, but circumstances took an unexpected turn, leading him to cultivate mushrooms instead. After completing these tasks, Chen Mo returned to the workspace. Having researched the applications of new materials, he turned his attention to the metal ingots. Reviewing the unlocked technologies, he concluded that while copper ingots primarily serve energy-related purposes, iron and titanium ingots are certainly geared towards cold weapons and fortifications. Iron ingots can reinforce previously crafted iron axes, picks, spears, and versatile sickles, upgrading them to iron ingot axes, picks, and sharp long spears. The item descriptions indicate that equipment prefixed with iron ingot not only boasts increased durability, but also significantly enhanced efficiency. Although Chen Mo lacks a precise understanding of the extent of this improvement, he is certain that upgrading now is advantageous. The specific effects will only be revealed when he encounters islands in the future. Titanium ingots, on the other hand, are intended to strengthen the ship's cabin and deck. 10 titanium ingots can fortify 1 unit of ground, transforming wooden floors or walls into titanium alloy material. Titanium alloy is heat-resistant, corrosion-resistant, and possesses high strength, capable of withstanding attacks from small sea creatures and offering formidable defense against medium-sized sea monsters. In the early to mid-game, possessing a titanium alloy ship would enable one to traverse the endless seas with confidence, unless, of course, one encounters a threat of the caliber faced yesterday. Mental fluctuations detected. Mental value -1 damn. Just contemplating this incurs a loss of mental value. Chapter 29. Lead, ore, and composite lubricants to avoid further depletion of his mental energy. Chen Mo chose to clear his mind during the subsequent hours. He sat quietly before the 4 furnaces, feeling the sea breeze while mechanically adding and collecting materials in a repetitive manner. This routine evoked memories of his previous days spent in telemarketing and fishing, both monotonous and devoid of mental exertion. Could it be that his intellect had dwindled to a mere 1 due to such mindless labor? Unthinkable. Absolutely inconceivable. This was merely an embodiment of his prowess as a master of assembly lines. Wiping his face, he added another round of materials to the furnace. At that moment, the group chat flashed a notification. China 101 District Mutual Aid Association, 7 members. Su Izhou. Chen Mo, I believe I found a clue regarding the lead ore. Upon reading this message, Chen Mo abruptly sat up. Su Izhou. My ship has discovered an underwater dead volcano, and upon descending, I found this material, attached photo of seabed sediment, featuring distinct rust-colored metallic mineral particles. Su Izhou. The formation of lead ore on the seabed is often associated with hydrothermal activities and specific sedimentary environments. Given that many biological and scientific principles in this world do not adhere to conventional logic, I hesitated to draw conclusions earlier. However, having now found these traces of lead sulfide, I can substantiate my hypothesis. Su Izhou. Shallow sea volcanic belts, downwelling currents, and seabed fissure zones are highly likely to harbor lead ore. The most evident indicators are the black smoke, white smoke, or anomalous water temperatures observed at the surface. These are critical points for us to monitor during our future voyages. Although a complete lead mine may not be present, Chen Mo was grateful for the clue. Chen Mo, thank you, Dr. Su, this is immensely helpful. Su Izhou, no problem. In addition to the clue about the lead ore, I discovered a treasure chest at the volcano's mouth, which yielded this composite lubricant formula. Lei Chuang, wa. Chen Montak, vow. Lu Ranran, wow. Lei Chuang, Dotorisu. You are my hero. How did you know that I needed just 1 can of composite lubricant to upgrade my ship to level 3? Lu Ranran, me too. My Golden Basin ship needs just 1 can of lubricant and an electronic massage chip to reach level 3. Wen Kai, don't get too excited just yet. Perhaps we should first examine the synthetic materials required. Composite lubricant, rare, require materials, silicone rubber X10, hydrochloric acid X2, coral tube sample X1, blood oil X3. Lei Chuan, what on earth are these? They seem even more abstract than the materials that Brother Mo initially posted. Lu Ranran, Diaru. Could you please explain? The liberal arts majors are struggling to understand. Just as everyone was engulfed in confusion, Chen Mo spoke. The first 3 materials are familiar to me. Their acquisition is not overly challenging, as they can be obtained in the red algae zone at a depth of 200 meters. Lei Chuang, Brother Mo, you are my deity. Lu Ranran, Brother Mo, you are my deity. Su Izhou. So, how you plan to reach a depth of 200 meters? The pace of the chat slowed momentarily, followed by a flurry of responses. Lei Chuang, Brother Mo, since we've boarded this pirate ship, you will surely take full responsibility for us, right? Lu Ranran, Brother Mo, once I acquire an electric foot basin, you will be the first I invite to soak. Wen Kai, Brother Mo, what do you wish to eat tonight? I can manage any cuisine. Chen Mo chuckled softly. No need. Everyone should focus on finding blood oil. I will provide the remaining materials. Wen Kai, Brother Mo, you are my deity. Lu Ranran, Brother Mo, you are my deity. Lei Chuang, what is the meaning of stealing my lines? Chen Mo chose not to respond further, closing the group chat and opening a private chat window with Han Yu to make a brief inquiry. Han Yu was encountering a minor predicament. The current situation was that all 3 parties had confirmed the availability of diving equipment, making it implausible to deceive the trading guild into purchasing diving suits at exorbitant prices. After all, the quantity of seaweed fruit was evident, and a price drop for bandages in a few days was imminent. Thus, they promptly shifted their focus. If bandages could not be speculated upon, other items could be. For instance, diving equipment. Seizing the opportunity presented by the current inflated prices of bandages, they aimed to sell diving equipment at a premium, while also providing a meticulously packaged tutorial on harvesting seaweed fruit. Teaching others how to profit was the most lucrative endeavor. Consequently, their objective for this transaction was the formula for the diving equipment. Both trading guilds had dispatched specialized negotiators this time, proving far less accommodating than before. Additionally, since this was an offline transaction, the opposing party exerted frequent pressure during the process. Xuanwu, isolated and unable to withstand the pressure, retreated step by step. Ultimately, after a protracted negotiation lasting 3 hours, they settled on a price of 3,000 coins for the core materials of the furnace and 800 coins for titanium ore. They also pressured Xuanwu into signing an onerous contract prohibiting the sale of diving equipment and furnace formulas in any venue or form for 1 week. Chen Mo had not anticipated that seabed silt could be sold for a price exceeding that of titanium ore. However, it made sense. The demand for seabed silt was not high, and purchases were primarily motivated by the accompanying furnace formula. Of course, Chen Mo could adamantly refuse to sell the furnace formula, relying on the information gap to profit handsomely from the sale of diving equipment. After all, the current market for diving equipment was severely inflated. Yet, it is essential to recognize that the quantity of seabed silt surpassed even that of seaweed fruit. In the red algae zone, one could easily gather a handful of seaweed, yielding several pieces of silt. With 1 billion competitors in Xuanwu, who could ascertain how many individuals resided in District 101, betting on the improbability that none among them would discover the seabed silt was a gamble far riskier than wagering that Chen Mo was Qin Shi. The trading guild was already at odds with the top 4 on the leaderboard. If a second individual were to gain access to the seabed silt, the leverage Chen Mo held at the negotiation table would be significantly diminished. The mere thought of someone else profiting while he himself was sidelined, especially those who had previously insulted him, kept Chen Mo awake at night. He realized he had to act first. As for that onerous contract, Chen Mo thought, sign it. So what? Hence, after a protracted tug-of-war, Xuanwu and the 2 trading guilds finally completed the drafting and signing of the contract. The 2 guilds had seemingly reached a certain agreement, requesting only 2 pieces of seabed silt and 30 pieces of titanium, or for the first batch. Chen Mo engaged in a transaction with Xuanwu, who promptly transferred the cryptocurrency back to him. Another 60,000 shell coins were credited to Chen Mo's account, for which he dutifully allocated 6,000 coins to Xuanwu as previously agreed. At this moment, Chen Mo's savings had officially surpassed the 6-figure mark, reaching an impressive total of 136,988 coins. He never anticipated that he would achieve such financial liberation in the realm of the nationwide survival game. Chapter 30. The Deep Sea Exploration Auction in the private chat channel. Xuanwu animatedly recounted the details of the entire transaction. Xuanwu, you have no idea, boss. To avoid arousing their suspicions, I acted like a complete fool, displaying a level of humiliation that was truly remarkable. They must be feeling quite pleased with themselves right now. Chen Mo, thumbs up. JPG. Xuanwu, however, boss, have you considered expanding your own influence? Xuanwu, just in the past few days, those 2 merchant associations have been expanding at a pace reminiscent of a pyramid scheme, with levels of agents proliferating. I've heard that their membership has already surged into the tens of thousands, raking in no less than 5 figures daily for member contributions. The management of those associations must be raking in profits hand over fist. Xuanwu, of course, they can't compare to your earnings, boss. Hiv. Chen Mo. Ignoring the subsequent barrage of flattery from the yacht enthusiast, Chen Mo closed the private chat and reopened the group chat. For the moment, he had no intentions of developing his own power. However, the prospect of facing 2 merchant associations alone left him feeling somewhat uncertain. Xuanwu 101 District Mutual Assistance Association, 7 members, Chen Mo, dried seabed silt, technology has been initiated, brothers. Lei Chuang, oh, what new gadget has Brother Mo brought this time? Su Izhou, is the top player making a move so soon? Lei Chuang, what kind of move? Chen Mo, the longer the night, the more dreams. Delays can lead to unforeseen changes. Lei Chuang, what changes? Lung Qiu, a bunch of makeshift performers will never amount to anything significant. Lei Chuang, dumb, editis tridlus. Lei Chuang, Wu, Chiojia, I didn't mean you cack. Night fell. At the Yinshao Merchant Association branch, aboard a bulk cargo ship. The dejected, red-haired Qiu Dahong entered the room. Chen Huang glanced at Qiu Dahong and couldn't help but chuckle. Did you get scolded by the boss again? Qiu Dahong slumped down at the table. Damn, that yacht-driving scoundrel. After pocketing so much money, he didn't even inform us about the crucial detail that the silt needs to be baked for 24 hours. He truly deserves to be cursed. Originally, the boss had planned to hold the auction tonight, but now, with the items in hand, we must wait. Wang Samlin shot a sidelong glance at the red-haired man. You didn't clarify such an important matter before the transaction? What could I possibly ask? I had no say in the matter. The entire negotiation was handled by the boss's secretary with that yacht owner. How was I to know that the secretary wouldn't even ask this? The negotiator from the Kunpeng Merchant Association didn't inquire either. Now that there's a problem, they'll just shift all the blame onto me. Am I not the unluckiest soul? So what did the boss penalize you with? Demoted to a salesperson? It's infuriating. I had just been promoted to partner. Huang Lan and Mao showed no sympathy, only delight in his misfortune, even bursting into laughter. At that moment, an unexpected sound erupted in San Mao's ears. A district-wide announcement was issued by Captain Qin Kuan. Kunpeng spreads its wings, the abyss awakens. All captains, this is an announcement from Qin, the president of the Kunpeng Merchant Association. Tomorrow evening at precisely 8 o'clock, the grand welcoming ceremony of the association will commence. At that time, an exclusive purchasing opportunity for the deep-sea exploration gear will be open to all members for a limited time. This is the key to conquering the vast ocean and acquiring boundless treasures. Furthermore, I am willing to provide a sales channel for friends who possess the equipment. To demonstrate the sincerity of the Kunpeng Chamber of Commerce, during our initial collaboration, we will not charge any service fees. Additionally, we will invite everyone to join the chamber under regional leadership titles, fostering collective advancement. The equipment is precious and exceedingly limited. Captains eager to unearth their first fortune in the sea must not miss this splendid opportunity to embark. The Kunpeng Chamber of Commerce eagerly awaits your arrival tomorrow to embark on a new chapter of wealth. In an instant, the entire region was abuzz. Regional Channel, Hua Country. Zone 101, wow. The deep-sea exploration gear. I've finally waited for this. I'm diving straight into the abyss. Are we really going down? It sounds terrifying. It's pitch black below. Who knows what monsters lurk there? Is this equipment even safe? An entry fee of 5 coins? That is not too steep, but is it worth it? The equipment's name is hand-typed. There's no detailed description visible. Does anyone know what this gear actually does? Let us hope it's not a trap. Brother, it's an incredible value. Just think about the current price of seaweed fruit. With this equipment, diving means collecting riches. A ticket to financial freedom for just 5 coins? This deal is a no-brainer. Hurry and join to secure your position. Spots wait for no one. What if it's a trap? If you can join our Kunpeng Chamber of Commerce, revel in your luck. Our membership has surpassed 10,000. Don't you know that it's better to lean against a big tree for shade? Haha, I'm still considering the Yinshao Chamber, but the Kunpeng Chamber? It's just a B-transmission scam organization. Anyone who joins must be a fool. Have you forgotten how they scammed us before? 5 coins, so tempting. If I can't grab the equipment, I might as well join the group for the excitement. In response, the Hua Country Zone 101 Mutual Aid Association expressed, Wenkai. Wow, what a lengthy announcement for the entire region. Lu Ranran, what a loss. It's all 50 coins. Last time, Dr. Su and Sister Chioa's announcements barely had 2 sentences, but this old by S post is over a dozen sentences long. Wuyu, what nonsense is this? Nitpicking every word. Lu Ranran. I see many people saying they want to join those chamber groups. Should we post an announcement too? Are we just going to watch those people get scammed for their membership fees? Lei Chuang. Even now, with everyone sailing the seas, can they still be tricked by a scam organization? That would be a real embarrassment. Su Izhou. It doesn't matter. The top player will take action. Chen Mo. Lu Ranran. Ahem. Just call me Chen Mo Lei Chuang. All right, Ranran. Wenkai. All right, Ranran. Wuyu. All right, Ranran. Ultimately, the discussion in the mutual aid group resulted in a private agreement to keep a low profile avoiding any publicity and waiting for the top player to call for action. After all, whatever they do now will be tagged as being associated with the top player, and if a dispute arises, those people will only blame Chen Mo. That would be an unwarranted disaster for him. As for Chen Kuen's announcement, since the diving equipment is no longer exclusive, there are inherent risks in any speculation. It would be wiser to create some hype and seize the opportunity for greater gain. The essence of a merchant lies in the pursuit of profit, and it is no surprise what Chen Mo may do. Regardless of their antics, there can only be one ultimate victor. That victor is he, Chen Mo. As he absent-mindedly brushed aside the non-existent bangs from his forehead, he was on the brink of a fit. Just then, the system notification resounded once more. A public announcement was issued by Captain Gu Yunxiao for the entire region. The Gu Yunxiao Merchant Association extends a sincere invitation to all, tomorrow evening at 6 o'clock. Please grace the Gu Yunxiao fleet as we embark on the Deep-Sea Exploration Auction Gala. The auction will feature an array of items, including the Deep-Sea Exploration Set, ship blueprints, and other high-tier treasures, with extraordinary quality items to be unveiled. Participants are also welcome to bring forth an item of fine quality or above to contribute to the auction. Eligibility for participation will be randomly selected among members of the Gu Yunxiao Merchant Association. For those who have already allied with other factions or are merely observing, Captain Gu will release 50 exclusive invitations, which will be posted in the trading hall shortly. Special invitation. Seating is limited and opportunities are rare. The Gu Yunxiao fleet awaits you tomorrow evening at 6 o'clock, ready to pursue the treasures of the deep blue together. Chapter 31. To attend or not to attend. As soon as the announcement was made, the already fervent regional channel erupted into a frenzy. Chen Mo glanced at the channel, the speed of scrolling so rapid that he could scarcely discern the content. He opened the invitation details within Gu Yunxiao's announcement. Special invitation, exclusive skill product. Effect. During the skill activation period, one can invite others aboard their ship without the need for a team. And the invited individuals can completely conceal their personal information, making it suitable for large gatherings such as conferences and auctions. After the event concludes, the skill will enter a month-long cooldown period. An exclusive skill product? Does this imply that the auction is the special skill of the president of the Yunxiao Merchant Guild? Chen Mo found this rather unexpected. Those who frequently lurked in the channels knew that each individual in the endless voyage possessed a unique, exclusive skill. For instance, Chen Mo's skill was endurance, while Han Yu's was SC Char Dinger's luck. The effects of these exclusive skills varied widely. Some enhanced fish catches, others increased the probability of retrieving valuable debris, and some even came with toolkits for crafting. These exclusive skills were informally categorized by captains into two types: combat and survival. Both Chen Mo and Han Yu belong to the survival category. Conversely, combat skills were widely regarded as the most potent exclusive abilities, with many resembling those depicted in novels and films, such as fire breathers, water spitters, and cloakers. However, unlike survival skills that began at maximum level, combat skills commenced at level 1. In simple terms, one could breathe fire, but only a small puff, spit water, but merely a cupful, and cloak oneself. But only an arm could be concealed. It was a matter of pros and cons, with potential for future growth. As for the exclusive skill allowing others to board one's ship for an event, Chen Mo had never encountered such a phenomenon before. It felt rather magical. He opened the group chat, where the mutual aid group was indeed discussing this matter. Wenkai, what is happening? It's only been a few days, and this high-end auction is already being organized? Su Izhou. This is the exclusive skill of the president of the Yunxiao Merchant Guild. During the skill activation, one can invite others aboard their ship without forming a team, and the invited guests can completely hide their personal information. Lu Ranran. Dr. Su is so knowledgeable. He knows everything. Su Izhou. The latter part of my statement was copied. Didn't TU check the invitation details? Lu Ranran. I don't care, Doctor. Su is just very knowledgeable. Arms akimbo. Wenkai. Is there really a skill for throwing parties? How abstract. Lei Chuang. So, do you all plan to attend? A moment of silence enveloped the chat group. Then, Lu Ranran. What is there to attend? Didn't you say both merchant guilds are not reputable? Even with the entire populace sailing, they could still be deceived by the organization. If healed, they still drool. Lei Chuang. I also feel there's no point in attending. Wu Yu. Wen Kai. That president of the Yunxiao Merchant Guild has truly listed the invitation on the trading post. Wen Kai. Nevertheless, I shall not partake in the purchase. If none of you are participating, then neither shall I. To be frank, Chen Mo harbored a profound curiosity regarding this auction. Setting aside other considerations, the so-called extraordinary auction items alone were sufficient to pique his interest. While others might lack comprehension of items of such caliber, merely recognizing them as the pinnacle of golden treasures, Chen Mo, being the sole captain in the region to have acquired an extraordinary item selection box, understood the true significance of extraordinary items. Consequently, after Gu Yunxiao's announcement reverberated throughout the region, he remained vigilant in monitoring the trading hall. The moment the special invitation appeared, he seized a ticket. Upon glancing at the panel post-acquisition, he noted that from 50 invitations, a mere 27 remained. The subsequent sales slowed considerably. For this special invitation, priced at 500 coins, was indeed audacious. Such a steep price effectively filtered out the majority of participants in the region. Those willing to spend 500 coins on a ticket were either at the pinnacle of the leaderboard or affiliated with rival guilds. Regardless of which group, they were not to be underestimated, possessing the capability to generate substantial revenue for the auction. In due course, the Yunxiao Guild would not only reap financial rewards, but also gain visibility among top competitors, while simultaneously collecting a wave of membership fees throughout the region. A triple victory, nay. The auction had yet to commence, and 50 tickets had already netted a staggering 25,000 coins, thereby securing the initial capital. This was a quadruple victory. How infuriating! They are even more adept at winning than I. Seated atop the turtle's back, Chen Mo raised a skewer of grilled shark meat in his right hand, determined to transform his frustration into appetite by thoroughly indulging in the succulent, juicy shark steak. He had not prepared any for the little turtle, as its hunger level had already been sufficiently met, or rather, exceeded by his earlier efforts. In order to reserve ample hunger points to activate the protective barrier, Chen Mo had fed the little turtle to a hunger level of 39% during the day. Curiously, he pondered what would transpire if the hunger level were to reach 0%. He had initially intended to continue feeding it, yet the little turtle had overindulged. It would have to wait until tomorrow to find out. After savoring the shark steak, Chen Mo procured a roasted pear, ready to indulge in a sweet treat. However, before the pear could reach his lips, a sudden, dazzling gaze fell upon him. Little turtle, didn't you say you couldn't eat anymore? Chen Mo chuckled. 2 stomachs, one for savory and one for dessert, I presume. He had not skimped on feeding it apples during the day. He tossed the pear to the little turtle, which caught it eagerly. Ah, are you tired of eating? Alas, for now, these are the only 2 options available. When he encounters an island in the future, perhaps he would be able to procure some watermelons or coconuts to enhance its diet. The little turtle affectionately turned to nuzzle against Chen Mo. The soft, furry sensation tickled his neck. The half-hour following dinner was a designated rest period for both man and turtle. The little turtle ceased its vigorous paddling, floating serenely upon the waves. Drifting with the currents of the sea, Chen Mo ceased his work, reclining upon the turtle's shell, gently stroking the little turtle's neck while gazing at the stars and the moon above. Occasionally, he would recognize familiar constellations and offer explanations, much to the turtle's delight. Suddenly, the private chat channel chimed, shattering the serene atmosphere. Emoga, I urgently need your help, came the message from Lei Chuang. Upon reading this, Chen Mo, fearing a grave situation had arisen, promptly sat up from the turtle's shell. What is it? He inquired. Emoga, do you happen to have any extra clothing? Preferably something stylish. Lei Chuang requested. Chen Mo responded with a bemused silence. Chapter 32. The Conspiracy of Qin Kuan. In the next moment, Chen Mo realized something was amiss. How do you know I have clothes? Dr. Su has been keeping an eye on you since the very first day the trading hall opened. After the leaderboard was released, he compared the last 3 digits of your ID with that of the grocery guy and confirmed that you two are essentially the same person. Don't mention it, Mo. I had so many clothes back then, yet I couldn't manage to snag a single one. I'm still stuck wearing a loincloth made of sea snake skin, completely exposed. Fortunately, I can gain mental points from fighting monsters. Otherwise, I might have been so embarrassed that my mental points would have plummeted, leading to a complete breakdown. Why didn't you come to me to buy some the other day? I figured, as a man, even if my attire was shabby, it didn't seem matter since no one on the sea would see it. Mental points could drop, and it was no big deal. But now it's different. I can't possibly attend the auction with Sister Chio dressed like this. I've never faced such humiliation. Chen Mo was so heist. You and Sister Chio are participating too? Unable to resist, Chen Mo asked, didn't you say that those who attend that event end up drooling? Ababa, ababa, ababa. Chen Mo fell silent, turning to rummage through the warehouse area. He indeed had a considerable amount of clothing left. Back when he was a gold miner, he could catch 8 or 9 rods in a minute, at least 3 or 4 of which were garments. Even though he had already discarded a significant portion for the opening event of the trading hall, the sheer volume ensured that dozens of outfits remained. Moreover, these were all stylish selections that Chen Mo had meticulously chosen, ensuring none were the old man's undershirts or grandmother's vests. After a casual glance, he ultimately traded a sleeveless white t-shirt adorned with a snakebone necklace and a pair of loose beach shorts. Lei Chuang did not take advantage of Chen Mo, trading over 150 coins, slightly above the market average. Indeed, after addressing the basic needs, the prices of clothing began to soar. Even an old man's undershirt was now fetching 50 coins each. Montaque, your taste in clothing is absolutely exquisite. This outfit is stunning. As long as you're satisfied. Now be on your way. All right. After sending Lei Chuang off, Chen Mo stood up, intending to return to the work area and continue with the assembly line. At that moment, the private chat channel flickered again. Lu Ran, Mo Gu. I need your help urgently. Chen Montak. Su Ijo. Top of the leaderboard. I need to trouble you with something. Chen Montak. Diar Su. You too? On the dark horizon of the sea, the Kuanpung fleet was brightly lit. Qin Kuan sat surrounded by several partners. President, we just hired some manpower, and yet that surnamed Gu has stolen our thunder. The Yunxiao Chamber of Commerce is becoming increasingly arrogant. Qin Kuan, fixated on the trading hall's trends, maintained a calm expression. It matters not. President, if we allow Gu Yunxiao and those on the leaderboard to connect tomorrow, it will undoubtedly pose a significant threat to us. As for those individuals on the leaderboard, who knows if they possess a substantial stock of goods? The prices fluctuate dramatically day by day, and I fear that if we sell too late, we might witness a plunge akin to that of a deflated bandage. I believe this is unlikely. After all, only a select few currently hold the equipment. Moreover, aside from those unwilling to invest in fish-attracting lights during the initial venture into the endless seas, the demand for bandages will not be significantly high. However, diving equipment is a different matter altogether, as it is sought after by virtually everyone. Furthermore, diving equipment boasts durability and a substantial demand, and I am convinced that prices will not decrease for a considerable time to come. Who can say whether the individuals on the leaderboard might go mad? I simply cannot comprehend why they feel the need to oppose our Kuanping Chamber of Commerce. Ultimately, is it not due to their inability to procure materials that they find themselves constrained? It is infuriating, with so many members in our chamber. Is there not a single person capable of diving? There are some, but they require a level 3 upgrade. Are you willing to provide the materials? After all, it is only the 3rd day. Everyone as progress cannot possibly be so swift. Do you not find the yacht owner rather suspicious as well? What can be done? He is the only one with materials, and can you truly resist purchasing from him? Should we merely stand by and watch the Yunxiao chamber profit? Are we to remain here idly waiting? Qin Kuan remained silent. As the others noted his lack of response, their expressions, though still filled with indignation, gradually quieted. After a moment, Qin Kuan spoke once more. Did you manage to secure an invitation? I did, President. Upon hearing this, Qin Kuan displayed a contemplative expression, his fingers rhythmically tapping on the table. You may leave now. The others, sensing the shift, refrained from further comments and exited the cabin in succession. Once tranquility enveloped the surroundings, Qin Kuan retrieved a deep blue seashell from his backpack and gently blew into it. In the next instant, a woman's voice resonated from the shell. What is it? There's an auction tomorrow featuring extraordinary items with over 2,000 participants. I have managed to acquire an invitation. I wonder if you might be interested. The woman on the other end paused momentarily, then suddenly erupted into a deep, mocking laughter. Qin Kuwen, your presence in this district is indeed a blessing for this group. Qin Kuwen adjusted his glasses on the bridge of his nose. Such flattery. As for the treasure obtained, as previously agreed, you may select a portion. Chapter 33. The auction commences. The reverberations of the two major merchant associations' promotional efforts lingered until the early hours of the following day. Chen Mo awoke at dawn and, upon opening the regional chat, found discussions still fervently focused on the auction scheduled for that evening. After glancing through the conversations with dwindling interest, he promptly closed the window. "Good morning, little turtle," he greeted, stretching as the clock struck 6. Following a day and night of recuperation, the debuffs afflicting him had dissipated, and his mental vitality had returned to 70 points. After a light breakfast, Chen Mo first ventured to the work area to gather a fresh supply of materials, then proceeded to the warehouse to replace the bandages on the manatee. Whether it was the efficacy of the antibiotics or the innate resilience of the manatee, the wound that had nearly severed its tail was now mostly healed, with only the injury on its head remaining unhealed. Chen Mo surmised that this might also explain the manatee's continued state of unconsciousness. After attending to the bandaging, Chen Mo donned his diving suit and plunged into the ocean. The kelp fruits he had previously harvested in one go would sustain him for several days, so there was no immediate urgency to replenish his stock. Today, his primary objective was to investigate the leads mentioned by Su Ijo the previous day. To his surprise, after swimming for merely 10 minutes, he indeed discovered an area with anomalously warm water. It was a narrow expanse where bubbles occasionally surfaced from the ocean floor, indicating a generally elevated temperature. Without hesitation, he activated his return to the abyss and descended towards the depths. However, he soon found himself halted at the red algae zone, for following the bubbles downward led to a crevice within the red algae region. The deep, dark fissure loomed like the gaping maw of a leviathan, and even a mere glance left Chen Mo feeling his mental vitality waning. A primal fear etched into his instincts. He averted his gaze and continued his exploration. Yet, upon discovering 2 more areas of abnormal water temperature, each descent invariably pointed towards the crevice of the red algae zone. With no other option, he resolved to capture the clearest possible photographs before time ran out. Embracing the notion of having come this far, he began to scavenge for resources within the red algae region. Ultimately, he returned to the boat, disheartened but laden with a backpack full of coral tube samples, quartz, several acidic mushrooms, and a considerable amount of titanium ore. After depositing the materials in the warehouse, Chen Mo casually collected his activity rewards for the day. His daily tasks had been executed flawlessly, and the special tasks seamlessly completed during his dives. As for those that required additional physical exertion, he had long since disregarded them. He preferred to spend his time harvesting kelp fruits, which proved far more lucrative. Opening a private chat, Chen Mo sent the photographs he had just taken to Su Ijo. "Dr. Su, here are the photos I captured after diving into the areas with abnormal water temperature. Do you see any traces of lead or?" Su Yifo responded promptly, his tone exuding certainty. "Yes, indeed. It is certainly a lead or enrichment zone." Upholding a rigorous academic spirit, Su Ijo returned 3 photographs, each marked with a red circle highlighting 3 specific locations. The crevice area you photographed exhibits remarkably pronounced geological activity features. The first photograph reveals a silicified cliff adorned with green and brown patches, indicative of a typical sign of hydrothermal fluid interacting with the surrounding rock through water-rock reactions, suggesting the presence of a recently active hydrothermal system below. The sediments at the base and nearby exhibit an unusually dark hue, interspersed with numerous yellow pyrite crystals and resinous clusters resembling sphalerite, which are classic surface indicators of massive sulfide deposits. Galena, as one of the principal constituent minerals of the ore deposit, is inevitably found concentrated within the central fissures in abundance. However, what piques interest further is the second image. If my assumptions are correct, The sediment, encircled in red, is likely glazed crystal. The crystallization reaction, resulting from the interaction of boron-rich volcanic magma and biogenic skeletal sediments under the influence of anaerobic bacteria, takes at least a century to yield such pure glazed crystals. This is likely related to the porcelain glass you seek. At this juncture, Chen Mo finally relinquished any delusions of luck. No matter how fearsome Leviathan may be, he would have to personally investigate this fissure. Yet prior to that, he needed to replenish his mental stamina. Amidst these thoughts, Su Yizhou sent 2 more messages. The third image clearly indicates signs of large marine biological activity, with traces that appear quite recent, likely left behind in the near past. Observing the surrounding environment in the photograph, clusters of tube worms, white mollusks, and densely populated blind shrimp communities, this exemplifies a typical chemosynthetic ecosystem. With a core food source and thermal energy, coupled with the activity traces, it is plausible that a certain large predatory marine creature dwells within the fissure. Chen Mo did not expect Su Yizhou to deduce the existence of Leviathan from merely a few photographs. It is a testament to the expertise of professionals. Indeed, a terrifying creature lurks beneath the sea. Chen Mo recounted his encounter with the deathly Leviathan and the ensuing consequences in broad strokes. Upon receiving Chen Mo's information, Su Yizhou became ensnared in prolonged contemplation, evidently struggling to arrive at a conclusion about this horror from beyond the realm of reality. Ultimately, Su Yizhou sent Chen Mo a single line. "I do not advise you to take the risk, but should you insist on proceeding, do not hesitate to ask for assistance. I shall keep a keen eye on your updates." Chen Mo paused for a moment before responding. "I appreciate your help, Dr. Su." A courteous exchange concluded their conversation. Chen Mo glanced at his mental stamina, currently at 7,120, and began to formulate a preliminary plan. For the remainder of the time, he diligently melted silicone rubber, only departing from the workspace at 6:30 in the evening. He indulged in a warm bath and casually donned a stylish 5-piece beach ensemble before retrieving the invitation. Within the invitation lay a letter and an ornate masquerade mask. The item description meticulously detailed their uses. The mask conceals personal information, while the letter functions akin to a teleportation device. Upon clicking to use, it transports one to the entrance of the auction, and tearing the letter or the conclusion of the banquet would return one to their vessel. It is important to note that during the banquet, personal vessels remain stationary. Should the distance from the devastating tsunami be insufficient, the return of the captain would spell doom for both ship and crew. However, Chen Mo harbored no concerns in this regard. The little turtle was currently cruising at a speed of 20 knots, having already created a safe distance from the impending disaster. After thoroughly inspecting his package to ensure nothing was amiss, he clicked on the letterhead and selected to use it. In a flash of white light, he found himself at the entrance of the venue. The time was 19:30, and there was still half an hour remaining before the auction commenced. Yet the deck of the Yinshao fleet's cargo ship was already teeming with people. As the inaugural large-scale offline meeting of captains since the opening of the Endless Sea route, the enthusiasm of the crowd was palpable, with the cacophony of voices and the bustling throng rivaling that of a peak travel season. It was evident that Gu Yunxiao had meticulously prepared for this gathering. The deck gleamed spotless, and an abundance of flintwood lamps illuminated every corner of the venue. Even the tables and chairs were crafted from solid hardwood, constructed with double the materials for added durability. In stark contrast, the eclectic crowd was a sight to behold. To the left, 3 rows were occupied by several burly men clad solely in fluorescent bikinis, their glistening chests adorned with the words "Invincible Team" written in dried fish blood. To the right, a group of bald individuals draped in fishing nets had donned various colorful jellyfish hats atop their heads. The rows behind were somewhat more conventional, with attendees dressed in standardized old man undershirts or sleeveless shirts, each sporting a nameplate from the Yinshao Chamber of Commerce. Some individuals clung to their pre-journey attire, albeit tattered and stained from saltwater immersion. Further back, a group of individuals, unable to afford clothing, resorted to donning fish skins or seaweed as makeshift coverings, parading around with exposed posteriors. Before his arrival, Chen Mo had believed his attire to be sufficiently understated. To his surprise, he stood out remarkably among the crowd. The reception staff stationed on either side immediately noticed him, particularly the mask he wore for the occasion. The lead attendant approached with utmost courtesy, stating, "Greetings. Esteemed guest with an invitation. You have a private suite awaiting you." He then called to the reception personnel behind him, "Special male guest, 1." Instantly, the reception staff formed 2 lines, creating a passage for Chen Mo. They bowed in unison and declared, "Welcome, Captain, to the Yunxiao Chamber of Commerce." In that moment, Chen Mo became the center of attention. He had not anticipated that despite the widespread embrace of maritime life, he would once again experience the tingling sensation reminiscent of his inaugural visit to a hot pot restaurant. Chapter 34. The meeting under the watchful gaze of 1,000 spectators. Chen Mo was escorted by a receptionist toward the small cruise ship adjacent to the cargo vessel on the deck. The exterior of the cruise ship appeared remarkably new, its hull glistening with a glossy white sheen under the moonlight, creating an imposing first impression. However, upon closer inspection, the myriad solar engines affixed to the stern resembled a cluster of parasitic barnacles, silently proclaiming the vessel's true predicament on the endless sea. This was Gu Yunxiao's conveyance, barely clinging to the bottom of the 100-vehicle rankings, the sole Level 1 ship on the list. It was evident that such a colossal craft, like the cargo ship, could not possess the materials required to ascend to Level 2, which were beyond the reach of ordinary vessels. One could say there were both advantages and disadvantages. Chen Mo followed the receptionist into the cruise ship's grand hall. The hall was brilliantly illuminated, as bright as day, with dazzling crystal chandeliers hanging from above and a red carpet extending to the far end. Occasionally, one could see others donning masquerade masks entering and exiting, each masked individual attended to by a dedicated receptionist. Compared to the throng outside, they were dressed in relatively neat and appropriate attire, their voices subdued, maintaining a respectful social distance. Despite being separated by merely a metal wall, the disparity was stark. Of course, this observation excluded the uniformed receptionist clad in old-fashioned undershirts. The cruise ship was equipped with all necessary facilities, including a generator. Typically, the ship remained inactive except during voyages, only coming to life for occasions such as this to welcome esteemed guests like yourself. As the receptionist elaborated on the ship's basic amenities, he subtly offered flattery. He then guided Chen Mo to a central redwood round table in the hall. This was the registration point for consigning items. Any items you wish to auction can be registered here. Behind the redwood table stood a tall woman, her cascading black waves framing her figure. Clad in form-fitting jeans that accentuated her long legs, a subtle scent of body lotion lingered in her movements. The upper portion of her attire was the standardized, an old undershirt. Chen Mo reflected. In essence, all of this was a result of his sacrifices made in pursuit of potent turtle feed. The loose undershirt barely concealed the woman's ample curves, yet she wore a consistently professional smile, devoid of any embarrassment or awkwardness. "Sir, do you have any items for consignment? We can register them for you here. As a special courtesy for your first auction, we will not charge you a handling fee," she offered. Chen Mo retrieved the meticulously prepared toxic touch from his bag and placed it on the tray she extended. Lacking any relevant weapon skills, the toxic touch was no more than a fruit knife in his hands, its damage far inferior to that of the iron spear upgraded from iron ingots. Although it possessed control effects, its gradually diminishing potency rendered it ineffective against higher-level monsters, and given Chen Mo's defense, it was also futile against monsters of the same level. It could only be described as a superfluous item. Upon the black tray, the eerie, blue-glimmering poisonous dagger shimmered ominously under the lights. The woman's formulaic smile momentarily faltered upon glimpsing the dagger, only to be replaced by an even more fervent gaze directed at Chen Mo. 03. A dagger of unparalleled quality, imbued with paralysis effects, has been successfully registered for you, she announced, her voice soft yet still managing to draw the attention of several nearby onlookers. The touch of deadly poison was, for Chen Mo, akin to a mere trifle, while for others, it was the opposite. It is worth noting that today marks merely the 4th day since the endless voyage commenced. There were hardly any individuals capable of descending into the sea, let alone forging a furnace. A weapon of green quality was already sufficiently eye-catching and sought after. How much more so for a rare weapon? Moreover, it bore its own skill effect. In such times, the individual willing to auction a weapon of rare quality was likely either in dire need of currency for some reason. Yet anyone who could afford the 500 coins for a ticket hardly appeared to be short on funds. Thus, the only remaining possibility was that he possessed an even better weapon. In an instant, the glances directed at Chen Mo shifted to eager scrutiny. The special effect of the masquerade mask rendered it impossible for others to discern Chen Mo's identity through the luminous screen. Just as someone hesitated, contemplating whether to approach him, Chen Mo had already turned away from the mahogany round table. Lead the way, he instructed. The attendant, now more attentive, guided him into the interior of the yacht. A long corridor stretched before them, still adorned with a velvet red carpet. Every few steps, a door marked with a room number appeared, likely leading to private chambers. Chen Mo followed the attendant until they neared a corner, where two figures approached. They were a remarkably tall man and woman. The man was robustly built, clad in a sleeveless white tank top that showcased his well-defined muscular arms. The metallic chain around his neck clinked rhythmically with his movements. He wore a purple feather masquerade mask, his face illuminated by a sunny, cheerful smile that revealed a row of pristine teeth. His laughter even exposed his tonsils. The woman, slender and graceful, donned a black form-fitting combat suit, a half-height long sword slung across her back. Her hair was tied up in a high ponytail, exuding an air of efficiency. A filigree silver mask adorned her face, revealing only her sharply defined chin and lips. As they brushed past each other, it seemed they sensed Chen Mo's gaze and looked up. The eyes behind the mask bore an assessing and subtly discernible coldness, like icicles slicing through the air. Chen Mo discreetly averted his gaze until the sound of a door locking behind him prompted him to casually glance back. In his peripheral vision, he caught sight of the door that had just closed, mentally noting the room number. "Sir, this is your private chamber," the attendant announced, halting before a door. "The room is equipped with food and water, along with a call bell. Should you require anything, simply ring for assistance." Furthermore, the floor-to-ceiling window directly faces the auction and the outdoor area. The glass is one way, ensuring that the interior of your chamber remains hidden from view. You may rest assured. Should you wish to mute external sounds for a while, you may also press the mute button located beside the window frame. The auction is about to commence. "I wish you a pleasant evening, sir," the attendant respectfully stated before bowing and exiting. Chen Mo surveyed the private room. The thick Scottish carpet, the dark red leather sofa, the petite crystal chandelier, and the meticulously arranged floral centerpiece and menu upon the mahogany table all contributed to the ambience. Most striking was the floor-to-ceiling glass window that nearly spanned the entire wall. Its wide-angle design offered a clear view of the entire deck cargo ship, as well as the auction venue cordoned off at the front. Even the sounds from the outer area were distinctly audible. A myriad of lives unfolded before his eyes. This vantage point indeed catered to the morbid curiosity of the upper echelons peering down at the lower classes. After a brief glance, Chen Mo averted his gaze and was about to close the door when a sweet female voice suddenly echoed down the corridor. "Is it really possible to order food ourselves? Can we order anything?" The voice sounded somewhat familiar. Instinctively, Chen Mo leaned out to look, and a figure happened to pass by the entrance of the diagonal room opposite. It was a young girl, approximately 160 centimeters tall, sporting a refreshing bun hairstyle, dressed in a pristine white t-shirt topped with a short, blue and white cow-pattern suspender skirt that revealed a segment of her fair calves. Her steps were light, and beneath her mask, a delicate nose and thin lips were visible, with her clear eyes exuding a youthful innocence. She caught sight of Chen Mo and smiled politely, nodding her head. However, upon noticing his attire, the girl halted in her tracks. Chen Mo felt a twinge of embarrassment. He had casually chosen a sky-blue short-sleeved shirt adorned with white clouds, paired with a plain white t-shirt underneath before coming here, not realizing until now that their outfits were nearly identical to the blue and white cow-patterned ensemble he had sold to Lu Ruanran. After a moment's contemplation, he extended his hand toward her, saying, "Hello, my surname is Chen. Prior to attending the auction, Lu Wanran had meticulously prepared herself. Although she could not wear makeup at sea, nor did she possess a charming dress, she had still spent a considerable sum at the trading house to purchase a bottle of shower gel. Indulging in her first freshwater bath in 7 days and fashioning a voluminous bun. Following the invitation's instructions, she arrived an hour early. Throughout her journey, Lu Wanran had been in high spirits until she encountered the man wearing the same patterned attire as hers while heading to the private room. While wardrobe coincidences are commonplace, this was the endless sea. Unable to resist, Lu Wanran stole a few more glances at him. He was quite tall, and half of his face visible beneath the mask appeared youthful, with a well-defined jawline and a clean, refreshing demeanor, akin to a gentle morning breeze. However, the straight corners of his mouth rendered him somewhat aloof, and his light-colored eyes bore a hint of detachment, suggesting he was not one to engage in social interactions readily. It was not until he extended his hand to Lu Wanran that he spoke. "Hello, my surname is Chen." Lu Wanran was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly seemed to recall something, becoming serious in an instant. She politely grasped his hand in return, saying, "You hello? My surname is Lu." Chapter 35. The initial gathering of the Mutual Assistance Group in the private room of Chen Mo. A redwood round table adorned with a delicate daisy tablecloth was laden with a plate of roasted seaweed rolls, a platter of fried small fish, a dish of steamed mussels, and 2 glasses of verdant concoctions crafted from seaweed. The meal, incongruous with the opulence of the cruise cabin, might easily be mistaken for a selection from a hot pot restaurant's condiment bar. Yet on this endless voyage, the sumptuousness of these 3 dishes spoke volumes. Lu Ranin, with one hand clutching a fork and the other lifting a glass, incessantly munched on her food, her cheeks puffing out like a hamster's. "You have no idea, Mo. To upgrade the Golden Basin, I have to spend every shell coin I earn. Each day, I can only suffer through black buns with plain water. After a week, I feel as if I've withered away to nothing." Chen Mo instinctively glanced at Lu Ranin's plump cheeks and the faint impressions left by the elastic cuffs on her arms. Withering away to nothing seemed an exaggeration. Indeed, she was not overweight, but rather possessed a healthy, slightly rounded vitality. Chen Mo, with a thoughtful gesture, pushed the seaweed drink closer to her. "Do you really need to spend 500 coins on a ticket when you can barely afford a meal?" Gratefully, Lu Ranin shot him a glance, raised the seaweed drink to wash down her food, and savored every last drop, patting her belly contentedly. With a burp, she exclaimed, "Because I am here to make money." From her pocket, she produced a small card and presented it to Chen Mo with a flourish. "Tada! A foot bath voucher for the Golden Basin. With this voucher, you can receive a foot bath basin for free, plus a daily serving of herbal foot soak. This is a special feature unlocked after the Golden Basin reaches level 2. A single soak can restore 10 of your mental energy, and if you persist for a month, it can even increase your mental energy cap by 20 points. Upon hearing about the restoration of mental energy, Chen Mo's interest was piqued. He took the card and glanced at it. Scrawled in a haphazard manner were the words Golden Basin Foot Bath Annual Pass, accompanied by a comically drawn character with a lopsided bun. "Did you draw this yourself?" Lu Ranin giggled, hee, setting aside the less than aesthetic details. The foot bath benefits aligned perfectly with Chen Mo's current needs. Although the concept of an annual pass, Chen Mo raised his gaze to meet Lu Ranin's bright, round eyes peeking from behind her mask. Deciding against dampening her spirits, he inquired, "How much is it?" Seeing Chen Mo's intrigue, Lu Ranin's eyes sparkled even brighter. She waved her small hand dismissively. "Mo, go. What does money matter between us? You've helped us so much already. I would be overjoyed to assist you in any way I can." With that, she produced a wooden basin, nearly half the size of the table itself. The sudden emergence of a foot bath in the midst of a luxurious meal aboard the cruise ship felt akin to pulling out a bag of sunflower seeds while listening to a symphony in Vienna's Golden Hall. However, it was unavoidable. This was bound to her, non-transferable through the system, and could only be gifted face-to-face. "Please accept it, Mo. It's brand new." Chen Montak, without hesitation, graciously accepted the gift. "Thank you." Upon witnessing this, Lu Ranran's eyes curved into crescent moons. Habitually, She opened the chat channel for a glance. How peculiar. Why was the group so quiet tonight? Even Brother Chuang had refrained from sending messages. Chen Mo opened the chat channel. The last message in the assistance group lingered from 2 hours ago, a stark contrast to the usual frequency of messages, indeed an unusual silence. Perhaps it was a sense of guilt. Lu Ranran blinked. What does that mean? Chen Mo remained silent, merely sending a message in the group. Chen Mo, Brother Chuang, are you in 0501? Shortly thereafter, Lei Chuang responded. Lei Chuang, what the heck? Mogo, are you stalking me? Lu Ranran. Lu Ranran, what's going on? Brother Chuang, didn't you say that even those who participated would drool? Lei Chuang, Abba, 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 Abba. Suizhou, who's ranked first? Lu Ranran. Mogo, and I are in 0603. Lei Chuang, what? You tumatup. Mogo, that's not fair. You didn't even tell me you were coming. You? Didn't you all say you weren't going? So it's just me and Kaizi who believed it? Wen Kai. Well, Wu Jia. Attached is a selfie from the auction's kitchen, featuring a man in his 30s with a square jaw, wearing a chef's hat, holding a spatula, and smiling brightly at the camera. Wen Kai. I'm sorry, Wu Jia. You? Aren't you all just bullying the honest ones? Lung Xiu. Seems a bit familiar. Attached is a candid shot taken on a cruise ship deck. Androgynously dressed woman with a wolf-tail haircut stands on the deck, looking down while lighting a cigarette. Wu Abba, 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 Abba. Across the round table, Lu Ranran could not help but burst into laughter. Lei Chuang. So everyone is here after all. Why didn't you say so? I thought I was the only one betraying the organization. Whereas Suizhou. Sujifo. Gis. Lei Chuang. Guess my foot, I hate riddles. Just then, outside the floor-to-ceiling glass window, the crowd's murmur suddenly intensified. Chen Mo turned to look, spotting 2 rows of elderly men in tank tops surrounding a man and a woman, who were heading towards the yacht connected to the other side of the deck. The time read, 1950. The auction was about to commence. The man and woman were both donning masquerade masks. The woman wore a qipao and carried a tray, while the man was clad in a white shirt and black trousers, holding a microphone provided by the yacht. Endless voyages beneath the waves in this deep-sea era. The ark has set sail. What you seek, those who offer the highest price shall obtain. The Yunxiao Chamber of Commerce Deep-Sea Exploration Auction now begins. Chen Mo. He couldn't help but look a few more times at the auctioneer on the yacht. The man was slender, and from the chin visible beneath the mask, he appeared relatively youthful. However, his skin was pallid from long hours spent indoors away from sunlight, and his movements were exceedingly refined. Chen Mo activated the camera function, zoomed in, and captured a photo of the man. He quickly sent it to the group. Chen Mo. He yes at the podium. Photo of the auctioneer holding a microphone. Lei Chuang. What? Wu what the? Wen Kai what the? Lu Ranran. As expected of you, Dr. Su. Lung Xiu. Thumbs up. JPG, Chapter 36. Venting as the opening remarks concluded. A masked gentleman and lady gracefully retreated to either side. The coral lamps on the freighter extinguished one by one, only to be replaced by 3 large fishing lights that suddenly illuminated the yacht. In that moment, the dark expanse of the sea transformed, with the yacht's deck becoming the focal point of attention. A procession of elegantly clad women, donning vintage vests, entered in a singular line, each carrying a wooden tray adorned with items of various sizes, all concealed beneath uniform sailcloth, rendering their contents a mystery. Meanwhile, Suizhou, having retreated to the shadows, discreetly shared a photograph with the group. This image revealed the auction items for the evening, marked below with the bold red characters confidential. Due to the covert angle, the picture appeared somewhat blurred, yet the accompanying text remained clear. Each item was annotated with its function, effects, drawbacks, starting bid, and estimated value. Chen Mo examined the photograph closely. A total of 40 items were listed, divided into 2 sections. The upper half featured an impressive 30 pieces, likely provided by the captains aboard the cruise ship, as most were handmade experience vouchers for unique nautical functionalities, akin to those offered by Lu Ranran. The functions varied widely, including even a tantalizing experience voucher. Chen Mo suspected that these items had been included in consideration of the 500 coins spent on entry tickets. The highlight of the upper section was a diving suit, with Chen Mo's toxic touch ranked just before it, also serving as a minor highlight. The lower section culminated in an enigmatic, extraordinary item, with over half of the goods marked with yellow circles and labeled as mediocre. Among them was Lu Rannon's foot bath annual pass. Lu Rannon exclaimed, "Dr. Su, I am indignant. Why is my foot bath annual pass starting at 688 coins, with only a valuation of 250 coins? Su Ijo replied, "How many can guarantee their existence a year from now?" Chen Mo instinctively glanced at Lu Rannon, who wore a look of sudden realization. Lei Chuang interjected, "What about me? Why is my charge horn flight experience voucher valued at only 10 coins? I am a bona fide second on the vehicle leaderboard." Su Ijo retorted, "Less talk might elevate your apparent intelligence." Lei Chuang exclaimed, "Su Izu, I." At that moment, the voices outside surged once more. Chen Mo turned his gaze toward the yacht, where the group of women in vintage vests had arranged all the items from the first half of the auction on the deck, forming a neat line. The auctioneer returned to center stage, microphone in hand. This auction adheres to the principle of highest bid wins. Bidders, please raise your paddles for clear bidding. Each bid must not be lower than 50 coins. Only shell coins will be accepted for settlement. Disruptors will be permanently blacklisted by the Cloud Owl Chamber of Commerce. The rules are clear. Please bid rationally. The inaugural deep sea exploration auction begins now. The first item for bidding, Armstrong's satisfying experience card. This auction item is presented by Captain Armstrong of the Armstrong Jet, who, upon the successful bid, will provide 4 hours of personalized offline services by a muscular young man, standing at 185 centimeters and weighing 150 kilograms. The starting bid is set at 66 coins. As the auctioneer's words resonated, the crowd's enthusiasm ignited instantaneously. A tantalizing experience card? Such thrilling offerings right from the outset? How splendid! A towering male figure at 185 centimeters. What a boon for the ladies. No photographs? What if after winning the bid, I find it hard to swallow? Is there a return policy? How unfair that only the ladies seem to benefit. The gentlemen also desire their share. If you want it, bid for it. Who on earth would pay for such frivolities? Ultimately, the first item, the tantalizing experience card, was claimed by a muscular giant clad in a fluorescent bikini, emblazoned with the words "Invincible Team," for a price of 166 coins, eliciting gasps from the audience. A superlative display of masculinity? True men should embrace one another. This is the quintessence of manhood. The first item undoubtedly heated up the atmosphere. Following closely was the second item, the Charge Horn boarding experience voucher. This offering, provided by Captain Lei Chuang of the Charge Horn, promises an exhilarating tour experience. The starting bid is 88 coins. As the auctioneer concluded, the crowd stirred in excitement. Wait, is that Charge Brother? Even the second-place winner is here. Is this a blatant sale of friendship privileges? That seems inappropriate. It's Lei Chuang. I'm bidding. Ultimately, the experience voucher was secured for a staggering 388 coins by someone in booth 0104. The third item, while the auctioneer continued to present items. He raised his right hand, gliding through the air. Each participant could see their own screen, yet nothing else was revealed. In reality, within the Huaguo 101 Mutual Aid Association, 7 members, Lei Chuang urged, "Speak up. Blackie, say something. Don't pretend to be mute. I know you can see." Su Ijo replied, "Yes, buying a favor, while I'm assessing value. If someone wishes to pay for the celebrity effect, that's beyond my control." He added, "As I've said, if your pocket is empty, don't force a sale." Lei Chuang retorted, "Su Ijo you." The auction continued. As the first offline event spontaneously organized by captains on the endless voyage, the captains, having spent 7 days collecting refuse, were in exceptionally high spirits. Adhering to the principle of having come this far, even the most peculiar items that followed, as long as the prices remained reasonable, faced little risk of failing to sell. Until the 8th item, the Golden Basin Foot Bath Annual Card. This auction item is provided by Captain Jean Penn. Upon purchasing the product, the seller will offer the buyer a year's worth of foot bath tubs and foot bath herbal bags, allowing for 1 soak per day. Each session restores 10 of mental energy, and continuous soaks over a month can increase the mental energy cap by 20 points. Foot bath card? This must surely belong to Sister Footbath. We must lend our support to Sister Footbath. Wait, 688 coins? Farewell, farewell. Sister Footbath, I take my leave. This departure shall last a lifetime. Increasing the limit by 20 over a month means 240 over a year. That is 3 times higher than others' mental energy. If we consider that, 688 coins do not seem like a loss, do they? This would undoubtedly benefit combat-oriented talents, as mental energy is akin to their mana. Can we please stop exploiting us combat talents? Initially, you promised a bright future, and I tirelessly honed my skills. Yet what is the result? The mere sound of your spittle does not reach the distance of my urine. This indicates you did not train adequately. Do you understand the concept of a promising future? Do not belittle the impoverished youth, the middle-aged, or the elderly. It certainly sounds impressive, but upon reflection, it appears rather futile. We, with our life-oriented talents, hardly consume mental energy. A slight scare from shark may cause a minor drop, yet a good night's sleep restores it all. Therefore, both the foot bath and the increased mental energy cap seem of little utility. But wait, have you not noticed the crux? This is an annual card. Who here can guarantee they will live for an entire year? Note that not only must you endure for a year, but Sister Footbath must as well. Frankly, I do not believe a mere footbath vessel can withstand the subsequent 3 seasons. If you choose not to buy, refrain from cursing the others. Sister Footbath has indeed assisted us many times, right? Ha ha ha. Why are there always sycophants of the wellness club? They should take care of Sister Footbath and escort her home. I have long found her displeasing. The conversation gradually veers off topic. Each person contributes their thoughts, all of which resonate clearly through the recording device into the private room. Chen Mo cast a glance at Lu Ranran. Her round face, still adorned with a hint of baby fat, habitually wore a smile, albeit now tinged with an air of forced cheer. Zenzing Chen Muskaza. Lu Ranran instinctively straightened her back. Mo go. I'm fine. If it doesn't sell, it doesn't sell. It's all right. The dialogue outside continued. Get lost, wellness club. Perhaps you can't even add them as friends. Call for me again. Sister Footbath? Ha ha ha, more like Sister Footwash. Silence. The auctioneer struck the gavel with force, and the amplified sound reverberated in everyone's ears. The restless crowd quieted. Is there a bid for the Jean Pin Footbath annual card? After 3 strikes without bids, it will be deemed unsold. Bang! Come on. Those people were just clamoring. Since you've received so much help from them, why not give back a little? Bang! Ha ha, no one will buy it. They can't even cough up 68 coins, let alone 688. Are you seeking their demise? Bang! The 3rd strike fell. Just when everyone believed that the first unsold item of the evening was about to emerge, the bidding for the Jean Pen Footbath annual card commenced. In room 0501, a bid of 688 coins was placed. In room 0603, the Jean Pen Footbath annual card received a bid of 738 coins. Lu Ranran was momentarily taken aback. Instinctively, she glanced sideways and caught sight of Chen Mo lowering his bidding paddle. Mo go. No one had stipulated that Xuanwu could not indulge in a footbath. Lu Ranran observed Chen Mo, who appeared unfazed. Her expression momentarily froze before she broke into a relieved, radiant smile. Thank you, Mo go. Just as Chen Mo was about to respond with a no need, an indistinct voice suddenly echoed from outside. Aren't you going to thank Sister Chiao? Startled by the unexpected voice, Lu Ranran instinctively turned towards the door. There, she saw Lei Chuang's large face pressed against the glass of the private room door, his features slightly distorted from the force of his pressing. Chen Mo. Lu Ranran. Readers wishing to make an appearance may write their ship captain character in the comments below. Chapter 37. The net tightens the attendant swiftly brought in the auction items. Despite the insistence of Lu Ranran and Lei Chuang to pay for themselves, Chen Mo declined. Initially, his intention was simply to silence their objections, but upon further reflection, he wondered, if he could soak his feet, why not a little turtle? Although the turtle lacked a defined spirit value, it was undoubtedly a fine creature, and soaking it would do no harm. He could design a foot-soaking basin suitable for the turtle later. If all else failed, he could at least wash its shell. Seeing that Chen Mo was resolute, Lu Ranin ceased her insistence and instead ordered a sumptuous array of paid dishes along with 4 glasses of expensive seaweed juice. To our gathering today, cheers. The 4 glasses clinked together, producing a crisp sound. Lei Chuang downed his drink in one go, then made a face. What is this? It tastes like coal mucus. The 3 others, currently sipping their drinks, exchanged glances. The private room was spacious enough, and the 4 of them did not feel cramped. Lei Chuang, with a familiar ease, draped an arm over Chen Mo's shoulder, his face adorned with a jovial grin that seemed to stretch to the limits. You look younger than I imagined, Mo. Guh. Lu Ranin couldn't help but chuckle. Chuang Guh, you're actually 2 years older than Mo. Guh. It's one thing to call him Go online, but why do it in person? What's wrong with that? His rank is higher than mine, so he's indeed my elder brother. Just wait, once I surpass him, he will call me Chuang Guh, and I shall call him Mod. Chen Mo could only remain silent. By the way, let me introduce you. This is Sister Qiu, Leng Qiu. We were in the same team before. If Lei Chuang was the epitome of a sunny, cheerful young man, then Leng Qiu was undoubtedly the embodiment of a cool, aloof goddess. Lu Ranin was somewhat taken aback. So, Chuang Guh and Sister Qiu already knew each other? Of course. At first, Sister Qiu was our instructor. You wouldn't believe it. During our training, we used to call her Old Witch Ahem. Leng Qiu shot a glance at Lei Chuang, who promptly fell silent, pretending to cough a couple of times before awkwardly changing the subject. By the way, Mo. Guh, it's already 7:30. When do we begin our operation? As soon as he spoke, the 2 women turned their gazes toward Chen Mo. He glanced at the light screen. Let us wait a bit longer. The auction outside was still ongoing, but nothing in the first half had captured the interest of the 4 present. About 10 minutes later, Chen Mo received the first message from Hanyu for the evening. Boss, the Kunping Chamber of Commerce suddenly wants to buy more silt and titanium, but they slashed the prices in half. Otherwise, they won't sign the contract. I've exhausted all my efforts in negotiation. However, their order is larger than last time. They want 20 units of silt and 100 units of titanium, shall we proceed? Chen Mo raised an eyebrow. Such a fortunate opportunity? He promptly replied, yes, let us go for it. Provide as much as we can before Kunping Chamber of Commerce announces their prices. Got it. A few minutes later, Hanyu messaged privately, Boss, the contract has been signed. They've prepaid 30 of the deposit. Watching the captain's wallet swell with an additional 21,000 coins. Chen Mo felt a wave of comfort wash over him. This is undoubtedly a delightful surprise. It seems that the Kunping Chamber of Commerce has garnered a significant amount of membership fees, and the internal pre-orders must have surged. Otherwise, they would not be hastily increasing their orders. Chen Mo patiently awaited the moment the clock struck 8. Hanyu exclaimed, Boss, the Kunping Chamber of Commerce has announced the price. A set of equipment is 3,500 coins. Chen Mo lifted his gaze towards the other 3 individuals in the private booth. It was time to commence. The Kunping fleet, lacking a dedicated skill akin to Guyin Shao's, meant that Qin Kuin's welcoming event was entirely online. However, personnel above level 3 in the chamber were still invited aboard Qin Kuin's cargo ship, where the deck was festively adorned. Just as the atmosphere reached its zenith, a voice cried out, Boss, trouble. The trading hall has suddenly flooded with a large quantity of diving equipment, priced at only 1/3 of our set price. Chapter 38. A dreadful night for the captains on the deck of the cargo ship. The once fervent atmosphere plunged into a frigid silence due to a single remark from a subordinate. Qin Kuin's expression remained unchanged, yet his astute eyes darkened like the depths of water. In the realm of commerce, risks are inherent. Where there are profits, there are losses, and for every long position, there exists a short. What Qin Kuin did not anticipate was the audacity of the opposing party to act so swiftly right after the Kunping Chamber of Commerce announced its pricing. This was evidently a direct challenge to the Kunping Chamber. Can we ascertain the identity of the perpetrator? All transactions are anonymous, and the last 3 digits of the ID have been verified. They do not belong to the usual suspects on the leaderboard. Upon hearing this, the partners began to speculate. If it's not those on the leaderboard, could it possibly be the Yunxiao Chamber of Commerce? Surely not, as they too are engaged in selling equipment. Would they resort to such self-destructive tactics? Who knows? Perhaps they profited enough at the auction and cannot bear to see us thrive. We just clandestinely signed a contract, and shortly thereafter, they released their goods. Who else but the Yunxiao Chamber could have such rapid access to information? How can you be certain it isn't someone from the leaderboard delegating the task to another? Chen Kuan raised his hand, and an immediate silence enveloped the room. Are those from the leaderboard also attending the auction? Indeed, President. Due to the unique nature of the items, some participants are required to verify their identities. What we can confirm is that the second-ranked individual is certainly present. Chen Kuan smiled. Let us observe who will outmaneuver whom. Huagua District 101 Mutual Aid Association, 7 members. Lei Chuang. Ha, splendid. Chen Kuan must be furious right now. Wen Kai, how is it that as soon as the items went up, over a dozen were sold? Is everyone suddenly wealthy? Over 1,000 coins, and they simply purchase. Wu Yu, if there's not one person, surely a group can pool their resources. Not everyone is a lone wolf like us. Right now, seaweed fruit is selling for 20 each. A casual harvest can yield considerable profit. Lei Chuang. Mo go once all the goods are sold. The Beifeng group will add you to transfer the coins. Chen Montag, Alricht. Chen Mo. But aren't we in the same private room? Zitting bezita Chen Montag. Lei Chuang paused for a moment. Ha, I forgot. Lu Ran couldn't help but laugh aloud. Outside, as a haphazard array of items continued to be auctioned off. The first half of the auction was drawing to a close. Next up was the highlight of the first half, the Touch of Death, a rare effect weapon dagger. Boasting increased damage, enhanced attack speed, and a 30 chance to inflict a nerve paralysis effect on the target for 5 seconds upon hitting. Please submit your bids. As the auctioneer finished speaking, the audience erupted in astonishment. A rare dagger? What is the current market for such weapons? Rare weapons have never appeared at this auction. There have been armors, but without any special effects, merely enhancing defense. I heard the president of the Yunxiao Chamber purchased one for 1,500 coins. That helmet was dropped by our invincible team. Gonlin, you have no idea how massive that squid was. We deployed 6 formidable men to engage in a fierce battle for an entire day, ultimately exhausting the octopus until it could spray no more ink. The quality of the meat was truly exceptional, firm and resilient. We eagerly await the leaderboard refresh in a few days, confident that our invincible team will ascend the power rankings. Could this rare weapon fetch a sky-high price? More intriguingly, aren't you curious about the identity of the seller? After all, the sea creature we subdued after a full day of effort yielded merely a helmet. What caliber of sea beast must one defeat to obtain this special effect dagger? And what sort of individual could vanquish such a formidable creature? Surely, they would rank among the top 3 on the power leaderboard, wouldn't they? As far as I know, the top few on the overall leaderboard are solitary wolves who have not joined any teams. The second-ranked individual has already auctioned off items. Could it be, oh my? Is the first-ranked individual also present? The crowd on the deck erupted in excitement. After all, compared to the sporadic bravado of the regional channel's charging brother, Lei Chuang, the elusive first-ranked individual, who seldom appears before the public, is far more intriguing. Low-key, mysterious, powerful, and leading by a significant margin. This is the general perception of the first-ranked among captains in Area 101. Especially following the bandage incident on the first day in the Endless Sea, many who had received assistance were present. In that moment, the calls for the first-ranked individual even overshadowed the rare auction item. In the private box, Lei Chuang exchanged knowing glances with Chen Mo. Mo go, your popularity is soaring. Chen Mo responded with silence. The starting bid for the Toxic Touch was set at 999 coins, and by the end of the auction, the final bidding had shifted from the deck's cargo ship occupants to those aboard the cruise ship. After 10 minutes of intense competition, the dagger was ultimately sold for a staggering 5,800 coins. Chen Mo was somewhat taken aback by this price, which even surpassed Dr. Su's valuation. After all, when the little turtle consumed that pufferfish, it was as effortless as chewing bubblegum. It can only be said that in the atmosphere of an auction, product premiums are not particularly surprising. With the conclusion of the final item, the auctioneer announced a break for half an hour. Wasn't the finale supposed to be diving equipment? Where did it go? Others may have been oblivious, but the individuals in Chen Mo's private box understood perfectly. It must have been removed at the last minute upon realizing Mo Gu was in attendance. Hey, it's still Mo Gu. When he makes a move, he directly causes two merchant associations to suffer substantial losses. Speaking of which, I wonder if I might have inadvertently offended Mo Gu in the past. I should think back quickly. Chen Mo remarked, "Do you two really have to chirp like crickets in front of him?" At that moment, the usually silent Lung Xiu suddenly spoke up. Something felt amiss. The laughter in the private room ceased instantly as all three turned their attention toward Lung Xiu. Lei Chuang quickly wiped the smile off his face. "What is wrong, Xiu Jie?" Lung Xiu remained silent, merely tilting her ear toward the window, seemingly listening intently to something. After a brief moment, the pair of elongated Danfeng eyes suddenly sharpened. "Get down," without a trace of hesitation upon hearing those two words. The four individuals in the private room simultaneously crouched beneath the round table. In the next instant, a thunderous explosion reverberated, shattering the glass of the room into fragments. A violent gust of wind swept through, carrying shards of glass that became the sharpest of projectiles, embedding themselves into the metal door and walls behind them. Outside the window, gasps of disbelief filled the air as black smoke began to swirl. As the echoes of the explosion faded, the blaring of a ship's horn followed suit. Everyone aboard the deck cargo ship and the cruise liner turned their gazes towards the source of the sound. Someone shouted, "Quick, look over there." "What is that?" Across from the cruise liner, three weathered masts slowly emerged from the depths of the sea, accompanied by the blaring horn. With a thud, a grappling hook snagged the deck of the cruise liner, and a woman adorned with a pirate hat swung up. The sea breeze billowed around her wine-red dress, which was short in the front and long in the back, as her fair, robust legs crossed languidly after she landed. "Oh dear, I've waited so long that I'm almost growing mold," she remarked, tossing her cascading waves of hair over her shoulder, a few strands clinging to her sweat-slicked, elegantly sculpted neck. In her other hand, she grasped a beautifully engraved flintlock pistol. Then came a series of thuds, as more grappling hooks latched onto the deck, and figures began to leap aboard one after another. Behind them, the ship that had sunk to the seabed finally resurfaced, revealing its true form. The hull appeared as a twisted skeletal structure, the tattered sea-green deck riddled with cracks and holes, while ragged sails hung from the masts, and rotting seaweed coiled around the cabin. Rusted black cannons pointed menacingly at the cruise liner. This was a ghost ship, reminiscent of the silent Mary from Pirates of the Caribbean, forever unable to return home. The flag atop the cannon ship bore the image of an ominous and dangerous black skull. Pirates! They were pirates! Amid the chaos, an unknown voice cried out in alarm. This exclamation was akin to a drop of water in boiling oil, causing the crowd to erupt into disarray. Some attempted to flee, colliding desperately before the woman. She smiled, raising her flintlock pistol and aiming it at the receptionist who sought to escape the ship, pulling the trigger without hesitation. Bang! The shot rang out, and the receptionist fell to the ground, blood staining the deck. The woman's lips, redder than the blood itself, curled into a cruel smile. "Good evening, Captains. Chapter 39, what are your skills?" Bang, bang, bang. 3 gunshots rang out, and 3 individuals attempting to flee amidst the chaos fell lifelessly to the ground. The initial group that had bolted in panic managed to breach the pirates' encirclement and reach the edge of the deck, only to be met with despair, unable to advance further. The gangway between the cargo ship and the cruise liner had been severed by an explosion. A distance of 15 meters now loomed as an insurmountable chasm. It was the boss. The boss had arrived. What on earth was happening? Why was there a boss at an auction? Where was Gu Yinshao? Wasn't this his ship? Did the Yinshao Trading Company not have a security team? What good is a security team when they are unarmed? Did you not see they had no guns and the ship lacked cannons? Panic, screams, and a cacophony of voices erupted. Someone reacted swiftly. "Quick, tear up the invitation." Yes, I still have my invitation. Where the hell is my invitation? Those who had entered with special invitations rummaged through their pockets, only to be met with sheer terror as they discovered their invitations had vanished. In their place was a blank sheet of paper inscribed with, "Borrowing this invitation. And it's not coming back. Accompanying the text was a cartoonish drawing of a woman in a pirate hat. Oh no, oh no, oh no. Some individuals, already teetering on the brink of despair, descended into utter madness. With bloodshot eyes, they raised their fists and charged at the nearest pirate. The outcome was predictable. Another gunshot rang out, and his head exploded like a watermelon. Blood and brain matter splattered onto those nearby. The chaos spread. Another person screamed, frantically flailing his fists, only to meet the same grisly fate, leaving a pool of gore in his wake. After several receptionists and esteemed guests fell victim in quick succession, the crowd finally quieted. In mere minutes, the deck had been thoroughly stained with blood. Only then did the woman in the red dress lower her weapon and gently blow the smoke from the muzzle. Burton go. Yes. At her command, a burly man with a scar emerged from the throng. He grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellowed teeth, and bellowed, "Everyone, shut the hell up." His voice boomed, resonating throughout the cruise ship. We, the Bloody Mary, are here today not for trifles, but for wealth. Those who are sensible will hand over all valuables and every last shell coin without hesitation. The pirates behind him erupted into raucous laughter and growls, their avaricious gazes slicing through every individual present. Do not attempt to conceal anything. My eyes can see through you better than a hawk. And to those cowards hiding in the lounges, I will drag you all out. Burton raised his voice further, his iron hook slicing through the air. My patience is limited. After paying your ransom, take your invitations and scram back to your wretched ship. As Burton finished speaking, the woman in the red dress produced a stack of invitations and fanned herself with them. Replacing those invitations took me quite a considerable amount of time, and you should be well aware of my identity. Hand over the items obediently. Otherwise, should I discover them, the consequences will be far from simple. In the corridor of the private room, Lung Xiao gazed intently at the figures outside, her voice resolute. That woman must be the pirate leader. Lu Ranran also spotted the woman in the red dress and, lowering her voice in astonishment, exclaimed, "ISNT that the same woman who just collected the auction items in the center of the hall? She swapped the invitations? When did this happen? Moreover, how did she manage to infiltrate the auction house?" A brief silence enveloped the surroundings, and the answer became painfully evident. Lu Ranran gasped in a hushed tone. Is there an undercover agent of the pirate leader within the Yunshao Merchant Association? It's hard to say. If it truly is the Yunshao Merchant Association, why would they sabotage their own auction? They are coming. At the woman's command, the pirates surged in, violently dragging out those who were hiding inside. The sound of their footsteps grew increasingly closer to the four of them. Time was running out. What should they do? Would surrendering like those others ensure their safety? Lung Xiao fixed her sharp gaze on the distant woman in red. It's uncertain. The safest course of action now would be to stall until the banquet concludes, at which point we would automatically revert to our original coordinates. However, there remains an hour and a half until the banquet ends. The atmosphere became momentarily stagnant. Suddenly, Chen Mo, who had been silent until then, spoke up. What are your skills? The trio's attention converged immediately upon him. Without hesitation, they hastily opened their character panels to share their skills. Chen Mo's eyes scanned their skill panels, revealing a hint of surprise. Mo Gu, do you have a plan? Chen Mo lifted his gaze, contemplating for less than half a second. The most dangerous place is often the safest. Lei Chuang, restless, implored, Mo Gu, stop being so cryptic. Only Lung Xiao displayed a contemplative expression. Are you suggesting? Chen Mo softly uttered two words. At the moment they registered those words, both Lei Chuang and Lu Ranran froze momentarily, then turned to look at Chen Mo as if they were meeting him for the very first time. Indeed, they truly were encountering him for the first time. Will this work? Lu Ranran appeared somewhat anxious. Chen Mo glanced at the massive vessel outside. Whether it will succeed or not, only a trial will reveal the answer. Captain Chen Mo has sent you a team invitation. Do you accept? Yes. No. Chapter 40. Dare to toy with me? Form a line. One by one. The pirates aggressively prodded the crowd with their curved blades. Place everything in this chest. Remove your masks and negotiate with the captain. Anyone who dares to play tricks shall be fed to the sharks. The woman in the red dress lounged at the forefront of the deck, surrounded by 5 towering pirates, with a simple wooden storage box at her side. The crowd began to timidly shuffle forward, forming a serpentine line under the duress of the sabers and harpoons. After the first individual obediently surrendered his belongings, 2 pirates seized him by the arms and pushed him towards the edge of the deck. "Crouch down and cover your head." The man wore a look of disbelief. "Where's my invitation? Wasn't I supposed to get my invitation back after handing over my things?" The woman in red laughed exuberantly, counting the invitations in her hands as if they were a stack of banknotes. "Here you go. I will return it, but not just yet. Be patient." The man's expression turned to despair, yet with a blade pressed against his throat, he dared not resist, merely crouching down with his head covered. Fear and hopelessness spread through the throng. The line moved slowly forward. On the cargo ship's deck, over 1,000 individuals silently watched the scene unfold on the cruise ship. Some felt relief, others relished the misfortune, while a few displayed sympathy, yet none dared to act recklessly. The ominous cannons were not only aimed at the cruise ship, but also at them. Yet, this world was never devoid of those who resisted, especially since the cruise ship was filled with the elite of the district's rankings. As the line reached its midpoint, a tall man, initially prepared to surrender his weapons, suddenly halted his movements, drawing forth 2 massive blades from his back. Clad in leather armor, he exuded a formidable presence. His actions served as a signal, and the 3 individuals behind him sprang into action. The man's eyes turned crimson as he raised his heavy blades, roaring as he swung at the woman before him. The 3 behind him coordinated seamlessly. One thrust a harpoon at the man's abdomen, while the others attacked the pirates flanking the woman. With a resounding thud, the heavy blade struck the woman's shoulder, cleaving down to her chest. Victory surged within the man's heart as he pressed down on his wrist, pivoting the blade to sever the woman's neck. At that moment, the woman in red suddenly smiled, raising a petite revolver aimed directly at the man's forehead. The gaping wound from shoulder to chest revealed not blood and flesh, but bundles of rotting, foul-smelling seaweed. How could this be? The man's eyes bulged with rage. The gunshot rang out. A spray of blood erupted, and the man collapsed to the ground. Captain! The other 3 subordinates, witnessing the scene, realized it was too late to retreat. Bloodhand Barton glared with his murky eye, and his iron hook arm shot forth like a scorpion's tail, striking towards the collarbone of the nearest individual. Thud crack. The iron hook pierced precisely through the man's collarbone, emerging from his back before retracting, dragging the man back with a force that left a trail of blood on the ground. The excruciating pain compelled the man to struggle incessantly, but to no avail. Batten directly removed the iron hook, suspending the man upon the freshly erected gallows behind him. The 2 others attempted to change direction to rescue their companion. Yet Batten suddenly pivoted, his massive form gliding sideways with astonishing speed, evading the harpoon that lunged for his midsection. Seeking death, Batten roared, delivering a powerful kick to the ribs of one assailant. The sound of 2 sickening thuds resonated. The man on the right was struck in the chest, his sternum visibly caving in as he coughed up blood and was propelled backward, colliding with his companion. They tumbled together, ensnared by the arms of the approaching pirates. The rusted iron hook pierced their collarbones, leaving all 3 neatly hanging from the gallows. Despair engulfed the scene. Blood gushed forth. "You wish to kill me? With your feeble selves?" The woman in the red dress twirled her delicate revolver, her lacerated wounds healing instantaneously. However, her torn garments lacked such regenerative properties, leaving her exposed fair skin vulnerable to the air. She wrinkled her nose in distaste. "This was a new dress I recently acquired. You are truly despicable." As she spoke, she aimed at the groins of the 3 men, unleashing 3 shots in a fit of fury. Each bullet struck home. A mist of blood erupted, and 2 of the 3 succumbed to excruciating pain, collapsing into unconsciousness. Next, she languidly surveyed the arena once more. The flicker of rebellion that had ignited was swiftly extinguished in the face of overwhelming violence and bloodshed. The pace of their advance quickened. No one dared to raise their gaze or utter a sound, as the air thickened with the scent of blood, enveloping them in suffocating despair. Capture the leader first. Chen Mo's initial thoughts aligned with those of the others. However, upon witnessing Lei Chuang and his companion's skills, Chen Mo altered his strategy. His choice proved to be sagacious. The four remained at the rear of the group, calmly observing the unfolding chaos. Unlike the others, they exhibited no signs of panic, silently exchanging glances. Only Lu Ranin appeared somewhat pale. She gazed at the three men hanging from the gallows, her eyes reflecting fear, compassion, and rage, yet she remained silent, striving to maintain her composure as she followed Chen Mo along Chua, turned her face, her lips moving as if to utter something. Chen Mo, maintaining his calm demeanor, tapped a quick message on the team's communication interface. Please activate the microphone for communication. Lung Qiuyue. Once integrated into the team's voice channel, communication among the four flowed seamlessly. At 10 o'clock, two armed with knives. Their positioning reveals vulnerabilities. To the right of the collection point, one has a short firearm at his waist, is a lefty, and is missing his right pinky. His right flank is weak, and there is a shooting blind spot half a meter behind the mast. The hook was poised behind the bloodied baton. A plan to divert his attention was imperative. Long Chua lowered her voice, her gaze sharp. Lei Chuang scanned the cannon boat beside the cruise ship. Their personnel are on the cruise. Only the helmsman is aboard the cannon boat. If we can board, I alone can infiltrate the cockpit. Chen Mo replied with a tranquil voice. I will draw him away. You all find your opportunity to strike. After speaking, he glanced back at Lu Ranin. The young woman appeared ashen, biting her lip tightly, her fingertips trembling. Are you all right? Despite her overwhelming fear, Lu Ranin resolutely nodded. I shall not be a hindrance. This reaction is typical for most individuals born in peaceful times when confronted with dire situations. Fear is natural, terror is normal, and the instinct to flee is certainly understandable. Cold Qiu and Lei Chuang, hailing from military backgrounds, exhibited calmness and composure in such moments, which is quite justifiable. Yet, why was there no turmoil within Chen Mo? He gazed at the dried bloodstains on the deck, his expression remaining serene as ever. He had no time for contemplation. The immediate priority was to navigate through this ordeal. The team pressed onward, and after 20 minutes, it was finally their turn. What is the matter with you four? Quickly remove your masks and toss your items inside. The pirate bellowed, brandishing his knife menacingly. Chen Mo, standing at the forefront, remained silent as he complied and removed his mask. Without the mask's concealment, all his information was instantly captured by the holographic screens of those present. Rank 1, Chen Mo. The woman's previously disinterested expression shifted. She rose, licked her lips, and fixated her gaze intently on Chen Mo. In that instant, all eyes turned toward him, and the air was filled with hushed whispers. Rank 1? Is he really rank 1? Are we saved? Saved? Look at him. He can hardly save himself. What good is being rank 1 in front of the final boss? Why did the bosses emerge so early in the peaceful season? Does this competition system truly desire our survival? Chen Mo disregarded the murmurs, focusing solely on the woman. I possess something valuable and wish to trade it for a life. Oh, the woman in the red dress leaned back in her chair, arms spread wide, seemingly unbothered by her exposure, her expression tinged with excitement. Let me see it. If it is indeed remarkable, I might consider prioritizing your invitation. Chen Mo then turned to Batten, who stood beside the woman in red. You come and collect it. Batten was momentarily taken aback. He likely never imagined that anyone, apart from the woman in red, would dare speak to him in such a manner. His expression twisted with disbelief. You son of. Before he could finish, the woman raised her hand to silence him. Go on, Batten. He is currently the strongest among our kind. You must show him some respect. Left with no choice, Batten fell silent, though his gaze toward Chen Mo remained filled with disdain. He loomed over Chen Mo like a mountain, taunting the strongest. You are as weak as a chick. Chen Mo paid no heed to the provocation. He clenched his right fist and extended it before the man. This item is exceedingly precious. My substantial lead over everyone else is due to this. Pay attention. In an instant, Chen Mo's hand became the focal point of the scene. Even Batten unconsciously softened his breath, his eyes fixated on the fist before him, his gaze unwittingly crossing. Chen Mo turned his palm upward and slowly opened it. In an instant, the atmosphere grew noticeably tense, the sounds of breathing dwindling. The next moment, a sharp clap resonated, startling everyone. Batten's face was forcibly turned aside from the impact. Chen Mo maintained his serene demeanor. You may deliver this grand spectacle to that woman. Batten was taken aback. The woman in the red dress was stunned. The loyal pirate crew stood in shock. Everyone present was momentarily frozen. Now is the moment. Behind Chen Mo, Lei Chuang and Lung Xiao surged forward like arrows released from a bow, racing towards the spot where Batten had been standing. The woman in the red dress was the first to react. She sprang to her feet, her bosom undulating violently in response. Do you dare toy with me? Chapter 41. Steel Force. Chen Mo, the debt collector, Cold Autumn, Lei Chuang moved with remarkable speed, reaching the edge of the deck in the blink of an eye. However, the distance he covered was sufficient for the female bodyguards to react. The nearest pirate sensed Lei Chuang's intent and raised his cutlass, aiming directly for Lei Chuang's hand that sought the grappling hook. Lei Chuang did not flinch or evade. He did not even withdraw his hand. Just as the blade was about to sever his wrist, a sharp clang echoed through the air. The pirate felt a fleeting shadow pass before him, followed by a numbing sensation in his hand as the cutlass clattered to the ground. Stunned for a moment, he instinctively bent down to retrieve his weapon, but before he could move, his perspective shifted dramatically. He found himself plummeting. With a thud, he crashed to the ground, catching sight of a woman's leg, splattered with blood. The pirate attempted to turn his head, only to discover his body below the neck was unresponsive. Shortly thereafter, a headless corpse fell into his line of sight, clad in garments identical to his own. Momentarily dazed, a horrifying realization washed over him, causing his expression to contort with sheer terror. He opened his mouth to scream, but before any sound escaped, he breathed his last. Nearby pirates, who witnessed the entire scene, could not suppress their gasps of horror, their eyes widening in disbelief as they turned to Cold Autumn. None discerned the sequence of events clearly by the time they comprehended. A headless body lay before them, obstructing their view of the knife-wielding woman. Damn it! Damn it! You wretched woman, you killed my brother, one pirate exclaimed, his features twisting in rage as he glared at the body of his fallen comrade. Without hesitation, he drew his short pistol and fired. Cold Autumn regarded his actions with an impassive expression, her vacant hands swiftly reaching behind her, drawing forth an unseen weapon. Bang! The sound of the gunshot rang out simultaneously with a low hum, the sound of a blade being unsheathed. A peculiar ripple emanated from the air behind Cold Autumn, and in the next instant, she brandished a black gold dowel, its blade inscribed with the 7 stars. Almost instantaneously upon grasping the hilt, an essence of authority surged from the blade into her being. With a gentle sweep of her arm, she struck forward. No one witnessed the unfolding events. All they knew was that after the gunfire, the woman remained unscathed in her position. The strike cleaved through the bullet aimed at her, as well as the gunman himself. Skill causality. The debt collector, LV. 3. Every strike demands blood. Debts of life must be repaid. Cold Autumn flicked the blood from her blade, pointing assertively ahead. Come. No one dared to advance. Witnessing this scene, the woman in the red dress was on the verge of grinding her teeth to dust. She shouted, "Burton, stop them!" Yet, Burton remained motionless. This was perhaps the first time since their pact with a woman named Feng Lei that he had disregarded her command. He gazed at Chen Mo, his scarred visage twisted in a grimace. The sting of the slap lingered on his skin, causing his mind to buzz with fury. It had been a long time since anyone dared to strike him so brazenly. You indeed. As he spoke, the flesh on his face trembled violently from the exertion. Barton raised his clawed hand high. D. With that, he viciously aimed for Chen Mo's collarbone, but failed to penetrate. Bloodied-handed Barton. Undeterred, he raised his claw once more to thrust. Still, it did not pierce. Enraged and humiliated, his eyes bulged with fury. Meanwhile, on the cargo ship, Wen Kai and Wu Yu, who were keeping watch for Su Yizhou, turned at the sound, only to witness 2 striking scenes on the cruise ship. At the edge of the deck, Lung Xiao wielded a black golden tang knife, effortlessly battling a dozen towering pirates. In the center of the deck, A hulking man, nearly 2 meters tall, grasped Chen Mo's shoulder with one hand while relentlessly stabbing at his chest with the other. The speed so swift that sparks flew from the claw. Each thrust was accompanied by a glance at Chen Mo, his face questioning. Is this right? This can't be right. Can it? In stark contrast, Chen Mo remained calm and unyielding, his composure unshaken. Despite his clothes being tattered, his chest and abdominal muscles bore no wounds at all. Wen Kai wiped his face. Sister Yu, I think I just saw a steel titan. Wu Yi replied. I believe I saw it too. Chapter 42. The Invincible Golden Body. In an instant, the situation was thoroughly reversed due to the appearance of a few individuals. Taking advantage of the moment, Lei Chuang had already swung across to the opposite deck. Feng Lei, observing her subordinate still locked in a standoff with Chen Mo, raised her voice sharply. Barton, what are you doing? Snap out of it and stop him. She was unaware of Lei Chuang's intentions, but her instincts warned her that it could not bode well. After several frenzied attacks, Barton finally regained a semblance of composure from his rage. The deadlock before him revealed that neither he nor Chen Mo could inflict harm upon the other. Prolonging the confrontation would be futile. With a resentful glare at Chen Mo, he declared, Once I deal with those two, I will return to settle the score with you. Just as he prepared to turn away, a swift strike from Chen Mo halted his motion. The tension escalated as Barton's veins bulged, his gaze turning bloodthirsty as he fixed his stare on Chen Mo. Chen Mo remained silent, yet his tranquil demeanor seemed to challenge. Don't hesitate. Come resolve this with me, right now. The first move was a taunt. The effect was palpable. Goodness, attacking one's face while sparing the body was indeed a ruthless maneuver. The daft giant appeared formidable, yet his intellect seemed rather lacking, perhaps a mere one in intelligence. On the cargo ship across the cruise liner, the connecting bridge lay in ruins, under temporary repair, leaving the crowd unable to assist or escape unless someone sprouted wings to fly across. The initially panicked throng gradually calmed as they grasped the situation, transforming into mere onlookers. Some even urged their neighbors, let me have a look through the binoculars. It's my turn now. You've had your fill. I've barely had a minute. Feng Lei, noticing Barton frozen in place, raised her voice once more. Barton, this is not the time for bravado. Amidst his hesitation, a resounding smack echoed. You must understand what you ought to do. Another strike followed. Once you've finished this job, you can take him back and do as you please. However, right now, you must heed my commands. With a flurry of 4 powerful blows, each landing upon the same visage, the conflicted thoughts in Barton's mind surged with renewed fury. A primal roar erupted from him, his eyes suddenly aflame with crimson rage, and his form swelled in an instant. His already imposing physique expanded grotesquely, muscles inflating as if filled with air, his shirt tearing apart with a resounding rip. Dark red veins erupted across his skin, writhing like countless twisted worms beneath the surface. In the blink of an eye, he had transformed into a monstrous figure of sinewy muscle, and a line of blood-red information began to materialize above his head. Blood-soaked Barton, the Undying, HP, 5,000. Recommended challenge skill level 10. With a thunderous roar, Barton summoned the fallen pirates to rise once more, their wounds mending, bones cracking ominously, and in an instant, they stood unscathed upon the battlefield. Lung Xiu's gaze sharpened as the dark light of her Tang, Dao, intensified. Goodness, the boss has gone berserk. Fool, the boss is clearly that woman. This is merely an elite. Yet, the woman appeared to possess little combat prowess. Perhaps she's a summoner, but look at blood-soaked Barton. He is terrifying indeed. Recommended challenge, skill, level 10. Is this the overwhelming presence of the final boss of the peaceful season? Step aside. My skill level is maxed. Let me deal with him. Ridiculous. You survival talent user. You don't even have a health bar to impose any judgment. What do you think the top skill level is? On the deck of the cargo ship, the onlookers fell into a momentary silence, their expressions betraying a growing tension. Chen Mo was also taken aback, for this boss's health was surprisingly not greater than his own. Barton's shadow loomed over a considerable portion of Chen Mo's vicinity, as if imprisoning him within its grasp. The blood-dripping iron hook on his wrist seemed to come alive, thrumming and vibrating, greedily absorbing the blood that flowed upon the deck, becoming increasingly grotesque, glimmering with a sinister dark red light. You shall perish, Barton roared, aiming for Chen Mo's head as he swung the iron hook. This massive, blood-sated hook had transcended mere weaponry. It resembled a horrifying appendage, an extension of his own body imbued with his desire for destruction, slicing through the air with a piercing shriek as it came crashing down. The might of this blow surpassed any prior assault. Chen Mo. Lung Xiu's voice carried a rare urgency. She wished to aid him, but was ensnared by several reanimated pirates who had also succumbed to fury. A thunderous boom. The sound of the impact resonated profoundly, the energy from the violent collision causing the moisture in the sea breeze to evaporate, and the entire ship seemed to lurch downward from the force of the strike. This was an assault beyond human endurance. The survivors on the deck instinctively turned away, unable to bear witness. A triumphant smile spread across Barton's face, but in the next moment, as the mist cleared, there stood Chen Mo, wholly unscathed. A faint golden aura enveloped him, shattering with the iron hook strike. Within him, the power from Xuanwu surged wildly, inflating his shirt like a full sail. How is this possible? The smile on Barton's face froze and twisted into a snarl. He raised the iron hook again, unleashing an even fiercer onslaught. Charging from the side, once more, a thin golden shield reappeared, only to shatter once again. Goodness, is that the holy shield technique? An invincible body? The Zhongyao paradox? The king of hell descends. The deck of the cargo ship echoed with intermittent cries of astonishment. Bloodhand Patton's face was equally filled with disbelief. Chen Mo stood calmly in place, but beneath that calm demeanor, only he knew the true state of affairs. Activating a defensive shield consumed 30 of one's energy. While it was true that energy could be replenished through nourishment, the increase was not instantaneous. Rather, it required a gradual process. Moreover, each individual possessed a hidden satiety threshold. Once this limit was reached, no matter how hungry one felt, the stomach could no longer accommodate anymore. However, as Chen Mo gazed at the claw that came rushing towards him once more, he activated the shield for the third time, only to see it shatter. Lurian, restore energy. At the onset of this fierce battle, Lurian had taken the terrified passengers, whose mental states had plummeted, to a relatively secure spot behind a private room's barricade to avoid being a burden. With determination, she had even rallied a few capable fighters to rescue the 3 who were gasping for air on the gallows. While tending to their wounds, Lurian heard Chen Mo's voice through the team's communication. She immediately halted her actions, raising her hand without hesitation. Skill, Healing Elixir, a lifeline, LV. 2 consumes 1's mental energy to restore specified attributes to teammates. The intriguing aspect of this skill was that it not only restored health, but also replenished stamina, mental energy, energy levels, and hydration. The conversion ratio for health and stamina was 1, while for mental energy it was 1, and for energy and hydration, as non-combat attributes, the ratio was 1:10. As the captain of the Golden Basin, bolstered by her vessel and daily elixirs, Lurian's mental energy cap was an impressive 2,000 points, a feat difficult for others to achieve. The young woman crossed her fingers over her chest, and a radiant, pure glow enveloped her. In an instant, her depleted energy was fully restored. Chen Mo opened the golden shield once again, but this time he did not passively endure the hits. Instead, he sought to evade the incoming attacks. Each successful dodge meant less energy consumption, allowing him to prolong his time in the fray. However, the effectiveness was minimal. Against an opponent 8 levels higher, Bloodhand Patton's agility was surprisingly swift for his size. Out of 10 attacks, Chen Mo could count himself fortunate to evade even twice. Yet, even the mightiest of carbon-based beings could tire. After several failed attempts, Patton's speed began to wane, and within his furious gaze, traces of confusion crept in. Fools! A bunch of fools! Veins bulged at Wind Thunder's temples as his eyes remained fixated on Chen Mo, the blood vessels gradually consuming his gaze. Observing the stalemate, Wind Thunder hesitated for a long moment before retrieving a conch shell, placing it to his lips and gently blowing into it. In an instant, A haunting melody, seemingly resonating directly within the mind, erupted in a chilling symphony, echoing in the ears of all present, vibrating deep within their souls. What is that sound? It's the pirate captain. Look, what is she doing? Why do I feel a chill running down my spine? After playing the conch, the delicate, ethereal skin of wind, thunder seemed to wither away, as if all vitality had been drained from it. Yet, she remained unfazed. Having just been resurrected, anything that posed a threat to her, even if it meant employing her final trump card, should be utterly eradicated before she fully matured. Chapter 43. Charge. For the glory of Zone 101. As the sound of the conch horn faded away, the sea before the cannon ship abruptly lost all turbulence, becoming as still and smooth as polished jade. Almost immediately, the space above that expanse of water began to distort violently, akin to ripples caused by a thrown stone. A thick, unyielding mist of grayish-white suddenly emerged, laden with a biting chill and the pungent stench of decaying seaweed. Amidst the rolling fog, a colossal, decrepit ghost ship, seemingly forged from countless shipwrecks and the anguished souls of drowned mariners, slowly materialized. This spectral vessel bore no sails. Its hull was encrusted with thick barnacles dripping with black slime and mottled with rust. The warped mast was draped with tattered sails resembling funeral shrouds. On the deck, a multitude of translucent, anguished figures wailed silently, brandishing claws that clutched at the decks of the cannon ship and cruise liner. They divided into two groups, each one scrambling upward, resembling ants upon a tree branch from a distance. What in the world is this? A ghost ship? Is this the true sense of oppression from the final boss? Am I overstepping my bounds here? I am left with a singular query. Even if we were allowed a month to develop peacefully by the time the peaceful season concludes, will we truly be capable of defeating her? The onlookers were struck by the sudden appearance of the ghost ship, its chilling aura swiftly spreading, causing involuntary shivers to run down their spines. Chen Mo and Lung Xiao were the first to take note of this eerie apparition. Lei Chuang, how long until we reach the control room? We're almost there. But damn it, this ship is from an enemy faction, and it requires 30 minutes for summoning. We still have 21 minutes to go. Watching the undead swarm the cannon ship, Chen Mo's expression hardened. His mind raced. He could certainly commandeer the return vessel to intercept those skeletal minions. With his defensive capabilities, even without activating his protective shield, these nameless minions would pose no threat to him. He could simply block the entrance to buy enough time. However, if he left the cruise liner, Lung Xiao would become the sole target. Should Lung Xiao's defense be breached, these pirates, including Bloodhand Barton, would board the cannon ship. Despite Bloodhand Barton's current foolish pursuit of Chen Mo, he was undeniably a formidable level 10. While he could not harm Chen Mo equally, no one present could contend with him. Can you hold off Barton alone? No, I cannot. Lung Xiao's reply was unequivocal. Chen Mo furrowed his brow. In an instant, the situation had turned dire. Throughout this ordeal, Chen Mo had never truly feared for his own safety. These adversaries could not breach his defenses. He could endure until the banquet concluded and teleport back. Yet, if matters escalated to that extent, those present would surely meet the fate of total annihilation as foretold by the system. The woman, now a mere husk, vented her frustration toward Chen Mo by emptying the revolver's magazine. The bullet struck him like mere pinpricks, leaving no marks, only eliciting a mocking -0. Yet this did not deter the woman's frenzied laughter. The thick, inky gloom seemed to surge upward, as if alive, clinging to the ship's rail. The sea breeze, heavy with the pungent scent of salt and decay, carried with it pale, bloated hands, adorned with rotting seaweed and sharp, blackened nails, that silently ascended the decks of a cannon boat and cruise liner. A chilling, guttural growl emerged, sending shivers down one's spine as grotesquely distorted corpses, like marionettes pulled by unseen strings, rigidly and slowly crawled onto the deck. Some bore hollow eye sockets, others had only half a face remaining, and some had gaping abdomens, oozing thick, black liquid and writhing marine maggots. Cold autumn's shot pierced the head of one such corpse. It merely swayed, its vacant eye sockets turning toward her as it continued its relentless approach. Not far away, Bloodhand Barton, witnessing the dead board the ship, felt his bloodlust reignite with even greater ferocity. He unleashed an exultant roar, brandishing his massive hook, attacking Chen Mo with increased speed and ferocity. The scene spiraled completely out of control. Though Cold Autumn swiftly devised a strategy to sever the legs of these undead to hinder their movement, it would only temporarily stem the tide of the undead climbing aboard the cruise liner. As more and more of these specters surged toward the cannon boat, Cold Autumn bit her lip, her expression graver than ever before. The pallid claws of the undead were mere moments away from reaching the entrance of the cannon boat. In that critical moment, suddenly, buzz, 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 a rhythmic and intense whirring sound resonated from above the cannon boat. Everyone, including the staggering undead, instinctively looked up. Hovering above the cannon boat were several elegantly designed quadcopters, their ethereal blue navigation lights flickering, beneath which dangled muscular men clad in garish, fluorescent bikinis. Height confirmed, wind speed confirmed, drop point, cannon boat deck. In a corner of the deck cargo ship, Su Ijo's calm voice resonated through the drone's loudspeaker, reaching each muscular man's ears with clarity. Prepare for descent. No sooner had the words left his lips than whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The drones accurately hovered over the densest cluster of the undead, and with a click, the harnesses were released. The muscle-bound warriors plummeted to the deck like meteorites. Boom, 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 boom. The sound of their heavy landings echoed simultaneously, shaking the deck beneath them. At the instant of impact, they brandished an array of weapons. Charge, brothers. The time for vengeance has come. Let them not underestimate our invincible team. Charge, brothers. For the glory of District 101. Charge. Kill them all. We cannot let the top rank falter. For Cold Autumn. I curse you all, don't hit my head. Don't shoot me, my allies. Who the hell just stabbed me? The onlookers on the deck cargo ship were left speechless, bewildered. Are we engaged in an endless voyage? While we delve into the realm of raft survival. One engages in Sekiro, another immerses in a pirate simulator, yet another partakes in airborne troop combat, and one revels in the Marvel Contest of Champions. Am I correct? Chapter 44. Fleet Commander. As the invincible squad entered the fray, the battlefield ignited instantaneously, following an initial surge of chaos. A dozen muscular men clad in fluorescent bikinis formed a resolute line, creating a triad to block the entrance. Their coordination was impeccable, suggesting they had undergone numerous collective skirmishes prior. The front line wielded half-man-high shields forged from iron ore, adeptly deflecting the disordered assaults of the undead. In synchronized motion, they advanced forward, retreating swiftly after gaining half a meter, allowing the rear ranks to take their place. Emulating Cold Autumn strategy, the rear warriors brandished identical iron spears, sweeping across to sever the legs of the innermost layer of undead. Subsequently, the second and third ranks advanced, while the first rank withdrew to regroup, creating a seamless cycle of offense and defense. Despite the shields being rudimentary and devoid of any additional attributes, the undead, although numerous and immortal, were hardly formidable. Deprived of their legs, they could only mindlessly flail their arms and gnash their teeth, inadvertently injuring several allies in the chaos. Regardless of their numbers, they were merely a horde devoid of intellect, driven solely by instinct, far from being a match for humanity. At the edge of the cargo ship's deck, Su Ijo glided one hand through the air while the other firmly held a multifunctional remote terminal equipped with a holographic touchscreen. The lenses of his golden-rimmed glasses reflected the pulsating data on the terminal's display alongside the real-time imagery from the drones, his demeanor focused and composed, as if orchestrating a meticulous experiment rather than being amidst a bloody battlefield. A swarm of drones hovered behind him, encircling him like a protective phalanx. Why does that device seem so familiar? ISNT that the extraordinary artifact, Eye of the Siren, that the president showcased yesterday for the sake of spectacle? What? The senior executives of the Cloud Owl Chamber, huddled in a small room on the cargo ship's deck, were struck with a mix of shock and rage upon witnessing the drones, vehemently condemning this opportunistic act of theft amidst turmoil. Their expressions were filled with righteous indignation, yet they lacked the courage to step outside. As the number of participating personnel deployed by the drones increased, the tide of battle aboard the warship began to shift decidedly. The scene shifted back to the cruise ship. The battlefield was partitioned into 3 segments. Cold Autumn and Foam Lay's elite guards grappled at the deck's edge, occasionally diverting their attention to deal with the encroaching undead. The central area became a veritable no-man's land, dominated by Chen Mo and Barton, where even pirates dared not approach. Fearful of being mercilessly dispatched by Barton in a fit of indiscriminate violence. At the opposite end were the 30 or so surviving VIPs aboard the cruise ship. Unable to breach Barton's defenses, the remaining combatants assumed the roles of logistical medics, taking over the duties previously held by Lu Ranran. Over 1,000 spectators on the cargo ship watched anxiously, their cheers growing louder, wishing they could join the fray. In the midst of the chaos, someone shouted, "Brothers, the pier is repaired." In an instant, the uproar subsided, the atmosphere thick with anticipation. They gazed upon the severed bridge that once connected the cargo ship and the cruise liner, now nearly entirely fragmented, with only a few planks remaining at either end. At this moment, it had been replaced by a brand-new coral stone bridge. It was not merely repaired. It had been entirely reconstructed. Wu Yu, wielding a versatile hammer, stood nearby, observing the dazed expressions of the crowd, raising an eyebrow. "What are we waiting for? Grab your weapons and charge forth." The crowd seemed to awaken from stupor. "Indeed, what are we waiting for? Arm yourselves, brothers. Don't crowd me. I want to rush in and embrace their rear ends. Let them know our might. We possess ample strength and means." In an instant, the throng stirred, and among the over 1,000 individuals on the deck cargo ship, at least half surged eagerly onto the bridge. Those with weapons brandished them, while others seized fallen pirates' harpoons, dismantled metal pipes from the hatches, and some even picked up severed leg bones from the pirates, swinging them with fervor. The resurrected pirate with a limp. Someone noticed this and shouted loudly, "Gather the bodies of those pirates. Quickly. Once they revive, they will lack combat power." Instantly, morale surged like a tidal wave. No one dared approach Barton, so everyone congregated in the area dominated by Lung Xiao. The more formidable fighters blocked the front, dispatching the undead one by one, causing them to tumble into the sea like dumplings. The weaker fighters distanced themselves from the battlefield, waiting for Lung Xiao to eliminate a pirate before seizing the opportunity to snatch hands, legs, or heads. In the blink of an eye, several pirate corpses, writhing and searching for their heads, adorned the ground. Feng Lei and her strongest few guards were also present in this section. Feng Lei surveyed the oncoming tide of people, her frail, withered hand insufficient to lift her flintlock. She could only direct her nearby guards, exclaiming in exasperation, "You, take the gun and shoot him, hurl them, kill them all." The guard glanced at Feng Lei, who was pointing at Chen Mo, Lung Xiao, and a group of captains that followed. For a fleeting moment, he contemplated asking me, but the ingrained obedience compelled him to raise the flintlock. However, before he could pull the trigger, the barrel was cleaved in two with a swift stroke of a blade, the speed almost imperceptible. Then, in a flash, Feng Lei's head was severed. It was all so sudden. The guard beside her barely reached out in time to catch Feng Lei's fallen head, and in the next heartbeat, his own head was gone. With allies now engaged in restraining the undead and pirates, Lung Xiao swiftly advanced to Feng Lei's side. She cast a sidelong glance at Feng Lei's lifeless body on the ground, then turned her gaze to the furious head without a hint of hesitation. She wielded her tang knife and struck 3 times. Feng Lei's head was sliced into 6 segments, akin to a watermelon being cut. Yet, even with her head cleaved, the 2 segments with lips continued to curse vehemently. "You wretched woman, shameless harlot, daring to thwart my plans. Just wait. I shall capture you along with that despicable man and imprison you both. I will torment you to death." Isn't a weakness the head? Cold Autumn furrowed her brows, hacking a few more times to confirm that the head was indeed not the female pirate's weakness. Resolutely, she abandoned the thought of killing her. However, she did not let her off the hook. She casually tore a piece of canvas to wrap the shattered head of Wind Thunder before placing it in her personal backpack to prevent any further complications. Yet soon, Cold Autumn realized that this act of packaging would have no effect on Wind Thunder. For from an unknown part of Barton's body, the voice of Wind Thunder echoed, "Fool! Barton, you colossal idiot. Contracting with you has truly been a stroke of bad luck for 8 lifetimes. Where's the cannoner? Why haven't they acted yet? Blow the ship and everyone on it to pieces. I want them dead right now. Cannoner, fire, not far away." Seemingly in response to Wind Thunder's words, the cannon of the cannon ship suddenly shifted. The dark muzzle aimed at the crowd, its movement producing a sound akin to a beast's roar. Even Barton halted his attacks at the sight of those ominous cannons. Survival instinct triumphed over rage in that moment, as he swiftly retreated to the edge of the deck, ready to leap into the sea to escape. Clearly, he had suffered greatly from those cannons before. Ha ha, ha 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 ha. Now you know fear, don't you? It's too late. If you are willing, Wind Thunder laughed uproariously. Her fierce words cut short as she noticed that the two individuals she most anticipated to see fear on their faces, Chen Mo and Cold Autumn, remained utterly composed. She sought a glimmer of terror or panic in their expressions, a remedy to soothe the folds of her troubled mind. However, she found none. Their expressions remained tranquil. Even the way they looked at her seemed akin to that of a spectator observing a fool. You, Wind Thunder's voice trembled. I will gouge out your eyes. How dare you look at me like that? I will feed your eyes to the fish. Cannoner, what are you doing? Fire, fire now. Accompanied by Wind Thunder's desperate roar, on the other side, Chen Mo heard the voice of Lei Chuang. Countdown, 19, 18, 17. The cannon ship's control room. The helmsman, with his neck twisted, lay lifeless on the floor. Lei Chuang sat at the helm, gripping the ship's wheel, as a retro control interface displayed a shimmering blue light. With a blood-red countdown. 3, 2, 1. Skill, Fleet Commander, LV. 1 crew, welcome your commander. Effect, forcefully link and command the flagship, incorporating it into your fleet. Current number of ships that can be commandeered. 1. Congratulations on successfully recruiting the enemy's cannon ship. Bloody Mary from the top of the cannon ship, a black. Ultimate vintage horn emerged. Attention, all pirates. Control of the Bloody Mary has been entirely seized by our side. All onboard weapon systems are locked and loaded. Immediately lay down your weapons. Place your hands on your heads, kneel, and surrender. Any acts of resistance will be regarded as a declaration of war against all captains in Zone 101. Relinquish your weapons forthwith, clasp your hands upon your head, and kneel and surrender. Chapter 45. The battle concludes, spoils of war divided as the dust settled. The outcome was clear. The echoes of shouts from the gunboat resonated, bringing a momentary silence to the previously chaotic scene. The once arrogant Feng Lei fell silent, seemingly grappling with the reality of Lei Chuang's announcement. Upon realizing that she had indeed lost contact with the Bloody Mary, her expression shifted from a deep shade of anger to a pallid hue, ultimately contorting into a grimace of despair. Of course, this was contingent upon someone actually being able to see her face. Their fortunes had turned, even amidst their reluctance. No one was willing to gamble with their own lives. Without hesitation, Barton leapt from the luxury yacht, plunging into the sea with a resounding splash, vanishing from sight with remarkable decisiveness. All that remained was the bitter echo of Feng Lei's voice. You will pay for today's deeds. This sentiment perfectly aligned with the archetype of a villain retreating in impotent rage, hurling threats. As Feng Lei and Barton fled, the ghostly ship and its specters gradually faded into mere shadows until they were completely gone. On the brightly lit luxury yacht, it was only moments after Barton's departure that the crowd began to realize the gravity of the situation. Had they fled? Had we won? A brief silence enveloped the crowd before it erupted into a cacophony of cheers that threatened to overturn the yacht. The pent-up fears, despair, and anger of the night transformed into unrestrained elation at their survival. Hooray! The pirates have fled. The specters are gone. We have triumphed. I am alive. I am alive. We have defeated the final boss. Although they were not the pivotal players in securing victory, their participation, however faint as a flickering candle, did not diminish the collective joy of triumph shared among them. Chen Mo glanced down at the time displayed on the screen. With just under 20 minutes remaining in the hour and a half, the outcome exceeded his expectations. They had not merely won, but had done so spectacularly. At that moment, Chen Mo stood quietly, flanked by the intimidating figure of the cold and unapproachable Lung Xiao in her form-fitting black combat attire, and on his other side, the disheveled, dust-covered, yet bright-eyed Lu Ranran. Behind him, Lei Chuang was landing a drone on the deck, still wearing that wide, toothy grin. He patted Chen Mo on the shoulder and called out Mo, "Guh." But before he could finish his sentence, the sudden surge of voices erupted like a tidal wave. Rank 1. Rank 1 is here. And Rank 2 and Rank 4. And Sister Footbath. Make way, let me catch a glimpse. I'm a primary school student. Let me go first. In an instant, the crowd surged towards the four, enveloping them like monarchs in adoration. Chen Mo felt countless ardent gazes burning into him, devoid of organization or slogans. Only the most primal and fervent gratitude and admiration. To be honest, Chen Mo found himself somewhat unaccustomed to this overwhelming attention. Fortunately, while these individuals may idolize, they still maintain a semblance of rationality and boundaries, keeping a respectful distance from the four throughout. This is likely related to the formidable combat prowess displayed by the latter during the recent skirmish. At least no one dared to approach him amidst the chaos. The regional chat channel was abuzz with excitement. Indeed, I am aboard the ship. The esteemed Chen Mo single-handedly withstood the entirety of the boss's assaults, maintaining aggro with remarkable steadiness and wielding the holy shield technique. You cannot fathom how terrifying that boss is. The pressure was even more intense than when I faced Yang Jian. Clearly, this is the Moya paradox. Enough noise. It is the Blade Storm. Go ahead and boast. But did you not claim this was the final boss? How could it possibly be so weak? If it truly appeared, you would have been wiped out long ago. Comparing this minor boss to my Erling Shin, the fourth ranked is truly formidable. That Tang Dao is simply magnificent, slicing through pirates as if they were mere melons. A minor boss? Well, it's clear you lack the qualifications for the auction, so step aside. Wait, are you suggesting this is within the realm of human capability? It is indeed true. I am also on the ship. The top-ranked player is enveloped in a golden aura, and the boss cannot even touch a strand of his hair. He is incredibly powerful. The original auction transformed into a jubilant celebration for the survivors, who ignited bonfires on the deck of the cargo ship, singing and dancing with fervor. The members of the mutual aid group huddled in a corner. Although the crowd's enthusiasm towards them remained fervent, they were no longer encircled as tightly as before. Su Izhou observed the raucous crowd and suddenly remarked, "Do you not find this pirate attack rather peculiar?" Indeed, Chen Mo had sensed this from the outset. They came prepared, and quite thoroughly at that. Su Izhou frowned, pondering for a moment. "Do you recall what the system mentioned about the pirate leader being able to recruit participants?" Lu Ranran widened her eyes in surprise. "Dr. Su, are you implying there's a traitor among us?" It is hard to say, but it certainly cannot be unrelated to the two merchant guilds. Given the failure of this operation and their substantial losses, it is unlikely they will take any further action in the near future. During this period, I will keep a close watch on Qin Kuan and Guyan Xiao, notifying you at the first sign of trouble. With Su Izhou's declaration, the others had no objections. On the deck, the festivities continued. As the tide of enthusiasm began to ebb, the banquet approached its conclusion. Just past midnight, all present transformed into phantoms, vanishing from sight, leaving behind a scene of devastation on the deck. Shattered planks, scattered weapons, congealed bloodstains, and numerous bullet holes all bore witness to the fierce battle that had erupted aboard the cruise ship. This night would undoubtedly be one of sleeplessness. The cool moonlight illuminated the juvenile Xuanwu-esque shell, casting a pallid glow. The little turtle, bored, counted the stars reflecting on the tranquil sea, its expression somewhat despondent. Since its birth, it had never been apart from Chen Mo for such an extended period, without the calming and reassuring aura of Chen Mo. The little turtle felt a twinge of anxiety, until a sudden weight pressed against its back, The little turtle glanced backward. Oh, Chen Mo has returned. The turtle's eyes sparkled with delight as it immediately turned to nuzzle against Chen Mo, just recovering from the brief disorientation of long-distance teleportation. Chen Mo felt the turtle's tiny waterproof fur brushing against his neck, tickling him slightly. This unique sensation alleviated the tension that had gripped Chen Mo for an entire night, allowing him to relax in an instant. It had only been 4 hours since he had left, yet upon returning, he felt an overwhelming sense of homecoming. Chen Mo instinctively wrapped his arms around the turtle's neck. Little turtle. Oh, I nearly perished just now. Oh, pirates. They were pirates. Oh dear. You cannot fathom how perilous the situation was. Such a massive ship, those enormous cannons, and they wielded guns and knives, crashing them down upon me. The little turtle grew anxious, glancing left and right at Chen Mo, even nudging his back to ascertain if he had sustained any injuries. Chen Mo chuckled reassuringly. Fear not. I wield your Xuanwu power. They cannot harm me at all. If it comes to it, I can plunge into the sea. They may fear sharks, but I do not, and I would swim far away. The little turtle exhibited a relieved expression, then nudged Chen Mo again, eager for more details. Amused, Chen Mo retrieved some fruit and a can of tuna from his backpack as a late-night snack, recounting the events of the evening. Midway through his tale, a group message suddenly pinged. As Chen Mo opened the group chat, a flurry of exclamation marks greeted him. Huagua 101 District Mutual Aid Association, 7 members, Lei Chuang. Holy cow. We've struck gold, brothers. Lei Chuang. The boss's ship is overflowing with riches. Chapter 46. The Complete Treasure Map. The Void's abundance. Lei Chuang had always imagined that a pirate ship would be wealthy, given that it was certified by the system. However, he never anticipated such immense riches. In stark contrast to the decayed exterior of the cannon ship, the cargo hold of the Bloody Mary could be aptly described as overflowing with treasures. The most unassuming chest placed at the entrance brought Lei Chuang tremendous shock. Treasure trove of pirates. Description: a chest specifically designed to hold various currencies from different races. Contains 96,000 shell coins, 8,000 coral coins, and 500 mermaid pearls. 96,000 shell coins. Approaching the 6-figure mark, since entering the endless sea, Lei Chuang had never encountered such a vast amount of shell coins. As for the coral coins and mermaid pearls, they must belong to other races, as the system had informed him on the first day in the endless sea that this realm was inhabited by intelligent beings beyond humanity. Adjacent to the pirate treasury was a wall adorned with an array of weapons. Blood Anchor Hook Blade, legendary. Unique, a spare weapon of Barton. Imbued with bleeding and corrosive effects, exclusively for Barton's use. Grip of the King, rare. Has a chance to trigger slow upon attack. Pirate Captain Set, legendary. Wearing this transforms one into a pirate, rendering them a public enemy in the endless sea, doubling all attributes, but decreasing mental value by 10 points per hour. Rapid Fire Blunderbuss, rare. Slow to load but powerful, inflicts piercing damage. Toxic Bone Blade, rare. A bone knife crafted from the spines of the colorful pufferfish, sharp and lightweight, imbued with nerve toxin, with a chance to paralyze. Universal Crafting Hammer, legendary. Can be used for repairs and shipbuilding, consuming half the stamina. Aside from these high-grade items, the remainder consisted of green and white quality fingerstalls, boarding axes, curved sabers, and shields. Lei Chuang conducted a brief inventory. 15 curved sabers, 12 boarding axes, 8 harpoons for rusted chainmail shirts, and a filthy knuckle duster. Although each item would be eagerly snatched up in the trading market, they lay haphazardly piled in the pirate ship's cargo hold, appearing as if they were unwanted refuse. Beside the weapon rack was a substantial pile of provisions. 5 barrels of liquor were neatly arranged, looking quite new and sealed well. One had to nearly press their nose against the barrel to catch a whiff of the intoxicating aroma. Invigorating rum, blue, restores 30 of mental value upon consumption. Those with poor tolerance should refrain from trying. Adjacent to the barrels were several large sacks of rice and flour, a barrel of oil, a few bags of mixed dried fruits and vegetables, several boxes of canned goods, large chunks of smoked jerky, and a few barrels of fresh water. Next to the rice was a chest containing fine salt and various spices. It was truly a treasure trove of culinary delights. Beside the pile of food was a white box marked with a red cross, which was currently wide open, revealing only a few rolls of bandages within. Lei Chuang cast a glance before averting his gaze and stepped towards the opposite cargo hold. The second cargo hold is designated for ores, piled high with 3 heaps of various colors and textures of raw minerals. There lies the dull iron ore, interspersed with a verdant copper ore, and a scant amount of an unknown mineral that sparkles with tiny flecks of light, all of which require smelting for utilization. Adjacent to this is a small mound of black powder. At the center of the ore section stands a table adorned with a candlestick and a feather quill, alongside several tattered notebooks inscribed in indigenous languages. Lei Chuang idly flipped through them, causing a scroll to tumble out from the pages. This scroll appears to be crafted from the hide of some colossal sea creature, light and supple to the touch, yet only half of it remains, blank on one side. Incomplete treasure map, purple. Description. Lei Chuang promptly shared these discoveries in the group chat, sending them in 3 parts due to the character limit. Lei Chuang. Here it comes, the most exhilarating part of the loot division. Lei Chuang, don't sleep. Rise and rejoice. Wenkai, what the hell? What am I seeing? This list of items is longer than my graduation thesis. Wuyu, is a thesis required for graduation from New Oriental? Liuhong, my eyes. They're scorched by the wealth. Following the end of the pirate battle, everyone was already in high spirits, and upon reaching the loot division, their excitement only intensified. They animatedly discussed the distribution of the treasury rewards, ultimately concluding that in this pirate skirmish, Chen Mo had made the greatest contribution. Without his initial strategy and his subsequent ability to restrain the formidable Barton, their endeavor would have had no chance of success. Thus, he was allocated 30 of the item distribution. Leng Xiu, Lei Chuang, Su Yizhou, and Lu Ranran followed with a contribution of 15 each. Next were Wen Kai and Wu Yu, receiving 5 each. As the individual with the highest share, Chen Mo could not possibly refuse. With another 28, 800 coins credited to his account, and after retrieving the shell coins from the North Wind Group's diving apparatus, his savings were on the verge of surpassing 200,000. As for the 400 coral coins and 150 mermaid pearls, Chen Mo stowed them in his satchel, knowing they would prove useful in due time. Regarding the distribution of weapons and food, everyone exhibited commendable civility. What Chen Mo appreciated most about this group was their sincerity. They directly expressed their desires and engaged in thorough discussions over any conflicts, never exhibiting a greedy disposition, instead fearing that taking too much might provoke dissatisfaction among others. Ultimately, the allocation of equipment was as follows. The bone blade naturally went to Leng Xiu. The flintlock was bestowed upon the least combat-capable Su Yizhou. The king's grip was assigned to Lei Chuang, and the universal hammer to Wu Yu. The chain mail was given to the remaining 4, as neither Leng Xiu nor Chen Mo required it. Most of the rum was allocated to Lu Ranran, who possessed the highest mental acuity, maximizing the benefits. All raw food and seasonings were entrusted to Wen Kai, who grinned and declared his intention to showcase the prowess of his 5-star hotel chef skills the following day. The minerals were distributed according to the aforementioned proportions, with some uniquely textured ores initially granted to Su Yizhou, whose geological exploration vessel was perfectly suited for research. As for Chen Mo, Lei Chuang, Mo Ge, I believe that pirate outfit is particularly suited for you. Lu Ranran, indeed, with your formidable defense. Wearing it would make you an impenetrable fortress, the epitome of masculinity. Lei Chuang, the main point is that it will turn red when worn among the 7 of us. Only Mo Ge is unafraid of being struck. Wen Kai, goodness, have you become the public enemy now? The pirate outfit does indeed appear impressive. Yet Chen Mo contemplated that its attributes were somewhat superfluous for him. His current deficiency did not lie in defense. If he were to confront a creature capable of penetrating his defenses, such as the Reaper Leviathan, even with 1600 defense, Leviathan could still unleash a roar that would leave him utterly spent. After a moment of reflection, Chen Mo entered in the chat box. Immovable as a mountain set, tiger claw. Incomplete treasure map. please give me these 2 items. Wen Kai, you don't want the purple set? Just a green piece of equipment? Is this the composure of the top player? Wu Yu, composure indeed. Far too composed. Lu Ranran, wait a moment. Have you all seen the description of this tiger claw? Lei Chuang promptly traded the 2 items. Chen Mo donned the tiger claw, which fit perfectly. Immovable as a mountain set, tiger claw fine. Description, upon striking, it ignites the air, releasing an air bullet that inflicts 50 of defense white value as damage. The term white value refers to the base defense, excluding equipment bonuses, typically not exceeding 10 points for most individuals. Even the muscular brutes of the Invincible Squad, boasting 25 points of defense, astound their peers in regional channels. In contrast, Chen Mo possesses a staggering 950 points. This tiger claw was indeed a weapon tailored to him. With this thought, Chen Mo clenched his fist and swung it forward. In an instant, the sea erupted in tumultuous waves. A gust of fist wind sliced through the air, leaving a spiraling current of air that towered half a person high, propelling seawater forward. This punch traveled an astonishing distance of over 10 meters. Upon reviewing his character panel, he noted that this punch consumed merely 5 points of mental energy. This indicated that, with full mental energy, Chen Mo could unleash 10 consecutive punches, each inflicting over 400 points of damage. Not only was the damage high, but the attack range was also remarkable. It was simply extraordinary. If paired with Lu Ranran's perpetual enhancement, Chen Mo could scarcely fathom it. He brushed aside his non-existent bangs. Little turtle. Huh. I am indeed invincible in this world. Ah, he's gone mad again. Chen Mo examined the tiger claw for a lengthy moment, polishing it until it gleamed before returning it to his backpack. He then retrieved 2 treasure maps, one from Lei Chuang and the other acquired while assisting the clownfish family earlier. Chen Mo attempted to merge the blank scroll provided by Lei Chuang with the patterned scroll, and in the next moment, the 2 scrolls seamlessly fused into one, with the subsequent route revealed. Indeed, it was feasible. Chen Mo gazed at the completed treasure map. The intricate routes are delineated on the parchment in a deep crimson hue, reminiscent of pigment derived from the desiccated essence of blood. One can discern that the journey traverses 5 minor islets and 2 colossal islands. Ultimately, the voyage culminates at the heart of the map, beneath a monumental skull insignia. The description of the treasure map is finally complete. Void of infinite treasures, purple. Description, Eye of the Storm, slumbering gold. Chapter 47. The Manatee of Hunan. The treasure map's route appeared exceedingly abstract, with intricate lines chaotically intertwined, resembling the tangled mess of wired earphones after a day in Chen Mo's backpack. Surrounding him was an endless expanse of ocean, devoid of reference points. It was impossible to discern whether he was even within the area depicted on the map. The only recognizable information was that the direction of the skull aligned with Chen Mo's escape from the deathly tsunami. Both pointed northward. Unable to decipher any further meaning, he unfolded the map for the little turtle. Can you tell where this is? The turtle merely blinked in confusion. Indeed, it was a bit much to expect a newborn turtle, just a week old, to comprehend such a complex route. It couldn't even read. Never mind. Chen Mo tossed an apple to the turtle, stowed away the treasure map, and after a quick wash, reclined onto his bed. As long as the voyage continued, whether it was the materials of the sea moth or the treasure map, he was certain he would uncover clues. Thus, Chen Mo remained unhurried. After all, one could not hasten what was destined to unfold. He also harbored no fears of overshooting. If the system had the audacity to release this treasure map, it surely wouldn't lead him astray. Closing his eyes, he soon drifted into a deep slumber. The following day, Chen Mo was jolted awake by a tremendous splash. He bolted upright in bed, his first thought being, had the ship been struck? Rushing out of the cabin, he breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the little turtle unharmed. After circling the 4 areas, he deduced the source of the earlier noise. It must have come from the awakened manatee. Ah, the turtle nodded, then added, Chen Montag understood. Shall we wait for it? Allheit. Returning to the living quarters, he quickly freshened up before settling onto the turtle's back. Just as he opened the trading interface to commence a busy day, a private message chimed in. Montag ge. Accept my offer. One Kai sent over a trade request, followed by a flurry of items in the trading window. Slow-cooked shrimp porridge, crispy fried eel strips, fish fillet noodles, cold seaweed salad, marinated tuna belly, and a bowl of fish head kelp soup. Here is the food for the day. Enjoy it. Mo. Go. Chen Montag was momentarily dumbstruck, only coming to his senses when all the items were secured in his backpack. He retrieved the bowl of slow-cooked shrimp porridge, and an intense aroma of seafood wafted towards him. The shrimp heads had likely been sautéed in oil, their shells delightfully crispy, while a thin layer of golden shrimp oil floated atop the thick, rich rice porridge, each grain plump and nearly melting into the broth. Eagerly, he took a sip. The flavor was perfectly balanced, melting in his mouth, and the unique taste of the shrimp brain exploded on his palate, leaving him momentarily dizzy. By the time he regained his composure, the bowl was empty, every grain consumed along with the crispy shrimp brain, devoured with fervor. Who could truly understand the experience of maritime survival? After a week of bland rations and tasteless grilled fish, the sudden delight of a five-star chef's shrimp porridge was nothing short of euphoric. Chen Mo cradled the empty bowl, nearly moved to tears. Such exquisite deliciousness. Xuanwu 101 District Mutual Aid Association, 7 members. Lu Ranran. The best Kai Z brother guarding the endless sea route. Lei Chuang. The best Kai Z brother guarding the endless sea route. Wu Yu. The best Kai Z brother guarding the endless sea route. Chen Mo. The best Kai Z brother guarding the endless sea route. Su Izhou. The best Kai Z brother guarding the endless sea route. Lung Xiao. Thumbs up. JPG. After showering compliments on the chef, Chen Mo closed the group chat and instinctively opened the regional chat. Regional chat. Xuanwu 101 District. Ha! No wonder I didn't TC those lackeys from the 2 merchant associations making a fuss today. Turns out they suffered a significant loss. Hilarious. They didn't T-sell any goods, and their ships were smashed to smithereens. What a stroke of luck. Who saved that photo of the top scorer? Please resend it. The messages were coming in too fast for me to save it. You guys have no idea. I swept through, and those skeletons had their legs broken and hands severed, all kneeling and calling me daddy. How come you're so impressive yet not tackling that guy named Barton? Wait, I remember most of those skeletons' legs were broken by me. Right? What level is Barton? Who can stand against anyone but the top scorer? Why are we still lingering on this? Chen Mo silently closed the regional channel. After collecting today's catch from Hanyu, Lei Chuang's trade window popped up. The batch of diving suits he entrusted to the North Wind team for sale had been sold, netting him 600 coins after deducting the trading house fee. Given Chen Mo's prior assistance and the simplicity of the task, the North Wind team did not charge a commission, including the coins he received last night. Chen Mo's shell coins had officially surpassed the 200,000 mark, reaching 220,000. Essentially, he had attained financial freedom in the early stages of navigating the endless sea route. Thus, what Chen Mo needed to do next was to feed the little turtle until its hunger level hit 0, to see what would happen. He had contemplated this yesterday, but the little turtle was too full to eat. Today presented the perfect opportunity to put the plan into action. Chen Mo opened the trading house, and with the confidence that came from having 250,000 shell coins, he eagerly made purchases, acquiring a substantial quantity of the little turtle's favorite food, over 3,000 pounds, causing prices in the trading house to rise. With the 3,000 pounds of fish combined with what he collected from Hanyu, he filled the entire fish tank, placing bonito and fruits in the uppermost layer. The little turtle was enjoying its feast, its eyes squinting in delight, prompting a proud smile from Chen Mo, reminiscent of a doting father. Just then, a voice suddenly emanated from the cabin. "Oh, eating well, are we?" Both Chen Mo and the little turtle halted their actions, turning their heads with a hint of caution towards the source of the voice. There, on the plank connecting the living area and the work area, lay a manatee, its round green eyes wide open. Upon seeing the large feeding bowl for the little turtle, adorned with fruits, the manatee exclaimed in surprise, "Goodness, you're really indulging. Aren't you?" Chen Mo. A Hunan manatee? Chapter 48. The little turtle breaks limits for the first time, setting aside matters of accent. Chen Mo gazed at the manatee, a look of hesitation crossing his face. The last time he encountered this manatee, it was merely babbling. How was it now able to articulate its thoughts? A realization struck him, prompting him to summon a light screen and scroll through the system log. Discovering an entry from shortly after 4 in the morning. Successfully rescued a first-class protected species, juvenile manatee. Your affinity with the ocean has significantly increased. He then opened the skill panel. Ocean Affinity, LV. 2. With the essence of the ocean coursing through you, you begin to hear the faint sighs and whispers of the sea. Effect. You can vaguely perceive intense oceanic emotions within the coastal vicinity, such as the panic of fish schools, the agitation of undercurrents, and the brewing of storms. So, it was due to an upgrade. As Chen Mo pondered the skill's description, which resembled a form of early warning ability, enhancing his capacity to avoid dangers while navigating and diving, a sudden exclamation broke his concentration. Big Brother. The large manatee had somehow positioned itself less than a meter from him on the boat's deck, raising its hands high before slamming them down. The entire vessel trembled from its movement. Big Brother, I owe you my life, so allow me to bow before you. In waters or fires, if you call out, and I frown, then I am no longer a creature worthy of your kindness. Chen Mo replied, Please rise. Next time, refrain from such grand gestures. My boat is rather delicate. All right, brother. Chen Mo then patted the little turtle, stating, It was it that prompted my rescue. So fundamentally, you should express your gratitude to it. The little turtle, engrossed in its feast, looked up in confusion, a fish tail still clutched in its mouth. Huh? The manatee promptly swam to the little turtle, eyeing the bountiful fruits with eager anticipation, swallowing hard but then quickly diverting its gaze, dramatically proclaiming to the little turtle, Turtle, I see the mysterious aura emanating from your shell. You are truly a remarkable turtle endowed with the power of the black tortoise. Once you cultivate into a black tortoise, we shall thrive together in the sea. This marked the first time the little turtle had received kindness beyond Chen Mo since its birth, causing it to emit joyful sounds. Its appetite revitalized. How did you sustain such grievous injuries? Chen Mo could not restrain his curiosity once the manatee returned to the boat. Upon hearing this, the manatee's small, bean-like eyes flared with indignation. Big Brother, you are unaware? During our relocation, we stumbled upon the lair of the lurking sawfish. These cowardly creatures dare not encroach upon the territory of the blue whale matriarch, instead preying on solitary little sea beasts. Is it not treacherous? The rules of our oceanic kin are clear. Normally, whoever consumes another is fair game. But when traveling, we must band together. How could I stand idly by? I could not. I shouted and charged in to assist. You know the outcome. I barely managed to fend off that group of shameless crocodiles who nearly cracked my skull. Thankfully, Big Brother descended from the heavens and rescued my life. The manatee chuckled shyly, scratching its head in embarrassment. Chen Mo mocked. If I recall correctly, the system indicated that this manatee is merely in its juvenile stage, right? It truly embodies the spirit of nurturing the weak while being unable to confront the strong. One could say that the mindset of marine creatures is rather simplistic. Were it Chen Mo in this situation, he could devise no fewer than 10 safe and prudent solutions. Brother, may I trouble you with something? The manatee suddenly inquired. Go ahead, Chen Mo replied. I got separated from my school of fish and felt quite frightened drifting alone at sea. Before I find my way back to the main group, would you allow me to stay with you for a few days? I can forage for food myself, watch the waves, and assist you with your tasks. Just tell me what to do, and I shall comply. Chen Montag paused momentarily. He had no objections. In fact, it would be advantageous if the manatee could lend a hand, especially since he often struggled without assistance at the forge. However, he decided to consult the little turtle for its opinion. Just as Chen Mo was about to speak, the system's notification suddenly blared in his ear. Black Tortoise Juvenile, Hunger Level 040. Black Tortoise Juvenile is now full. It requires some time to digest. It feels somewhat drowsy. Subsequently, the little turtle closed its eyes and remained unresponsive to Chen Mo's attempts to rouse it. This was Chen Mo's first encounter with such a phenomenon, and he stood up nervously to check on the turtle's condition. Meanwhile, The manatee observed the little turtle for a while before exclaiming, "It has broken its limit." Chen Mo was taken aback and immediately inquired, "Broken its limit? What does that mean? Will it cause any harm?" The manatee's expression turned serious. "Breaking the limit is a sign of advancement for beings in our boundless ocean. I am not well versed in other creatures, but marine beings replenish the necessary energy through abundant feeding, and upon reaching a certain threshold, they break their limit. The stages are categorized as 1 break, 2 breaks, and can reach a maximum of 10 breaks. What S with your Hunan accent? After each limit break, our size increases. 1 break can double our mass. And at 6 breaks, we can attain the size of an island. The blue whale you encountered previously was at 6 breaks. However, some special marine creatures do not increase in size, but instead exhibit their limit-breaking status through changes in appearance. Upon breaking through, marine beings gain enhanced abilities, and when combined with a small quantity of high-dimensional divine material, they can awaken special skills. High-dimensional divine material? The term that sprang to Chen Mo's mind was powerful turtle feed. The manatee scrutinized the little turtle, its gaze becoming grave. During the limit-breaking phase, marine creatures enter a state of cocooning, which entails a deep slumber. This process is often accompanied by tremendous energy fluctuations and risks. What kind of risks? In the cocoon state, marine beings serve as excellent nourishment for all other marine creatures, as their energy levels are at their peak during this deep slumber, and they offer no resistance, essentially presenting themselves as a feast. Given its possession of the power of the black tortoise, the risks during its breakthrough may even surpass that of the blue whale. It will inevitably attract the most formidable marine creatures in this region. Chen Mo furrowed his brow in concern. He ceased speaking, silently donning the bull shark helmet and the knuckle duster, seemingly prepared to confront any battle that lay ahead. Suddenly, Chen Mo cast his gaze in a particular direction. The surface of the sea was tranquil, devoid of any signs of life. However, with the enhancement of his affinity for the ocean, he attuned his senses and discerned the agitation of schools of fish beneath that area, as if a looming danger was approaching. As if to affirm his suspicions, the manatee spoke in a grave tone. "They are coming." Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Mo raised his hand and struck the calm water with a powerful punch. Boom! In an instant, water erupted, waves surged, and 2 jets of spray burst forth like a whale's spout. A deep, pained roar emanated from the depths of the sea, as crimson stains surfaced upon the water. The manatee, witnessing this, wore a serious expression on its face. When it turned to look at Chen Mo again, its little eyes were filled with astonishment. "By my mother, brother, what level have you reached? What kind of commotion is this?" Chapter 49, Confrontation. The stealth saw a crocodile. Without any forewarning, Chen Mo delivered a decisive blow, shattering the opponent's plan for stealthy ambush. The stench of blood began to permeate the ocean, and beneath the murky waters, a pair of cold, serpent-like eyes fixated on Chen Mo with a deadly intensity. At that moment, the briny sea breeze seemed to freeze in place. Chen Mo felt a chill run down his spine. It was not the wind, it was the intent to kill. Suddenly, the once tranquil sea erupted without warning. First, a solitary column of water shot up, followed by 2, then 3, and ultimately 6 towering geysers that erupted, the foul water swirling upwards, infused with the pungent scent of decay. 6 sea beasts, resembling crocodiles, emerged. Their bodies were elongated beyond that of ordinary crocodiles, their scales dark and murky like the ocean floor, their hues nearly merging with the blood-tainted waters. Most terrifying of all was their grotesquely mutated tails, rather than a typical fin. They bore a massive serrated edge glinting with a chilling light. It was them, the very same stealthy saw crocodiles that had previously attacked the fish schools. Roar! A colossal saw crocodile leader, exceeding its kin in size, let out a furious roar. It had been grievously wounded by Chen Mo's earlier strike. One, I was a gruesome mess of flesh and blood, while the other burned with malice as it fixed its gaze on Chen Mo. Saw crocodile leader, Lord, HP, 1150-1500, recommended challenge skill level. 10. Could it be that even the 3-break Lord level saw crocodile leader had appeared? The manatee gazed at the three protruding serrations on the leader's tail, bewildered. Chen Mo had no concept of the so-called three-break Lord level. But the recommended challenge skill level below reminded him of Patton. How could two beings of the same level exhibit such a disparity in health points? Was there something more formidable about it? The saw crocodile leader, clearly wary of Chen Mo, hesitated to advance recklessly and instead retreated behind its brethren, letting out a furious roar. The 5 stealthy saw crocodiles immediately responded with piercing hisses. Then, like sharks scenting blood, they violently slammed their massive tails against the water, launching themselves towards Chen Mo and the little turtle from all angles. Brother, these stealthy saw crocodiles are notoriously tough-skinned, and their serrated tails are vicious. The underwater realm is my domain. I shall hold them off before the manatee could finish. Chen Mo activated his return to the abyss maneuver, propelling himself toward the saw crocodiles like a cannonball, his speed astonishingly surpassing theirs. Manatee. Heavens above. Who truly is the sea beast here? No time for astonishment. The manatee swiftly propelled itself towards the 2 farthest saw crocodiles, engaging them in a fierce struggle. Meanwhile, Chen Mo drew a pirate's curved dagger from his pack. Against these saw crocodile minions, who possessed no health bars, Chen Mo opted not to use the finger claws. His mental energy was finite. No one could predict what other foes might emerge. He could not afford to squander his mental capacity on these saw crocodiles right from the start. His initial strike was merely to intimidate these creatures, instilling a sense of caution within them. The outcome was evidently successful, as the saw crocodile leader chose to observe from a distance, hesitating to advance at first. Chen Mo decisively halted the 3 sawfish, without a trace of hesitation. In the very moment he stopped, the blade in his hand descended directly, its edge gliding along the sawfish's rugged skin, producing a piercing sound. Upon completing the strike, only a shallow gash marred the surface of the sawfish. The good news, the defense was breached. The bad news, only slightly. Indeed, its skin was thick. Clearly, the sawfish was well aware of its own resilience, disdainfully roaring without a care for Chen Mo, attempting to flip over and swim past him towards the little turtle. Chen Mo would not allow them to approach the turtle. Since the blade proved ineffective, he promptly sheathed it and grasped the sharp tail of the sawfish with his bare hands. Instantly, a sharp pain surged from the punctured skin. The bad news, the defense was breached. The good news, just a little. Chen Mo began to comprehend why, despite being of the same level, the sawfish leader possessed significantly less health than Batten. This creature epitomized the concept of low health but high attack power. Moreover, due to the inherent advantages of sea beasts, its hard exterior served as a natural armor, compensating for its insufficient health. The high damage Chen Mo inflicted on the sawfish leader was likely a fortunate coincidence, striking precisely at the leader's eyes. Ignoring the sporadic red numbers appearing above him, Chen Mo exerted even more strength in his arms, leveraging the extraordinary speed of his submerged state to spin twice in place, then using centrifugal force to hurl the sawfish backward. He repeated this maneuver, throwing the other 2 sawfish attempting to approach the little turtle away as well. The sawfish had not anticipated that any creature would dare to challenge their formidable chainsaw tails with bare hands. As they were flung away, they were left utterly stunned. Observing Chen Mo's bloodied arms, the sawfish were perplexed. Given the fragility of bipedal creatures, his arms should have been shattered by now. The sawfish leader roared furiously from behind, causing the 3 sawfish to tremble as if reprimanded for their incompetence. Realizing they could no longer bypass this bipedal creature to seize the power of the Xuanwu, the sawfish redirected their focus onto Chen Mo, their gazes filled with malice. However, before they could execute their next move, Chen Mo was quicker. After casting the 3 sawfish away, he leaned forward slightly, propelling himself with even greater speed for another assault. A mere bipedal creature, charging at the formidable sawfish family. It was utterly absurd. The 3 sawfish simultaneously roared, lunging towards Chen Mo, their jaws agape, one aimed at his shoulder, another at his thigh, and the last between his legs, ready to bite down fiercely. To their astonishment, Chen Mo did not flinch or evade. As 3 red numbers appeared, Chen Mo understood. Their saws were indeed formidable. Yet, they possessed only their saws. The most common method of attack employed by the sawfish is to seize their prey and then thrash their serrated tails to slice it into pieces. They were just about to execute this maneuver when Chen Mo suddenly grasped the tail of the sawfish by its groin, forcefully swinging it aside. The serrated blade of the tail instantaneously pierced into the body of the sawfish that had clamped onto Chen Mo's thigh. The wounded sawfish let out a cry of agony, instinctively releasing its grip. Seizing the moment, Chen Mo lifted the sawfish upside down in a posture reminiscent of the willow-esque graceful bend, then hurled it onto the sawfish that had sunk its teeth into his groin and forehead. Within 3 steps there lies the antidote. With your spear, I shall assault your shield. How then can you counter? The sawfish, left without recourse, could only wail in despair. As the 2 sawfish withdrew, releasing their grip, the wounds inflicted by their companion's serrated tail gushed forth with copious amounts of pus and blood. Yet, simultaneously, the agony ignited their ferocity. After years of dominance in these waters, when had they ever suffered such indignity? With a renewed roar, they charged again with even greater ferocity. They were fierce, but Chen Mo was fiercer still. He met their assault head-on, brandishing the sawfish in his grasp, engaging in a wild dance of combat. Heedless of the injuries inflicted by the tails of the 2 attacking sawfish, determined to inflict deep wounds upon them. During the struggle, the sawfish caught in Chen Mo's grip initially thrashed about, but as its companions continued to inflict wounds upon it, it soon became more breathless than defiant. Blood flowed profusely from both sides. The blood of the sawfish mingled with Chen Mo's own, creating a macabre tableau. The crimson liquid streamed into his eyes, obscuring his vision. Yet the underwater visibility provided by the bull shark helmet rendered this obstruction trivial. This reckless, sacrificial style of combat astonished the sawfish. After their final clash and separation, for the first time, fear crept into their hearts as they regarded Chen Mo, hesitating to approach, even exhibiting signs of retreat. But would Chen Mo allow their escape? There he stood, drenched in blood, brandishing the nearly lifeless sawfish in his hand, his features obscured by crimson save for his wide, unblinking eyes. The ferocious momentum of his relentless advance, coupled with his fearsome expression, left the sawfish bewildered. Wait a moment, they seem to think. You're a sea creature like us. But why do you seem even more like a beast of the sea than we do? Chapter 50. A breakthrough. It was not only the 2 sawtooth crocodiles that were bewildered. Their leader was equally astonished. Having roamed the shallow seas for so long, they had encountered countless spectacles, yet never had they witnessed anything like this. Where did this bipedal creature come from, and why was it so ferocious? The sawtooth crocodile leader fixed its gaze upon the blood-soaked Chen Mo. When it saw Chen Mo wielding the tail of crocodile to strike at the heads of its 2 subordinates, the leader finally sprang into action. With a powerful kick of its hind legs, it lunged forward like a cannonball, reaching the bipedal creature in the blink of an eye. It then executed a sweeping tail attack, aiming to slice through the creature's throat with its 3 sharp serrated edges. The leader intended this strike to drive the bipedal creature away and save its 2 subordinates, for the creature was even swifter than it in the water. However, to its astonishment, the bipedal creature merely cast a fleeting glance at it, continuing its assault as if it were willing to sacrifice its own life to slay the 2 subordinates. A flicker of surprise shone in the leader's remaining eye, swiftly followed by an overwhelming rage. If that was the case, then it would meet its demise. The sawtooth crocodile leader accelerated, channeling its strength into its tail, and viciously aimed for the bipedal creature's neck. Crack! Just as the serrated edge was about to make contact with the creature's throat, the leader was met not with the sensation of tearing flesh, but with an impenetrable shell. The bipedal creature had somehow conjured a golden protective barrier around itself, firmly repelling the 3 serrated blades. As the barrier shattered into fragments, the sawtooth crocodile's subordinate was caught off guard and beheaded in the process. Roar! The sawtooth crocodile leader emitted a furious roar, not out of sorrow for the loss of its subordinate, but out of indignation that one of its own had been slain before its very eyes. This was an affront to the leader's authority. It lashed its tail once more, launching another assault against the bipedal creature. Crack! The golden barrier reappeared, only to shatter again. The leader's expression twisted in fury. If anyone could decipher the emotions etched upon its crocodilian visage. Having failed twice, it exposed its vulnerabilities and swiftly retreated, eyeing the bipedal creature with a newfound wariness as it donned a pair of striking claws. The leader quickened its pace, circling the bipedal creature with agility, knowing that while its punches were formidable, they would struggle to target a rapidly moving object. Boom! As anticipated, the bipedal creature's punch missed its mark. Seizing this opportunity, the sawtooth crocodile leader launched another attack. Crack! The familiar sound of the golden barrier being breached echoed once more. Again? How many times must this occur? The leader gritted its teeth, preparing to withdraw after this failed strike. But at that moment, the bipedal creature unexpectedly reached out and grasped its tail. As it lost its mind, this was the first thought that crossed the sawtooth crocodile leader's mind. No one understood better than the razor-sharpness of the serrated edges at its tail, capable of severing the spines of sea beasts far beyond its own level. Was this bipedal creature truly reckless enough to risk its life? In the next instant, just as the leader had feared, the bipedal creature's ribs and arm erupted in a shower of blood, becoming a gruesome sight. However, the imagined scene of the bipedal beast being cleaved into 3 segments did not manifest. Despite its grievous injuries, the bipedal creature clung tenaciously to the tail of the saw crocodile leader, its blood-stained eyes radiating a fierce and menacing glare. When it gazed over, even the saw crocodile leader felt a shiver run down its spine. This is impossible. How could a bipedal creature possess such formidable defensive capabilities? In that moment, as the saw crocodile leader found its tail ensnared, its movement slowed. The bipedal beast unleashed a powerful strike, shattering its last intact eye. A howl of agony escaped the saw crocodile leader as searing pain engulfed it, while its field of vision rapidly diminished, engulfed by crimson haze, allowing only a faint outline of the surroundings to penetrate the blood mist. Losing the majority of its sight was a death sentence for a creature of the depths. It was doomed. The saw crocodile leader could not fathom why a mere bipedal creature could be so overwhelmingly strong. It swam out of the beast's striking range, yet dared not flee, opting instead to circle swiftly. Disoriented, with the bipedal creature slightly faster, turning its back to escape would mean certain death. Stop! I concede. The situation was dire. The saw crocodile leader made a swift decision to surrender. In my lair lies my treasure, my collection. Ah! Another blow struck its other injured eye, intensifying the torment, causing the saw crocodile leader to convulse involuntarily. If you spare me, I can guide you to my lair, where unimaginable wealth awaits you. Trust me, you won't, ah? Another punch landed. The saw crocodile leader, on the brink of collapse, roared in fury before the final blow arrived. Do you not understand? Indeed, Chen Mo did not comprehend. With a mere 2 levels of affinity for the sea source, how could he decipher the saw crocodile's dialect, which was 3 levels above? Thus, the 4th punch thundered down. This time, Chen Mo did not deliberately target the saw crocodile leader's eye, for the preceding blows had already stripped it down to mere flesh and blood. The saw crocodile leader's last cries of pain became its final lament as it traversed the shallow seas. Chen Mo stowed the saw crocodile leader's corpse into his pack, ignoring the extensive loot acquisition list that instantaneously popped up on the screen. He lifted his gaze to the 2 remaining saw crocodiles, who had been entangled with the manatee, now frozen in shock at the demise of their leader. Upon catching Chen Mo's eye, the 2 saw crocodiles jolted in fear. They exchanged a glance devoid of sorrow for their fallen leader or vengeful wrath, only exhibiting trepidation towards the bipedal beast and a desperate yearning for survival. Consequently, both saw crocodiles flicked their tails simultaneously and changed direction, fleeing for their lives. Boss, should we pursue? The manatee, still grappling with the 2 saw crocodiles, bore old wounds that had yet to heal, now compounded by new injuries. The bandage on its head had torn, and there were multiple lacerations along its fins and tail. Chen Mo watched the retreating saw crocodiles and shook his head. The recent battle had drained him of too much energy. He needed to replenish swiftly. He casually collected the corpses of the other 3 saw crocodiles, surfaced, tossed a few bandages towards the manatee, and retrieved a small loaf of bread. Tearing open the packaging of the small bread, Chen Mo squashed an entire piece into his mouth, followed by several gulps of fresh water that he swallowed down directly. As he observed his slowly replenishing energy levels, he retrieved a second piece of bread. Just as he was about to unwrap it, a disturbance rippled through the depths of the sea. Again, the manatee, having just skillfully bandaged its head and adorned it with a bow, gazed towards the source of the agitation beneath the waves, astonished. It was unheard of for any sea beast to break its limits and provoke such frequent attacks. Is this the innate allure of the Xuanwu bloodline to marine creatures? Chen Mo remained silent, tightening his lips as he swallowed the bread, wiping away the thick blood smeared across his face, and resumed his battle stance. He was not in optimal condition. The earlier encounter with the sawtooth crocodile's tail had inflicted upon him the greatest injury he had experienced since entering the endless sea. The moment the figure -3510 flashed before his eyes, he could scarcely believe it. This was after he had proactively embraced the attack, avoiding the sharpest edge of the serrated blade. Had the crocodile's strike landed upon him, even with his nearly 10,000 health points, he felt certain he would have been obliterated in a single blow. This was the terrifying offensive power resulting from sacrificing health for evolution. The sawtooth crocodile indeed possessed a certain arrogance. Unfortunately, it had encountered Chen Mo. In this battle, Chen Mo had already lost nearly half of his health, and a mild dizziness began to cloud his mind. He was uncertain how much longer he could endure. However, as long as he drew breath, no one could harm the little turtle. Chen Mo fixated on the turbulent waters, gripping his claw tightly. Just as he was about to initiate his third descent into the abyss, roar, roar, roar. A furious roar echoed suddenly, imbued with an ancient pressure, sweeping across the surroundings and reverberating through the universe. In an instant, the recently stirred commotion was quelled. Chen Mo was momentarily stunned, then abruptly turned his head. There, upon the blood-stained surface of the sea, stood a colossal turtle, proudly poised. The once gentle, jade-like shell had vanished, replaced by a smooth, obsidian-like carapace. The originally rounded edges had been supplanted by protruding bony spikes resembling shatter blades. The once soft, pale blue fur was gone, supplanted by a dense array of dark metallic scales that covered its body. Emerging from its sleek head were 2 finger-length horns. Its leaf-like limbs thickened and equipped with clawed toes, the dark golden talons glinting with menace. Breakthrough achieved. Chen Mo finally exhaled in relief. The little turtle swam closer and, upon seeing Chen Mo covered in blood, whimpered softly, a stark contrast to its earlier authoritative roar, now filled with remorse. Even as it began to embody the nascent form of the Xuanwu, its eyes remained clear and bright, brimming with reliance on Chen Mo lowering its head. It nudged him gently, and Chen Mo comfortingly patted the turtle's neck. After the fierce battle, man and turtle nestled together, an unspoken trust and profound bond intertwining within their very veins. The manatee leaned against the ship, observing this poignant scene, raising its flipper to wipe away the tears pooling in its small, green eyes. Goodness gracious, I'm profoundly moved. Chapter 51, Clues to the Treasure Map. After the fierce battle, Chen Mo did not set sail immediately. Instead, he took a moment to recuperate after leaving the blood-stained surface of the sea. Both he and the manatee bore the marks of battle. One was bare-chested, with his shoulders and arms wrapped in bandages, while the other was swathed in bandages, leaving only 2 small, green bean-like eyes visible. Despite their severe injuries, the spirits of the 3 creatures remained remarkably buoyant. Little gone, our great predecessors have said, regardless of the winds and waves, we shall walk as if in a tranquil garden. Indeed, our current plight is merely temporary, yet our positive mindset is everlasting. As long as our thoughts do not falter, solutions will always outweigh difficulties. Understood, elder brother. With a wave of his hand, Chen Mo replied, Good to know. Let us get to work. All right, elder brother. Thus, the duo began their industrious tasks. The sharp bone spines protruding from the turtle's shell had severed the ropes used to tow the boat, rendering it impossible to pull the vessel any further. The uniqueness of the Xuanwu caretaker prevented Chen Mo from constructing any engines, leaving all navigational needs reliant upon the little turtle. With no other options, he reluctantly abandoned the entire home he had built with the turtle. The furniture released could not be retrieved, requiring manual transport. As Chen Mo lifted the furnace, he inadvertently aggravated his wound, unable to suppress a wince. At that moment, the manatee, firmly clutching the furnace under its arm, strode past Chen Mo, reciting, "As long as our thoughts do not falter, solutions will always outweigh difficulties. As long as our thoughts do not falter, solutions will always outweigh difficulties." Chen Mo remarked, "You've learned quite swiftly." This moving endeavor lasted from dawn until dusk. Ultimately, the important components from the ship were successfully transferred onto the turtle's back. Once the burden was lifted, the turtle's size transformed from that of a tricycle to a large truck, effortlessly accommodating the items and providing a makeshift shelter. However, Chen Mo realized that this was not a sustainable solution. He knew he had to devise a more effective way to establish a home, though that was a matter for another time. After completing the move, Chen Mo finally had a moment to sit and rest. He summoned a luminous screen to glance at the panel. Following the transfer, the activation level of the turtle's bloodline had not increased, and it retained its original 2 skills, suggesting that potent sea turtle feed would be necessary for enhancement. The attribute points had doubled, evidenced by his defense rating soaring to 1900, with nearly 20,000 health points. Chen Mo felt akin to a sentient barcode. Moreover, the skill values of the little turtle had undergone significant changes. The consumption for returning to the abyss had decreased from 10 to 5, and the cost for the protective barrier had been halved from 20 to 10. This alteration brought Chen Mo immense joy, effectively doubling the frequency of skill usage. However, he soon discovered that this was not entirely the case. After routinely feeding the little turtle several fish, its hunger level did not diminish. The bonito, which typically reduced hunger by 4, now only decreased it by 2. In simple terms, the original 100 hunger value represented 10,000 pounds of fish. Now, the same 100 hunger value equates to 20,000 pounds. Moreover, the small sea fish are no longer of any use, as they can only consume larger fish like groupers and tunas. It is not merely that the consumption of affection has diminished. Rather, the entire hunger value has doubled. Groupers are rare, and tunas may not even be seen for days. This directly intensifies the burden on his caregiver. Chen Mo finds himself in a state of bemusement. Is this the price of becoming stronger? Fortunately, the stealth sawfish has provided a substantial amount of meat, which should sustain him for a while. He no longer harbors illusions of an immediate second breakthrough. Whether he can contend with the second-tier sea beasts remains to be seen. Given the current stock of large sea fish in the trading market, it is already a challenge to meet the daily feeding demands of the little turtle. Chen Mo then opens his backpack to assess the spoils of this grand battle. Sawfish meat strips, green quality, X240, description, dark red, tightly fibrous meat strips, exuding a faintly chilling aura. Consuming it grants 180 energy points and a temporary boost in stealth perception. Slightly increases awareness of rapidly moving objects. Toxic bone blade fragments, blue quality, X25, description, thin as willow leaves, yet incredibly hard. Can be utilized for weapon tempering and is an excellent material for shipbuilding. Tempering doubles the damage of the weapon's next attack. Embedding in vehicles slightly increases speed and reduces ambush probability. Stealth crocodile skin, blue quality, X18, description, dense and resilient scales. Dark in color, capable of effectively blending into shadows. Lightweight, yet offers a degree of protection, making it an excellent material for crafting stealth armor or camouflaging ship hulls. Defense 5, concealment effect 10. Desperate mark blade saw, legendary quality, X1, description. This razor-sharp saw perfectly replicates the scarred and menacing tail shape of the stealth sawfish leader. Dangerous, frigid, and unmatched in sharpness. Strength 15, critical hit probability 25, concealment effect 15. Special skill, Desperate Strike, active. Upon activation, the critical hit rate and damage of the next attack are significantly enhanced. If this attack successfully slays a target, the wielder will gain a brief stealth effect. Skill cooldown time, 60 minutes. This weapon is undoubtedly Chen Mo's greatest gain from this battle. The claw is suited for ranged attacks, but consumes mental energy, and Chen Mo has already tested its effectiveness at close range against the Sawfish leader, finding it lacking. Hence, the emergence of this weapon directly compensates for Chen Mo's deficiencies in melee combat. Moreover, it offers a series of enhancements in stealth, critical hits, and critical damage. Although wielding a large saw while discussing stealth seems somewhat absurd, it is a trivial concern. At this moment, Chen Mo feels invincible once more. With a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth, he almost laughs, only to recall that he is not alone here. There is also a manatee present. He hastily suppresses his exuberance. After all, the manatee does call him Big Brother. He must uphold the image of a big brother. With this thought in mind, Chen Mo prepared to turn off the screen to tidy up his temporary abode. However, just as he was about to close it, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of the treasure map nestled within the package. Raising an eyebrow, Chen Mo suddenly looked up towards the nearby manatee. The manatee was circling around the little turtle, its tone filled with awe. How astonishing! This is the first time in my life I have seen a living divine beast. Such majesty, and this is merely a juvenile. If it were like the mighty blue whale, it would be something else entirely. Should I address you as brother turtle or sister turtle? The blue whale matriarch mentioned that the guardians of the four symbols have no distinction of gender. But is that true? The little turtle, Xiaogan, Chen Mo called out. Xiaogan was the manatee's nickname. Upon hearing Chen Mo's voice, the manatee immediately responded, turning to swim over, deftly avoiding the sharp spines on the turtle's shell, and approached Chen Mo, asking, "What is up, big brother?" Chen Mo spread out the treasure map and pointed at the skull depicted on it, inquiring, "Do you know where this place is?" The manatee leaned in, scrutinizing the treasure map for a moment, then replied, "What is this, big brother? It looks so complicated. Just one glance makes my head spin." The manatee's little green eyes appeared as two spirals. Initially, Chen Mo merely asked out of curiosity, harboring little hope. After dismissing it with a casual remark, he began to fold the treasure map. Unexpectedly, the manatee suddenly placed a flipper on one of the small islands depicted on the map. "I figured out, big brother. ISNT this Dolphin Island?" Chapter 52, Earth? What is that? Dolphin Island? Indeed, Dolphin Island is right here. The manatee gestured towards a small island at the edge of the treasure map. This island was our planned stop during our migration. The seagull's sister, who had previously scouted the area, mentioned that there was a tiny island rich in resources, abundant with delightful delicacies. Its shape was peculiar, resembling a leaping dolphin when viewed from above. Chen Mo gazed at the island the manatee was pointing to. It indeed appeared as a crescent moon, shaped like a dolphin breaching the surface, even featuring a conical beak. "Do you know how to reach this island?" Chen Montak inquired. The manatee puffed its chest proudly. "There will be markings left by the blue whale, matriarch in the sea, guiding those who have fallen behind. As long as we follow the markings, we will surely find this island." Chen Mo nodded and asked, "How long do you think it will take to get there?" The manatee pondered for a moment. "When I last encountered my elder brother, the blue whale matriarch mentioned that it would take about 5 or 6 days of swimming. I was a bit disoriented during part of that time. How many days has it been since you last saw me?" Chen Mo recalled meeting the manatee on the first day of their endless journey, thus calculating it must be the 5th day. The manatee patted its belly with a fin. "Then we are quite close. Although our speed is slightly slower than that of the migrating fish schools, we should arrive in a couple of days." Chen Montak nodded. Discovering Dolphin Island was akin to obtaining an anchor point on the map. Once they confirmed their route and direction, the journey would be considerably easier. He anticipated finding a clue to the treasure map so effortlessly. Chen Mo rummaged through his backpack and tossed 3 apples to the manatee. "You've worked hard today." Upon seeing the apples, the manatee's small, green eyes sparkled with excitement. It quickly cradled the apples with its fins and saluted with the other fin. Serving the people is no trouble at all. Chen Mo mused silently about the swift learning capabilities of youth. Nightfall descended. The giant turtle glided silently across the ocean's surface. The pervasive aura of the black tortoise warded off all lurking shadows in the night, and the sea was more tranquil than ever. Chen Mo lay on his bed, gazing at the palm leaves above and the starry sky peeking through the gaps. With the little turtle having grown larger, it could no longer rest its head on the rubber duck as before, so Chen Mo had intentionally raised the ceiling, allowing the little turtle to rest comfortably when tired. The symbiotic relationship between the man and the turtle meant that Chen Mo only needed 4 hours of rest each day, and the little turtle required the same. After consuming the turtle feed for the second time, the little turtle achieved a cruising speed of 20 knots, whereas the seasonal tsunami only reached 9 knots. The little turtle had more than enough time to rest for 4 hours each night. The manatee lay on the other side, still munching on an apple core. Chen Mo listened to the rhythmic sound of the waves lapping against the vessel. This was the first time he lay in bed at night without activating the light screen for entertainment. "Do you know of any ways to unlock shipbuilding technology?" he suddenly asked. The young manatee, upon hearing this, couldn't help but point a fin at itself. "Brother, are you asking me? Surely, it can't be me you're inquiring about." "Indeed." The manatee scratched its head in contemplation. "I am not well versed in the affairs of humanity." The answer, albeit expected, was merely a casual remark from Chen Mo. The manatee consumed the last apple core and gestured towards Chen Mo. "However, my dear brother, you are the very first human I have encountered since my birth," the blue whale matron stated. "It has been at least 78 years since a human has graced these waters." Chen Mo was momentarily taken aback. "Where had the humans of your vanished?" "I am uncertain," the blue whale matron confessed. "In truth, I have never seen a human myself. The knowledge I possess about humans was imparted to me by a Greenland shark who has lived for over 2 centuries. The beings we have encountered that most resemble humans are the souls and the undead, whom we collectively refer to as bipedal creatures." Perhaps the humans perished in the same cataclysmic tsunami as the Greenland shark. Chen Mo mused, recalling the devastating tsunami he witnessed on his first day in the endless sea. The sheer sense of oppression and the near-death experience were indeed profoundly unsettling. "What exactly was that tsunami?" "I am not entirely certain," the manatee replied. "Our memory lineage extends a maximum of 78 years. Since I awakened to my memories, that tsunami has always been a part of our existence." 78 years? Such an oddly specific number, Chen Mo remarked. The manatee, mimicking Chen Mo's posture, gazed skyward. "No one has ever elaborated on the details of the tsunami. All I know is that it possesses the power to obliterate everything, a truly terrifying force. Wherever the tsunami has swept, land sinks, and the whirlpools beneath the sea shred everything into fragments. All living creatures perish, be they marine life or terrestrial beings from the moment of our birth. We have been in a state of constant migration, seldom lingering in a new place for more than a month before embarking on our next journey. An endless sea, to remain stagnant, is to court death." A sudden thought struck Chen Mo. The earth is round. After swimming for so long, have you not circled back to your starting point? The manatee paused, perplexed. "Earth? What is that?" Chen Mo blinked, then replied, "It is nothing." Indeed, he was uncertain whether this place was still Earth. Since the system had cast everyone into the endless sea, it had yet to reveal the true nature of their surroundings. This world remained an immense enigma for all who hailed from Earth, be it the system, the relentless tsunami pursuing them, or anything else. He pondered the fate of his grandfather. Chen Mo lay quietly for an extended period, his mind a tumult of thoughts. Yet when he regained his senses, it felt as though he had contemplated nothing at all. "Never mind, I shall sleep." He turned his head to glance at the manatee, conversing with a small turtle on the surface of the sea. Chen Mo felt that harboring this manatee for a while was quite beneficial. Not only did he gain an ally, but the little turtle also found a companion during his busy moments. With this thought, Chen Mo peacefully closed his eyes, preparing for slumber. "Really? You truly met the Reaper Leviathan? Good heavens, how did you manage to escape?" "That is the Reaper Leviathan. That is the sovereign of the abyssal region." "Oh, how fortunate you are. Chen Montak. By the way, how did you come to know my elder brother?" Are you saying that the first thing you beheld upon your birth was my elder brother?" You two are indeed fated to meet, then, Chen Mo. Chapter 53. Arrival at Dolphin Island. The following day, Chen Mo remarkably indulged in an extra hour of slumber, rising at 7 o'clock. The reason was well understood by those in the know. He stretched lazily and summoned his personal panel for a brief glance. Stamina, 100-100. Mental value, 80-120. Energy value, 29-100. Hydration level, 35-100. Previously, his mental value had plummeted to 30 due to Leviathan's fright, and although he managed to restore it to 90. Another encounter with a stealthy sawtooth crocodile had drained it by another 30. Even after a night's rest, the increase of 20 left him considerably short of full capacity. It can only be said that one truly regrets the scarcity of resources when they are most needed. After retrieving his toiletries from his pack for a brief wash, Chen Mo consumed the last bowl of fish fillet noodles that Wen Kai had gifted him, replenishing some of his energy. He then made his way to the forefront of the turtle shell. The manatee was nowhere in sight, presumably foraging in the green algae zone. Opening the trading post, he perused all the large fish available, perhaps due to his prior inspection the day before. The quantity of large sea fish today was less than half of what it had been. However, fortune smiled upon him as a fresh swordfish had just been listed. The swordfish's sharp spines had been removed, likely repurposed by the seller as a weapon, weighing in at 1,000 pounds. Along with the tuna and large grouper acquired from the trading post, he had amassed a total of 1,700 pounds. The price was rather appealing, costing 4 times what he had spent on smaller fish previously. By this calculation, his 220,000 shell coins would only suffice for just over a month. Moreover, this was during a period of plentiful resources. He could only speculate about his ability to procure such a quantity of large sea fish during the subsequent 3 adverse weather patterns. It appeared imperative to resolve the issue of food for the little turtle during the peaceful season, ideally by establishing a stable supply channel. While contemplating this, Chen Mo extracted 3 100-pound chunks of stealthy sawtooth crocodile meat and placed them in the little turtle's feeding bowl alongside the large fish, not neglecting to toss in some fruit as well. The little turtle, with an initial hunger value of 50, had increased to 58 after a night of rest. Fortunately, the quality of fish required each day had not changed, remaining at 2,000 pounds, although the proportion had shifted from 20 to 10. In summary, the little creature was now consuming more refined fare, yet growing hungrier at a faster rate. It had indeed become a veritable 4-legged gold guzzler. With the little turtle fed, the most pressing task of the day had been accomplished. The materials on the furnace had already been replaced before the manatee's foraging, and the refined silicone, rubber, and minerals were neatly stored in the box Chen Mo had prepared specifically for this purpose. He could conveniently collect them daily, making the process remarkably efficient. After completing his daily tasks and purchasing the limited materials from the store, the foraging manatee returned just in time. Chen Mo then settled cross-legged, pulled out his familiar small table, and retrieved the paper and pencil he had previously acquired from the auction at the Yunxiao Trading Association. A light cough immediately captured the attention of the 2 frolicking creatures. "Huh, what is up, big brother?" The little turtle turned its head toward Chen Mo, while the manatee waddled over eagerly, drawing closer to him. Chen Mo, with a grave expression, pointed his pencil at the title on the paper, which boldly read, "Outline of the Development Strategy Plan for the Peace Season. At present, our Xuanwu team has successfully navigated the initial survival crisis, significantly enhancing team cohesion, securing preliminary survival resources, and successfully repelling threats from bull sharks, pirates, and swarms of sawtooth crocodiles, thereby achieving a phase of strategic reserves. In this precious window of the peace season, in order to consolidate our existing achievements and prepare for the 3 impending severe weather events, we have convened this strategic seminar." The manatee and the turtle may not comprehend what a strategic seminar entails. However, observing Chen Mo's serious demeanor, both creatures were influenced by the atmosphere and adopted a solemn expression. One stood upright, while the other, with wide, round eyes, awaited Chen Mo's words with bated breath. "Firstly, our overarching goal is singular, to thrive longer and better in the boundless ocean. On this foundation, we face three pressing matters. First, we must locate the treasure map's hidden point to acquire more strategic supplies. Second, we need to construct the complete sea moth vessel to unlock more advanced technological equipment. Third, we must ascertain the basic source of food for the little turtle in the future. Do you have any questions? Big brother, I have a question, exclaimed the manatee. What is the sea moth? It is a type of high-tech submersible, Chen Mo replied. Next. Yes, that's also what I was about to discuss. To create the sea moth, we will inevitably have to descend into the fissures of the red algae zone and encounter Leviathan once more. Upon hearing this, the manatee's tone rose in pitch. Brother, are you insane? That is Leviathan, the deep-sea sovereign Leviathan. Chen Mo, of course, had his reasons. He produced a piece of leather from his pack. This is the skin of the sawtooth crocodile we acquired yesterday. Utilizing this material to craft equipment can enhance personal stealth, although the effectiveness appears to be somewhat limited. Little gone, he called. Yes, replied the manatee. Do you know of anything else with strong stealth capabilities? Or any sea creatures possessing such special skills? The manatee did not respond immediately. During the pause, its little eyes darted as if searching through its memory. After about half a minute, it slapped its forehead. Brother, I have it. In some island forests, there is a rare chance to find a tree with a crown resembling upright hair, known as shadowwood. Armor crafted from the bark of shadowwood can conceal one's presence, evading the pursuit of many underwater predators. However, whether it can evade Leviathan, I cannot say. Chen Mo pondered. Can shadowwood be found on Dolphin Island? I don't know. This wood is quite rare, and not every island has it. But we can certainly search. Chen Mo nodded, tossing an apple to the manatee as a reward for its active contribution. As for the issue of food for the little turtle, the manatee could not recall a suitable solution. However, in a bid for another reward, it suggested that the little turtle join it in consuming a vegetarian diet, considering the abundant seaweed in the green algae zone that was simply inexhaustible. The proposal was subsequently vetoed by Chen Mo and the little turtle, each casting their dissenting vote. Thus, Chen Mo dedicated an entire morning, utilizing the manatee memory bank to meticulously plan subsequent actions. In the afternoon, they continued their underwater material collection. With the assistance of the manatee, there was no longer a need for the little turtle to expend hunger points to activate the return to the abyss. They filled plastic barrels for collection, with the manatee responsible for transporting them back to the turtle shell base, achieving a significantly higher efficiency than before. As evening approached, Chen Mo's private chat channel flickered to life with a message from Yacht Brother. Hanyu, boss, are we still collecting fish today? I forgot about this matter. After pondering for a moment, Chen Mo replied, we will hold off for now, but if you happen to have large sea fish such as swordfish or tuna, I will purchase them at market price. The moment he received the message, Hanyu felt as though the sky had fallen. Was he losing his job? With a face full of despair, Hanyu quickly regained his composure. The boss was not ceasing to collect fish. He simply was not accepting small fish anymore. Yet larger fish were still welcome. Moreover, in terms of profit, large fish were considerably more lucrative than small ones. Hanyu rubbed his chin, beginning to contemplate. If he could successfully manage this task, he would not only gain recognition from the boss, but also earn money from him. With this thought, Hanyu displayed a contemplative expression. The day continued to unfold amidst the ceaseless bustle of life at sea. The following day, the 7th day of the season of peace. In the early morning, the sea, which had always been tranquil, with scarcely a ripple in sight, suddenly became enveloped in a dense white fog. Is it fogging up? Chen Mo stood at the forefront of the turtle shell, frowning at the unexpected mist. He peered into the distance, locking his gaze ahead. As the little turtle advanced, a massive and indistinct silhouette gradually emerged from the swirling white fog. It resembled an island. Chen Mo gazed at the black outline of the island within the mist. Could it be Dolphin Island? Chapter 54, Coconuts. As they traversed through the dense fog, the entire visage of Dolphin Island unveiled itself before their eyes. In that fleeting moment, both the man and the turtle were engulfed in awe. Encircling the island was a crescent-shaped expanse of pristine white sand, its texture starkly contrasting with that of the seabed, fine and immaculate, untainted by pollution, resembling crushed white jade from a distance, adorned with scattered shells that glimmered under the sun's pure radiance. Further inward, the alabaster sands transitioned into an inky green terrain, a flourishing tropical rainforest. The ground of the rainforest was carpeted with thick, plush moss, while the canopy rose and fell, swaying gently as the sea breeze caressed the leaves. At the heart of the rainforest, two rugged hills stood side by side, one taller than the other, their surfaces smooth and showcasing a palette of ancient slate hues. This was the entirety of Dolphin Island as observed from afar. Soon, the little turtle swam to the edge of the beach. This island, seemingly no larger than a fingernail on the treasure map, revealed itself to be vastly larger than Chen Mo had ever imagined upon his arrival. Even the outermost stretch of sand was ample enough to keep them occupied for quite some time. The turtle, having evolved with claws that allowed it to traverse land securely, gazed at the unfamiliar sights before it, occasionally emitting soft cooing sounds, its eyes brimming with wonder. Chen Mo, too, was not faring much better. The thrill of stepping onto the island for the first time and the overwhelming beauty it presented left his mouth agape in astonishment. In contrast to the two wide-eyed newcomers, the dugong appeared notably more composed. It moved forward with a gentle undulation of its flippers, but upon spotting the verdant shade ahead, its little green eyes widened in surprise. "Brother, there are coconuts ahead." Chen Mo followed the dugong's gaze, and indeed, there they were. At the boundary where the sandy shore met the rainforest stood a row of tall coconut palms, their immense feathery fronds swaying in the sea breeze, with clusters of green coconuts hanging heavily overhead. In the modern world, seeing green coconuts was nothing extraordinary. Yet, amidst the endless journey at sea, the thought of the sweet, refreshing taste of coconut water made Chen Mo's mouth water uncontrollably. "Let's go pick some coconuts." Chen Mo dashed to the base of the coconut tree, kicked off the flip-flops that came with his outfit, and leapt against the rough trunk. The tree's coarse bark served as the most natural anti-slip material. As long as he had sufficient strength to support his weight, he could climb using both hands and feet. Despite lacking any prior experience in tree climbing, the substantial height instilled him with unwavering courage. After all, a fall from this elevation would likely be harmless. After a couple of unintentional tumbles, Chen Mo finally reached the top of the tree. He retrieved a versatile sickle, reinforced with iron ingots from his pack, and effortlessly severed all the coconuts from their perches, 18 in total. The blade of the iron sickle was remarkably sharp, swiftly slicing through the coconut's tough exteriors and fibers to reveal the hard inner shells, and with a swift horizontal cut, he created a bowl-sized opening. Thus the man, the turtle, and the dugong gathered beneath the coconut tree, eagerly drinking the fresh coconut water. The sweet nectar instantly quenched their parched throats, a refreshing chill cascading through their lungs, prompting all three to look up simultaneously. "Ah, how delightful! Ah, this truly quenches our thirst." Upon the initial consumption of pristine, pollution-free natural coconut water, one's mental capacity is augmented by 5 points. The act of drinking coconut water yields such an astonishing effect. Chen Mo exhibited a look of surprise, taking another hearty sip, yet this time his mental capacity did not increase further. It seems this restorative effect may be subject to a temporal limitation, or perhaps each coconut can only provide a maximum of 5 points. Nonetheless, the enhancement of mental capacity upon first consumption is already a delightful revelation. After finishing one coconut, Chen Mo deftly split the shell in two, using the backside of his sickle to excavate the snow-white coconut flesh within, savoring its richness. The coconut meat, imbued with a robust aroma and creamy essence, offered a delightful combination of softness and elasticity, truly a supreme natural delicacy amidst the endless journey. Upon the initial tasting of unblemished, pollution-free natural coconut flesh, one's physical capacity is similarly augmented by 5 points. Chen Mo's eyes sparkled with delight. Eating coconut flesh also bestows benefits. He seized the other 2 emptied coconuts, meticulously scraping the thick, snowy white flesh from their interiors with his sickle, placing it into the designated feeding bowl for the little turtle. The combined flesh from the 3 coconuts amounted to no more than the size of a fist, scarcely enough to fill 2 sizable gaps between teeth, yet the little turtle and the manatee relished it with evident satisfaction. Surprisingly, it even reduced their hunger levels, although the decrease was equivalent to less than 20 pounds of large ocean fish. Chen Mo remained pleasantly astonished. Previously, while the little turtle enjoyed fruits, such as apples and pears, they did not diminish its hunger levels. The significant distinction between coconut flesh and fruits lies in the high fat content of the former. It appears that further exploration of similar food items is warranted, if indeed foods rich in fat that the little turtle finds appealing can alleviate hunger. It would considerably lessen the pressure exerted by hunger in the future. Chen Mo momentarily set aside his thoughts and gazed toward the depths of the rainforest at the center of Dolphin Island. A small hill stood quietly, and as he approached, he discerned what appeared to be traces of a wooden structure at its peak. Standard time, 8 o'clock. Having satiated his hunger and thirst, it was time to take action. Elder brother, the manatee raised its fin. I cannot remain away from the sea for too long. I shall wait here for you. Chen Mo nodded, casting his gaze over the dense rainforest once more, and then at the massive form of the little turtle. Clearly, the little turtle was not suited for entry into the thicket. Sensing Chen Mo's thoughts, the little turtle blinked, its expression turning forlorn, emitting a reluctant whimper from its throat. Chen Mo approached, his warm hand firmly patting the cold, heavy shell of the little turtle. This forest is too dense. You cannot enter. Remain here with the manatee, and feel free to explore around, but do ensure your safety. I shall return swiftly. His voice was steady and reassuring, quickly calming the little turtle's unease. Although the little turtle still felt a sense of reluctance, it obediently ceased its movements, letting out a low whimper as a form of acknowledgement. When will you return, elder brother? The manatee inquired. Chen Mo cast a glance over the seemingly infinite expanse of the rainforest, momentarily at a loss for words. The little turtle now sails at a speed of 20 knots, having long left the 9-knot tsunami far behind. Even if he were to remain on this island for 10 days, he would be safe. However, it is evident that he cannot linger for such an extended period. The rainforest, by its nature, cannot be fully explored in a single day. 3 days. Chen Mo provided a rough estimate. This 3-day time frame does not signify his assurance of thoroughly exploring the rainforest and completing the ascent. Rather, it pertains to the shelf life of the sea fish purchased at the trading post and the crocodile meat in the box, which is only 3 days. Chapter 55. Into the rainforest. Before departing, Chen Mo prepared 2 groups of coconuts as provisions, for the stamina-enhancing properties might prove unexpectedly beneficial in the exploration of the rainforest. Subsequently, he placed 3 sturdy wooden crates on the dark green soil just outside the rainforest. This location lay conveniently beneath the canopy's shade, shielded from the sun's harsh rays on the beach, with temperature and humidity perfectly suited for storing food. Chen Mo opened the crates and neatly arranged the dark red strips of meat inside, the reserves obtained from the previously slain stealthy saw crocodiles. Another crate housed whole large sea fish, while the smallest crate was designated for fruits. He could not expect the manatee and the small turtle to utilize the storage function of the crates as he did, so he had to arrange the meat physically. The fish he had procured today, combined with the entirety of the saw crocodile meat, would only suffice for the small turtle for 3 days. Regardless of whether he reached the mountain peak within those 3 days, he must return. During my absence, you must look after one another and avoid any perilous places. Chen Montak Haitaatit. Despite the formidable defenses of the tortoise and the manatee's inherited wisdom for evading danger, he still felt a twinge of concern at their first separation. The manatee patted its belly and assured, "Rest assured, brother, I will take good care of Lord Xuanwu, with all arrangements in place." Chen Mo took a deep breath and conducted a final check of his personal backpack. The inventory included a fine iron axe, fine iron pickaxe, fine iron shovel, a versatile sickle, and a bull shark helmet, alongside the lethal tiger claw mark blade saw. No issues with equipment. He had only packed 2 sets of coconuts for sustenance and brought along antibiotics and a simple suture kit, which were temporarily unavailable in the trading post. Most such items could be procured through the trading post, and Chen Mo's personal backpack had an extremely limited capacity. He had experienced numerous inconveniences when his backpack filled up while gathering resources, forcing him to return prematurely, so he preferred not to burden himself with excessive items. Let us depart. Chen Mo turned back for one last glance at the two figures, one large and one small, watching him intently from a beach. Without further hesitation, he turned to part the drooping vines and roots, his figure vanishing into the vibrant yet enigmatic rainforest. The moment he stepped into the rainforest, Chen Mo was enveloped by a singular sensation: darkness. The light here was entirely different from what it appeared to be from the outside. It was an oppressive gloom. Towering trees reached towards the heavens, their dense canopies layer upon layer blocking the sunlight, allowing only faint rays to filter through. Massive roots twisted and sprawled across the ground, surrounded by a thick carpet of deep green moss and gigantic ferns. Sturdy aerial roots cascaded from branches high above, creating a natural curtain, while the air hung heavy with moisture, infused with the sense of earth and decaying foliage. This place did not possess the lively vitality of an ordinary forest. Instead, it exuded an eerie, mysterious aura. To put it simply, it was somewhat spine-chilling. Fortunately, Chen Mo was of a bold disposition, unafraid to watch horror films alone in his rented apartment during sleepless nights. Otherwise, a more timid soul might have turned back in trepidation at this moment. Chen Mo pressed on with unwavering determination, his mind sharply attuned to the task at hand. With each interval of movement, he meticulously etched a conspicuous triangular arrow onto the bark of a tree, its apex indicating the direction from whence he came. As he reached out to clear the dense aerial roots that obscured his vision, he suddenly sensed a momentary sluggishness in his left wrist. Turning his head, he found himself locking gazes with a serpent whose head was as large as a human's. The snake's triangular-shaped head bore fangs that were thicker than Chen Mo's fingers, and its scales a deep green, camouflaged perfectly with the robust aerial roots surrounding it. Had it not been for its sudden strike, one would hardly discern the presence of such a formidable serpent in this locale. At that moment, the venomous snake revealed its crimson eyes, its fangs firmly embedded in Chen Mo's left wrist. Ah, no wonder there was a hint of itchiness. It turned out he had been bitten by a colossal emerald-patterned viper. The serpent had evidently aimed for a stealthy ambush, hoping to deliver a fatal blow, yet sharp fangs failed to penetrate Chen Mo's skin, thus failing to inject any venom and inadvertently exposing its presence. The snake, now visibly taken aback, swiftly turned and vanished from Chen Mo's sight. Watching the serpent disappear into the thicket, Chen Mo calmly patted the two faint bite marks on his wrist, not an apology, but rather as a subtle reminder that the creature still had much to learn. He had no intention of pursuing it. Firstly, his time for exploration was exceedingly limited, and secondly, the rainforest was rife with unknown dangers. To chase after a snake with uncertain repercussions would be an exercise in folly. Nonetheless, the appearance of this snake, significantly larger than any python he had previously encountered, served as a stark reminder of the latent perils within this rainforest. Continuing his journey, Chen Mo encountered a plethora of threats: a basketball-sized red widow spider, a ghost moth capable of launching venomous spines, swarms of soul-eating army ants, and clouds of toxic mosquitoes, among others. The atmosphere was fraught with danger at every turn. Throughout this expedition, it could be said that Chen Mo was perpetually besieged by venomous creatures, the exact number dictated by the behavioral patterns of the local fauna. In the presence of smaller, social species, he might find himself swarmed by dozens at once. With larger, communal creatures, he would contend with a mere handful. Solitary ones typically fled upon realizing they were outmatched. The most significant threat posed by these ambush predators was their sudden and alarming attacks, capable of startling even the boldest of souls. As for his vitality, it remained intact despite the journey. Any particularly troublesome encounters prompted Chen Mo to wield his chainsaw, collecting numerous venom sacs and the remains of various creatures along the way. He meticulously stowed away all specimens of green quality and above in his backpack, planning to examine them when time allowed. Ultimately, After an indeterminate duration of travel, Chen Mo seemed to have reached the terminus of the aerial root forest. Clearing aside the thickest roots, his vision was suddenly liberated. With the obstruction removed, he beheld two small peaks nestled in the distance, and before him flowed a gently babbling stream. A decayed, giant tree lay across the stream, its dark green bark, adorned with a thick layer of moss, was teeming with thousands of butterflies. These butterflies boasted wings of an extraordinary hue, radiating a deep, crystalline purple. In the dim light of the rainforest, as the wings gently opened and closed, they emitted an enchanting, ethereal glow of purple luminescence. The arrival of Chen Mo seemed to disturb this enchanting spectacle, and a vast swarm of butterflies suddenly took flight. Countless amethyst-colored wings flapped in unison, soaring towards the sky, coalescing into a flowing sea of purple stars, a sight of breathtaking beauty. Instinctively, Chen Mo held his breath, pausing in awe, until the cloud of butterflies vanished amidst the dense foliage, his gaze lingering with profound astonishment. Bathed in the essence of the amethyst crystal butterfly wings, your spiritual capacity has been increased by 20. Chen Mo, can this really enhance my spiritual capacity? He felt as though he had uncovered the secret to augmenting his spiritual limits. Chapter 56. The Killer Bee Queen. As the swarm of purple butterflies fluttered away from the withered tree, the brown bark beneath it was revealed. A golden, crescent-shaped fruit dangled from a branch that sprouted at an angle, appearing to be anything but ordinary. Chen Mo approached cautiously, using his versatile sickle to carefully harvest the fruit. Examining it briefly in his hand, a golden banana? Acquired. Golden striped banana, blue quality, X1. Description: will eating the banana that monkeys consume turn one into a monkey? Upon consumption, stamina 30, energy 50, significantly enhances jumping ability, duration 60 minutes. What a splendid find. Without hesitation, Chen Mo stowed the golden striped banana into his pack. Setting aside the potential utility of the enhanced jumping ability, the additional 30 stamina alone was already remarkable. Since arriving on the island, every food item he had encountered had provided stamina benefits, something the food source from the sea had lacked. Perhaps this was a unique characteristic of island fare. After a brief search of the surrounding area yielded no further signs of bananas or other items, Chen Mo continued along the creek, heading toward the mountains. He remained vigilant for any signs of additional food as he walked for 2 to 3 hours. Suddenly, he halted in his tracks. Before him, at the creek's edge, lay an enormous beast's footprint, one that would require him to stretch his arms wide to match. Crouching down, Chen Mo pinched a small clump of soil from within the footprint, rolling it between his fingers. The earth was moist, and the raised mound of soil around the edge of the print was clear and distinct, indicating it had been made not long ago. It was no wonder he had encountered no snakes, insects, or rodents along the way. This was the territory of a colossal beast which had recently roamed this area. Furrowing his brow, Chen Mo washed the dirt from his hands in the creek water before rising to his feet. He could only hope that he wouldn't cross paths with this creature during his journey. Its massive size could pose a significant threat, even if it couldn't breach his defenses. As he took a step forward, barely having moved at all, a sudden buzzing sound reached his ears. Bees? Raising an eyebrow, Chen Mo glanced in the direction of the noise. It emanated from a thicket of dense shrubs, taller than himself. Weighing his options for a moment, he decided to approach the underbrush. Based on his extensive experience with survival games, honey was a rare and precious resource. He would take a quick look. If he found something valuable, he would seize it. Should danger arise, he would grab what he could and flee, marking the location for a future visit. In essence, his intention was singular: to collect. Anything worthwhile that he discovered was to be his. With this determination, Chen Mo pushed through the thicket. Upon glimpsing the scene beyond the shrubs, even having experienced several enhancements to his mental capacity, he couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Beyond the foliage lay a vast expanse of vibrant flowers, each bloom strikingly vivid and towering to half his height. The blossoms resembled sunflowers, with stems resembling trumpets, and a long, curved floral core extending from the trumpet, curling at the top like incense coils, akin to a butterfly's proboscis. Without hesitation, Chen Mo plucked a floral core. Acquired. Siphon nectar, blue quality, X1 description, directly suck or collect. Instantly restores 20 points of stamina and eliminates fatigue. Gazing at the item description, Chen Mo found himself momentarily at a loss for expression. The emergence of stamina-restoring food in the marketplace was unprecedented. Yet, without a doubt, it would soon be snatched up in a frenzy. After all, in the endless voyage, stamina is the very foundation for acquiring resources. It could be said that as long as one's fortune was not abysmally poor, having greater stamina than others would lead to a significant advantage. What is most noteworthy is that once this nectar is placed in the inventory, it resembles an ordinary item, devoid of any expiration date, which implies never expiring. Such a precious food source lay before him, abundant beyond measure. It was impossible to collect it all. Chen Mo instantly transformed into a harvesting machine, wielding his versatile sickle to gather dozens of nectar strands until a substantial area in front of him was cleared. The sea of flowers stretched endlessly ahead. Yet Chen Mo refrained from advancing further. It was not that he lacked the desire to gather more, but rather that at the heart of the floral expanse, an innumerable swarm of bees surrounded him. Each bee was nearly the size of Chen Mo's head, their forelegs matted with nectar, and the curved stingers extending from their tails were nearly as long as his sickle. They appeared to be diligently laboring, yet their crimson eyes were fixed intently upon Chen Mo. He had no doubt that should he take another step forward, this swarm would undoubtedly swarm to attack. While Chen Mo was unperturbed by these bees, which lacked health bars, he was wary of what lay beyond the swarm. At the edge of the flower sea, a colossal tree towered into the clouds, and suspended from it was a massive beehive, rivaling the height of a modern 5-story building. Quietly hovering nearby was a queen bee, adorned with a crown and magnitudes larger than the others. Killer Bee Queen, Burning City, HP, 115,200, 150,000. Recommended challenge skill level. 20. Is this a health bar? Is that not a barcode? Compared to the previous 3 Broken Mirror Crocodile leader, this level 20 Killer Bee Queen was at least equivalent to the 5 Broken or 6 Broken realm. It was of a comparable level to the gigantic blue whale he had encountered earlier. Best not provoke her. Without hesitation, Chen Mo retreated behind the thicket, took out his curved knife, and marked a triangular symbol on the nearest tree trunk before continuing along the creek. After an hour of walking, Chen Mo suddenly began to breathe heavily, and a wave of weakness washed over his limbs. This was a sign that his stamina was nearing its end, and exhaustion was doubling the consumption rate. Chen Mo paused momentarily, opened his character panel, and was astonished to discover that he had only 30 points of stamina remaining. He had entered the rainforest with 90 points of stamina, and under the influence of the endurance skill, he should have been able to trek for 12 hours before needing rest. Yet now, after merely 6 hours, he had expended 60 points of stamina. What was happening? Chen Mo furrowed his brow and meticulously examined the character panel, only to discover, on the second page of the status list, an unexpected debuff. Fatigue. Due to the excessively high oxygen levels in the ancient rainforest, cellular metabolism has significantly accelerated, causing your physical stamina to deplete at double the rate. Double stamina consumption? This implied that since entering the rainforest, his stamina had been depleting at an accelerated pace. What are those lacking the endurance skill? Would they not be utterly drained before even reaching the nectar-sucking flower grove, exhausted by the aerial root forest? Chen Mo's eyes widened in astonishment as he retrieved a siphoning dew-flower nectar from his pack and took a deep sip. The exquisite elixir flooded his mouth, a delightful blend of nectar and a hint of pollen, instantly banishing his fatigue. Yet again, it rang true. Within 3 steps, there must be an antidote. The innate divine physique of the celestial steed was indeed unparalleled. Chapter 57. The refresh of the rankings with the continuous restoration from the nectar siphoning. Chen Mo advanced at a pace that far exceeded expectations. He traversed the dense rainforest and finally reached the foot of the mountain before darkness enveloped the sky. The twilight cast a warm glow upon the 2 towering peaks. From a distance, they did not appear particularly imposing, but standing at the base, Chen Mo could truly appreciate the steepness of these mountains. The cliffs seemed to have been cleaved apart by some colossal force, their surfaces smooth as glass. These sheer faces were not entirely vertical, but instead ascended in irregular, stepped formations, each tier rising 5 to 6 meters, making the ascent exceedingly challenging. Chen Mo deemed it unwise to risk climbing at night, so he resolved to rest at the mountain's base for the evening. Noticing he still had ample stamina, Chen Mo pondered for a moment before turning his gaze toward the trees scattered throughout the rainforest. Since he wouldn't be climbing, he might as well engage in another task, such as chopping wood. He would not let his energy go to waste. With a firm grip, he drew his iron axe, surveyed his surroundings, and ultimately set his sights on a few small saplings not far away. Though referred to as saplings, they were several meters tall, with trunks as thick as Chen Mo's waist. In comparison to the towering giants of the forest, these trees were indeed modest. With a powerful swing, the sharp blade of the axe struck the trunk, emitting a dull thud. The efficiency of the iron axe was remarkable. In less than half an hour, he had felled 5 saplings in the area. As the trunks crashed to the ground, their branches transformed into equal lengths of timber, and along with them, several bird nests fell, which Chen Mo promptly collected in his backpack. Acquired. Ironwood, blue quality, 50 description, harder than iron and tougher than titanium. It is an excellent material for constructing safe houses. Acquired. Ironwood oil, blue quality, description, used to coat the exterior of safe houses or vehicles, significantly enhancing their corrosion resistance. Acquired. Bird eggs, green quality, 5, description, a superb source of protein. Consuming them grants 15 energy. Acquired. Spoiled bird egg, gray quality, description, if you find yourself truly hungry, perhaps you might consider trying it. Effect, unknown. The sounds of new materials being collected and technological advancements resonated around him. Most of the items were of limited practical use. Mere decorative trinkets, such as ironwood carved coffee tables and ironwood toilets. The only item of significant utility appeared to be the ironwood bed marked with special effect. It would serve well for the night. As darkness fully enveloped the landscape, Chen Mo lifted his axe, preparing to depart. In that instant, just as he lifted his foot, a faint glimmer of gold flickered across the deep green ground. Narrowing his eyes, he quickly retrieved the last of his glowing yo-yos. The eerie green light illuminated the spot where he had just chopped wood, revealing a nearly shattered bird's nest scattered across the ground. At the center of the nest lay a golden egg, its shell adorned with peculiar patterns, glimmering subtly under the sinister glow of the yo-yo. Had it fallen during the tree cutting? Chen Mo bent down to pick up the egg. Acquired golden phoenix egg. Due to its inability to construct nests, the golden-billed bird is perpetually inclined to lay its eggs in the nests of other birds. Thus, it is not surprising to encounter golden-billed eggs in any bird's nest, even that of a sparrow. Lacking quality? Chen Mo furrowed his brow, meticulously examining the object several times, but finding no peculiarities, and he carelessly tossed it into his backpack. It looked rather impressive. Perhaps it would prove useful in the future. Finding a dry spot, Chen Mo kindled a campfire and fashioned a bed from the freshly cut ironwood. Ironwood bed, blue quality. Description: a true man should sleep on a hard bed. Effect: increases strength by 0. 1 points per hour, daily maximum of 0. 4 points, what a surprise. A strength bonus? Chen Mo's eyes brightened, and without hesitation, he reclined upon it. Even the thinnest mosquito leg is still meat. Though an increase of 0. 1 point per hour may seem trivial, over time, the cumulative effect would be substantial. While the panel did not elaborate on the specific applications of strength, the most evident change was that Chen Mo now possessed noticeably greater strength than when he was an annoying telemarketer. However, this statement was not entirely accurate. For Chen Mo's intelligence stood at a mere 1. Yet, he regarded himself as quite intelligent. At that moment, a notification chimed in the private chat. It was Lu Ranran, delivering a foot-soaking package. There was also an unread message from Kai. Vien Kai, Montak Gay. Time for a meal. Vien Kai, Montak Gay. Please respond when you have a moment. The meal I prepared for you is still untouched. Chen Mo received today's foot-soaking package and meal, and, after a brief contemplation, traded all the bird eggs he had gathered today, along with some snake and insect meat to Kai. Professional matters are best left to professionals. The thought of possibly indulging in charcoal-grilled snake or snake soup the next day made Chen Mo's mouth water in anticipation. Subsequently, he shared a piece of coconut meat with each member of the mutual aid group. Now that he had siphoned nectar, he no longer relied on coconut meat to restore his stamina. Furthermore, the beach was replete with coconut trees. Even if he harvested all of them and stored them in a cooler, he could not guarantee they would be consumed before spoiling. Upon learning that Chen Mo had reached the island, a flurry of astonished exclamations erupted in the mutual aid group. A cacophony of banter as members flooded the chat with their exuberance. Reclining on his bed, Chen Mo soaked his feet while leisurely enjoying the 5-star lobster noodles crafted by Kai, all while observing the group chat's fervent activity. 2 words, pure enjoyment. Just then, a faint, plaintive wail, laden with unease and deep longing, seemed to penetrate the dense rainforest, resonating directly in Chen Mo's mind. He sat upright abruptly. The little turtle? Could it truly sense him from such a distance? Is this the power of symbiotic coexistence? Momentarily taken aback, Chen Mo felt a warm smile unconsciously curve his lips. I am safe. I have now reached the foot of the mountain. What about you? What have you and Xiao Jin been up to today? You spent the whole day catching jellyfish? Oh no, did a giant starfish injure you? Are you hurt? Chen Mo found himself in a state of bemusement. Are you two combined unable to contend with a mere starfish? And you let it escape? The little turtle's voice resonated with both indignation and grievance, as if it were denouncing the starfish's lack of martial decorum. Chen Mo listened quietly, a smile lingering at the corners of his mouth. They conversed for quite some time, until the little turtle's voice gradually diminished, eventually transforming into steady breaths. You must be weary, Chen Mo murmured. After daily voyages upon the sea, the only respite came from leaning against the little yellow duck and the rooftop. The little turtle was undoubtedly fatigued as well. Seizing this opportunity for a well-deserved rest seemed prudent. Just as he contemplated closing his eyes, a private message notification popped up once more. Lei Chuang. Chen Mo. Lei Chuang. The leaderboard will refresh tomorrow. Prepare to see me surpass you in strength. Accompanied by a screenshot of a defeated great white shark. Lei Chuang. Ha 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 ha. Chen Mo glanced at the death-defying blade saw he had placed beside his bed, ready to wield should an unexpected situation arise. Feel free, he replied. Chapter 58. Unlocking once more Azure Genesis Technology. A tranquil night passed. The following day, Chen Mo awoke at 6 o'clock as usual. He promptly accessed his character panel. His strength remained at 14, perhaps too minuscule a figure to warrant rounding. Clenching his fist, he felt a subtle yet perceptible increase in his strength compared to the day prior, though he wondered if it was merely a psychological effect. Glancing once more at the leaderboard, he noted it had yet to refresh. Chen Mo recalled that the system typically announced updates around 8 o'clock standard time, and this occasion would likely adhere to that pattern as well. After a brief morning routine, he consumed the remnants of food from his backpack and then lifted his gaze towards the daunting peak ahead. Today's task was straightforward, to ascend the summit and uncover its mysteries. The mountain's surface was so smooth that it reflected his silhouette, and though there were protrusions resembling steps, they were situated far too high to be scaled by mere human effort, unless, of course, he possessed the agility of a mountain goat. It appeared he would have to resort to unconventional methods. Chen Mo opened his backpack and quietly retrieved a golden vein banana, his most valuable auxiliary tool at present. Grant me strength, my friend, he murmured, peeling the banana and consuming it in a few swift bites. The banana's unique sweetness enveloped his palate, and upon checking his status list, he noticed a conspicuous jump enhancement buff. He then refocused on the mountain. Bending his knees, he leaped. In an instant, a powerful force surged from his feet, as if an invisible hand propelled him skyward, launching him 5 meters high. As he descended, he deftly grasped the protruding rock face, his 14 points of strength easily sustaining him on the first level. Was this the power of the golden banana? Astonishing. Chen Montauk Mavilet then cast his eyes toward the summit, summoning his resolve for another leap. With a powerful push from his legs, he shot upward like a cannonball, his arms outstretched. He seized the second step's protrusion, but this ascent proved less fortuitous. Before he could stabilize his position, the rock fragment beneath him suddenly fractured with a sharp crack. All he had time for was an exclamation of disbelief as he plummeted from a height of over 10 meters. The sensation of weightlessness enveloped him, and he instinctively curled into a protective posture mid-air. He landed heavily on the first step's protrusion, skidding down like a rolling stone before finally crashing into a thicket. Fortunately, his impressive resilience spared him from even a scratch, though he did strike his head against a tree stump, leaving him momentarily dazed. After a brief respite, Chen Mo rose and approached the rock face once more. On his second attempt, he exercised far greater caution, avoiding a direct descent. Instead, he meticulously observed which sections appeared more stable and began to traverse upward in a zigzag pattern. Upon reaching the fourth step, he noticed the protrusions had diminished in size and become increasingly smooth. However, having gained sufficient elevation, he encountered descending vines and several horizontally growing tree roots. Chen Mo adjusted his strategy, opting to swing upward using the vines for support. As he approached the final level of the mountain peak, just when he was about to leverage himself onto the last protruding tree root, he discovered that the seemingly rough bark concealed a layer of slick resin. Not again. In a moment of panic, Chen Mo lost his grip and felt himself plummeting once more. Thinking quickly, he hooked his right foot around a vine and, using his left foot to push off the rocky wall, executed a swift turn in midair. This maneuver allowed the vine to wrap tightly around his right foot, leaving him suspended upside down, facing inward, and crashing forcefully against the rock face. The impact wasn't too painful, but with a tearing sound, his pants snagged on the jutting rock, ripping open at the middle, and a chilling mountain breeze rushed in. Though his trousers were torn, he managed to halt his descent. With a swift sit-up, Chen Mo grasped the vine and looked up at the mountain peak, now within arm's reach. He decided against kicking off and opted to steadily climb upwards, holding onto the sturdy vine. Fatigue washed over him once again as he glanced at his stamina meter, which had dwindled to a mere 30 points. He pondered whether the banana he had eaten had excessively drained his energy, or if climbing was inherently taxing. Pulling out the siphon nectar, he took several deep gulps and continued his ascent. 10 minutes later, he collapsed at the summit, gasping for air. The buff from the golden banana, which lasted an hour, had just faded. An incongruous thought crossed his mind. How would he descend? After several moments of contemplation without a satisfactory answer, Chen Mo resolved to abandon his musings. There would surely be a way down when the time came. Focusing on the task at hand was paramount. He gulped down a few large swigs of fresh water, stood up, and gazed ahead. The space at the summit was significantly smaller than he had imagined. Apart from a few small rainforest trees at the edges, there stood a flattened, oval-shaped structure precariously perched at the cliff's edge. Upon seeing the building for the first time, Chen Mo was momentarily taken aback. The structure presented a cold, steely silver-gray hue. Its surface exceedingly smooth, approximately 10 meters in diameter, yet less than 3 meters in height, resembling a flattened boiled egg from a distance. The shadow he had observed earlier at the mountain's peak was likely the silhouette of this building against the light. The architectural style bore a striking resemblance to the wreckage of the sea moth he had encountered previously, albeit considerably more damaged. With deep gashes as if clawed by a colossal beast, tearing through its smooth exterior. The edges were curled, exposing dull internal piping. Adjacent to the structure was a clearly cultivated patch of land, where faint traces of farming could be discerned, laid out in an orderly manner. However, it appeared to have been abandoned for quite some time, with no crops in sight, only rampant weeds remained. It was evident that humans had once inhabited this place. Recalling what the manatee had said about the absence of human traces in the endless seas for nearly 80 years, Chen Mo couldn't help but furrow his brow. The sole entrance to the building was a heavy, arched hatch, currently ajar at an angle, revealing an inky darkness within, obscuring what lay inside. Chen Mo retrieved his saw and hung a yo-yo around his neck, treading lightly and cautiously stepping into the hatch. The interior space of the building was far more spacious than he had anticipated. Initially, he presumed it might be some sort of vehicle, but upon entering, he discovered it resembled more of a living area. The layout was compact, complete with a bed, table, and chairs, alongside numerous small technological devices that Chen Mo could not name. However, due to the prolonged absence of inhabitants, a thick layer of dust covered all the items. Directly opposite the hatch was a vast, arched observation window, beneath which lay a work desk brimming with a sense of advanced technology. Chen Mo's gaze swept across the messy interior, ultimately fixating on a box resting atop the desk. It was roughly the size of a shoebox, composed of a material akin to the cabin walls, also a silvery gray metal, yet with more angular and minimalist lines. Approaching the box, Chen Mo tentatively pressed the latch, and to his surprise, it was not locked. It opened effortlessly. A soft click resonated clearly in the stillness of the cabin. Instinctively holding his breath, he fully opened the box and leaned in to take a look. Inside, it was lined with soft black velvet, cradling two items. On the left lay a book, its center conspicuously indented, and on the right was a uniquely shaped circular device whose name eluded him. Chen Mo picked up the book and glanced through it, only to find that all the pages in the middle had been torn out, leaving only the first and second pages inscribed on the cover. To his astonishment, the text on these pages was written in simplified Chinese. The first page read, June 12th, 2025, my daughter has vanished. Not missing, but vanished. I'm going to find her. The last page stated, 20. I have lost track of how many years have passed. I can no longer move forward. To those who may come after, if you're fortunate enough to arrive here, please take the technology within this box with a scanner gun. Thank you for your remarkable contributions to the universe. Azure Genesis Technology. A scanner gun? Chen Mo glanced at the diary, noticing the circular device, which was roughly the size of half of his head, featuring a design reminiscent of a handgun trigger in the center. He picked up a scanner gun, but could not find a switch, so he attempted to pull the trigger. As he squeezed the trigger, a palm-sized display appeared above the scanner gun, and suddenly, a vast Azure scanning laser shot forth from its muzzle. The laser enveloped the wall before him, causing no damage, as if it were analyzing the surface. The entire light screen scanned horizontally from bottom to top, and then back down again. After about 10 seconds, the next moment arrived. Scan completed. Unlocking Azure Genesis Technology. Immortal Barrier. Deep Sea Submersible. Scan completed. Unlocking Azure Genesis Technology. Deep Sea Window. Scan completed. Unlocking Azure Genesis Technology. Stardust Corrosion-Resistant Coating. What the hell? Chapter 59. Technological Unlocking Grand Package. Regional Survival Leaderboard. Chen Mo promptly accessed the technological panel. Initially, he had only unlocked a single technology under the Azure Genesis page, but to his delight, 3 new technologies had indeed emerged. Immovable Barrier, Deep Sea Diving Pod, Required Materials, Copper Ingots X10, Iron Ingots X10, Titanium Ingots X10, Ironwood X40. Deep Sea Viewport, Required Materials, Glass X5, Titanium or X5, Ironwood X10. Stardust Corrosion-Resistant Coating, Required Materials, Coral Tubular Sample X1, Ironwood Oil X5. He possessed all the necessary materials. Chen Mo gazed at the technological gun in his hand, his eyes brimming with excitement. This was undoubtedly the most significant gain from his journey. Without question, Chen Mo surveyed his surroundings and then halted before a display cabinet that piqued his interest the most. It was a towering display case, its glass surface shattered, and the items within were damaged to varying extents. Nonetheless, it was still discernible that a form-fitting black diving suit adorned the mannequin inside, accompanied by a pair of metallic shimmering fins and a dual-tank oxygen cylinder. Chen Mo aimed the scanning gun at the cabinet and pressed the trigger. Scan complete. Unlocking lightweight high-capacity oxygen tank. Scan complete. Unlocking radiation-resistant diving suit. Scan complete. Unlocking super glide energy fins. Goodness. Chen Mo's limited vocabulary could not conceal the astonishment filling his heart. This was a complete upgrade of his diving equipment, suppressing his inner excitement. Chen Mo's gaze was drawn to another object on the workbench beside the display cabinet. It resembled a bullet-shaped propulsion device, approximately the size of two of his heads, and its streamlined exterior exuded an air of sophistication even under the dim green light. However, the base of the device bore a gaping tear, with rusted metal and wires within, much like the diving equipment above, rendered unusable after years of neglect. He raised the scanning gun once more. Scan complete. Unlocking. Underwater propulsor. Underwater propulsor? The name plainly revealed its function. High-speed movement underwater. Although the technological panel did not yet display specific parameters and effects, the dazzling appearance and intricate internal structure suggested it was undoubtedly a piece of cutting-edge technology. In short, it was simply remarkable. Chen Mo continued unabated. After unlocking these two intriguing items, he commenced a thorough scan of everything within the diving pod. Unlocking repair gun. Unlocking solar charging device. Unlocking power battery charger. Unlocking wall-mounted large storage cabinet. Unlocking self-cleaning cycle toilet. Unlocking multi-functional shower room. Unlocking office desk. Unlocking carbon pen. Unlocking trash bin. Do you really need to scan this? No. Does this gun even come with sarcasm? Chen Mo's lips twitched slightly as he surveyed his surroundings once more, ensuring that no area had been overlooked. His gaze then fell upon a circular sealed hatch to the side. This hatch led to the rear section of the submersible, which housed a smaller diving chamber perched atop another hill, interconnected by a pipeline. With determination, Chen Mo turned the valve, and the hatch creaked open with a hiss of depressurization. He stepped inside. The passage connecting the main and auxiliary chambers was brief, allowing Chen Mo to swiftly reach the adjoining compartment on the other hill. It was evidently a private workspace of the previous occupant, considerably smaller than the expansive mountain peak above, with sparse furnishings. A desk and a chair, both thickly coated in dust, were the only notable items within. On the desk lay two conspicuous objects, a spread-out blueprint and a peculiar flat device, roughly the size of a palm, reminiscent of an archaic mobile phone, though its materials and interface were decidedly strange. The blueprint bore the inscription, Land's Exotic Creature Language Translator, with a note below stating, while the origin of these peculiar beings remains unknown, it is certain that the skeletons harbor no malice towards humanity. The intentions of the reanimated dead, however, are less clear. Without hesitation, Chen Mo raised his firearm and commenced scanning. The skeletons and the undead were the terrestrial species previously mentioned by the manatee, and it was only a matter of time before they encountered them during their voyage. Chen Mo had already witnessed the undead at the auction. A cerulean laser swept across the palm-sized device, and moments later, a message appeared on the screen. Deconstructing. Due to structural complexity, please be patient. The scanning gun may be set aside during deconstruction. However, to avoid the need for a secondary scan, please do not stray too far. Upon reading this message, Chen Mo placed the scanning gun on the desk. The notice did not specify a required waiting time, so he brushed away the thick layer of dust from the chair and seated himself to await the outcome, simultaneously examining the technology he had just unlocked. Time passed slowly. Standard time, 8 o'clock. Suddenly, a familiar system notification erupted in his ear. Congratulations, Captain, for successfully navigating the first week of the peace season. The leaderboard has been updated. Global survivor statistics have been compiled and added to the leaderboard. Weekly survival rewards will be distributed based on the number of survivors in each zone. Captains are encouraged to check their standings. Wishing all captains a pleasant voyage. Chapter 60. The Clam and the Heron. At the moment the system announcement echoed, the private message from Lei Chuang arrived even faster than Chen Mo could access the leaderboard. Lei Chuang. No way, bro. You must have started it, right? No way, bro. You must have started it, right? No way, bro. You must have started it, right? Chen Mo swiftly glanced at the leaderboard. Vehicle leaderboard. Number 1. Chen Mo. Vehicle. Divine Beast Xuanwu. Mythical quality. Unique. Resource leaderboard. Number 1. Chen Mo. Current resource total points. 110,000. Wealth leaderboard. Number 1. Chen Mo. Accumulated shell coins. 230,000. Combat power leaderboard. Number 1. Chen Mo. Highest level C beast killed. Stealth saw Crocodile leader, Lord level. Without any doubt, he remained firmly at the top. Chen Mo, it seems you will still have to call me Mo Ge for a while. Lei Chuang. Yeah. Lei Chuang. All right, Mo Ge. Lei Chuang. Next week, I will surpass you, Mo Ge. Chen Mo sent an encouraging emoji and chose not to reply further. However, it was likely that next week the wealth leaderboard would see a change, as Chen Mo was not focused on accumulating wealth. It was improbable for him to rely on information disparity to outpace thousands of guilds indefinitely. His primary interest lay in the newly introduced global leaderboard. Upon clicking the option, a fresh interface emerged on the screen, displaying the data prominently. Global Survivors Total Ranking. Number 1, Xuanwu Zone 101, Survival Rate, 79. Number 2, Xuanwu Zone 6, Survival Rate, 68. Number 3, Malaysia, Survival Rate, 68. Number 4, Icefield Nation, Survival Rate, 67. Number 5, Sakura Nation Zone 1, Survival Rate, 66. Number 6. Seeing this data, Chen Mo was somewhat taken aback. He had anticipated that their zone might rank first, as everyone had willingly shared survival techniques since entering this perilous sea region. Such a cooperative atmosphere undoubtedly enhanced the survival chances of all participants. Furthermore, the Mutual Aid Association, spearheaded by Lu Ran, had consistently aided everyone in overcoming significant challenges. Yet, Chen Mo did not expect their survival rate to be so dramatically superior. A survival rate of 79 in the first week, amidst an unfamiliar and treacherous maritime life, was indeed an alarming achievement. While waiting for the scanning device to deconstruct the new project, Chen Mo casually opened the regional chat channel for a glance. Regional chat, Xuanwu Zone 101. Long Live Zone 101. Our zone made the list. I'm so excited I can't speak. We're those who previously criticized me for being overly altruistic. Come out. If you have the guts, don't claim the zone rewards. Otherwise, I will keep hounding you. Exactly. Everyone is focused on how to help each other through hardships, while that group of parasites is solely fixated on hoarding resources for their own gain. How naive. Do you really think the top-ranked players aren't hiding their own agendas? They're the ones concealing the most. Indeed, the notion that the top-ranked individual sustains a multitude of people by procuring fish daily is seldom mentioned. The third-ranking individual, who disseminates strategies through regional channels each day, is often disregarded. The coral stones offered at the lowest price are certainly worth seizing, while those who reduce the price of bandages are quickly forgotten. It is inevitable to feel envious upon witnessing others thrive more than oneself. Yet what can be said in their favor? How perplexing that our nation occupies 2 positions among the top 5. The prominence of Malaysia at 3rd place was truly unexpected, showcasing remarkable potential. This is quite normal. Given our country's vast population, the probability of ranking is undoubtedly higher. Which other nations can claim the distribution of over 100 regions as we do? It is likely that every nation has at least one region. Yet, why is it that in the top 10, not a single individual from the White Elephant Nation is visible? Surely, they cannot have abstained from participation? As for me, the Seabound Brahmin, I demand my shell coins. It is reasonable for Malaysia and the Cherry Blossom Nation to feature on the list, as they are well acquainted with maritime environments, making them more suited for the initial stages of oceanic navigation. However, the subsequent outcomes remain uncertain. The inclusion of the Icefield Nation was genuinely unforeseen. Why is everyone fixated on this? Is there no one who has glanced at the personal rankings? The leading position has become so detached that it seems to transcend reality. Strangely, upon seeing the familiar 2 characters for the top rank, I felt no surprise, but rather an eerie sense of reassurance. Protect the finest silent guardian. I offer the barong fish to the goddess of the chilly autumn. The survival reward has been issued. Quickly check your mail. Goodness, they truly sent it. Wait, 20 coins. Is this a mere pittance? Where is the planner? Come forth and provide an explanation. Why must I beg in the mobile game? Only to remain a beggar in this endless voyage? Upon reaching this point, Chen Mo exited the regional chat and opened the trading market, where he indeed noticed a flickering mail indicator beside his avatar. Upon opening the mail, he found 20 shell coins quietly resting in the inbox. At first glance, 20 coins may seem rather stingy. Yet, let us not forget that this is merely a weekly reward. If one can maintain their ranking, it translates to an additional 80 coins monthly for each individual, without any cost involved, as everyone's efforts ultimately serve a singular purpose: survival. This is tantamount to receiving a gift. Considering the total population in this region, though thus far, no one truly knows how many inhabitants each major region contains. It stands to reason that should they consistently hold the top position, an immense quantity of shell coins will materialize for the entire region each month. Much like a snowball effect, the leading survival region will accumulate significantly more resources weekly compared to those that are unranked or lower in position, while unranked regions will only face increasing hardship and diminishing survival probabilities. However, will the sudden influx of such a vast amount of shell coins not lead to inflation? Or perhaps the system will eventually implement measures to recoup shell coins. A multitude of speculations surged in Chen Mo's mind, yet they were fleeting. After all, at this juncture, these are not matters he needs to ponder. At that moment, the scanning gun finally emitted a sound. Scan successful, unlocking land-based exotic creature language translator at last. The task is complete. Chen Mo deactivated the luminous screen, rising to his feet and dusting off the remnants of earth from his trousers. After circling the peak to ensure he had not overlooked any technological marvels, he deemed this exploration atop the summit to be concluded. It was time to descend. Approaching the edge, he peered downwards. The makeshift shelter and ironwood bed he had hastily assembled the previous night now appeared diminutive, reduced to a mere black dot in his field of vision. Taking a deep breath, Chen Mo grasped the vine he had previously climbed and began his slow descent. The vine soon reached its end, leading to a steep, smooth rock face below. Observing the protruding ledges, barely the breadth of his palm, Chen Mo steeled his resolve. A true man fears not the leap from a precipice. With determination, he released his grip, securing himself with hands and feet against the cliff face, utilizing the ledge's momentum to cushion his rapid descent. Yet, reality unfolded far from his expectations. Upon reaching the third ledge, the rock beneath his grasp suddenly crumbled, and Chen Mo lost his balance, plummeting downwards. The rush of wind howled in his ears, the sensation of weightlessness igniting a surge of adrenaline. Just as he was about to make contact with the ground, Chen Mo activated his defensive shield, swiftly drawing the versatile sickle from his waist and thrusting it forcefully into the adjacent rock wall. The sharp clang of metal scraping against stone erupted, sending a shower of dazzling sparks flying, effectively slowing his descent. Harnessing this momentum, Chen Mo adjusted his posture, bending his legs slightly, and landed with a steady thud. The impact sent vibrations through his soles, yet his landing was nothing short of dashing. Regrettably, his little turtle companion was absent. Leaving him without a worthy audience for his daring feat, he straightened up, sheathed the sickle, and flicked away the dust that clung to its blade. Just 2 words encapsulated the moment: exhilarating. The defensive shield he had activated moments prior remained intact as Chen Mo, adorned in a faint golden aura, retraced his steps along the marked path. He assumed that his return journey would be more favorable than his ascent. However, as he passed the cluster of siphon trumpet flowers, he faintly discerned the sounds of a struggle emanating from the thicket. Suddenly, a roar, filled with agony and fury, exploded like thunder, reverberating in Chen Mo's ears without warning. The cacophony surged like a shockwave, shattering the energy shield he had summoned during his leap from the cliff. Startled, Chen Mo re-expanded his shield and swiftly retreated to a relatively secure location. He held his breath, focusing intently on the direction of the thicket. The preceding roar had flattened the underbrush, granting him a clearer view. Within the cluster of siphon trumpet flowers stood a terrifying behemoth, a bear with fur as rigid as steel needles. Opposite it stood a similarly colossal, deadly queen bee, her stinger razor-sharp. Undoubtedly, the immense tracks Chen Mo had observed by the stream yesterday belonged to this very bear. At this moment, both titanic creatures bore grievous wounds. The bear was speared with the stingers of the killer bees, one of which had even blinded it in one eye. The queen of the murder hornets fared no better. her abdomen marked by 3 deep claw marks, blood mingling with golden honey oozing forth. 2 colossal beasts of the 6th realm, both of the Inferno City level, were engaged in a brutal confrontation. Chapter 61. The Fisherman Gains, Celestials Clash. Mortals suffer. Just moments ago, the furious roar of the colossal bear extinguished the lives of all the killer bees present, save for their queen. Witnessing the nearly lifeless bodies of her subjects strewn across the flowering expanse, the queen's fury reached a boiling point, her triangular eyes transforming into a vivid crimson hue. The duel between the 2 6th-tier behemoths had escalated beyond the realm of Chen Mo's involvement. Yet, he did not flee. Instead, he concealed himself in a secure location, observing from the shadows. In narratives, such scenarios often serve as classic moments of serendipitous fortune for the protagonist. And this unexpected windfall could potentially shape the trajectory of the protagonist's journey for the next 1 to 200 chapters. However, Chen Mo was acutely aware that the reality he inhabited was not a mere tale. Thus, the notion of fortune was welcome, yet not imperative. His primary motivation for hiding lay in the desire to observe. Indeed, to observe. When he first encountered the amethyst butterfly, he had a faint inkling that the endless voyage harbored the concept of enlightenment. After witnessing some breathtaking scenes, there was a strong possibility of gaining unforeseen insights. This was a spectacle of 2 6th-tier behemoths clashing. What could be more awe-inspiring than this? Suddenly, the enraged queen of the killer bees beat her wings furiously, her golden appendages resonating with a thunderous hum, the surrounding air currents swirling around her, coalescing into a spiraling black golden tempest at the tip of her stinger. It was unleashed. In an instant, the tempest surged forth at a speed that rivaled the mountains, piercing through the formidable bear's form and embedding itself deeply within. Beneath the bear's rock-like, wrinkled hide, countless air currents collided and tore at its insides, erupting in plumes of crimson mist. 9964, 490, 319. The damage persisted. The bear let out a cry of anguish. Its fury reignited. It aimed at the queen of the killer bees, opening its massive jaws to unleash an enraged roar. Roar! A shock wave erupted from the bear's maw, shattering the ground beneath as if it were mere fragile eggshells. This time, the sonic assault did not disperse in a circular pattern. Rather, it concentrated its force, striking the queen directly. 14599. The queen, struck, shielded her chest with her wings, being propelled backward, a trickle of honey seeping from the corner of her mouth. Once more, the queen was incensed. With a swift flick of her tail, she launched a barrage of steel-like stingers into the bear's body. Bear, Chen Mo. No, you may be equal in power, but why resort to turn-based exchanges? Am I truly witnessing the combat between 2 6th-tier behemoths? Is this not akin to a Pokemon battle? You have witnessed a breathtaking, epic duel. However, the turn-based exchanges have left you feeling bored. Your mental vitality -10. Chen Mo. This is absurd. In truth, prior to this moment, the 2 colossal creatures had engaged in a cataclysmic melee. No beast would willingly resort to utilizing their primal powers unless absolutely compelled to do so. Thus, amidst the unwavering confrontation where no one was willing to concede, the queen of the killer bees collapsed first. Her massive form crashed to the ground, causing the earth to tremble slightly beneath her weight. The desperate giant bear let out a triumphant roar, advancing towards the fallen queen as if eager to claim its rightful spoils. However, just as the colossal bear made contact with the queen, her abdomen twisted, and a hidden stinger shot forth, piercing directly through the bear's throat. The bear emitted a final cry of agony before collapsing beside the queen. Chen Mo observed the motionless forms of the 2 colossal beasts amidst the flowers. 1 minute passed, 2 minutes, 10 minutes. Suddenly, the queen's tightly shut triangular eyes flung open, glaring fiercely in Chen Mo's direction. Yet, after a fleeting moment, succumbing to the incessant flow of blood from her wounds, she fell to the ground in resignation. Killer Bee Queen, City of Flames, HP 0 150,000. A smirk crept across Chen Mo's lips. Ah, So you thought to employ the same trick and ambush him? Little did you know he could see the health bar. Chen Mo gazed at the two lifeless bodies, their health bars depleted to zero. He never anticipated that he would one day encounter such a serendipitous scene of fortune. He stepped into the flower patch, positioning himself between the two giants, extending his hands and arms to touch the bodies of both beasts simultaneously. Selection for harvest. In an instant, a luminous screen appeared. The information regarding his bounty surged forth like a tidal wave across the display, surpassing even the rapidity of messages flooding the regional channel. Chapter 62. Oh no. He has become the queen of the murder hornets. As the text on the screen raced by at an alarming speed, Chen Mo found himself compelled to wait until the information concluded before scrolling back to the beginning. The moment he glimpsed the first item, a sharp intake of breath escaped his lips. Acquired. Heart of the burning city, golden quality, excellent description, the heart of the rampaging bear. Infused with the ferocious vitality and energy essence capable of scorching mountains and boiling seas, it serves as a premier core material for the behemoth's ascension to the sixth break. This was a boon, offering the very core material for the little turtle's forthcoming sixth break right at his fingertips. According to the description, advancing to higher tiers would necessitate the collection of advanced special materials, such as defeating beasts of the fourth break to reach the fifth, and those of the fifth to conquer the sixth, clearly indicating a challenge to surpass 1's limits. While the precise capabilities of the little turtle post-fifth break remained uncertain, the mere thought of the rampaging bear's staggering 500,000 health points was enough to instill fear. It is noteworthy that, as per the manatee's account, the sixth break represents the pinnacle of power within the endless sea, with the seventh break heralding the dread Leviathan of death, and the eighth and ninth breaks embodying the lava Leviathan and the sea emperor Leviathan, respectively. The eighth and ninth breaks could withstand even cataclysmic tidal waves. However, it is said that the lava Leviathan and the sea emperor Leviathan have long been extinct, while the Leviathan of death dwells in the abyss, seldom attacking other beings unless its territory is encroached upon. Thus, few include the Leviathans in the current power hierarchy. In summary, the heart of the burning city could diminish the frequency of encounters with the most powerful beings of the endless sea, allowing the little turtle to transition seamlessly from the fifth to the sixth break. The effect can be succinctly described in two words: remarkable. Chen Mo quelled his excitement and continued to peruse the information. Acquired. Reckless shoulder guard, legendary, X1. Description: the scapula of the rampaging bear. Its internal structure mutated through the fusion of toxins and the essence of the bear's life force. When equipped, it engenders a toxin barrier around the wearer, rendering them immune to all forms of toxic corrosion. Acquired. Steel mane quills, blue quality, X200. Description: the most resilient and sharp quill from the surface of the rampaging bear, each as long and sturdy as a javelin, glinting with a chilling light. They serve as excellent materials for crafting armor-piercing arrows and bullets. Acquired. Fragment of the beast's soul, golden quality, X1. Description: a soul fragment crystallized at the site of the rampaging bear's demise, imbued with its indomitable will to fight and the power of the earth. Gathering 5 fragments allows for the synthesis of the beast's essence, a vital component for the 7th break. At this juncture, Chen Mo paused in contemplation. This implied that the rigid requirement for ascending from the 6th to the 7th break was the defeat of 5 6th break beasts. When 2 6th break entities engage, the outcome often results in mutual destruction, indicating that the strength among 6th break beings is relatively comparable. However, with the little turtle's capabilities post-6th break, coupled with Chen Mo's prowess, facing a 6th break adversary would essentially equate to a 2-on-1 scenario, making it a manageable endeavor. Yet, it is plausible that this is merely one of the materials required for breaking limits. Should they need to confront the Leviathan of Death to obtain an artifact akin to the heart of the burning city, that would indeed be intriguing. It is no wonder that the 6th break reigns as the most formidable tier in the endless sea. The subsequent requirements for advancement are exceedingly stringent. Chen Mo steadied his mind and continued to delve deeper into the information. Acquired. Bear Fong, purple quality, X20 description, the colossal teeth of the ferocious bear. Despite a century of life, accumulating tartar, and a penchant for honey leading to some decay, still retain their sharpness and resilience. After meticulous polishing, they serve as exquisite materials for crafting daggers and traps. Acquired, bear meat, blue quality, X300 description, the scarlet flesh of the giant bear, infused with the ferocious energy of its being, grants an energy boost of 300 upon consumption. Acquired, bear paw, purple quality, X4 description, rich in fat and brimming with supreme energy, it is an exceptional supplement. Initial consumption grants strength 5, defense 5, agility 5, intelligence -5. Chen Mo. So should he eat it or not? Acquired, blood oil, blue quality, X200 description, collected from the unfrozen viscous blood of colossal beasts with a rank above 3, useful for upgrading ships and crafting energy potions. Blood oil. Chen Mo couldn't help but be astonished once more. An essential material for composite lubricants, one of the core components for constructing the sea moth. Who would have thought it could be harvested from such beasts? Moreover, it appears that even those ranked above 3 can yield this, suggesting that the acquisition conditions are not overly stringent. Yet, why did the stealth saw crocodile not drop any? Is it due to the distinction between marine and terrestrial giants? Chen Mo's fleeting doubts vanished as he promptly opened the trading interface and posted 18 shares. The quantity was substantial. There was no need for secrecy. This action naturally transformed the entire assistance group into a flurry of astonishment, but Chen Mo had no time to ponder their reactions. 4. He still had an extensive list of spoils to examine. Having concluded the bounty from the giant bear, next up was the loot from the killer bee queen. Acquired, dark gold queen carapace, purple quality, X1 description, a fragment of the killer bee queen's exoskeleton, not completely destroyed, lightweight yet resilient. Naturally possesses formidable energy resistance and mental interference protection, a primary material for crafting mental defense helmets. Soul fragment of the swarm's will, golden quality, X1 description. The annihilation of the first generation of killer bees resulted in their souls fragmenting, symbolizing unity and indomitable spirit. Collecting 5 pieces can synthesize a beast essence, an essential material for reaching rank 7. Concentrated neurotoxin essence, blue quality, X200 description, a toxic essence collected and refined from the remnants of the killer bee queen's venom sac and the battlefield's dispersed toxic mist. A single drop can lethally poison a beast of rank 3, usable for weapon poisoning or cultivating toxic killer bee swarms. Bee wing power core, purple quality, X1 description, the wings of the killer bee queen, suitable for forging back-mounted flight apparatus. Insect meat, blue quality, X200 description, tasting akin to chicken, delightfully crunchy. Grants an energy boost of 200 upon consumption. Insect abdomen, purple quality, X1 description, rich in frenzied psychic energy, a divine brain-enhancing delicacy. Upon first consumption, intelligence 5, maximum mental value 50. Quite remarkable. It was a direct confrontation, leaving Chen Mo in a state of amusement. Acquired, God-slaying stinger X1, golden quality. Description, the venomous stinger remaining from the demise of the murderous bee queen, concentrated to the utmost with neurotoxic and destructive energies, can unleash an extraordinarily high attack from a distance when activated. It can be used to arm your vessel, skill cooldown, 10 minutes. Arm a ship? Arm a turtle? Chen Mo attempted to envision that scenario, but ultimately, his imagination proved insufficient. He glanced at the final line of the spoils page. Acquired, Queen Source Crystal, extraordinary, X1 description, a diamond-shaped crystal located at the core of the murderous bee queen's cranium. It stores the queen's immense mental energy and the control directives for her swarm. With the source crystal in hand, it is as if the queen herself is present, granting complete control over the murderous bee swarm. This is troubling. He had become the murderous bee queen. Chapter 63. A thrilling time for construction. After meticulously assessing the spoils from the 2 colossal beasts, Chen Mo found his backpack brimming to capacity. His gaze drifted to a beehive suspended from a nearby tree, towering akin to a quaint cottage. The murderous hornets have been obliterated by the furious roar of the death-defying giant bear, rendering this beehive virtually a gift. With no choice but to open the trading post, Chen Mo listed the assorted white and green materials he had collected along the way at a modest price. These materials were abundantly found in the rainforest, easily retrievable upon return. Yet this beehive was singular. Once he cleared his inventory, Chen Mo paused beneath the beehive. The immense structure was impressive from a distance, but utterly breathtaking up close. Beehives and anthills have always been monumental constructs of the microscopic realm, and this vast beehive truly embodied the awe-inspiring magnificence and intricate beauty of nature's creations. This was no mere assemblage. It exhibited an almost flawless hexagonal pyramid structure, tiered and layered, with a surface shimmering with an ethereal glow reminiscent of liquid gold. Countless hexagonal openings, arranged in a precise pattern, led into an enigmatic labyrinth within. After a moment of wonder, Chen Mo extended his hand to harvest. Acquired. Immortal royal jelly, golden quality, X1 description, infused with vibrant life force. This essence of the hive can only be produced by a generation of bees throughout their lifetime. It can be used to craft a brand new beehive or consumed to increase life points by 1,000. Acquired. Solidified energy honey block, purple quality, X10, description, a solid honey formed in a unique area of the hive, resembling enormous amber or energy crystals. It contains highly concentrated sugars, life energy, and mental potency. Consuming it restores 80 of life points, mental points, stamina, energy, and hydration to full capacity. What astonishing restorative abilities! This was akin to gaining an additional life. Acquired. Energy honey, blue quality, X1 pool, description, honey accumulated over countless ages, nearly sufficient to fill a lake. It can sustain the initial operations of the hive or be used in culinary creations. Consuming it has no special effects. A pool? This was the first time Chen Mo encountered such a measurement. He continued to delve deeper. Acquired. Murderous hornet queen, incubation period, X1, description. Only upon the death of the first-generation queen does the second-generation queen in the incubation phase begin to grow. It can be attempted to be tamed and nurtured. Initial consumption increases life points by 200. Acquired. Murderous hornet larvae, living, X10, description, dormant larvae discovered in the untouched nursery deep within the hive, radiating pure life energy. They can be attempted to be tamed and nurtured. Initial consumption increases life points by 50. Acquired. Beehive structure blueprint, purple quality, X1, description, an optimized architectural blueprint generated after analyzing the entire structure of the colossal beehive. It encompasses the secrets of efficient space utilization, sturdy construction, and energy circulation. It can be used to create a new beehive or to fabricate complex maritime fortresses or subterranean bases. Not recommended, as they cannot withstand catastrophic tsunamis. Goodness, it seems he has truly become a beekeeper now. Chen Mo cast a sweeping glance over the surrounding corpses of the killer bees. Noting that several of them were significantly larger than their brethren, their abdomens adorned with sharp, venomous stingers reminiscent of a queen bee. Indeed, if he were to command such a swarm, it would prove to be a formidable ally, whether in combat or exploration. Moreover, the queen bee herself possessed remarkable combat prowess. If nurtured properly, the future would not be a mere 2 against 1, but rather 3 against 1. The diminutive little 6 would be easily subdued. A smirk crept across Chen Mo's lips. This expedition into the rainforest had truly been a resounding success. With a few compartments still available in his backpack, he collected the siphon flower and several larger killer bees from the ground before resuming his journey toward the beach. Perhaps due to his previous passage through this area, the venomous insects seemed to recognize that they were no match for him, and thus, during his return, they paid him no heed. Chen Mo traversed the path with remarkable ease, reaching the beach well before 4 in the afternoon. The crates he had previously arranged remained in their original positions, though the fruits had been entirely consumed, with only a few bites taken from the crocodile meat and tuna. Chen Mo chuckled to himself, realizing that this was the entirety of 3 days' worth of fruit. Under the shade of the trees, He surveyed his surroundings and soon spotted the frolicking baby turtles and the manatees on the beach. Boasting their considerable size, the two creatures rampaged across the sand, bullying the shrimp and crabs in their path. The terrain was riddled with pits, and any seafood hiding in the sand was unearthed and subjected to their playful antics. Though they narrowly escaped being devoured, they lay languidly on the beach, foaming at the mouth, wearing expressions of utter desolation. There was a certain harmonious quality to their apparent lack of complete intelligence. "Hey, turtle, look to your left." A gigantic jellyfish. Arg! Upon hearing the manatee's call, the baby turtle dashed forward, but halfway there, it seemed to sense something amiss and abruptly turned its head. It then spotted Chen Mo standing quietly at the boundary between the rainforest and the beach, his gentle gaze fixed upon them. In an instant, the turtle's round eyes morphed into irregular, egg-like shapes. Ah! With a startled cry, it startled countless birds and beasts from the forest. The baby turtle swiftly pivoted and made a beeline for Chen Mo, lowering its neck to nuzzle against him, clearly missing him dearly. Fortunately, Chen Mo's defenses were high. Otherwise, the sharpness of the turtle's scales and its small, pointed horns could easily prove fatal to an ordinary person. The manatee also recognized Chen Mo, paddling quickly toward him. "Big brother." After 2 days and nights apart, the manatee chattered excitedly, recounting the events of the past couple of days, with the baby turtle chiming in enthusiastically. Chen Mo settled down on the sand to replenish his energy and hydration. He opened a can and tore off a piece of bread, eating while listening and occasionally responding. "By the way, big brother, what did you find in the rainforest? Was it dangerous?" With a calm demeanor, Chen Mo recounted the fierce battle between the two colossal beasts he had witnessed, and the eyes of his companions widened in astonishment. The manatee, taken aback, could hardly utter a word, its mouth opening and closing in astonishment, ultimately managing to exclaim, "Brother, that's impressive." It raised its fin towards Chen Mo, attempting to mimic his gesture of a thumbs up. However, lacking a thumb, it merely resembled a fist bump. "So, brother, shall we set off now?" Chen Mo turned to glance at the rainforest. "No hurry, let us rest for a day." The bounty from this expedition was indeed substantial, aside from the elusive shadow wood. Chen Mo was quite satisfied with the rest. Moreover, the technologies unlocked at the peak were exceedingly practical, and with the rainforest nearby for resource acquisition, there was truly no better place for construction. Indeed, next we embark on the exhilarating phase of home building. In the previous attempt, due to insufficient experience, we encountered expansion issues shortly after starting, and constructing with wood was merely a temporary solution. Once we ventured beyond the protection of the Xuanwu, even the smallest sea beasts posed a threat. Hence, this time, we must ensure everything is built comprehensively from the outset, addressing all potential future challenges. Beneath the verdant shadows of the rainforest, Chen Mo sat cross-legged in the center, wielding a carbon pen and yellowed paper salvaged from the diving pod. The manatee and the little turtle sat attentively on either side, their necks stretched long as they focused intently on the diagrams before them. This construction endeavor primarily centered around the newly unlocked diving pod, featuring 3 core compartments: a work area, a living area, and a breeding zone. These compartments would be interconnected via pipelines, allowing for future expansions radiating outward from these central hubs. Chen Mo sketched a small equilateral triangle on his notebook, with a circle at each vertex, and then extended outward to create a triangular mesh structure. Given the unique characteristics of the diving pod, the primary construction site would be underwater. While relevant technologies for power and water supply had been unlocked, the arrangement of the power system and water circulation still required careful study. Additionally, merely functioning underwater was insufficient. We also required a surface platform. This platform, similarly interconnected by pipes, would serve multiple purposes: for planting, for observation and defense, and as an emergency measure should any issues arise below the surface. The platform would offer a broad view, equipped with strong lights and lookout bases. While it may not serve significant purposes during peaceful seasons, it could prove invaluable in more tumultuous times. Furthermore, to ensure the safety of the underwater structures, All diving pods must be reinforced with titanium ingots. Little gone. All right. I will need your assistance in timely collection of furnace materials over the next few days, as I require a considerable quantity of titanium ingots. Following a recent upgrade, the number of furnaces had increased from 4 to 6, and Chen Mo himself had reached level 3. Progressing further would necessitate lead ore, and he was currently somewhat stalled at this level. A level 3 furnace could execute 3 tasks simultaneously, although the upper limit for each task's smelting remained unchanged. The duration for smelting metals had been halved. Titanium ingots that originally took 24 hours to smelt could now be completed in just 12 hours, resulting in a maximum daily output of 12 ingots. To ensure immediate availability, he continued to smelt only 1 ingot at a time, collecting it every 12 hours. This is certainly no difficult task for the manatee, who patted its chest confidently and declared, "Leave it to me, big brother." Having established the objective, Chen Mo finally tapped the blueprint in his hand. Let us get to work. Chapter 64. Soaking feet in the villa. Tiny flowers growing on a turtle shell. The pace of construction in the boundless oceanic realm is astonishingly swift. Upon selecting a site, Chen Mo promptly erected 3 diving pods in the shallow waters, connecting the external platform via pipelines that he constructed in the aquaculture area. This arrangement would allow the killer bees to directly emerge from the pipes to collect nectar. However, the platform remains incomplete due to insufficient materials. It is not a lack of raw materials. In fact, aside from the daily purchasing limits in the marketplace and the absence of a viable source for copper and iron, or apart from scavenging refuse, Chen Mo has filled his storage boxes with crucial supplies of titanium or an ironwood. Nevertheless, he faces a severe shortage of metal ingots. The furnace operates at an agonizingly slow pace, yielding only a few ingots per day. Even the copper and iron ingots for one of the diving pods were graciously donated by members of his support group. In a bid to expedite the completion of his construction endeavors, Chen Mo allocated a portion of titanium ore to each member of the support group, requesting their assistance in smelting. In return, he promised to share some of the insect abdomen and bear paw he had collected, along with other treasures from the rainforest. After all, the initial consumption of these items would enhance one's attributes, and the difference between consuming a whole piece and just a toe is negligible, aside from a minor variance in energy value. However, as Wenkai and Wu Yu lack combat-related talents and do not possess health or strength panels, consuming these delicacies would only allow them to savor the flavors without providing any tangible benefits. To this, Wu Yu responded, "Tasting is fine. I've never had bear paw before." "Thank you, Brother Mo." Wenkai added, "What kind of bear is this, Brother Mo? Is it a black mountain bear spirit? How can one paw be larger than my own stove? It must take an entire day and night to stew it to tenderness." In recent days, the support group has almost turned into a UC department for Chen Mo. Whenever they sought to showcase their discoveries, they would invariably find that Chen Mo had an even greater revelation waiting in the wings, leaving them in a perpetual state of astonishment. However, upon learning that Chen Mo was in dire need of large sea fish, even the weakest combatant, Professor Su, took up a fishing rod, dedicating a portion of his stamina each day to assist Chen Mo in fishing. Lei Chuang and Lung Xiu went above and beyond, trading all the shark and sea snake meat they had caught in the past few days to Chen Mo, exemplifying the essence of their group name. This gesture warmed Chen Mo's heart. In summary, the second phase of his construction project reached a preliminary completion before sunset. To his delight, these diving pods possessed an automatic lift function. Once they reached a designated area in the shallow sea, each pod would extend 4 robust, folding metal arms from its base, elevating it above the water's surface, resembling 3 enormous blue and white persimmons from afar. The underwater dwelling had transformed into a seaside paradise. Chen Mo was exceedingly pleased with his new abode. At the insistence of the little turtle, he crafted a new sign from titanium alloy, using the welding function of his repair gun to inscribe Chen Mo's little turtle home upon it. Below the inscription, he drew stick figures representing himself, the turtle, and a dugong brother. "What have you drawn? Why does it look like a turtle with a silly head? Where's my majestic tail?" Chen Mo extended the sign forward. "If you think you could do better, go ahead." The dugong exclaimed, "Brother, you possess the skill of a divine brush. As the sun sank beneath the horizon, darkness enveloped the surroundings. Chen Mo ignited a campfire before 3 submerged diving pods peeking above the ocean surface. The power system could only be enhanced tomorrow. However, the hour was still early. He could commence with some renovations, and it would be prudent to address the matter of the hive tonight. Although a catastrophic tsunami was still a distant threat, it was vital to maintain a sense of urgency and not delay too long. They must set forth by dawn. As Chen Mo contemplated this while gripping a versatile hammer, poised to enter the pod, he suddenly halted. What was that? He fixated on a particular spot along the edge of the little turtle's shell, crouching down to inspect it. The little turtle and the dugong observed his actions, their heads curiously inching closer. In a moment, the heads of both the turtle and dugong were drawn to a specific area on the little turtle's back. There, on the sturdy shell, blossomed a palm-sized purple flower, resembling the core of a butterfly's proboscis, swaying gracefully in the sea breeze. It was a siphonoculus flower. It appeared that during a playful romp, the flower's core had inadvertently brushed against the turtle's shell, leaving behind seeds that germinated. Chen Mo was momentarily taken aback. Could flowers truly sprout on a turtle's shell? Was that even plausible? The dugong, delving into its memory banks, suddenly clapped its fins together. I comprehend now. The turtle possesses the bloodline of the Xuanwu, a creature of the northern quadrant, embodying the element of water, naturally endowed with an affinity for water elements. The siphonoculus can thrive both in soil and water, often flourishing better in aquatic environments due to its innate hydrophilicity. Look, the seeds have only recently settled on the shell, and already a flower has blossomed. Upon hearing this elucidation, Chen Mo paused, his first instinct not one of elation at finding a place to cultivate flowers, but rather a subconscious frown. What about the roots? Will they parasitize the host like barnacles? The dugong shook its head. No, the siphonoculus lacks traditional roots. Its structure resembles a suction cup, merely adhering to its substrate. Additionally, areas where siphonoculus flowers thrive see enhanced plant growth, as they absorb energy from sunlight and water. But they assimilate far more than they consume, thus returning energy to their surroundings. They are truly extraordinary flowers. Relieved by this revelation, Chen Mo felt a surge of joy. He had been pondering where to acquire the flowering plants necessary for nurturing killer bees. Cultivating them himself was unfeasible, and relying solely on honey would deplete resources. However, if the little turtle's back could serve as a natural garden, all challenges would be effortlessly resolved. Moreover, the remarkable restorative properties of the siphonoculus nectar would be immensely beneficial for Chen Mo. Yet Chen Mo cast an inquiring look at the little turtle, for it ultimately depended on its willingness. The little turtle was exceedingly eager. With a jubilant shake of its shell, it seemed to urge Chen Mo to hasten and plant the seeds, aspiring to become a resplendent turtle adorned with beautiful flowers. Chen Mo couldn't help but chuckle. He retrieved a handful of siphonoculus nectar from his bag, intending to sow the seeds himself. However, before he could ascend the turtle's shell, he noticed the turtle and dugong staring at the nectar with wide, eager eyes, clearly ready to take matters into their own flippers. Chen Mo sighed. Very well, I suppose this is an opportunity to cultivate their dexterity. After Chen Mo concentrated the nectar from the siphon flower in a corner of the turtle shell, he ceased to attend to it further and turned to enter the diving chamber. The chamber, once completed, would possess a modest amount of self-generated electricity, albeit limited. Behind the door lay a square LCD screen displaying power 10:06, 30:49, temperature 26, durability 100. A 10 power reserve could sustain the chamber for 6.5 hours. Fully charged, it would last nearly 2 to 3 days. Complemented by an intelligent temperature regulation system surpassing conventional air conditioning. Chen Mo could already envision himself comfortably ensconced in the diving chamber, savoring barbecue delicacies while enjoying the cool ambience during the abrupt temperature shifts of the upcoming 3 seasons. The renovation was about to commence. The living quarters needed an aesthetically pleasing design. Chen Mo installed expansive deep-sea windows on the 4 oval metallic walls. In the area with the best view, to the left, he positioned an ironwood bed along with a matching set of ironwood tables and chairs, with a foot bath placed underneath the table. A wardrobe served as a partition in the center, while the upper right section was designated as a multi-functional shower room, equipped with a self-cleaning, recirculating toilet. The installation of the wastewater purification and water recycling system consumed considerable time, yet for the comfort of bathing and the convenience of relieving oneself, all efforts were deemed worthwhile. The lower section remained undecided for now, left intentionally vacant. Thus, a residence replete with all essential amenities was initially established. The furniture predominantly comprised titanium, ore, and ironwood, eliminating the need for the laborious process of smelting metal ingots, allowing for an effortless construction experience. The workspace could not do without storage lockers. The newly unlocked Azure Genesis technology conveniently offered large wall-mounted storage cabinets, requiring merely 5 titanium ores and 10 pieces of ironwood for construction. Chen Mo promptly adorned the walls of the workspace with an abundance of these lockers, ensuring that he would never again fret over insufficient storage space. Each locker was meticulously categorized for items and labeled with wooden tags, while the previous preservation storage box was repurposed as a refrigerator near the door, alongside a water filter and an acidic mushroom cultivation box. After much contemplation, Chen Mo ultimately decided to place the furnace outdoors. Although the diving chamber was equipped with an air purification circulation system, the heat and exhaust produced by the furnace were far too substantial, consuming considerable electricity in the process. Perhaps one could hope that Azure Genesis technology might one day introduce a high-tech solution akin to the furnace's function for metal smelting. With these arrangements complete, Chen Mo followed the conduits to the final aquaculture chamber. The blueprint for the beehive structure was directly unlocked from the standard technology list, requiring materials that coincidentally included those gathered while collecting honeycombs, such as royal jelly, the queen bee, worker bees, and energy honey. Chen Mo initiated the crafting process, and in an instant, a proportionally replicated miniature beehive manifested in the center of the diving chamber, occupying nearly half of the space while leaving a pathway for Chen Mo to traverse around it. A luminous screen gradually materialized beside the beehive. Basic information on the hive. Food reserve, 1,000. Each worker bee consumes 1 point per hour. The queen consumes 10 points. Queen's condition, good. Incubating, number of worker bees, 10. Incubating, given the current rate of food consumption. The honey in the backpack should last for quite some time. However, it remains uncertain how long it will take for these killer bees to hatch. After completing the initial tasks, Chen Mo conducted another inspection of the 3 diving pods, ensuring there were no oversights before returning to the living area. Comfortably enjoying a shower in the multi-functional bathroom, he then took a moment to use the self-cleaning toilet. Sitting beside the ironwood bed, he soaked his feet while gazing out the floor-to-ceiling window. The moonlight illuminated the scene outside, where the little turtle and the dugong were planting flowers on the beach. The once dull, dark shell of the turtle transformed into a vibrant display of various blossoms. Chen Mo couldn't help but smile, touched by the delightful atmosphere. However, as another thought crossed his mind, he summoned a holographic screen, his gaze lingering on the god-slaying poison needle in his backpack, his expression turning contemplative. The little turtle indeed lacked offensive capabilities, and the description of the god-slaying poison needle suggested it could be used to arm vessels. Thus, it seemed quite reasonable for the turtle, oh no, the Xuanwu, to be equipped with the stinger of a killer bee queen, wouldn't it? Chapter 65. Onward to the New Sea. The next day, at dawn, on the beach, beneath the sun's warm embrace, the little turtle unleashed its venomous strike. With a fierce roar, the now larger and evolved turtle lifted its head high, its robust tail suddenly raised. At the tip of its tail, adorned with obsidian scales, there gleamed a cold, shimmering hook, pulsating with an eerie dark purple light. None other than the lethal stinger of the wasp queen. As Chen Mo issued his command, the muscles of the turtle's tail coiled with power before it swung forcefully. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 sharp, piercing sounds sliced through the air, and in an instant, 3 deadly stingers, infused with potent venom, shot forth. -26, -19, -31. 3 vivid red damage indicators appeared. Well done. Chen Mo gave the little turtle a thumbs up before silently removing the 3 stingers embedded in his head. The aim was slightly off, but with regular practice, it would be perfected. The little turtle gazed at the 3 bleeding punctures on Chen Mo's head. Though merely superficial, it felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. Chen Mo reassuringly patted the turtle's neck, saying, "My defenses are high. I'm perfectly fine. As long as you can use this equipment, that's what matters. I have to attend to some tasks now. You can play with the manatee for a while." With that, he turned and walked towards the diving chamber, blood trickling down his head. -1, -3, -2. The manatee watched Chen Mo's departing figure, remarking, "Turtle, that is a true man." The little turtle wholeheartedly agreed. After a night of forging in the furnace and the support of the mutual aid group, Chen Mo finally completed the last platform. The platform measured the size of a single unit floor, connecting to the breeding chamber with a pipeline in the center, allowing entry into the diving chamber simply by opening the hatch. Chen Mo relocated the entire furnace to the platform and constructed a titanium alloy base, about the height of his calf, in the lower left corner of the platform, on which he placed 10 solar charging devices. The materials required for the solar charging devices included titanium ore, copper ore, and a small amount of quartz. Given Chen Mo's current resources, this consumption was negligible. The ingenuity of the Azure Genesis technology was remarkable. As long as one part of the diving chamber was equipped with a solar charging device, it would supply power to all connected devices, eliminating the hassle of laying out wiring. Seeing the energy activation light on the hatch, Chen Mo nodded in satisfaction. The second construction project was successfully completed. It was time to depart. Straightening up, he cast his gaze towards the lush rainforest behind the beach, which had once bestowed upon him immense rewards and still radiated vibrant life. Suddenly, a smirk crept across his lips. Since he was here, and knowing that soon they would be consumed by a tsunami, why not turn them all into his nourishment? Due to the presence of 6 colossal beasts on the island, any creature of rank 1 or higher would inevitably be hunted down and devoured by these giants. Thus, the strength of the island's native inhabitants was drastically diminished. Now, with 2 of the colossal beasts gone, the little turtle, being a rank 1, had become the sovereign of the island. Thus, in the subsequent hours, the trio, akin to a locust swarm sweeping across the island, fixated on one singular objective: seize. Relentlessly gather. Anything that could be utilized was taken. That which could not be used was sold, and if unsellable, repurposed as fuel for the furnace. In essence, the mantra was clear. Since they had come, nothing must be wasted. Their storage space filled at a visibly frantic pace, while the mutual aid group members received a generous assortment of local island delicacies from Chen Mo. When the trio finally departed, the lush and bountiful rainforest bore the unmistakable mark of their passage, a conspicuous patch of baldness. Thus, the expedition into the rainforest drew to a definitive close. Roar! The little turtle let out a low growl, its massive form sinking into the shallow waters, effortlessly lifting the diving pod's top with its carapace. Supported by the robust titanium alloy rings and ironwood chains, Chen Mo stood upon the turtle's back, basking in the sunlight and sea breeze. His hand raised in a singular motion, reminiscent of a true sea captain setting sail. Onward! With a resounding call, the man, the turtle, and the dugong set their course. 10 seconds later, the turtle and dugong simultaneously turned their heads, their wise eyes fixed intently on Chen Mo. Brother, where do we head next? Chen Mo. Chapter 66. The Golden Miner. Rescue the princess of the water droplet fish. In the vast expanse of the ocean, all is water. After a thorough examination of the treasure map, the 3 astute individuals finally determined their course of action. Following this route would align perfectly with the optimal escape path from the impending tsunami, and they would pass by a second island along the way. If this map is a proportional reduction based on the size of the islands, the next island will be significantly larger than Dolphin Island, resulting in a longer stay there. Currently, Their primary objective remains to locate the treasure indicated by the map, yet the construction of a sea moth must also be prioritized. Although the yield from Dolphin Island was plentiful, they failed to find any traces of live wood and would need to be more vigilant in the future. Naturally, the two companions were entirely in agreement with Chen Mo, offering no dissenting opinions. Once the route was planned, Chen Mo commenced his task for the day. Despite the abundance of resources acquired from Dolphin Island, organizing them proved to be quite tedious. Most of the materials comprised the raw components for crafting basic equipment, such as iridescent butterfly, cocoons, mimicry vines, and resonant crystal clusters. These items could enhance intelligence, agility, and strength when incorporated into the crafting process, though their inherent quality was rather low, resulting in only modest improvements. Their sole advantage lay in their sheer quantity. Setting aside whether Chen Mo would ever require such a vast quantity of equipment in the future, the fact remained that he currently lacked the means to craft any gear. In the workspace, a manatee diligently turned the soil for acidic mushrooms when it heard Chen Mo's voice and reflexively raised its hand, exclaiming, "Present. Do you know how to forge in the endless sea?" Chen Mo inquired. The manatee's small, green eyes sparkled with confusion. "Forge?" Chen Mo gestured toward the iron spear on the weapon rack. "It means transforming raw materials into weapons or tools usable by humans." The manatee rifled through its inherited memories, ultimately shaking its head. "I'm not sure. We sea creatures don't use such things. Our skin, claws, and teeth are our finest weapons. Indeed, a portion of the raw materials for human forging is derived from sea creatures." The manatee continued, "Brother, if you encounter an undead skeleton or the deep sea court in the future, you might inquire with them. They excel in this area far better than other races." Chen Mo had heard of the skeleton race a few times, but the deep sea court? They were said to be nobles residing in the abyss. Characterized by their low combat prowess and numerous flaws, they were known to be rather petty and picky, their only merit being their extensive knowledge. Chen Mo remarked, "It sounds as though they are lacking in every regard save for intelligence." However, Chen Mo was somewhat surprised. He had assumed that the presence of Leviathan in the deep sea would render it inhospitable for other races. Are they not afraid of Leviathan? The manatee pondered for an extended period, seemingly sifting through ancient memories, and after a moment, clapped its flippers together. "I remember. It was a command from the Sea Emperor Leviathan. The Deep Sea Court were once the favored kin of the Sea Emperor. After the Sea Emperor Leviathan disappeared, the guardianship authority was left behind, preventing any Leviathan from harming the Deep Sea Court. In fact, they are required to ensure their safety." Chen Mo displayed a hint of disappointment, having hoped for alternative methods to evade the Leviathan. He redirected his gaze to the storage lockers, continuing to organize his resources. The three largest lockers were filled with food, two of which contained live creatures, tortoises that had either collided with one another or had knocked themselves unconscious against their own shells. Chen Mo also discovered an intriguing phenomenon. Beasts that had not exceeded their limits, once rendered unconscious, could be directly placed into the storage compartment. Remarkably, these creatures remained alive within the compartment, thus negating any concerns regarding food spoilage. As long as Chen Mo refrained from releasing them, they could exist indefinitely in this virtual storage, a fortunate exploitation of a system bug, akin to establishing a cybernetic breeding ground. Another locker contained edible plants, such as mushrooms and ferns from the rainforest, which had a short shelf life. Interestingly, once their shelf life expired, these plants would automatically transform into bizarre, regenerable seeds. Chen Mo sensed that the living animals and seeds in his warehouse, coupled with a substantial quantity of basic materials for crafting equipment, could potentially sustain and arm a small village. However, with no village to nurture, these abundant resources would have to be temporarily stored, perhaps for future utility. After organizing the materials, he turned his attention to the newly unlocked technology panel. Most of the unlocked technologies had already been crafted, including repair guns and carbon pans. The repair gun required batteries to operate, enabling repairs and enhancing technological durability, a highly practical tool. As for the newly unlocked diving equipment and thrusters, akin to the mothership, they required lead or for crafting. Nonetheless, His thrice daily forays into the abyss were sufficient for his daily needs. Even if he crafted this equipment ahead of time, it would not serve a significant purpose until he produced the mothership, allowing for deeper explorations. Thus, Chen Mo was not in a hurry to create them immediately. Subsequently, Chen Mo donned his diving suit and applied a stardust anti-corrosion coating to both the interior and exterior walls of the diving pod. Once he amassed enough titanium ingots, he would reinforce the pod's walls, significantly enhancing its safety. After completing his daily tasks and embarking on 2 more dives to gather additional materials, Chen Mo returned to the tortoise shell. Little tortoise, today we have an important task to undertake. Huh? Chen Mo summoned a holographic screen, his gaze fixating on the status list of the vehicle interface, his expression feigning profundity. The 7-day period has come to an end. The little tortoise, realizing the implications of Chen Mo's statement, felt a flutter of excitement. However, before that, I need to confirm something. Chen Mo retrieved the bear paw dropped by the dire bear from his pack and presented it before the tortoise. Can you eat this? The little tortoise scrutinized the bear paw, glancing left and right, its expression one of utter disdain. Clearly, it was not particularly inclined to consume this unsightly, hairy object. But out of respect for Chen Mo's request, it tentatively picked up the bear paw in its mouth, chewing and swallowing it. The hunger level of the young Xuanwu, 5242. 5. Remarkably, a single bear paw has reduced it by 9. 5. Indeed, my conjecture was correct. Besides large marine fish, consuming high-energy, fat-rich foods can also diminish hunger levels. I am merely uncertain about which formidable beasts must be slain to yield sufficient energy, as coconut flesh, which only provides a meager increase, seems rather ineffectual. In this moment, the little turtle felt an overwhelming surge of bear-like strength coursing through its body, its limbs beginning to flail. How? Observing the little turtle's sudden exuberance, Chen Mo opened the vehicle panel for a quick check, and was delighted to discover that the previously stagnant bloodline activation level of the little turtle had risen from 20 to 23. Although the precise utility of this activation level remains unclear, the stringent conditions requiring only powerful sea turtle feed and a 6-star bear paw to enhance this attribute suggest it must possess considerable merit. Once successfully activated, it is bound to be extraordinarily potent. Furthermore, the revelation that high-energy beast meat can also diminish hunger levels undeniably alleviated one of Chen Mo's pressing concerns. It is worth noting that, at present, the most vexing issue for Chen Mo is undeniably the little turtle's dietary regimen. Given the peculiar nature of the Xuanwu, he had previously encountered a few sharks before breaking the limit, but now, after achieving the first breakthrough, not a single shark could be seen. Those large marine fish now steer clear of them, with the exception of the sunfish. Even if Chen Mo were to risk a decline in his affinity with the sea to catch fish himself, it is not guaranteed he would catch a sunfish daily. The sources from the trading market and mutual assistance groups are unstable. Should a day of inclement weather occur, leaving them unable to catch fish, the result for him and the little turtle would be dire, succumbing to shock and ultimately being swept away by a tsunami. This is precisely why Chen Mo has hesitated to allow the little turtle to achieve a second breakthrough. It would be no laughing matter if, after the second breakthrough, the large marine fish ceased to be attracted to them. That would signify the end of the game for him, although the likelihood of such an outcome is minimal. Nevertheless, those concerns are for another time. What is paramount at this moment is time to eat. Chen Mo produced the fish he had prepared earlier, which the little turtle eagerly seized and swallowed. The hunger level of the young Xuanwu, 42. 542, the Xuanwu feels satisfied after today's meal. It happily flaps its fins. At last, upon witnessing the long-awaited light curtain, Chen Mo was nearly moved to tears. His golden miner had returned. Regaining his composure, Chen Mo continued to observe. The surrounding schools of fish were disturbed, temporarily fleeing the area. Beneath the fish schools, something unknown appears to be concealed. A secret that is... What is that? Could it be the runaway princess from the deep sea? Sir's eyes. Chen Mo raised an eyebrow. Excellent. It is neither a golden miner nor an endless cleaner. It seems he has stumbled upon a completely new event. A runaway princess from the deep sea? Could it be a little mermaid? The princess's knight always descend from the heavens at critical moments, in an attempt to evade the Prince of Hong Kong and flee the royal court of the deep sea. The dropped fish princess unexpectedly encounters the blocking servants of the prince in the shallow waters. Amidst the tumult, two stealthy, sawtooth crocodiles, having escaped from an unknown oceanic expanse, stumbled upon them. Oh my, they were on the brink of being devoured by the very creatures they feared. A mission was triggered to rescue the water-drop fish princess. Upon completion, rewards would be distributed based on the severity of the princess's injuries. Chen Mo. No, my friend. Please repeat that. What princess? Chapter 67. The gratitude of the deep sea court, no matter how many times one may repeat it. The truth remains immutable. The princess of the water-drop fish is indeed the princess of the water-drop fish, a noble creature, cherished above all within the esteemed field family of the deep sea court. Even when confronted by an epic force, the terrifying stealthy sawtooth crocodile, she must not abandon the dignity befitting her royal status. You despicable ambushers, I advise you to refrain from causing me harm. Utilize your minuscule brains to contemplate whether you can withstand the wrath of the deep sea court. The princess of the water-drop fish strained to elevate her jelly-like form, raising her voice to threaten the deep-sea sawtooth crocodile. Yet her naturally sweet tone rendered her threats devoid of any menace. Typically, deep-sea creatures find it arduous to survive in shallow waters. However, this does not seem to apply to the denizens of the deep-sea court. Beside the princess stood 5 anglerfish guards, clad in dark crimson uniforms and wielding coral spears. Their original mission was to apprehend the fleeing princess. Yet none could have anticipated the sudden appearance of the shallow water overlord, the terrifyingly powerful stealthy sawtooth crocodile, during this standoff. Although the 2 sawtooth crocodiles bore injuries, seemingly the result of a recent encounter that was of little consequence, the 2 beasts, with their cold vertical pupils, locked onto this group of morsels, their cavernous jaws agape, revealing a frightening array of interlocking fangs, a foul stench immediately enveloping the surroundings. Oh heavens, how fearsome these creatures are! A single bite could surely swallow 5 anglerfish whole. As the 2 sawtooth crocodiles lunged forward, the once defiant guards swiftly redirected their spears to shield the princess. The 5 anglerfish engaged in combat with one of the crocodiles, which rampaged violently, its massive tail sweeping through the water, each assault plunging the anglerfish guards into perilous disarray. Meanwhile, the smaller yet more cunning stealthy sawtooth crocodile stealthily emerged from behind the princess of the water-drop fish. It had evidently discerned that this gaudily adorned pink, spiny jelly was the most vulnerable target. Princess, beware. Flee at once. The enormous jaws of the crocodile bore down with a cataclysmic force, its fetid saliva dripping onto the tilted crystal crown of the water-drop fish princess. The chilling aura of imminent death rendered her tear-streaked visage completely paralyzed. In that moment, she could not utter a sound, merely watching in horror as the maw lined with barbed fangs drew ever closer. Princess! The anguished cries of the anglerfish guards echoed in despair. Just as the stealthy sawtooth crocodile was about to devour the water-drop fish, an explosive force erupted through the water, colliding directly with the crocodile. A crimson mist bursting forth. The creature did not even have the chance to cry out in pain before it flipped over, lifeless. The other sawtooth crocodile, witnessing this, hesitated not a moment before attempting to flee. This familiar mode of attack it had only ever observed from a bipedal creature, and upon recalling that creature, its non-existent fur stood on end. Yet, it found no opportunity to escape. A figure descended like a meteor, accompanied by an overwhelming wave of force, moving with a speed that nearly surpassed the limits of perception. With a fierce impact, the target was struck with unerring precision, a fist crashing against the head of the sawtooth crocodile, obliterating it as effortlessly as one would crush a watermelon. All of this transpired within the span of merely 2 breaths. The water droplet fish princess and the anglerfish guardian exchanged astonished glances, their eyes drawn to the expanding mist of crimson. The dark red plasma mingled with pale bone fragments and shattered brain matter. resembling a burst of deep-sea fireworks scattered across the ocean floor. Chen Mo effortlessly hoisted the headless, sawtooth crocodile as if it were a mere rag. His gaze swept over the assembled fish, his voice low yet resonant, imbued with a peculiar clarity. Who is Syrixis? The water droplet fish princess regarded the young and formidable human before her, slowly raising her fin, her tone tinged with a mixture of admiration and shyness. I am. With a splash, Chen Mo emerged from the water, leaping onto the titanium alloy platform. Since he had initiated the return voyage directly, he hadn't changed into a diving suit, and his clothes remained dry. He opened his task list, noting that the mission was still in progress, not yet marked as complete. Perhaps the narrative was not yet finished? Chen Mo turned a glance back at the sea, where he had just surfaced. A flurry of bubbles began to erupt, and after a brief span of 10 seconds, a water droplet fish clad in a pink princess gown, crowned with a crystal tiara, leaped from the depths. Human, wait for me. I haven't yet. Thank you. In the instant she breached the surface, her jelly-like skin instantly shriveled and softened, transforming into the conventional appearance of a water droplet fish, her voice shifting from a sweet, melodic tone to an elongated, witch-like intonation. The unexpected guest captured the attention of both the turtle and the manatee, who approached with curiosity. Boss, what kind of deity is this? So ugly I can't even close my mouth. Chen Mo replied. She is the princess of the deep sea court. The manatee's mouth dropped open in astonishment. Fish of the deep sea court are not merely ordinary deep sea dwellers. Aside from their opulent attire, they possess the ability to briefly traverse regions beyond the depths. After a brief acclimatization to the terrestrial environment, Syrixis raised her tail fin, mimicking the stance of human legs. With her fins grasping her gown, she executed a formal, noble curtsy. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Syrixis, the 213th princess of the Field family, the 13th generation of the Deep Sea Court. I fled to escape an unwanted marriage, but through this crisis, I have come to realize how foolish my actions were. Had it not been for your sudden appearance, I might never have seen the sun rise again. Chen Mo overheard the manatee whispering beside him. Isn't the deep sea region perpetually devoid of sunlight? The turtle chimed in. Chen Mo pondered. That seems to be the case. Syrixis maintained a gracious smile. Regardless, I am profoundly grateful for your rescue, human. As a token of my appreciation, I offer to answer any questions you may have. Moreover, I wonder if you have an interest in the mysteries of deep sea life. Should you find it captivating, I would personally petition my father, the king, to appoint you as the historian of the deep sea. Upon uttering these words, Syrixis smiled confidently. This position is the sole title established by the Deep Sea Court for beings outside of the deep sea tribes, and few creatures would dare to decline such an offer. Manatee, do we not possess a legacy of memory among our oceanic beasts? Why, then the need for a historian. Little turtle. Chen Mo, perhaps their bureaucratic system is somewhat convoluted. Syrixis. Chapter 68. Refugee Island. To be candid, Chen Mo found himself quite intrigued by the deep-sea historian mentioned by Syrixis. Previously, the manatee had remarked that the deep-sea royal court was a lineage favored by the Sea Emperor, enjoying his protection. If I were to become a historian, would Leviathan still assault me? Syrixis, unaware of the reason behind Chen Mo's query, responded honestly, yes. Chen Mo, observing the young, handsome human male's immediate expression of disappointment. Princess Syrixis became anxious. But you could attain a prestigious position, earn the respect of the deep-sea nobility, and secure the protection of the deep-sea royal court. Chen Mo, can you guarantee that Leviathan would refrain from attacking me? Syrixis, no. In an instant, Chen Mo lost interest, politely declining Princess Syrixis's overture and shifting the subject. You mentioned that any confusion could be resolved? Syrixis lifted her head proudly, her expression brimming with confidence. Indeed, our deep-sea royal court possesses the longest heritage of memory within the endless ocean, and we are the most intellectually gifted of all clans. Our intelligence network extends to realms beyond your wildest imagination. Typically, the deep-sea royal court answers but one question at a time. However, in light of your earlier assistance, I shall answer you 3. Chen Mo posed the question that weighed most heavily on his mind. Why am I here? Sirixis. Noticing the abrupt bewilderment on the face of the water droplet fish princess, Chen Mo surmised that his question might have been too vague. He rephrased it with greater specificity. So, why did I mysteriously arrive at this place from the company? Is this location Earth? If not, where might it be? Sirixis. Silence enveloped them. Yet, Sirixis could discern from Chen Mo's expression that he was silently thinking. It seems you do not know everything after all. Sirixis. The water droplet fish princess attempted to salvage her dignity. Perhaps you could inquire about something more practical. Chen Mo stroked his chin thoughtfully. Or might I procure lead, or... As if finally posed with a question she could answer. Sirixis responded swiftly. The formation of lead ore is closely tied to Leviathan's habits. Thus it is typically found near the layers of the Reaper Leviathan. Then how might I evade Leviathan's attacks? You could don certain items that possess concealment effects. To my knowledge, there exists a kind of living wood on land, known as shadow wood, which is currently recognized as the best material for concealment. By incorporating this wood during the forging process, one can achieve an exceptionally strong ore masking effect. Where might I obtain shadow wood? It can be found on any island. Upon concluding her statement, Sirixis looked at Chen Mo with pride, wearing an expression that conveyed her vast knowledge. However, upon witnessing the disappointment etched on the faces of both Chen Mo and the manatee, the noble and exceptionally gifted princess Sirixis felt her heart shatter. Am I mistaken in my assertions? Not entirely. Chen Mo remarked with an air of objectivity. We are already aware of what you have stated. The little turtle and the dugong nodded in agreement. The expression of the water drop fish princess cracked. No, it cannot be so. Surely, there are things you do not know. Ask me, please ask me again. Did you not promise to answer 3 of my questions? Chen Mo pondered for a moment. Where can I find a computer chip? This was indeed the last material needed for the sea moth, aside from lead, and it was a pressing issue that required resolution. Upon hearing this, Sirixis's initially distressed expression gradually morphed into contemplation. It deliberated for quite some time, reminiscent of the dugong, sifting through its ancestral memories, and only after several minutes did it finally speak again. Computer chips are a product of human technology. Yet the human civilization of the endless ocean has been lost for nearly a century. Locating one will be quite challenging, though not entirely impossible. Have you encountered the leader of the stealth sawfish? I have. Good, that simplifies matters. The leader of the stealth sawfish has a penchant for collecting all human technological creations, allegedly linked to its upbringing by humans. Moreover, the sawfish leader reigns supreme in the shallow sea area. If you can locate its lair, you stand a significant chance of discovering a computer chip. A sense of foreboding washed over Chen Mo. And how does one find this lair? Sirixis replied. The leader of the stealth sawfish is notoriously fond of showing strength. If you can subdue it, it will willingly guide you to its lair. Chen Mo was uncertain whether the sawfish leader could indeed be subdued, but he felt he had been thoroughly defeated. That won't work. Is there another way? Sirixis paused momentarily. How could that not work? Although I cannot ascertain the extent of your strength. You could easily dispatch the minions of the sawfish leader with a single punch, so subduing the leader should pose no issue. Not just subduing it, I killed it. Sirixis. You actually killed the shallow sea sovereign, the leader of the stealth sawfish. The water-drop fish princess gazed at the robust male human before her, feeling increasingly enamored and captivated. He exuded such calmness, strength, and valor. She found herself utterly smitten. Sirixis cleared its throat. In that case, it is indeed unfeasible. The territorial instinct of the sawfish leader is exceedingly strong, unless you completely alter your course. The likelihood of encountering the leader again is quite slim. Let me ponder if there are other alternatives. Chen Mo immediately turned his gaze toward Sirixis. After a moment of contemplation, Sirixis clapped its fins. Aha! You could venture to the refugee island and try your luck. Refugee island? The explanation is somewhat intricate, and many matters exist solely within our historical records. You should be aware that living humans have not appeared in the endless ocean for quite some time. However, Sirixis hesitated. That does not seem entirely accurate. Our scouts recently reported a sudden emergence of numerous humans in the sea, all aboard peculiar vessels. It remains uncertain whether this signifies an impending revival of human civilization. Chen Mo, forget about that. Speak your mind. Oh, Sirixis continued the previous topic, recounting the legend that humanity, in a desperate bid to escape the cataclysmic tsunami, boarded a colossal luxury liner named the Dawn. This vessel is hailed as one of the greatest marvels of human ingenuity, boasting unimaginable speed and a size rivaling that of an entire continent. Yet to this day, no living creature has truly glimpsed the Dawn. The legend persists because each year our scouts discover the fresh remains of humans on volcanic islands after eruptions. We speculate that these individuals were deliberately cast away by the Dawn. Their intentions remain shrouded in mystery, and despite our attempts to dispatch scouts to these islands in search of human traces, we have yielded nothing. Over time, the volcanic island has come to be known as the Refugee Isle, a natural graveyard for those cast adrift by the Dawn. Previously, scouts had uncovered remnants of human technology on the island, though most were reduced to ashes. If you managed to reach the Refugee Isle before the next eruption, you might uncover some clues. After all, you are of the same kin, and it may be easier for you to locate your brethren than for us. That is difficult to ascertain. Sometimes, the wariness among humans can surpass that of other races. Nevertheless, it is indeed a lead. Chen Mo then inquired, when is the next eruption of the volcanic island? The volcanoes of the endless seas erupt collectively at fixed intervals each year. There should be. Let me calculate. Sirixis counted on its fins in 22 days. 22 days? Isn't that the day the next cyclical season overlaps? Is it merely a coincidence? Or Chen Mo furrowed his brow, unable to suppress his thoughts. However, he refrained from dwelling on this question, as many matters in the endless seas defy mere contemplation for answers. Chen Mo rubbed his chin, his mind swirling with inquiries. May I pose you another question? Out of respect for the rules of the deep sea court, Chen Mo added, I can offer a suitable reward, provided I can afford it. Typically, the noble denizens of the deep sea court would not take the time to answer the questions of commoners, as they are inundated with inquiries daily, leaving them little time or obligation to respond. Each answer is a boon to the populace. Yet, Sirixis, upon meeting Chen Mo's earnest gaze, felt its drooping nose involuntarily heat with color. It made a decision that defied tradition. Ask away. There is no need for a reward. And feel free to ask multiple questions. Chapter 69. Encountering the potent sea turtle feed for the third time. Given the princess's insistence, Chen Mo graciously refrained from further politeness. He inquired about several aspects regarding the care of the young turtle, such as the high-dimensional divine substances and related dietary regimens. Unfortunately, due to the reverence for the Sea Emperor, the historical records of the Deep Sea Court did not document any offerings to other divine beasts. By the time they chose to worship the Sea Emperor, he had already reached adulthood, rendering Chen Mo's queries somewhat moot. The only reaction was a hint of astonishment regarding the young turtle's possession of the Xuanwu bloodline, providing Chen Mo with a modicum of emotional validation. After a series of inquiries, it appeared that some answers had been gleaned. However, the questions only multiplied. Where should I go to forge equipment? Chen Mo ultimately asked. The previous questions had gone unanswered, leaving the princess, often referred to as the encyclopedia of the endless sea, somewhat disheartened. Yet upon hearing this question, her spirits were rekindled. The deep sea court is the place, she declared. Within the court resides the finest craftsmen. As long as you pay with coral coins, they can create the most exquisite equipment tailored to your materials. Coral coins? How convenient. How much do I need? Chen Montak Kvirit. A minimum of a few coins, while a maximum could reach tens of thousands. If you possess materials above 5 breaks, the master craftsman will personally provide forging services free of charge, only requiring a portion of your materials. After all, materials above 5 breaks are exceptionally rare in the endless sea. Before Lixis could finish her thought, Chen Mo revealed a trove of materials: steel main needle cluster, bear fong, dark gold queen shell, bee-wing power core, poisonous bone blade fragments, stealth crocodile skin, bull shark skin. A plethora of materials lay before them, glistening under the sunlight, refracting an aura of mysterious and opulent colors. Lixis was momentarily taken aback. A one-break bull shark? Nothing remarkable there. However, a 3-break Stelsaw crocodile leader is indeed astonishing. But what on earth are the 6-break bear fong and queen shell doing here? Could someone please explain this? Are materials from 6-break behemoths available for wholesale now? The expression of the water droplet fish princess shifted dramatically as she regarded Chen Mo. This man is indeed terrifying. Chen Mo's demeanor remained unperturbed. He harbored no concerns about any ill intentions from her. After all, witnessing firsthand the manatee's limited combat capability within the deep-sea court, one could only conclude that the assessment of their knowledge was rather fair. The water droplet fish princess performed a noble gesture towards Chen Mo. These materials are indeed exceedingly precious. I will notify the court, and in a few days, a master forger should visit you. As she spoke, the princess removed the central jewel from her crystalline crown and handed it to Chen Mo. This is the Tide Resonance Pearl, which can be used for communication with the deep-sea court. Please accept it. The Tide Resonance Pearl, while referred to as a jewel, resembled an ice-blue teardrop diamond. Smooth and cool to the touch, undeniably valuable. Thank you, Chen Mo replied. You're welcome. C. Lixis smiled, glancing at the nearby, 5-headed anglerfish guard standing sentinel. Suddenly, the surface of the sea surrounding the guards began to bubble vigorously, and then an increasing number of deep-sea fish clad in guard uniforms emerged from the depths. They remained silent, patiently awaiting the water droplet fish princess. It was time for me to leave. Sisyphus paused at the edge of the platform and inquired before departing, Human, what is your name? Chen Mo. Sisyphus cast a deep glance at Chen Mo and replied, Very well, until we meet again. With that, she leaped into the air, accompanied by her retinue, and departed from the ocean's surface. It was only after the water droplet fish princess had left that the manatee quietly approached and whispered, Big brother, why do I get the feeling that the water droplet fish princess has taken a liking to you? You wouldn't be taken by the deep-sea court as a consort, would you? The little turtle exclaimed, Huh? Chen Mo could only respond with silence. As the sun set, the evening glow ignited the surface of the sea like flames. Chen Mo activated the light screen, yet the task remained unmarked as completed, and he paid it no mind. Approximately an hour later, the familiar sound of the system's conclusion finally reached his ears. Task completed. Rewards being calculated. Participant: Chen Mo, Sen, 734821. Injury level of the Deep-Sea Court Princess, 0. Flawless Princess, perfect rescue. Final rating, S rank. Reward distribution, 1. Shell coins, 2,500. 2. Deep-Sea Court Gratitude Gift Box, 1. Contents: Salted Snail Canned X20. Energizing Deep Sea Jelly X20. Coral Coins X500. 4. S rank Special Reward. High-Dimensional Divine Substance X1. Water Droplet Fish Princess has safely arrived at the Deep Sea Court. Reward distribution completed. The head of the giant crocodile rests at the abyss's bottom. The invincible iron fist secures the coastline. Your renown has spread wildly throughout the court. Chen must be hitched. High-dimensional divine substance. He opened his backpack to find a familiar bag of pink crystals quietly nestled within. It had manifested powerful sea turtle feed. There is no need to worry about a collapse in combat power, for the peace season inherently focuses on the development of strength. The subsequent 3 seasons will present increasingly formidable challenges, thus offering fewer opportunities for growth and power. Chapter 70. Has the Deep Sea Kingdom launched an assault? Esteemed guests, let's raise our glasses. As night descended, delicate flowers upon the turtle's shell swayed gently in the sea breeze. Chen Mo sat at the center of the circular clearing atop the shell, facing a grand dining table adorned with 3 platters. One platter showcased a 5-star chef's specialty of braised bear paws. Another held a 5-star chef's exquisite kelp and fern salad, while the third was heaped with glistening red crystalline granules, topped with neatly cubed, deep red fresh sawfish meat. The ceremonial ambience was palpable, save for the absence of a sound system to play some melodious classical music. A small turtle clutched a large cup, which was nearly 1/10 the size of its head, and tilted its neck back to drink the fresh juice within. The manatee raised its fin in a toast. To brother, I drink. With that, it lifted its cup filled with seaweed juice and downed it in one go. Let us feast. With that proclamation, The three enormous creatures dove into their meal with fervor. The queen worm, cut into small pieces and coated in batter, was deep-fried to a crisp perfection, yielding a tender and juicy interior that burst with flavor upon the first bite. The sizable bear paw, meticulously prepared and simmered for an extended period, presented an alluring hue of thick soy sauce, rich yet not greasy, with collagen infused into the broth, creating a mouthful that nearly glued the lips together. After this sumptuous dinner, Chen Mo accessed the character panel. After navigating through fluctuating intelligence levels, he ultimately settled upon Strength, 20, Intelligence, 1, Defense, 1905, Agility, 10. The survival panel displayed the following values. Health points, 105, 105, mental points, 195, 195. Chen Mo surveyed the panel with great satisfaction, dismissing the consistently low intelligence score with indifference. His intellect required no affirmation from the system. Once the bountiful supper concluded, Chen Mo returned to the submersible. He transformed all the titanium ingots he had prepared that day into titanium alloy steel plates to reinforce the submersible. He then organized the supplies in the work chamber and added a dose of honey in the breeding chamber. After a day of operation from the solar charging panel, the energy within the chamber was fully charged. However, with a reserve of merely 65 hours of power, Chen Mo felt it was still insufficient. In the event of prolonged extreme weather, a power outage could occur, and securing a more reliable power source would greatly enhance safety. But that was a concern for another time. For the moment, he was content with a stable abode that catered to his basic needs, complete with air conditioning. After finishing his tasks, Chen Mo returned to his living quarters to attend to his personal hygiene, take a shower, soak his feet, and finally recline upon his ironwood bed. Outside the deep-sea window, he occasionally glimpsed wild seaweed breaching the green algae zone, swaying in the currents. The submersible gently parted the obstructing seaweed, progressing forward. Chen Mo accessed the trading platform, placing some perishable ingredients he had organized for sale. He also took a moment to check the prices of diving equipment and seaweed fruit. Several days had passed, and aside from the oxygen tanks requiring titanium ore, the prices of the other three diving equipment items had stabilized around the lower end of the recommended price range. While the price of seaweed fruit had nearly plummeted to its minimum, aligning closely with his expectations, Chen Mo had no intention of continuing the production of diving equipment. His furnace was now operating at full capacity, churning out metal ingots, leaving no room for him to smelt silicone rubber. Additionally, the secondary process material from the furnace could not be listed on the trading market, and, at most, he could sell titanium ore at a high price. However, after some contemplation, Chen Mo decided to put a batch of seabed silt up for sale. During the construction of the diving pod on Dolphin Island, he had dived down to explore the seabed, where he could collect silt at a depth of merely 30 to 40 meters during low tide. Now, having entered the second week of the endless sea, even though he was the only one who had discovered the island so far, it was only a matter of time before more people would find it, especially given the number of players in the area. It would be better to sell off the last remnants of value now. After completing this task, Chen Mo turned his attention to a school of large sea fish. Since he had begun to consistently harvest large sea fish daily, the market supply had dwindled and prices had surged. He could sustain himself for a few more days with bare paws and sawfish meat, but this would not last indefinitely. Perhaps he should discuss with Lei Chuang about not using the shark repellent lights anymore, to lure more sharks for him to purchase at a premium. Although this might seem exploitative, it was the best solution Chen Mo could conceive at the moment. The current batch of sharks had grown quite cunning. Sensing the mysterious power emanating from him, they would flee before he could even chase them. He was no sea hound, capable of tracking their escape beneath the waves. As he pondered, a notification from the private chat channel chimed in. "Hanyu, boss, what have you done?" The contact from the Kunping Chamber of Commerce suddenly came to berate me, accusing me of breach of contract and calling me an unscrupulous merchant. Chen Mo, just dump some silt. Andu, ha ha ha, no wonder. But it doesn't matter. You aren't the one who dumped it, and they VE signed the contract. The final payment will come through eventually, much to Qin Kuin's chagrin. Chen Mo casually sent over a meme he had pilfered from Lu Wanron. Just as he was about to close the chat window, Hanyu sent another message. By the way, boss. Chen Mo paused, watching the typing indicator in the chat box. After a moment, Hanyu continued. Since I became unemployed, I've been increasingly unlucky. I have a gut feeling that tomorrow will be my most unfortunate day yet. Chen Montag, unemployed? Hanyu, boss, if you don't buy my fish, doesn't that mean I'm unemployed? But I don't blame you. I support all your decisions. And you can rest assured, my skills are quite remarkable. Once I get through the unluckiest day, my fortune will surely turn around. And I'll definitely help you solve the large sea fish issue. Chen Mo, I appreciate that in advance. Hanyu, no need to be polite. If I truly have a stroke of bad luck tomorrow, you must help me. Hanyu, boss, my life is in your hands. Chen Mo, understood. Hanyu, with your assurance, I feel at ease. Chen Mo chose not to say more and closed the chat window. Reclining on the bed, I indulged in browsing the trading post for a while before surrendering to slumber as the hour approached. The following day, at precisely 6 o'clock, Chen Mo opened his eyes as per his usual routine. As he turned over, he was abruptly confronted by an enormous eyeball. It was reminiscent of a cliché yet perpetually effective jump scare from a horror film. Chen Mo's scalp prickled with terror. Before him, on the deep-sea viewport, a murky amber eye fixated upon him, while the entire wall of the chamber was overwhelmed by vibrant, fleshy masses. Thick, slimy tentacles, reminiscent of colossal pillars, coiled upon the glass of the viewport, their menacing, keratinous rings writhing sinisterly within the suction cups. Good heavens! Has the deep-sea court come for him? Chapter 71. The artisan octopus. This has nothing to do with the size of one's courage, as long as one harbors a sense of reverence for nature. Upon encountering an immense creature far beyond common understanding, a ripple of emotion will stir within anyone, especially given the rather unsettling appearance of this colossal being. Detected strong negative emotional fluctuation, mental value -10. Indeed, it is disconcerting. Almost instantaneously, Chen Mo activated his defensive shield with remarkable reflexes, donned the bull shark helmet, draped himself in the desperate mantle, and brandished the desperate blade saw, all the while using his peripheral vision to lock onto an escape route. It can be said that he employed every means at his disposal. Even if a leviathan were to suddenly appear before him, he would possess the confidence to retreat unscathed. However, in the next moment, that amber-hued giant eye, nearly pressed against the deep-sea viewport, curved into a smile. A tentacle, thicker than that of a small turtle and slick with viscous fluid, descended from above the viewport, its massive suction cup making a loud pop as it lifted from the glass, then clumsily curled, mimicking a human gesture, beckoning Chen Mo within the cabin. The slow movement, combined with the smiling eye, imparted an air of endearing innocence. Chen Mo's mind momentarily stalled, and then he noticed that the beckoning tentacle was grasping a gigantic iron hammer. Behind the immense body of the giant octopus, as it waved, a massive, bulging snakeskin bag became faintly visible. Stuffed to the brim, several peculiar tools protruded from the bag, such as an oversized wrench, a chisel, scissors, and an oddly long ruler adorned with a luminous crystal at its tip. Chen Mo surmised he could discern the identity of this octopus. Seemingly aware of Chen Mo's apprehension, the octopus hastily uttered a few words, and a series of large bubbles erupted from its mouth. However, the soundproofing of the diving cabin was so effective that nothing could be heard. Chen Mo lowered the blade saw and gestured upward with his hand. The octopus understood immediately and ascended to the ocean surface. Hello, I am the Little King Octopus, the second-ranking super craftsman of the deep-sea royal court. The princess mentioned that you possess exceedingly rare six-breaking materials, and I hurriedly brought my things over. Where are they? On the titanium alloy platform at the ocean surface, the Little King Octopus emerged with its large, pointed head, its tentacles dancing in excited anticipation of the materials it was about to behold. Chen Mo scanned the Little King Octopus, noting that, like the water droplet fish princess, it bore no descriptions or explanations on the holographic display. Having encountered numerous sea creatures, Chen Mo had begun to discern patterns. Just as only humans with combat-related talents possess health bars, Only the more aggressively inclined sea creatures would reveal their health bars to him, while neutral or friendly creatures with similar life skills would lack such indicators. Without further ado, Chen Mo retrieved the materials. The moment the materials came into view, the little king octopus's eyes sparkled with fervor. Oh my! Dark gold queen shell. I've lived for so many years and have never seen one before. And the bee-wing power core. Wow! Lin Bei has wanted to study its structure for ages. And bear fur. So much bear fur. I'm going to strike it rich. Chen Mo. How does this contraption speak with such a mechanical tone? After a brief inventory of the materials, Xuanwu, the squid, eagerly unloaded the snake skin bag from behind him and placed it upon the titanium alloy platform. The princess must have informed you that we require a portion of the raw materials as compensation when forging high-quality equipment. Correct, human. However, you need not worry. It will not affect the final quality of the equipment. We only take the excess. Chen Mo nodded. You only mentioned high-tier materials. How do you charge for the forging of low-tier materials? Xuanwu glanced at the casually discarded bull shark skin, stealth saw crocodile skin, and a pile of shattered bones. I do not deal with such refuse. If you require it, I can help you take it down to my apprentice. As for the price, considering your rescue of the princess, I can offer you a 50% discount, totaling 600 coral coins. Previously, during the pirate ship's spoils, Chen Mo had acquired 2,500 coral coins, and with an additional 500 coins from yesterday's task, paying 600 would be more than sufficient. However, Chen Mo did not make an immediate decision. He pondered for a moment. In your deep-sea kingdom, what can coral coins be used to purchase? While retrieving professional forging furnaces and tools from his pack, Xuanwu replied, quite a lot, really. Equipment, books, food, drink, and other necessities much like what you humans have. Is there any fuel? What will suffice, preferably something that burns well, not the rotten driftwood from the sea. Chen Mo turned towards the work cabin and retrieved 3 bundles from the dense array of ironwood grids. Thankfully, the platform was not yet equipped with a watchtower, providing ample space. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss for where to place the materials. Xuanwu, observing the neatly stacked 3 piles of ironwood, could not help but click his tongue. You humans are truly wasteful. Although ironwood is not particularly precious, it is not inexpensive either. We use it for high-end furniture. You simply burn it? Chen Mo, what does it truly desire? Despite claiming wastefulness, Xuanwu filled the wood at an impressive pace. Soon, the fire beneath the forging table roared to life. Chen Mo continued the previous discussion. Can humans trade with the deep-sea kingdom using coral coins? Aside from forging equipment? Of course, we are well known for valuing currency over individuals. Now I must commence my work. It will likely take around 3 days to complete all these pieces of equipment. To ensure the optimal outcome, it is best not to disturb me during this period. Chen Mo was momentarily taken aback upon hearing this, before he could respond. Xuanwu's tentacles were already raised with a hammer, rhythmically striking the shell. The sound was thunderous, each strike accompanied by a shower of sparks. The tentacles wielding the hammer bulging with muscle, showcasing clearly defined biceps, forearm muscles, triceps, and deltoids. This spectacle left the little turtle and the manatee in awe. Chen Mo ceased speaking, standing still for a moment before gently tapping the manatee to keep watch here. After feeding the little turtle, he returned to the work cabin, intending to busy himself for a while. At that moment, a sudden system notification echoed in his ears. Captain Hanyu invites you to form a team. Do you agree? Yes. No. Chen Mo furrowed his brow, and without a moment's hesitation, he replied, yes. Chapter 72. The corpse stitcher can Podgy the moment he chose to form a team. A message flickered on the screen once more. It has been detected that your vehicle is a living entity and cannot be transmitted. A solo teleportation channel has been activated for you. Would you like to teleport immediately? Yes. No. With a swift glance at the text, Chen Mo decisively selected yes. The instant he made his choice, a flash of white light enveloped him. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in an entirely new realm. Fog. Seek fog. The surrounding mist was far denser than that of Dolphin Island, to the point where he could not see his own fingers when he raised his hand. The seawater lapped at his chest, its temperature oddly frigid and pungent with a nauseating stench of decay. It was cold and clammy, This was the first impression this area left on Chen Mo. Upon accessing the team panel map, he immediately spotted Han Yu's location. In the southeast of the map, a green, signifying the captain, flickered gently. After forming a team, the teleportation points for members were randomized. With good fortune, one might find themselves beside the captain, while with ill fortune, they could end up several nautical miles away. Han Yu's luck, it seemed, had been exceedingly poor, as Chen Mo's arrival point was exactly 20 nautical miles from him. Moreover, due to the presence of a war fog-like effect on the map, only previously explored areas were visible, leaving Chen Mo oblivious to any information beyond his own point and Han Yu's. He tentatively sent a message to Han Yu, then activated the return to ruin submersion. The azure energy shield pierced through the white mist as Chen Mo propelled himself rapidly towards Han Yu's direction. The wind whistled past his ears, and occasionally he could hear eerie sounds of bones cracking and hissing from within the fog, as if some creature had been startled by his presence. However, his swiftness rendered them unable to pursue him. Once ashore, Chen Mo deactivated the return to ruin state and stepped onto the sandy ground. The fog here was slightly thinner, yet visibility remained limited to just a few meters, allowing him only a vague outline of his surroundings. This was an island starkly contrasting with a vibrant dolphin island. The vegetation displayed a sickly dark green and pallid hue, and the gnarled trees reached skyward like the withered claws of specters against the misty heavens. In his ears, the hissing sounds grew clearer, and their numbers were not insignificant, layered and echoing in harmony with the fog, creating an unsettling ambience. Frowning, Chen Mo glanced at the screen. Han Yu had yet to respond, indicating he was indeed in serious trouble. With no time to hesitate, Chen Mo brandished his death blade saw, his right hand already fitted with a claw, and sprinted directly towards Han Yu's location. The frigid air, laden with the stench of decay, pierced his lungs, and the harsh hissing grew ever more distinct. Just as he had been running for less than half a minute, a piercing hiss, accompanied by a monstrous shriek. A shadow suddenly lunged at him from the depths of the fog. Without flinching or dodging, Chen Mo raised the saw and slashed upward with a swift motion. Squelch whoosh. It was not the ordinary sound of a blade piercing flesh, nor was there any sensation of resistance. The shadow was cleaved in twain by a sharp, cold gleam, falling apart to either side. Only then did Chen Mo discern the full visage of the shadow. It was a humanoid figure, or rather, a creature that had once possessed human form. Its skin was a lifeless, ashen hue, tinged with a translucent luminescence, and its body was marred by festering sores and moldy spots, the muscles atrophied and tightly adhering to a grotesquely contorted skeleton. Its eyes were clouded, consumed by an insatiable hunger for fresh flesh, and its gaping maw, devoid of most teeth, emitted a relentless, rasping sound. Even when cleaved asunder by a single strike, it did not relinquish its existence. A wraith. This was not Chen Mo's first encounter. The sudden emergence of the specter momentarily halted Chen Mo's movements. In that fleeting instant, the surrounding shadows became distinct. Without faltering, he charged forward, wielding his serrated blade, encountering an ever-increasing number of wraiths along the way. 1, 2, dozens, hundreds. The best strategy for dealing with these apparitions had already been imparted by the formidable warriors of the Invincible Fleet. Though challenging to confront, they were also manageable. They could not be vanquished through physical means, be it severing heads, piercing hearts, or dismembering their torsos. None could impede their relentless advance. Yet, they were vulnerable in one regard. Disabling their legs would render these lowly wraiths utterly harmless. Chen Mo pressed on, relentlessly slashing. Occasionally, a stray wraith would lunge at him. Yet he never contemplated evasion. Those wraiths could not bite him. They could only cling to him with their jaws, and being insubstantial, they trailed him like grotesque green ribbons, undulating behind him as he ran. The scene was both eerie and absurd. The air was filled with the wraiths' ceaseless, wearisome wails, and an oppressive stench of death permeated the atmosphere. They sensed vitality and began to rise from the ground, surging toward Chen Mo in relentless waves. When the gathering horde became overwhelming, he would thrust his fist forward, cleaving a bloody path through the advancing tide of wraiths. He continued his unyielding advance, toward the focal point of the cursor. Meanwhile, in the southeastern corner of the Island of Desperation, a structure stood in stark contrast to its misty surroundings. It was not constructed of stone or timber. Its main framework appeared to be assembled from the skeletal remains of some colossal marine creature. Gigantic ribs formed arched doorways and supporting columns, with the gaps filled by solidified black tar. The roof was draped in thick material resembling decaying fish skin, with small wind chimes crafted from marine bee skulls hanging at its edges. A crooked sign hung at the entrance, bearing uneven letters painted in a dark crimson hue, reminiscent of congealed blood. The sign read, "The Con Artist Tavern. Deception in cards and dice." These were the only offerings. In the center, at the head of the table, an exceptionally corpulent figure reclines upon the grandest leather sofa in the room, his surplus flesh cascading like water, the skin assuming the distinctive ashen hue of a drowned individual, marred by crisscrossing sutures, as though assembled from countless fragments of deceased bodies. Centrally positioned upon his abdomen lies a grotesque wound, deliberately exposed, with the skin intentionally peeled back and suture at the edges, seemingly designed to reveal the decaying remnants of his digestive system within. The overwhelming girth of his body renders the location of his head nearly indiscernible. "Choose your game," he intones, a smile unfurling at the corners of his mouth. His murky eyes brim with malevolence, avarice, and a cruel delight in the manipulation of life. Opposite him, Hanyu remains silent. Chapter 73. Wu Binggang. It is utterly absurd to employ such theatrics against a mere scoundrel like him. Hanyu was nearly paralyzed with fear. Who could fathom how he had unwittingly stumbled upon this enigmatic Isle of the Dead? Initially, he had remained seated in the cabin, gripped by an overwhelming sense of impending doom that rendered him too terrified to venture out. He didn't even dare to sip on a can of cola, fearing he might choke. He simply waited in silence, genuinely afraid for his life. Yet, to his astonishment, the vessel began to sail on its own, as if possessed, swiftly plunging into a dense fog before running aground. Before Han, you could comprehend the situation. A ghastly, green hand, tainted with dark ichor and missing 2 fingers, yet still hanging by a thread of skin, suddenly slapped against the cabin window. A withered head, its hollow eyes fixated on him, pressed against the glass, locking him in a petrifying gaze. Who could understand the terror of that moment? Han Yu's scalp prickled with sheer fright. In a panic, he activated the light screen to send a team invitation to Chen Mo, desperately trying to type a plea for help. However, before he could compose his message, a spectral figure materialized behind him, delivering a swift blow that rendered him unconscious. When he regained consciousness, he found himself in a tavern. Dubbed a tavern, it resembled more of a haunted house. The dimly lit interior was illuminated primarily by several enormous glass jars filled with a mysterious, eerie green liquid, wherein bizarre marine specimens floated, casting an unsettling phosphorescent glow. The establishment was teeming with phantoms, distinctly different from the spectral beings summoned by the previous female pirate. These apparitions retained a relatively complete form, often clad in tattered garments that hinted at their former lives: sailors' waistcoats, merchant vests, pirate tricorns, and even a doctor's white coat alongside indistinguishable military uniforms. Their skin bore unhealthy hues of gray or sickly green, and their eyes flickered with a blend of cruelty and numbness. The surrounding specters congregated in pairs or small groups, some engaging in games with dice crafted from fish and human bones, others sipping from large goblets filled with a viscous, greenish brew. Yet, the majority were fixated on the center of the tavern, eagerly watching Hanyu while emitting a cacophony of hissing sounds, seemingly conversing in the language of the undead. It was at this moment that the tavern's proprietor made his entrance. The corpulent, stitched-together innkeeper ambled from the shadows and plopped down on the oversized leather sofa opposite Hanyu. Reanimator, Kenpaji, HP, 3,500, 3,500, recommended challenge skill level, 10. Hanyu's eyes widened in horror. Remarkably, this was the same level as the boss he had encountered previously. The curse has imprisoned us on this cursed isle, where eternal monotony is a torment more dreadful than death itself. As the sole specter capable of speaking the human tongue, Kenpaji's opening remark as he settled across from Han Yu was, "Welcome to the Tavern of Deceivers, outsider. I hope you can bring us some new amusement," Kenpaji remarked, pushing forward a deck of cards in one hand and a dice cup in the other. "Just these two items, deceitful cards and deceptive dice. What shall you play? You may choose. I have always been an advocate for human rights." Han Yu gazed at the two objects on the table, swallowing hard. Could I abstain from choosing? He longed to voice this thought, yet dared not. With trembling teeth and unsteady fingers, he hesitantly pointed at the cards. This one. Kenpaji raised an eyebrow, a broader smile illuminating his face. "A commendable choice, young one, but regrettably, I must inform you that this deck requires at least 4 players." Han Yu was left bewildered. Why even pose the question? Wasn't the choice non-existent from the outset? Tears nearly brimmed in his eyes as he turned his gaze toward the dice cup. This was no ordinary cup. It was stained with dried, congealed blood, not the dark, graphite-like blood of the undead, but rather the vivid red blood of the living. Han Yu swallowed again. How do we play? Lacking the courage to overturn the table, he could only buy time. "It's quite simple," Kenpaji explained. "The one with the greater sum of numbers wins, while the lesser loses, and the loser must sever a finger." He raised his right hand, placing it on the table. Each finger bore a ring of sutures at its base, and the skin tones varied, clearly indicating they had been severed and reattached. In the presence of the tavern's undead patrons, even the tavern owner would have to comply should he lose. Han Yu steadied himself, though his hands trembled uncontrollably. A semblance of relief washed over him. At least his life was not immediately at stake. Severing a finger seemed manageable. It wasn't as if they were aiming for his throat or vital parts. Surely, he wouldn't lose all 10 fingers before the leader even arrived. He still had his toes. "Shall we play?" The tavern owner, now growing impatient, prompted once more. The surrounding undead began to jeer, their cacophony of howls and eerie laughter assaulting Han Yu's fragile nerves. Clenching his teeth, he resolved to take the plunge. Just as he reached for the dice cup, a deep, gravelly voice interrupted the impending wager. This voice commanded the attention of all present, and instinctively, Han Yu halted, turning toward its source. Emerging from the shadows was a tall, middle-aged man clad in tattered research garb. His face, weathered and etched with deep wrinkles, bore a stubbly jaw of ashen gray. Yet his eyes were sharp and piercing like those of a hawk. He moved with a steady pace, exuding a calmness that starkly contrasted with the surrounding frenzy. His gaze momentarily grazing Han Yu before settling on Kenpaji. Kenpaji, his murky eyes dismissive, ignored him. "I told you, you've won once today. You may take your rest." The middle-aged man seated himself in the vacant space between them, resolutely grasping the dice cup before Han Yu, and reiterated with unwavering determination, "I will play with you." Chapter 74. Oh my. It was only at this moment that Han Yu realized there was indeed a second human in this tavern, and, unlike the indigenous people, he too was a participant. Wu Binggang, non-friend. Gender, male. Age, 59. Personal information, viewable after mutual friend request. Han Yu opened his mouth to say something, but the middle-aged man before him had already taken the initiative, shaking the dice cup in his hand. His right hand, grasping the cup, was adorned with only 3 fingers. The dice rattled within the bone-made cup, producing a rhythmic sound until, after 30 seconds, Wu Binggang ceased his movements. He tipped the cup and revealed the dice. 3 dice, ground from the bones of an unknown creature, lay quietly, showing a total of 12 points, 5, 3, and 4. He gestured with his chin towards Kenpaji, indicating it was his turn. Kenpaji casually seized the cup with a hand stitched together with myriad biological skins, not even bothering to shake it, merely flipping it over. 6, 6, 6, 18 points. How is this possible? Han Yu instinctively exclaimed. Kenpaji's interest in a man was evidently greater than in Han Yu, his murky eyes merely glancing at the subordinate beside him. The subordinate, understanding the cue, approached with a blood-stained bone knife in hand. "Which finger shall I cut this time?" "I'll do it myself." Wu Binggang, with an impassive expression, extracted a surgical knife embedded in the chest of a nearby undead, used merely as decoration, then extended his left hand, laying it flat on the rough gambling table before bringing the knife down. Crack! A sharp, jarring sound of bone fracturing echoed, The little finger of his left hand was severed, blood gushing forth instantly. Yet, Wu Bingong's expression remained unchanged, only a fine sheen of cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. He even managed to precisely reinsert the surgical knife back into the undead's chest. Wu Bingong looked back at Kenpachi. Let's continue. Kenpachi picked up the dice cup once more, his murky gaze lingering on Wu Bingong's severed finger. In mere seconds, the blood had ceased flowing, the healing process far too rapid for an ordinary human. Kenpachi had encountered self-healing beings before. They were the type he despised most, as their calm demeanor often diminished the thrill he derived from inflicting pain. Yet, the other undead found great amusement in them, as beings with self-healing abilities meant prolonged entertainment. Once the gambling commenced, adherence to the rules was paramount. Best of 5, 3 victories required. After severing 3 fingers, you must exit quietly, and no second challenge may be issued within the day. I have no desire to waste time on you, Kenpachi stated, casually tossing the dice cup. 3, 4, 5, totaling 12 points. Wu Bingong also grasped the dice cup with his right hand, the action of shaking it steady, though his complexion had noticeably paled. He shook for a full 30 seconds. Reveal. 1, 1, 2, totaling 4 points. Kenpachi let out a strange laugh. Your luck this round is atrocious. The man extended his left hand once more, this time targeting the ring finger. Crack. Another finger, the same clean cut, and the same splatter of blood. Using the same surgical knife as the nearby specter, the figure clad in a white coat remarked, having self-healing abilities does not equate to being devoid of pain. Beads of sweat rolled down Wu Bingong's forehead as he panted slightly, his right hand struggling to grasp the dice cup. After 30 seconds of shaking, he placed the cup on the table. Open. 2, 2, 3, 7 points. Huh. Kenpachi let out a brief yet derisive chuckle, shaking the dice and revealing for 6, 5, 15 points. TSK, 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 Kenpachi shook his head. I detest your unity, humans, for it is not only futile, but merely exposes your frailty. Wu Bingong pressed his lips together tightly and lifted the surgical knife once more. It appeared he was stalling for time. Suddenly, a specter subordinate glanced in a certain direction. Speaking in an oddly intoned necromantic language, someone approaches us swiftly with a formidable presence. Kenpachi dismissed his subordinate's words entirely, his grin widening absurdly. Isn't that fortuitous? We need not send anyone to fetch them. A crack echoed from the edge of the gambling table as a third severed finger rolled into the center. Kenpachi signaled to his subordinates, who promptly dragged Wu Bingong off the table, leaving behind 3 bloody digits. The tavern owner turned his attention back to Han Yu, excitement flickering in his murky eyes once more. It is your turn. The moment Han Yu felt the weight of that malevolent gaze upon him, his mind went blank. Tired of merely severing fingers, perhaps this time he would take an entire hand. After the hand was cut, there would still be a foot left. Fear not. By the end of today, you may still retain 1 foot. Ha ha ha. The tavern owner cackled maniacally. The blood-soaked dice cup, glistening ominously under the sickly green light, was pushed back to him. Let us begin. You may shake for a maximum of 30 seconds. Do not attempt to delay. Han Yu extended his hand, trembling so violently he could barely hold the dice cup. He was genuinely terrified. Throughout his childhood, he had often heard the elders' evaluations of him, labeling him as cunning, lazy, slippery, and above all, cowardly and useless. Instinctively, he glanced at Wu Bingong, and upon meeting that resolute gaze, he gritted his teeth, closed his eyes, and began to shake the cup wildly. As the 30 seconds elapsed, an immense force suddenly seized Han Yu's hand, slamming it onto the table before the cup opened of its own accord. 5, 6, 6, 17 points. Han Yu's eyes widened in disbelief, his heart racing wildly within his chest. Fortune had smiled upon him. Surely, this number was enough to secure victory? He looked towards the tavern owner. Kenpachi still wore that grotesque grin, shaking the dice, placing them down and revealing 6, 6, 6, 18 points. No, it cannot be. Han Yu shot up from his chair in shock. Such emotional fluctuations in dire circumstances could be perilous. Impossible. You are cheating. This cannot be. Seeing the sheer terror in Han Yu's eyes and his retreating posture, Kenpachi suddenly erupted in laughter. He resembled a genuine pervert who had finally discovered his coveted toy. Yes, precisely. It was that very gaze. Fear me, dread me. How astute indeed. Ha ha ha. At last he extended the other hand concealed in the shadows, though it could scarcely be termed a hand, for white, segmented appendages emerged from his arm, akin to four robust, bloated maggots gnawing at his shoulder, their tails thrashing wildly in the air. Detected strong negative emotional fluctuations, mental value -5. Detected strong negative emotional fluctuations. Mental value -5. Detected strong negative emotional fluctuations. Mental value continuously -5. This is utterly revolting. Han Yu felt an overwhelming urge to retch, as the rapid decline in his mental state caused the surrounding scenery to warp grotesquely. In a daze, he sensed a grip tightening around his arm, forcefully pressing him against the gambling table. In his peripheral vision, a grotesque mass of decaying flesh brandished a bone saw, raising it high before bringing it crashing down. Instinctively, Han Yu recoiled desperately, his palm bending at an unimaginable angle in sheer terror. With a resounding thud, the bone saw missed its mark. The atmosphere fell silent for a moment, only to be shattered by laughter that threatened to lift the roof. You are the most timid outsider I have ever encountered. Why are you shrinking back? Can't you handle it? Kenpachi laughed heartily, raising the bone saw once more. Seemingly fearing Han Yu might retreat again, this time aiming for his arm. Han Yu watched as the chilling gleam of the bone saw reflected upon his face. Then it came crashing down. It's over. In despair, Han Yu shut his eyes. Yet, the searing pain of severed bone did not arrive. A deafening explosion suddenly erupted. Boom! The door of the Trickster Tavern, crafted from bones and riddled with cracks, was burst open from the outside, shattering into countless fragments. A tremendous gust of wind surged in, carrying with it a myriad of shattered bones like cannonballs, instantly tearing apart several unfortunate souls nearby, their anguished screams piercing the air. The entire tavern shook violently, glasses on the bar shattering into pieces, their green phosphorescence flickering wildly. The bone saw in Kenpachi's hands was swept away by the force of the wind, his decaying flesh slapping against itself. As the gust subsided, a figure emerged, shouldering a weapon as tall as a man, silhouetted against the light at the shattered threshold. He surveyed the devastation of the tavern, then lowered the deadly saw from his shoulder. With a dull thud, it struck the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Where are we playing at? Count me in. Chapter 75. If you have a skill, come and cut me. The Cunning Tavern is the most unique establishment on the Island of Desolation, for it is the only place that still bears the lingering essence of its former master, even the mightiest of the undead, in deference to his formidable presence. Strictly adhere to the tavern's rules. Ever since Kenpachi took over as the tavern's proprietor, it was the first time he encountered a ruckus. Kenpachi's visage twisted as he gazed upon the human who had vandalized his tavern's door. Upon sensing the feeble aura radiating from the intruder, a hint of scorn crept into his contorted expression. It appeared that confinement had rendered the patrons audacious, as even the most insignificant pests dared to disrupt his tavern. You, wretched fool, Kenpachi exclaimed, flinging his shoulders as four grotesque arms lunged towards the intruder. However, the human's subsequent action compelled the seamstress of corpses to halt his assault. Chen Mo stepped across the threshold, disregarding the advancing limbs, and stooped to retrieve a notice that had fallen to the ground, originally affixed to the tavern's entrance. This notice was not merely a piece of parchment, but rather a cold and delicate hide of a sea creature. The message inscribed upon it was a writhing, worm-like script. Ordinarily, Chen Mo would not comprehend the language of the undead, yet the instant his gaze alighted upon the text, it began to contort, merge, and reassemble into Chinese characters, as if under the influence of some arcane magic. Upon entering the tavern, please abide by the following rules. Rule 1. No self-inflicted harm within the tavern. Rule 2. Wagers take precedence over all, but not above Rule 1. Rule 3. One must engage in a wager upon entry. Rule 4. Each day presents an opportunity for a challenge, which the challenged may not refuse. Rule 5. No being may be expelled from the tavern. All who enter are guests. Chen Mo raised an eyebrow, glancing at the four maggots, their serrated maws poised just inches from him. Is this the reason for your cessation of hostilities? Even as the tavern owner, you must adhere to the rules. From the moment Chen Mo entered the tavern, Kenpaji's distorted expression gradually settled into calm. He regarded Chen Mo as one would a lamb unwittingly ensnared, his murky eyes laced with blood vessels, a testament to his insanity. I'm under no obligation to answer you, human. The compensation for the damage to the tavern will be settled in our wager. However, before that, my game is not yet concluded. Kenpaji turned his attention back to Xuanwu. Come forth, coward. Yet, Xuanwu paid no heed to Kenpaji. His focus remained solely on the figure standing at the entrance. Despite this being their first encounter, Xuanwu was utterly certain that this person was Chen Mo. Suddenly feeling a sense of assurance, Xuanwu shouted, "Boss." Chen Mo nodded in acknowledgement. He took a few steps forward, and the onlooking undead parted to create a path for him. Yet, the expressions on their faces were far from friendly, as they eagerly anticipated the unfolding drama. He halted beside Xuanwu, surveying the majority of the undead within the tavern. Most were at the first stage of decay, some at the second, and there stood a repugnant figure, a so-called three broken, whose very presence was enough to incite revulsion. If he were alone, he would possess 100% certainty of retreating unscathed. However, the inclusion of Xuanwu complicated matters. In an ideal scenario, he would return with Xuanwu intact, while in the worst-case scenario, he might only bring back a part of him. Regardless, he was confident he could return safely. Xuanwu, evidently oblivious to Chen Mo's thoughts, felt emboldened by Chen Mo's earlier dramatic entrance. He swiftly freed his restrained arm, placing Chen Mo protectively in front of him before extending a finger accusingly at Kenpaji. "Boss, you finally arrived. This is the one who tried to cut me. He intends to harm your only subordinate." Yet, upon locking eyes with Kenpaji, his finger retreated in an instant. Chen Mo's gaze fell upon the gaming table. The dice and bowl, previously sent flying by his punch, had been restored. The bowl's lid marred by dried, dark red blood. "How shall we play?" he inquired. Kenpaji, unwilling to engage in dialogue with a weak human of merely three broken status, scoffed. "Your friend just lost the game. Losing means he must adhere to the wager." Chen Mo pressed further. "What is the wager?" "A hand," Kenpaji replied. "You lie." Xuanwu interjected, pointing once more. "You initially wagered a finger. You can't change the terms once the game begins. You are a despicable scoundrel." Kenpaji narrowed his eyes. "I detest interruptions." Silenced, Xuanwu fell quiet. Chen Mo continued. "Until his game concludes, we cannot initiate a new wager, correct?" "Indeed," Kenpaji confirmed. A knowing expression crossed Chen Mo's face as he turned to Xuanwu. "You shall complete the game with him." Xuanwu responded with bewilderment. "What?" Observing Xuanwu's shocked expression, Chen Mo reassuringly patted his shoulder. "Fear not. I will certainly lead you out." Hearing the conviction in Chen Mo's voice, Xuanwu gritted his teeth. "All right, I trust you, boss." He took a seat at the gaming table, declaring, "Let us begin." But before he could reach out, Chen Mo had already extended his hand to the center of the table. Xuanwu hesitated. "Boss?" Kenpaji furrowed his brow, a mocking laugh escaping him. "What? Do you intend to take his place?" Just as he was about to launch into a critique of humans, who so often united in inexplicable moments, he heard Chen Mo assert confidently, "Indeed." "What?" Kenpaji exclaimed. Chen Mo leaned forward. "Cut mine." Xuanwu's eyes welled with tears. "Boss, you needn't do this. Losing a hand is inconsequential for me. I seldom work aside from selling fish. But you are different. We are mere strangers. Yet you are willing to go to such lengths for me." "Iam tuli, zilengsa, Chen Montak interruptet." Xuanwu fell mute. Chen Mo turned back to Kenpaji. "The rules do not state that one cannot take the punishment on behalf of another, do they?" The rules indeed did not specify such a prohibition. Yet, never had anyone been foolish enough to voluntarily accept punishment. Kenpaji's murky eyes fixated intensely on Chen Mo, as if seeking some hint of emotion upon his visage. Yet, to his dismay, the human before him exhibited an unwavering calmness, a tranquility that was evidently genuine, imbued with a subtle disdain for all present, a relaxed composure that was nothing short of blatant provocation. What on earth was happening today? It was a rare pleasure to encounter a favored prey, only to be thwarted repeatedly by others from indulging in the delight he so rightfully deserved. Kenpaji's eyes nearly ignited with fury, pus seeping from taut seams, incensed by the audacity of a feeble human daring to so casually trample upon his dignity. "You dare!" Kenpaji rasped, his voice thick with rage, each syllable laced with venom. "You shall not regret this." The final word erupted into a roar as he raised his blood-stained cleaver, striking fiercely at Chen Mo's wrist. The blade sliced through the air. The surrounding specters craned their necks in eager anticipation of the sanguine splatter and the shattering of bones. Yet, instead of the anticipated sound of flesh meeting steel, there resonated a sharp clang. It was as if a knife had collided with unyielding stone. Kenpaji felt none of the expected resistance, only a numbing shock reverberating through his grip. Then came two successive cracks, followed by a resounding pop. The cleaver, which had accompanied him through many a tumultuous gamble, disintegrated at the edge, shattering into fragments. In Kenpaji's grasp remained only a bare handle, with a few pitiful shards clinging precariously to it. Yet, the hand that had wielded the cleaver was unscathed, devoid of even a trace of the blade's caress. Chen Mo calmly withdrew his unharmed hand, not even casting a glance at the remnants of the weapon. "Is that all?" Silence enveloped the arena. In an instant, the gaze of every specter and human alike converged upon Chen Mo. The expression on Kenpaji's face was nothing short of spectacle, rage, horror, bewilderment, as if his entire worldview had shattered alongside that blade. How is this possible?" he stammered. How could he fail to sever even the wrist of a feeble human? Hanyu, peering from behind Chen Mo, shared a visage of astonishment. "By the heavens, is that an impenetrable barrier?" Chapter 76. The impossibility of intelligence being one? Kenpaji's face, marred by stitched scars, contorted in shock and fury. He discarded the hilt of a knife in his hand and approached the bar to seize a pristine bone saw, stubbornly intent on trying once more. Yet, Chen Mo had no intention of acquiescing to his demands. "You have already struck once," Chen Mo asserted, nudging the dice cup forward, indicating it was time for a second wager. As Kenpaji turned to retrieve the knife, Hanyu had already explained the rules of the dice game to Chen Mo. Best of 5 rounds, nothing too complex. The tavern owner, evidently unconvinced, protested. "That last strike doesn't count." Chen Mo raised an eyebrow, unfazed by the proprietor's refusal to honor the agreement. He gestured towards Hanyu and inquired, "Could your previous blow sever his palm?" Kenpaji's voice dripped with barely contained rage. "Of course." Chen Mo continued, "Since that blade is capable of severing his palm, it indicates that your previous strike was indeed valid. The rules do not stipulate that someone cannot substitute to endure the punishment. Thus, it is entirely permissible for me to take that blow on his behalf. Given that both parties are in agreement, what issue do you now contest?" Kenpaji fell silent. The portly tavern owner pondered for nearly 10 seconds. One could hardly expect a revenant, having evolved into a being of immense power, to simultaneously cultivate a logically coherent mind. Kenpaji remained mute. Chen Mo tapped the dice cup on the table. "Let us commence and not squander any more time." Hanyu obediently shook the dice cup, revealing 3, 4, and 6, a total of 13. Kenpaji gazed at Chen Mo's unperturbed countenance, for the first time in his life experiencing an overwhelming surge of anger, pent up and without outlet. This impotent fury only fueled his rage further. In a fit of compounded wrath, Kenpaji seized the dice cup, shaking it with a resounding clatter. Moments latte. The result emerged. 6, 6, 6, an astonishing 18. His grotesque, stitched visage convulsed violently, emitting a sinister laugh. "You have lost." "Indeed," Chen Mo replied, extending his hand to resume his previous position. Kenpaji grasped another oversized bone saw, this time wielding it with intent. He channeled all his fury and strength into a single, brutal strike aimed squarely at Chen Mo's wrist. He yearned to witness this human's collapse, to hear the shattering of bone. Clang! Once more, the familiar sound of iron striking iron resonated, met with the same unyielding resistance. Kenpaji felt as if he might shatter his own teeth in frustration. Again, he bellowed, refusing to accept that this human could withstand him time and again. The third attempt came with a resounding clang. This was inconceivable. Kenpaji's stitched eyes nearly bulged from their sockets, his corpulent frame trembling violently from a mixture of rage and disbelief, the stitches tearing apart, pus erupting like a geyser. He could not accept it. This utterly surpassed his understanding of humanity. Chen Mo calmly retracted his hand. Now it is my turn to wager against you. Though I wish to alter the terms of the bet, he cannot win at dice. Even if he were to stack up dozens of blades, it would be utterly meaningless, especially since he only has one opportunity to initiate a wager. As if a certain command had been triggered, Kenpaji once again regained his composure from a state of madness. He discarded the hilt of the knife in his hand and turned to Chen Mo, gritting his teeth as he declared, "Cheating cards, cheating dice. These are the only options. Choose your game." Without hesitation, Chen Mo opted for cards. A cackling laugh escaped Kenpaji, but poker requires 4 players, and we do not have enough. Chen Mo surveyed the spirits present. With so many specters around, couldn't he simply select one? Kenpaji's smirk only widened. They refused to play. As the most formidable spirit in the tavern, the others were naturally too intimidated to defy Kenpaji's command. Chen Mo frowned, and after a moment, a look of understanding dawned upon him. "You are afraid to play?" Kenpaji's smile faltered, replaced by a cold sneer. "Do not attempt to provoke me, human. There are not enough players. The game cannot proceed. I will participate." At that moment, a deep male voice from the shadows interrupted Kenpaji. Wu Binggang stepped from the darkness into the light, undeterred by Kenpaji's murderous glare, asserting himself at a corner of the gambling table. "I will join. That is sufficient." Kenpaji slammed his fist against the table, his malevolent gaze fixed on Wu Binggang. "Do you wish to die?" Chen Mo was evidently unaware of another human concealed in the tavern's corner, glancing instinctively at Hanyu. Hanyu leaned closer to Chen Mo and whispered, "Boss, he is a good person." Chen Montauk nodded. Thus, all 4 positions of the round gambling table were filled. The wager was set. Under the rules, all were equal. 4 intricately carved, miniature revolvers were presented on a tray by Kenpaji's subordinates, accompanied by a deck of cards emblazoned with a pirate's mark. Listen closely, for I shall only explain the rules of the cheating card game once. There are a total of 20 cards, 6 queens, 6 kings, 6 aces, and 2 jokers, the latter serving as wild cards. Before each round begins, I will designate a target card for the current wager. Players may play 1 to 3 cards per round, but can only play the target card. However, as the cards are face down, the others will not know the suit you have played. Hence, you may choose to speak the truth or lie. The next player may challenge your played card, and if the challenge is successful, the previous player receives a penalty. Otherwise, the challenger faces the penalty. As he spoke, Kenpaji picked up a revolver from the tray and pointed it at his own head, mimicking the motion of pulling the trigger. The diminutive firearm appeared almost like a child's toy in his pudgy hands, with 6 chambers and a single bullet. The odds of survival stood at 1 in 6. This was the penalty. Kenpaji's gaze swept over the faces of the other 3 humans at the table, a manic grin spreading across his lips. "Now then, let the game commence." "Wait a moment." Kenpaji suddenly pounded the table. "I have stated that I detest being interrupted." Chen Mo retorted, "How can I ascertain that the bullet in this gun is effective against the undead? It is widely acknowledged that the undead cannot be vanquished through mere physical means, unless one employs artillery powerful enough to obliterate them entirely. The responsibility of elucidating the rules falls upon the tavern keeper, and thus, Kenpaji could only suppress his ire and assert, "Every bullet contained within these firearms is crafted from living wood, an exceedingly precious material, and the bane of all sentient beings. In the absence of protective armor, any creature possessing intelligence will inevitably succumb to a single shot. The higher the intellect, the swifter the demise." Living wood? Chen Mo pondered as he examined the revolver in his grasp. However, this was not the moment for idle speculation. He regarded Kenpaji and inquired, "How can I ascertain your intelligence?" Kenpaji, on the brink of madness, retorted, "Even the mindless, wandering creatures outside, akin to maggots, possess an intelligence score exceeding 5. Is this fundamental concept truly one that requires my explanation? Do you believe that being an outsider grants you the luxury of ignorance? Chen Mo stroked his chin thoughtfully. Is there no possibility of an intelligence score of 1? Kimbaji vehemently replied. Such a possibility does not exist. With that, Chen Mo straightened himself. He understood. Let the proceedings commence. Chapter 77. The Despicable Undead Soon. A dark green skull statue was pushed forward by the minions of the undead. The statue was level with the gambling table, its mouth wide open, as Kinpaji tossed the entire deck of cards into its maw. The skull's jaws snapped shut with a suddenness that echoed a chilling crunch. Moments later, 2 beams of emerald soul flames ignited within its hollow eye sockets, and the skull's jaw began to move up and down as it rasped in a gravelly voice. The main card for this round, King. Then, the skull began to regurgitate cards, each one landing face down with precision before each player at the table. Amidst the distribution, Chen Mo stole a glance at Wu Binggang. This man, clad in a white lab coat stained with fresh crimson, was nearing retirement age. Upon catching Chen Mo's gaze, he paused for half a second, then slowly nodded. The exchange of information between astute individuals occurs with remarkable swiftness. A low intelligence score does not equate to a low intellect. Chen Mo's attributes were wholly inherited from his early days as a Xuanwu, leading him to surmise that the designation of intelligence as one concealed a deeper significance. One perhaps intended to preserve the dignity of the tortoise without explicit acknowledgement. Chen Mo then glanced at Hanyu. Hanyu. Chen Montak. At the head of the gambling table, as the cards continued to be dealt, one of Kinpaji's subordinates approached him and whispered something in his ear. After listening, Kinpaji's previously irate expression gradually softened, and a smile once again graced his lips, seemingly restoring his earlier composure and confidence. Once the dealing was complete, he suddenly announced, "Considering that you 3 are all human, if the 2 players above agree, the one in the middle will swiftly pass their turn. To prevent such occurrences, I must introduce a new rule before the game begins. I have the authority to question the entire table." Currently, the order at the gambling table was arranged as follows. Kinpaji, Chen Mo, Wu Binggang, and Hanyu. Wu Binggang, seated opposite Kinpaji, furrowed his brow. This is unreasonable. If you can arbitrarily alter the rules to favor your victory, this game becomes devoid of meaning. Kinpaji chuckled softly. Rest assured, once the game formally commences, I will certainly lack the authority to change the rules. Moreover, I am above such despicable conduct, for otherwise I would not hold the title of tavern owner. Every decision I make is to uphold the integrity of the game. After a moment, he glanced at Hanyu, who appeared visibly discontented and seemed ready to protest. Kinpaji added, "Alternatively, you may choose to have someone withdraw from the game, and I will select an undead to take their place." Upon hearing this, Hanyu became even more agitated. "You were initially reluctant to allow the undead to participate, and now, seeing our numerical advantage, you wish to substitute one in? On what ground should we heed your command?" "Simply because I am the tavern owner," Kinpaji replied, his neck remaining still while his murky yellow eyes shifted at an odd angle, fixating on Hanyu. "Weren't you just a moment ago quaking in fear? Why do you now dare to speak to me? I recall a rather amusing idiom from your kind, something akin to a dog relying on its master's power. How utterly distasteful. Could it not be a case of the fox assuming the majesty of the tiger? Yet the sight of those enigmatic yellow orbs rendered him mute, compelling him to stifle his indignation and take his seat once more. Kinpaji cast a sweeping glance at the 3 humans present. Upon noticing their silence, a sinister smile slowly unfurled at the corners of his mouth. Thus the wager commenced. The skeletal statue spoke once more. Each round's deliberation time is set at 3 minutes. Exceeding this limit will be deemed a failure, leading to voluntary punishment. The first round's position is east, and seated at the east is Hanyu. He had not anticipated being the first to play. Hastily lowering his gaze to assess his hand, QQAA? Curse it, not a single trump card among the 5. Hanyu battled to conceal his trepidation. He was acutely aware of his own limitations. Although both his stamina and intellect were scant, he did not wish to be the one to hinder his team. In the inaugural round, playing a single card was the safest course. For barring extreme cases like Han Yu's, most players would typically possess one or two trump cards. In a frenzy of mental gymnastics, clarity surged through him like never before. Just as he was about to play a queen with all the panache and conviction he could muster, a voice crackled through the team's communication channel. Chen Mo's voice resonated in his ears. Stop pondering. That undead behind you has been eyeing your cards for nearly half a minute. Han Yu. He spun around abruptly, only to meet the gaze of the undead, its bulging eyes fixated intently on his hand, its neck craning unnaturally as if it yearned to press its eyes against his cards. A quick glance around revealed that the entire tavern of tricksters had congregated, encircling the three humans, each straining to peer at the cards. Occasionally, they would erupt into loud proclamations in their incomprehensible undead tongue. It was evident, without a doubt, they were relaying information about his hand. Han Yu exploded. What the hell? He slammed the table and rose, pointing an accusatory finger at Kenpachi. You cheat brazenly. Could you at least attempt to be discreet? This is outright bullying of the honest. Have you no shame? He had expected a serious atmosphere, a rigorous test of logic and intelligence. Yet he found the audacity of the undead utterly shameless. Such blatant cheating. The undead, who did not comprehend the human language, failed to grasp Han Yu's outburst, yet his furious demeanor was evidently amusing to them, provoking waves of mocking laughter throughout their ranks. The tavern was suddenly suffused with a jubilant atmosphere. Kenpachi reclined nonchalantly in the tavern of tricksters. Each relies on their own skill. The rules never explicitly forbade cheating. Did you not just assert your disdain for such despicable acts? Kenpachi countered. So which rule have I altered? In truth, prior to this day, the tavern had never witnessed such widespread cheating and collusion. Although the rules do not explicitly prohibit cheating, such actions would undermine the interests of the spirits who have been deceived. Therefore, most spirits, even if inclined to cheat, would do so discreetly and with restraint, avoiding overt exposure that could render them targets of derision. In fact, these spirits often impose stricter oversight on the tavern owner. Should they detect any cheating on his part, they would unite in opposition, thereby safeguarding the fairness essential to their lower-tier existence. Even Kenpachi, the mightiest spirit on the island, would not be foolish enough to tarnish his reputation. After all, it is these spirits who play a vital role in establishing the teleportation array to ensure the tavern's escape from impending destruction to the next refuge island. One could assert that the relative fairness within the deceitful tavern is upheld by the spirits themselves. However, circumstances have changed. Today, the gambling table is not solely occupied by spirits. There are also 3 humans present. Given that spirits are inherently antagonistic towards humans, it is hardly surprising that this group of spirits would rally in support of the tavern owner. Witnessing Han Yu's expression of defeat, a surge of vindictive satisfaction flooded Kenpachi's mind. He proclaimed, as a formidable presence on the lawless island and one of the inheritors of the deceitful tavern, how could he possibly be outmaneuvered by a mere handful of humans? He was not like that foolish former tavern owner, Barton, who was easily swayed by a self-proclaimed messenger of the divine. Kenpachi laughed maniacally, attempting to discern any sign of panic on the face of Chen Mo, the human who had maintained an air of calm since entering the tavern. Yet, he found none. There was no expression indicative of defeat. In fact, when Kenpachi glanced his way, Chen Mo merely nodded in acknowledgement, displaying a commendable politeness. Kenpachi, once he triumphs in this wager, he will ensure that this human is imprisoned in the tavern's darkest dungeon, subjected to torment 1,000, nay, 10,000 times. Chapter 78, Everyone shows their cards. Your time is running out. Kenpachi furiously averted his gaze, redirecting it toward Han Yu. In the eye sockets of the skull, a countdown emanating from the green soul fire dwindled to a mere 10 seconds. Whether time expired or a card was played, both would signify failure. Gritting his teeth, Han Yu carelessly tossed a card onto the table. Kenpachi promptly flipped over the card Han Yu had cast aside, his decayed finger resting on the cue's surface. A wager must be honored. Before Han Yu lay a meticulously crafted revolver. He was acutely aware that, with his current luck, any outcome tied to chance would invariably culminate in disaster. Han Yu swallowed hard, his fingers trembling as they reached towards the gun. Just as he was about to grasp it, a hand emerged from the side, seizing the weapon before him. Xuanwu watched Chen Mo's movements, overwhelmed with gratitude. Though the gravity of the situation was not conducive to sentimentality, he silently vowed that once he escaped the island, he would follow Chen Mo faithfully, forever remaining his subordinate. Chen Mo, oblivious to the tumult of emotions coursing through Xuanwu, was singularly focused on one thought: to win. He aimed the gun at his temple, resolutely pulling the trigger. Simultaneously, his other hand selected a solidified energy honey block on the holographic screen, ready to consume it should circumstances take a turn for the worse. A sharp click echoed in the air. Although the sound of the gunfire was indistinguishable, Chen Mo sensed the presence of a bullet, for at the instant he pulled the trigger, a tingling sensation coursed through his temple, quickly replaced by an extraordinary chill that fleetingly enveloped his mind. Then, nothing followed. No loss of health, no pain. It seemed the bullet indeed had no effect on one with an intelligence of one. Chen Mo sighed in relief. Yet he could not help but marvel at Xuanwu's extraordinary fortune. Not only could he not draw a main card, but he also managed to encounter the very first live bullet among the 6. It appears my luck is holding up. Maintaining his composure, Chen Mo set the gun down without hesitation and reached for Wu Binggong's firearm as well. 3 guns now lay side by side on the gambling table before him. Kenpaji's lips twitched in irritation. Enough with the bravado, human. This bullet is exceedingly rare, more precious than you can fathom. Its inclusion in the game is one of the tavern owner's rules. Do you think I would risk the lives of 3 insignificant humans with a live wooden bullet? No matter how fortified you are, you cannot evade a live wooden bullet. You cannot rely on luck every time. Chen Mo seized the opportunity to inquire further. So where did this bullet come from? Kenpaji scoffed. You're not worthy of knowing. Chen Mo replied. Oh. Then stop stalling and play your card. Kenpaji. The first round of questioning was successful. Everyone reshuffled and dealt anew, with the previous round's victor playing first. The main card for this round. A. Having learned from the experience of being duped in the previous round, the human faction approached the card examination with heightened caution. Xuanwu discreetly shielded most of the prying eyes with his body, revealing only a small triangle of cards. However, this proved futile. As long as there was the act of examining cards, the undead behind them could glean their hand from various angles. Kenpaji cast a sweeping glance over the gathered undead, understanding the situation, and played a genuine card. He remained composed, leisurely directing his gaze towards Chen Mo, only to observe Chen Mo earnestly tapping at the air with one hand. Kenpaji furrowed his brow. What are you doing? Chen Montauk replied, Hiating. Kenpaji. The tavern owner squinted, but Chen Mo remained unfazed by his inquisitive gaze. After sending his message, he activated the team voice chat. I have 2 aces and a joker. Xuanwu, I have an ace. Wu Binggong. 2 aces and a king. 50-50 chance. Chen Mo fixated on the card before Kenpaji, pondering for half a second. Xuanwu, do you think we should play or not? Xuanwu was taken aback that such a pivotal question had fallen on him. In that moment, he felt the weight of 1,000 burdens upon his shoulders and began to brainstorm and analyze. He understood the cards in our hands and the ones we had played, and since both he and I possessed only one genuine card, the strategy would be to hold on to that card until my genuine card had been played. However, this was precisely the moment to employ reverse thinking. He was waiting for my genuine card, yet he had no knowledge of when I would reveal it. Moreover, given that everyone had genuine cards in the first round, the probability of playing a genuine card was substantial. A typical individual would not dare to play against another in such circumstances. But as the owner of a cheating tavern, Kenpaji was undoubtedly a master of deception. He would have anticipated our predictions. If we used reverse thinking to assume his first card was a false one, then, at that moment, Xuanwu seemed to hear the theme song of Detective Conan echoing in his mind. There is only one truth. His first card must surely be genuine. Chen Mo promptly flipped over the card in front of Kenpaji. A false card. Xuanwu. Chen Mo, your expressiveness needs improvement. Next time, just give me the conclusion. Xuanwu. You lost. Chen Mo turned to Kenpaji. Fire your shot. Kenpaji narrowed his eyes, his gaze darting between the 3 of them. After a moment, he decisively raised his revolver and shot himself in the temple. As expected, an empty shot. The third round commenced. During the shuffle, Kenpaji let out a cold snort. Do you outsiders have an independent communication system? Chen Mo didn't even glance at him. You're not worthy of knowing. Kenpaji. Thus, the entire game descended into an exceedingly bizarre atmosphere. From the perspective of Kenpaji, it can be articulated as follows. I am aware of the cards you possess, and you are cognizant of my awareness regarding your cards. Furthermore, you are all informed of each other's holdings, which enables you to deduce the cards I hold. This scenario is akin to a situation where all cards are face-up. Chapter 79. Chilling Autumn, a series of clicks resonated through the con artist tavern, as empty gunshots echoed relentlessly. The very essence of the game was upended. Skill and experience were rendered mere jest, transforming the con artist poker into a mere game of chance. Yet, there existed one individual among the human faction endowed with a peculiar talent. SC Char Dinger's luck. As bullets were fired in succession, reaching the final round with but one bullet remaining in each chamber, Kenpaji could no longer contain his frustration. He turned to his subordinates and, in the tongue of the undead, inquired, "What is happening? Did you set their bullets to the last round as well?" His subordinate shook his head in haste. Then why have they yet to fire a single live round? The undead minion wore a puzzled expression, fearing his boss's dissatisfaction. He had even adjusted one of the guns to its first bullet. How could there be no activity? Amidst the confusion, the game reached a critical point. Kenpaji and Chen Mo each held 2 genuine cards, while Wu Bingang had drawn a genuine card and a pair of jokers, and Hanyu had only 1 genuine card. The sequence of play was already apparent from the cards in hand. In the first round, everyone played their genuine cards, and in the second, the first 3 would play theirs, leaving Hanyu, lacking genuine cards, no choice but to play a false one. It appeared that victory in the final round was assured for Kenpaji. His smile widened, stretching to the very roots of his ears, and just as he prepared to unleash the pent-up anger from earlier, he suddenly witnessed Chen Mo swiftly extract the joker from Wu Bingang's hand and slip it into Hanyu's hand. Hanyu reacted just as quickly, immediately declaring, "I have a joker. This is a genuine card." Kenpaji was momentarily stunned, but quickly regained composure, slamming his hand on the table and rising abruptly. "Human, I have tolerated you for far too long." His fury mirrored the initial indignation expressed by Hanyu. How could this be regarded as anything but a full-circle moment? There was no precedent for such direct card exchanges, nor was there any rule forbidding them. The 4 maggots writhing on Kenpaji's arm epitomized the tavern owner's seething rage. "Are you certain you wish to proceed in this manner?" Chen Mo leaned back nonchalantly. Afraid of losing? The malice and anger in Kenpaji's gaze threatened to materialize, wishing to devour the very human who had dismissed him from the start. "Do you believe that winning the gamble equates to victory? Let me enlighten you. The rules are confined to this tavern. Once you step outside, I can still reduce you to mere fragments. I shall grant you one more opportunity to reconsider. You have 1 chance left. Human, are you truly determined to play this way?" To this, Chen Mo retorted, "Your time is running out." At the edge of the gambling table, the skeletal dealer suddenly announced, "Card play countdown, 10 seconds remaining. 10, 9, 8. As the skeleton counted down, it bizarrely produced a matching revolver from its mouth on the 5th second, pointing the dark muzzle directly at Kenpaji. Before this game commenced, none could have foreseen that the table would uphold the highest standards of fairness. It unexpectedly turned out to be a card dealer. The card dealer was a creation of Kung Pai, who harbored no doubts about the lethal power of the wooden bullets within that pistol. With a sharp crack, Kung Pai could only slap the playing cards he held onto the gambling table. Chen Mo refrained from flipping the card. Instead, he leaned back and lifted 1 foot to rest on the edge of the table. "Fake card. You lose." Kung Pai struggled to suppress his fury, handing the pistol to a nearby subordinate. "You do it." The skeletal subordinate hesitated. "Do I need to repeat myself?" With no other recourse available, the low-tier undead, who were ubiquitous in the mist and had only acquired a modicum of intelligence due to their pact with Kung Pai, lacked the autonomy to dictate their own existence. Trembling, the undead grasped the revolver, aiming it at its own forehead. With a click, at the moment the trigger was pulled, A gaping hole was dissolved into the undead's brow, and its lifeless body collapsed to the ground. Kung Pai turned his gaze back to Chen Mo, his cruel expression tinged with a hint of smugness. Anticipating Chen Mo's horrified outcry, "How could you do this?" he would then retort, "If you can substitute for my punished subordinate, why can't I?" Ha ha ha. Just as Chen Mo had previously used his own words against him. However, Chen Mo offered no rebuttal, nor did he express any fear. Instead, he disdainfully remarked, "I had anticipated this all along. Capitalists are never virtuous." Kung Pai was left speechless. Chen Mo rose, picking up Han Yu's pistol, which still had one bullet remaining, casually twirling it in his hand. "Now that our trio has concluded our game, may we take our leave?" Upon hearing Chen Mo's intention to depart, a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Kung Pai's eyes. "Certainly. Having completed today's gambling session, you may come and go from the tavern at your leisure." Chen Mo nodded and further inquired, "I'm quite curious. What happens if one does not adhere to the rules within the tavern?" "Worse than death. You would want to know." Chen Mo chose not to say anything further, exchanging a glance with the two beside him before turning to leave. Han Yu and Wu Bing just stepped out first, with Chen Mo bringing up the rear as the entire tavern of undead watched the three depart step by step. The closer they approached the entrance, the louder the excited hissing grew. Escaping the tavern would be futile. The Stitcher was correct. Once we stepped outside, he had a myriad of methods to deal with us. I had previously triumphed once, yet still found myself captured by his subordinates upon exiting the tavern. Maintaining an impassive expression, Chen Mo had already devised a plan. "When the reinforcements arrive, you two go ahead first." Wu Bing furrowed his brow. "Do you mean to?" Han Yu also turned his head, "Boss." Chen Mo merely continued to twirl the gun in his hand. "Do not concern yourselves with me. I shall be fine. You should worry more about your own safety." As the three spoke, they paused at the threshold. Behind them, the worm-like arms lingered ominously, poised to consume them the moment they crossed the threshold. Han Yu and Wu Bing stepped out of the tavern in succession, while Chen Mo stood at the entrance, one foot poised to step over the threshold. As the worm-like arms opened their gaping maws, a cacophony of excited clicks erupted, swiftly advancing upon them. Just then, Chen Mo retracted his left foot, turned around, and returned to the tavern. He drew the fateful blade and placed it before him with a resounding thud, gazing at Kinpaji with a faint smile. "Hello, it's me again." For grotesque, maggot-like arms abruptly halted in front of Chen Mo, their serrated appendages hovering perilously close to his nose, barely half a centimeter away. "You!" Kinpaji's face flushed crimson with rage. "What do you mean by that?" As the words left his lips, Kinpaji swiftly grasped Chen Mo's intent, his expression shifting to one of incredulity, as if he could scarcely believe that such selfless humanity still existed in this world. The tavern's entrance was as cramped as its decor. Even slightly larger undead had to squeeze their bodies through, and now one man and his blade obstructed the way. Kinpaji bellowed, "Throw him out." A substitute minion immediately responded in the language of the undead, "Boss, we can't. The fifth rule forbids us from expelling guests." This rule was designed to protect patrons who had yet to complete their daily wagers from being maliciously driven out and subsequently punished. To use it as a blockade? Absurd. Thus, from a moment this human set foot in the tavern, he must have anticipated how to exploit the rules to assist his companions in their escape. Kinpaji stepped closer to Chen Mo, standing firm. "You are naive, human. Do you think you can thwart us by manipulating rules? Let me tell you, all three of you are doomed today, mark my words. And do not forget, outside the tavern are thousands of undead. I need not lift a finger. Those two humans will be torn to shreds by the wandering low-tier undead." As soon as he finished speaking, shadows materialized from the white mist outside the tavern. The low-tier undead, sensing the scent of the living, eagerly rose from the ground, inching toward Wu Binggang and Han Yu. Kinpaji erupted into frenzied laughter, lowering his head so that his murky yellow eyes nearly pressed against Chen Mo's face. "When the time comes, it will be just you remaining. How long do you think you can endure in the tavern? With just yourself, you cannot protect anyone. I shall carve you from fingertip to toe, reducing you to mere minced flesh." Chen Montauk frowned. "Are you not aware of your own foul breath?" "Kinpaji, Chen Mo, be more courteous Keep your distance. Kenpachi. Ah, you must kill this human. You must kill this human. He absolutely must kill this human. Kenpachi raged impotently. Chen Mo regarded the furious Kenpachi with a calm demeanor. And who told you I am alone? He glanced at the glowing screen, observing green dots rapidly approaching their location. As if conjured by a mere utterance, flashes of blades sliced through the mist. A slender figure, moving at a speed almost imperceptible to the naked eye, broke through the fog and halted outside the tavern. Behind them, in the mist, the newly risen undead shadows were swiftly severed at the legs. Collapsing to the ground with reluctant hisses, Lung Xiao flicked the thick, black blood from his black golden dagger, his gaze sharp and frigid. I'm late. One stands before the threshold, while the other lingers behind it. The steel saw glimmers with a dark sheen, its blade glinting with a crimson hue. Chapter 80. Dare to play me? From the very first round of the cheating poker game, Chen Mo observed that Lung Xiao had already joined the team. Moreover, her arrival at the tavern was swifter than Chen Mo had anticipated. You lead them away first. All right. Without hesitation, Lung Xiao stepped into the mist, followed seamlessly by Wu Bingyang and Han Yu. Kenpachi attempted to intervene, his four-segmented arms elongating in an effort to squeeze through the doorway. But in the next moment, a revolver was silently pressed against his forehead. With a click, the sound of a fingertip brushing against the trigger echoed through the tavern, plunging the room into sudden silence. Kenpachi gazed at Chen Mo, the gunman, perplexed. For some reason, after those two humans departed, he seemed even more audacious. This is wrong. Aren't humans supposed to instinctively feel fear when they are alone? Kenpachi squinted. Internal conflict is not permitted within the tavern. Do you dare? Chen Mo pressed the barrel of the gun forward. Do you think I wouldn't dare? He was no longer interested in bantering with Kenpachi. I won just now. According to the rules, you must honor the wager. I will ask, and you will answer, and you must speak the truth. Kenpachi appeared somewhat surprised. I thought you would use the wager to barter for your own life. Chen Mo let out a cold laugh. You think you can take my life? Kenpachi was momentarily choked, caught in a limbo of uncertainty. He now realized that after those two humans left, this person had indeed grown more brazen. Reluctantly, yet acknowledging the rules, Kenpachi conceded, for rule number 1 dictated that the wager supersedes all else. Where did the living wooden bullets come from? Chen Mo swiftly posed the first question. They were left by the previous tavern owner. Who was he? Not a death spirit, but Barton. Chen Mo paused, taken aback by the mention of that familiar name. Barton had been the tavern owner. Wasn't he a pirate? Kenpachi's tone wavered. Do you know him? Chen Mo pressed the gun closer. Now it's my turn to ask. Kenpachi. Upon mentioning the former owner, Kenpachi's tone grew increasingly agitated, though it seemed he had always been simmering with anger. Barton had been the previous tavern owner,